Chapter 1. Yifan. In the desolate land of Zhangzhou, where the borders of the two great empires, the Snow Kingdom and the Summer Kingdom, converge, a chilling wind howls and a fine rain drizzles, the misty droplets chilling to the bone. Beyond the sound of the rain, on this dim and dreary night, a young man stands with a stern expression, his figure resembling a spear as he gazes into the distance at the flickering lights of the enemy camp. He absent-mindedly touches the rectangular qingtong ornament hanging from his chest, pondering. You say, I am a child of destiny, yet unable to cultivate. Could it be that I am merely left to my own devices? After all, it is written that those who start without a wise elder are most likely abandoned or perhaps reincarnated from some legendary figure. Do enlighten me. Is my family merely waiting for me to inherit some grand legacy? Or, in the depths of Yifan's heart, a petite figure is anxiously tugging at her hair, unable to endure the monologue any longer. The little girl suddenly interrupts, Young man, stop daydreaming and indulging in fanciful thoughts. You are but a worthless waste incapable of cultivation. At your tender age, you have already achieved the rank of 1,000 households. Work hard, and the position of general will soon be within your grasp. Yi Jian Master. A flicker of helplessness flashes in Yifan's eyes. Whether this thing is indeed a system remains uncertain, but it is utterly useless, shrouded in mystery day in and day out. He shakes his head with a sigh, reflecting on his unintended journey to another world, joining the ranks of those who have crossed over, and finding himself in an unexpectedly arduous plight, unable to cultivate, with his golden fingers still obscure, not to mention encountering such a troublesome system. Yifan shakes his head despite the inability to cultivate. He must look forward. He adjusts his state and turns to glance at his eager subordinates, nodding in appreciation. With one hand slowly raised and then lowered, he solemnly commands, kill. At his command, hundreds of black-armored soldiers surge into the enemy camp like locusts, claiming lives with the swiftness of specters. Yifan's vigilant gaze scanned the surroundings, when suddenly a soldier from the enemy forces drove forward, a corpulent man clad in luxurious robes, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman whose delicate features seemed to evoke pity. The plump man knelt on the ground, humbly pleading, My lord, spare me. I possess countless treasures of gold and silver, all of which I can offer, including this woman. Seeing that Yifan remained unmoved, the rotund man pointed desperately at the alluring woman beside him, grasping Yifan's boot, and weeping, Great lord, this is a prime specimen from the demon clan. I beg you, grant me mercy. Yifan's expression remained calm as he slightly moved his arm, causing his sword to fly from his hand, tracing an arc in the air before returning to him. He flicked the blood from the sword's tip and stepped aside. The man on the ground clutched his throat, astonished by the young man's ruthless decisiveness, blood gushing forth from his neck and splattering onto the enchanting woman beside him. A soldier inquired, My lord, what shall we do with this woman? Yifan approached the lady, removing his cloak to drape over her exposed form. Give her some provisions and let her go. Suddenly, Yifan turned to find a messenger, gaunt and weary, appearing before him with the support of two soldiers. His voice was weak. My lord, General Lingyue has been betrayed by his subordinate Wang Zhong. That Wang Zhong has allied with the enemy forces, pursuing the general into the misty forest, and his fate is unknown. I could only come to seek your aid. Yifan supported the messenger, who was about to kneel, saying, My good brother, take care of yourself. I will go to rescue General Lingyue. Immediately set off for the misty forest to rescue General Lingyue. I will call the names, and those named step forward. Yifan's voice resonated with authority. Though the others were perplexed, they all wore solemn expressions, awaiting their names to be called. Zhang Feng. Hey Z, you few come with me at once. The rest shall promptly leave the borders of the Snow Kingdom and return to Yuntianju without delay. The crowd knelt on one knee, replying in unison. We await the triumphant return of the Swordmaster. The 8 exchanged knowing smiles, glancing at their comrades, who bore expressions of discontent. Their dark faces broke into joyful grins, revealing gleaming white teeth as they knelt, declaring, We of the Breaking Kill Army vow to return only in victory. This battle shall be ours. Victory is ours. Victory is ours. Their frenzied shouts echoed piercingly in the night sky. Yifan nodded in acknowledgement, mounting his horse, with the 8 following suit as they galloped away. Under the night sky, the sound of hooves splashing through the rain-soaked mud resonated. The group raced 100 miles, finally arriving at the outskirts of the misty forest at dawn. Yifan dismounted first, tethering his horse to a shrub. Let us go. Yifan's voice was low and grave. The group dismounted and lined up, cautiously advancing into the mist-laden forest. Hazy suddenly approached Yifan, whispering, My lord, we have discovered a personal guard of the general still alive. Yifan instructed, You few keep watch. I shall go alone to investigate. Yes. Yifan gently lifted the purple-armored soldier, administering a life-saving elixir, and inquired solemnly, Where is Lingyue? Is he alive? The soldier, upon recognizing Yifan, expressed his delight, whispering, Monster Lord saved the general. 30 miles in the mountain cave. Yi Fan's expression grew grave as he looked at the others. You all understand the peril ahead. Hazy, Zhang Feng, take his body back. The rest of you come with me. Reluctantly, Hazy and Zhang Feng lifted the dying soldier and departed, while the remaining few donned expressions of gallant resolve. Yi Fan pressed on with the others, and after about 20 miles, they encountered a terrifying creature eyeless, resembling a flayed lamb. My lord, what in the world is this? The group shuddered, having witnessed much bloodshed, yet feeling nauseated by the gruesome sight of the creature devouring a corpse. Yi Fan shook his head. He had never seen such a thing, but it was undoubtedly the monster spoken of by the previous soldier. You few, circumvent it and investigate the cave behind the creature. I will hold its attention. Yi Fan instructed. The others exchanged glances, reluctant to let Yi Fan face the danger alone, knowing the creature was formidable. Yi Fan's expression darkened suddenly as he barked. Do you wish to rebel? Obey my orders and go. With no choice, they departed, though worry gnawed at them, for their lord's serious demeanor suggested the creature was indeed dangerous. It was better to rescue the general first and return to support him. Seeing the others maneuver around the creature, Yi Fan drew his sword and struck a nearby branch, creating a noise. The creature, drawn by the sound, leapt several feet into the air, charging toward Yi Fan. As the others seized the opportunity, tears in their eyes, they rushed into the cave. Yi Fan was pursued by the creature to the edge of a wide river, where he shouted at it, Hey, can you understand human speech? The only response was the creature's gaping maw. Fortunately, I reacted quickly otherwise. If that beast had bitten down, I would not only be dead but utterly ruined. Glancing at the massive jaw that had effortlessly torn off a thick branch, Yi Fan felt a chill of dread. Yi Fan's sword clashed against the creature, producing a clang sound, yet it barely inflicted harm, as though striking against adamantine. He glanced at his sword, now marred with several chips, feeling a pang of regret, yet powerless to change the situation. Yi Fan queried system, What manner of beast is this? Is there a way to discover its weakness? The system replied languidly, Kid, I told you before, your attitude is poor, and this system refuses to answer you. The creature suddenly lunged, striking Yi Fan's back and sending him flying several meters, crashing into a tree before landing hard on the ground. The creature emitted a piercing scream, fleeing without looking back. Yi Fan lay in agony, cursing, Damn it, what a useless golden finger. One day, I shall extract you from my body and sell you. In that moment, he felt as though his entire body was falling apart, disheveled and dizzy as he stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed toward the direction the creature had fled. Not far ahead, within the cave, his companions were covered in blood, their veins bulging with the spirit of sacrifice. They shouted hysterically, Come on, beast. If you don't kill me, I will surely end you. Ha! I have lived for over 20 years and am ready to die. It is but a regret that I cannot accompany my lord to guard the borders and defend our homeland anymore. Kill! 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 The Breaking Kill army showed no cowardice. With their final desperate cries, they charged fearlessly at the monstrous spider. The two exchanged bitter smiles. Sword Master, in the next life, I shall accompany you to battle, relishing in the thrill of vengeance. It was then that the returning lambeted monster drew out its arm, extending its tongue to lick the wounded abdomen of the spider creature. Yi Fan burst into the cave, surveying the carnage. Although he had anticipated it, it remained difficult to accept once filled with laughter and camaraderie. Now only scattered, cold, and incomplete corpses remained. I'm sorry, brothers, for my tardiness. As Yi Fan's voice echoed, he brandished his sword, fury coursing through him as he charged into the cave. The purplish sword gleamed with a flash, aimed directly at the spider creature. But alas, the lambeted monster blocked the blow with its body. This time, the sword surged forward, piercing through the lambeted monster's skull, black ichor spilling forth as Yi Fan withdrew the blade, emitting a hissing sound as it dripped onto the ground. The spider creature beneath, with its elongated limbs, caressed the wound of the lambeted monster before both succumbed to death. With a swift strike, he severed the spider's web, releasing the cold moon that hung against the stone wall. He kindled a fire and ventured out to gather some herbs. After a flurry of activity, he applied them to the wound on the cold moon's abdomen, tearing off his own cotton armor to dress the injury. As dawn broke, Yi Fan wrapped the ashes of his fallen brothers in remnants of their clothing, fastening them to his waist. He then lifted the unconscious cold moon and departed. He walked slowly, burdened not only by the weight he carried, but also by the profound yearning of his brothers to return home, each step feeling unbearably heavy. They were warriors of the battlefield, deserving not to be left behind. Fallen leaves ought to find their roots. Yi Fan choked back tears, murmuring, Brothers, I will take you home. The soft earth, still damp from the rain, bore clear footprints, the fallen leaves whispering in response. At midday, upon reaching the outskirts, Yi Fan noticed several unattended horses ahead and thought ominously, the chrysanthemum emblem on those horses must belong to the Eastern Isles. Could they be the allies of the king? Examining the cold moon's wounds, he found that the poison had somewhat improved. Suddenly, a bold idea took root in his mind. He gently laid the cold moon down in the grass and stealthily approached the horses. With a flick of his hair, he moved like a gentle breeze, his actions swift and agile, as several crimson glimmers flickered across the scene. Bang! Before the sound could fully dissipate, he had already hoisted the cold moon onto his back and made for the cave. When the group of black-clad figures arrived, they found only the slaughtered horses, their throats cut. The leader, a man with a ghostly mask, cast a cold glance at the traces Yi Fan had intentionally left behind. With a disdainful snort, he led his companions in pursuit. Chapter 2. The Ghost-Faced Warrior. Yi Fan concealed the cold moon in a recess of the cave, while he himself lay hidden among the weeds outside, waiting for the ninjas to take the bait. In the silent pit, he could hear the thunderous beating of his own heart. After what felt like a stick of incense burning, dozens of oddly dressed ninjas appeared, wielding sharp blades, their formation tight and alert as they scanned their surroundings. The leading ghost-faced ninja surveyed the area, finally fixing his gaze on Yi Fan's hiding spot. With a subtle signal, the ninjas pretended to be casual, gradually edging closer to Yi Fan. Fortunately, positioned on a steep slope, Yi Fan took the initiative with a swift thrust of his sword. He lunged at the nearest ninja. Though the latter reacted quickly, he was pierced in the abdomen, his insides spilling forth, leaving him powerless to recover. Seeing this, the others raged with murderous intent, brandishing their weapons and charging at Yi Fan with a ferocious zeal. Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle, a sly smile playing on his lips as he unsheathed a leather flask from his waist, dousing the crowd with a dark liquid from within. The black-clad figures, witnessing this, shouted in alarm, "Fall back. That is the blood of a beast, it is toxic." The group, startled like frightened birds, shrieked as they retreated, though a few who were too close were caught in the deluge of beast's blood. Wherever the blood splattered, wisps of white smoke rose, accompanied by a foul, acrid scent that mingled with the aroma of roasting flesh. Those affected tore away the blood-soaked garments, writhing on the ground like maggots, their cries of agony echoing in the air. "Kill me. Please, just kill me. Leader, it hurts so much. Just end my suffering." One unfortunate soul, soaked in poison, writhed in agony, his flesh being devoured, leaving behind only a pool of blood that reeked of decay. Watching his subordinates suffer, the black-clad leader's face beneath the mask twisted in torment. These were the warriors who had fought alongside him, now begging for death. Yi Fan stepped forward, swiftly dispatching several with his sword. Were it not for necessity, he would not resort to such vile means. "You are under whose orders? Do you not realize that you are pursuing the foremost general of the Xia Kingdom, the Cold Moon?" Yi Fan questioned the masked man. The ghost-faced man shot a dark glance at Yi Fan, his tone dripping with arrogance as he retorted, "The king has forsaken the shadows and allied with the Eastern Isles. Naturally, I am here on his orders to capture the Cold Moon, preparing for the subsequent conquest of your Xia Kingdom." "Ha!" Yi Fan scoffed, as if he had heard the greatest jest. "You Eastern Isles dare to speak so boldly. Were it not for my lord's restraint to avoid undue hardship on the people, your insignificant land would have been wiped off the map long ago." With that, Yi Fan cast a cold gaze at the masked man, his voice frigid. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Come at me. Let me witness the true essence of Eastern Isles ninjutsu." The ghost-faced man sneered. "I shall grant you this dying wish of yours, Chinaman. Come at me." Together the Chinaman has run out of poison. Though he spoke thus, the ghost-faced man maintained a cautious distance from Yi Fan. At the ghost-faced man's command, they encircled Yi Fan in a well-coordinated manner, their sharp weapons converging upon him. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing swords sparked flames in the air. A careless move could cost an arm or an ear. Even when facing overwhelming odds, Yi Fan showed no fear, deftly switching between his sword and dagger. "Come on, today, let me enjoy a good fight." Yi Fan's voice boomed like thunder, his bloodline nearing awakening. The Eastern Isles ninjas, frightened by the resounding voice, hesitated to approach, their eyes wide with terror. Some even trembled, their legs giving way under the oppressive aura of bloodshed. This man was a true madman, a devil incarnate. Seeing his numbers dwindle, the masked man was left with no choice but to confront Yi Fan directly, wielding two crescent blades that glinted with a chilling light. Some ninjas urged the masked man, "Leader, you are gravely injured, do not engage. Let us use that." The masked man hesitated. While that weapon would easily slay Yi Fan, it would also render his remaining men useless. After much contemplation, he made up his mind. He looked at the battered, ragged youth before him, a sinister smile curling at his lips. "Chinaman, it is said you lost your parents at 5, your inheritance seized by your uncle at 7, and your tendons severed, your sister sold into a brothel, and your elder sister humiliated to death by a wealthy young master at 10. And you, barely surviving for years, finally receiving charity and care. Do you have any kin left in this world? Has the Xia Kingdom avenged you? You are but a pawn in their game." He pounded his chest with fervor, sincerity dripping from his words. "I, Gue Zong, swear by the Ghost King that should you submit to the Eastern Isles, wealth, beauty, and status would be yours for the taking." Even revenge would be but a matter of words. Yi Fan remained unfazed, a cold smile gracing his lips as he glared at the masked man, his eyes filled with disdain. Your words hold a certain allure, but as a son of Huaxia, I shall not bow before foreign powers or beg for mercy. I will avenge my grievances myself. Your Eastern Isles are but a speck on the map, best not to boast here. The ghost-faced man trembled with rage, wishing he could silence Yi Fan's tongue. Yi Fan brushed aside his disheveled hair, his voice hoarse yet powerful. You pride yourselves on the spirit of the samurai, yet you are naught but curs, cowering in fear at every turn. Do you truly believe that by aligning with the barbaric West, you can shake the very foundations of our great Huaxia? You are but pitiful insects, having forgotten your ancestral teachings. What right do you, a tribe of savages, have to compare with Huaxia? Historically, the Eastern Isles, once a mere island, had sought refuge from the Xia kingdom against bandits, receiving aid from the Xia, which had quelled the invaders. Thus, the Eastern Isles swore eternal allegiance. In just a millennium, this small land dared to challenge the might of the dragon. It was a recipe for self-destruction. You damn Chinaman. I shall kill you today. The ghost-faced man seethed in fury at Yi Fan's sharp words. With a flash of his crescent blades, he lunged at Yi Fan, and the two clashed fiercely, neither willing to yield. However, Yi Fan understood that this man's strength surpassed his own. It was likely due to his injuries that his movements were somewhat sluggish. After dozens of exchanges, both panting heavily, they retreated to regain their strength with medicinal pills. At that moment, a crow alighted on the ghost-faced man's shoulder. He untied a letter from its claw, reading it carefully before stowing it away, his expression grave. With a fierce glare at Yi Fan, he defended himself. I have urgent matters to attend to today. I shall kill you another day. Withdraw, the ghost-faced man commanded, and his men followed suit, retreating. Though Yi Fan was on the brink of collapse, he drove his sword into the ground, gripping it tightly to keep himself upright. As expected, Yi Fan observed with a cold smile at the nearby treetops that swayed without wind, muttering, Eastern Isle scum are nothing but this. Through gritted teeth, he dragged his battered body step by step toward the cave. Each step sent jolts of pain through his wounds. Not far into the cave, he finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. In his fading consciousness, he vaguely heard someone calling for him, feeling as if someone was dragging his body. At that moment, the cold moon appeared at the cave entrance, her heart aching as she lifted Yi Fan into her arms, tears welling in her eyes. I hope you do not blame me. She spoke softly to Yi Fan, divine blood. I know you possess your own consciousness if you do not save him now. If he dies, do you think those people will allow you to survive? As the words of Ling Yue faded, a crimson glow enveloped Yi Fan, as if the veins throughout his body had come to life, twisting and writhing in a serpentine dance, each vessel swelling prominently. At that moment, the wounds adorning Yi Fan's form began to mend one by one. Only then did Ling Yue release a slight sigh of relief, seated beside him, quietly observing Yi Fan as she murmured softly, the power of the seal has weakened considerably. I believe that after this, it will not be long before you can resume your cultivation. Gently, she caressed Yi Fan's chiseled visage, tears glistening in her eyes as she wistfully remarked, without experiencing the trials of life and death, with your temperament, who knows how long it will take. In Yi Fan's mind, the little lowly made a face at Ling Yue, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she quipped, this woman really is one to strike first. Chapter 3. The tender neighboring sister in the silent depths of the cave. Yi Fan's breath rose and fell rhythmically, a subtle fragrance wafted into his nostrils, refreshing his spirit. Slowly opening his eyes, he gazed at the woman who held him in her embrace, a torrent of thoughts swirling in his mind. Long Yu lowered her head, looking at the stern young man in her arms, and gently smiled, little one, you're awake? Yi Fan nodded lightly, attempting to rise, but the movement tugged at his wound, causing him to wince in pain. Long Yu playfully tugged at Yi Fan's ear, chiding, what is this? Do you disdain your sister Yue? With an awkward smile, Yi Fan replied, how could I? If it weren't for you, sister Yue, I would likely be a corpse in the wilderness by now. Why would I ever disdain you? Long Yu affectionately rubbed Yi Fan's face, teasing, you little rascal, always so slick with your words. Why do you keep a cold demeanor towards others? Well, I fear that others might not respect me, Yi Fan replied helplessly. Ah, little one, your excuses grow more elaborate by the moment, Long Yu teased. Suddenly, Yi Fan's expression turned serious. Sister Yue, what should we do now? Those Easterners will likely return soon. Supporting Yi Fan to sit up, Long Yu smiled calmly and said softly, but you have me, don't you? I recall you were quite formidable before. Facing multiple foes alone, you remained unafraid and even devised strategies to take a few down. How about you hold them off while I make my escape? Yi Fan fell silent, knowing that Sister Yu was blaming him for putting himself in danger, nearly costing him his life. Lung Yu's expression darkened, and she chose not to speak further. With reddened eyes, Yifan lifted his gaze to Lung Yu and beamed. Sister Yue, do you still remember our promise from years ago? Lung Yu's body tensed, a sense of foreboding washing over her as she replied slowly, Of course I remember. Why do you suddenly bring this up? In a composed manner, Yifan said, I hope Sister Yue can return it to me. It is my token of affection, and after returning home, I plan to propose. Though puzzled, Lung Yu retrieved an item wrapped in a palm-sized burlap from her armor. Yifan took it gently, placing it close to his body. With a slight smile, Lung Yu playfully asked, What kind of girl do you fancy? Care to share with your sister? Yifan scratched his head, unable to resist Lung Yu's probing. Sitting upright with newfound enthusiasm, he replied, She is as tall as you, sister, with flowing, light red hair. She is gentle and considerate. Her eyes resemble peach blossoms, and her eyebrows are slender like bamboo leaves. She is exceptionally graceful and quite skilled in martial arts. Yifan chuckled foolishly. A flicker of an unusual emotion crossed Lung Yu's eyes, though she concealed it well. Just as she was about to say something, they heard shouts from outside. The illustrious General Lung Yu, hiding away with a pretty boy in a rat hole, too afraid to show her face like a turtle. Fury ignited in Lung Yu's heart as she grasped her spear, ready to charge out. But Yifan seized her arm. Confused, Lung Yu looked to Yifan, saying, Let me out to tear those scoundrels apart. Yifan shook his head. Sister Yue, don't be impulsive. Those ruffians wouldn't dare come in here. We just need to hold our ground until nightfall, then we can escape. Gazing at the moonlit face of Yifan, Lung Yu's emotions became complicated and melancholic. The frail little beggar from the graveyard had grown up, now knowing how to protect others. Unbeknownst to Yifan, Guizong was leading hundreds of men, surrounding the area day by day. In the stillness of the night, the ominous calm before the storm, a ninja clad in a fiery outfit plunged his blade into the ground and respectfully saluted Guizong, who sat nearby, saying, My lord, we have surrounded this place tightly. Please give your orders. Guizong slowly rose, his pitch-black armor glistening ominously in the moonlight. He gestured for them to enter the cave. In an instant, dozens of ninjas concealed themselves in the shadows, stealthily making their way inside, while Guizong remained outside, keeping watch, wary of his still recovering injuries. Xiao Fan, be careful. They are coming in, Lung Yu warned gravely. Aside from his internal injuries, Yifan had nearly recovered. Armed with a dagger, he silently pressed against the cave's edge. Suddenly, a chill swept over him, causing his hair to stand on end as he sensed an unseen presence. Fortunately, Lung Yu was vigilant and noticed the intruders lurking in the shadows. In a flash, she hurled her spear, which struck just 3 paces away from Yifan, piercing one of the hidden figures. With a blood-curdling scream, the figure collapsed, convulsing on the ground, lifeless. Retrieving her spear, Lung Yu remained alert. Both of them fixated on the cave entrance, unwilling to let their guard down for a moment. Suddenly, a wave of black mist surged into the cave. Though they were unaware of whether the eerie fog was toxic, they instinctively covered their mouths and noses, exchanging glances before cautiously making their way outside. Guizong watched the two emerge, mockingly saying, Ah, my dear guests, you appear to be well. With a cold demeanor, Lung Yu replied heavily, Guizong, how dare you return to my Xia country? Have you forgotten how Amo Zong met his end? Humph. Guizong scoffed, removing his mask, his voice laced with murderous intent as he declared, How could I forget? My brother was slain by your hand, and you even scarred half my face. How could I possibly forget? Yifan looked at Guizong's disfigured face, a shiver running down his spine, his expression shifting to one of unease. Thus, today I have come. This shall be your final resting place. Once you are dead, I will ensure the complete annihilation of your Xia country, Guizong stated with certainty. Fury surged within Yifan, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he retorted, With your meager territory, you dare to entertain such rebellious thoughts? Have you perhaps taken leave of your senses today? You wretch? Lung Yu glanced at Yifan in disbelief, silently thinking. Xiao Fan has regained his memories? She pondered. How is that possible? Only those at the Sacred Path realm can awaken. Though Guizong found the exchange somewhat confusing, he understood it to be an insult directed at him. He drew a pitch-black, curved dagger from his back, sneering, Today, I shall use my divine blade to extinguish you. The blade shimmered menacingly in the moonlight, making Gue Zong appear as if he melded into the night, obscuring his true form. "Xiao Fan, watch out behind you!" Lung Yu cried in alarm, dashing towards Fan. In a moment of carelessness, Yi Fan felt the sharp blade slice deeply into his shoulder, exposing his white bones. Lung Yu found herself surrounded by the remaining ninjas, unable to approach him. Seeing this, Gue Zong laughed coldly. "Back then, Tian Xing had me pinned down while he severed my brother's head and tossed it to the wild dogs. Today, I shall carve your flesh piece by piece to appease my brother's spirit. Xiao Fan, hurry and run. I have a way to escape," Lung Yu urged anxiously. Enduring the pain, Yi Fan flashed a radiant smile and called to Lung Yu. "Sister Yuer, my sword-slashing technique has reached great mastery. It will suffice to deal with these lowly scoundrels." Yi Fan remained confident, looking down upon everything. Gue Zong, infuriated, growled, "You little beast. Your confidence mirrors hers from back then. It truly irks me." The two clashed once more. Yi Fan was battered and bruised, while Lung Yu, still recovering, found herself outnumbered. Now half kneeling on the ground, she was nearly exhausted, clinging to her spear for support. Gue Zong glanced at Lung Yu, lamenting, "A cripple, yet you managed to take down several of my men. But now, you are merely a lamb ready for slaughter. Prepare to die." Seeing his opportunity, he abandoned Yi Fan and charged at Lung Yu with the divine blade. In that moment, his true power was laid bare. Yi Fan, fighting against the tearing sensation in his body, looked at Gue Zhang's retreating figure, his resolve firm as he shouted, "How dare you?" Stumbling forward, he murmured, "Sister Yuer." With a misstep, he fell into the mud. Struggling to rise, he coughed, blood mixed with his internal organs spilling from his mouth. "You all deserve to die. I will kill you." His hoarse, desperate cries echoed with a sense of futility. Chapter 4. Moon's Sorrow, Bloodline. Awakening. The chilling wind stirred emotions, a haunting melody lingering in the air. She slowly turned, gazing at the barely breathing Yi Fan, her delicate eyes clouded as if caught in a sandstorm. Her heart ached, and she reproached herself. "Xiao Fan, it is all my fault for placing you in danger. If that is the case, I will risk my life today to eliminate these wretched beings." With that, Lung Yu sprang to her feet, her body radiating a purple light, the aura of a king rendering the remaining ninjas immobile. With a mere command, Lung Yu unleashed her power, instantly obliterating all the ninjas into a cloud of crimson mist. Dissipating like smoke, even Gue Zong was forced to retreat under the residual force, cold sweat trickling down his brow as he watched Lung Yu, not daring to underestimate her. Ignoring Gue Zong, Lung Yu hurried to Yi Fan's side. Lifting him into her embrace, she infused him with her life essence, nourishing his broken body. Gently stroking Yi Fan's head, she whispered, "Xiao Fan, take care of yourself. Live happily in the future, and do not dwell in sorrow. Do you understand?" Yi Fan clutched Lung Yu's arm tightly, pleading, "Sister Yuer, you cannot. There must be a way to save you. Hold on." As the vitality within her rapidly diminished, her voice grew faint. Stroking Yi Fan's face, she urged, "Remember, no one will be with you forever. Your path is one you must walk alone. Thank you, Yi Fan, thank you." The cold moon held a faint smile, with dewdrops gliding down her face. She smiled serenely, murmuring to herself, "If there is a next life, I wish to accompany you in slaying the deities." She quietly leaned against Yi Fan, drifting into a deep slumber, impervious to his attempts to rouse her. Yi Fan gazed at the beauty, now fading like a fragrant haze, and after a prolonged moment of stupor, he tilted his head back and let out a heart-wrenching howl, an ecstatic laugh that echoed like a madman. His body trembled, suffused with a sanguine hue, his dark hair strikingly pure against the snow-white backdrop. Yi Fan grimly smiled, saying, "Without your endpoint, what desire do I have to pursue?" Rising to his feet, an aura of malevolence surged around him as he bore the weight of the cold moon and trudged away, indifferent to the presence of Gue Zong beside him. "You dare to ignore me? Seeking death, are you?" Gue Zhang's anger flared, wielding his weapon towards Yi Fan. In a swift motion, Yi Fan lightly gestured, and a crimson flash erupted. Gue Zong, caught off guard, fell to the ground, bewildered. A drop of blood had pierced through his forehead, leaving him cracked and lifeless in his terror. Yi Fan continued his solitary journey across the desolate expanse of 800 miles, without pausing for rest. Days later, he arrived at the foot of the highest mountain in the Xia Kingdom. Situated 90,000 miles from the heart of the realm and 900 miles from the border, a perilous place known as Wangyue Mountain. Though perpetually blanketed in snow, the nights here were always graced with a flawless full moon. With a face shadowed by stubble, betraying his exhaustion, he bound the cold moon to his back and began his ascent towards the summit, subsisting on snow for 3 days before finally reaching the peak. At that moment, he was utterly drained, collapsing to the ground with faint breaths, his body enveloped in a miasma of death. The ethereal figure of the system materialized beside him, incessantly chattering. They exploit you? Yet you feign deep sentiments. How absurd, demon! If you do not save him, then neither shall I doubt once he perishes. I shall see whether that one will not strangle you. The system remarked dismissively into the void. Suddenly a voice, as if emerging from the abyss, resounded. You, a remnant soul, are aware of the master. Impressive. The system scoffed, shivering in a very human manner, exclaiming, I'm freezing, farewell. With that, she darted back into Yifan's body, leaving silence in her wake. At that moment, the bloodline of the deity and demon activated automatically, and Yifan's complexion gradually regained its vitality, his breaths calming. A day later, awakening, he dug a deep pit in the frozen earth with his bare hands, removing his armor and laying it at the bottom. Instead of hastily placing the cold moon within, he embraced her, gazing at the full moon above. They remained thus, silent, throughout the night, their hair turning white together. As dawn broke and the heavy snow ceased, he gazed dreamily at the moon, murmuring, My moon, how I lament not having grasped you. After a long silence, Yifan cautiously laid the cold moon into the grave he had prepared. The system looked on with disdain, exclaiming, Goosebumps have risen. This is truly nauseating. Yifan slowly unveiled the burlap-wrapped items, revealing a pair of children's shoes and some garments, which he gently placed beside the cold moon. He took a sip of wine, a faint smile gracing his lips as he looked at the cold moon within the grave, saying, Sister Yuer, have you not always wondered what this is? These are the only belongings my parents left behind upon their departure, the sole relic from my previous life I remember when they passed away. My mother gently told me, Xiao Fan, if you ever feel this world is not worth the suffering, find a place to bury these clothes, then seek your parents. Ultimately, I survived, and even made a few good brothers. Yet now, I wonder if they still live. If the opportunity arises, I shall bring them to meet you. With a heavy heart, he finished his last sip of wine, slowly covering her, his fingertips already bloodied. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. He retrieved a gravestone from his chest, inscribing with his own blood, Grave of the Great General Cold Moon of the Xia Kingdom. The epitaph read, Flowers are endless, the moon is infinite. Both are the same. Yifan stood atop the mountain, screaming in despair. Cold moon, I, Yifan, love you. Regardless of your sincerity, I have fallen for you. After uttering those words, he gazed at the grave, smiling foolishly, accepting this fate. With eyes filled with determination and spirit, he declared, Sister Yuer, wait for me to exact my vengeance. Whether it takes 10 years, 100, or 1,000, I shall seek you out. Wait for me. Suddenly, the flurries of snow seemed to whisper. When did the feelings arise, deep yet unrecognized? The lonely moon at dawn, the common man rises to toil, never to meet again. After Yifan departed, a flickering shadow lingered atop Wangyue Mountain. Days later, Yifan adopted a new guise, arriving in a small town occupied by the eastern Japan, his stomach grumbling. He entered a tavern, ordering some food and a jug of aged wine. The fragrant meat was served, and Yifan began to devour it ravenously, having gone days without a proper meal. After satisfying his hunger, he tapped the table, signaling the innkeeper to bring the bill. The innkeeper, beaming with delight, replied, For you, esteemed guest, it totals 30 taels. Yifan produced a silver ingot worth approximately 50 taels from his waist. Smiling, innkeeper, save the remainder for some dried meat, and refill my wine jug. I have a matter to inquire of you. Certainly, certainly. Please wait a moment while I fetch the wine, the innkeeper said, bowing respectfully as he hurried to the back. According to the innkeeper, just days prior, the eastern Japan had hastily retreated from the area. Yifan purchased a small fishing boat from a fisherman and rowed out to sea alone, heading towards the islands. Unbeknownst to him, the The Xia kingdom was in an uproar at that very moment. Inside the resplendent hall, both civil and military officials were seething with righteous indignation, intent on vanquishing the Eastern Japan. Seeking vengeance for the great General Cold Moon and the recently appointed Deputy General Yifan to assert the might of their kingdom. Silence, my loyal ministers, Emperor Hao commanded with authority. The assembly quieted, their expressions solemn as they turned towards the throne. Emperor Hao rubbed his forehead, calmly stating, "This prince knows that you all wish to march against that insignificant Eastern Japan at once. However, reports from the border indicate collusion between the Western European barbarians and the Eastern Japan. This matter requires careful consideration." A general clad in purple and gold armor, exuding an aura of authority despite his graying hair, stepped forward, his voice resonant. "Your Highness, I am willing to lead 100,000 flying dragon troops to suppress the barbarians." Observing the aging general, Emperor Hao sighed, exasperated. "General Wenzhong, this matter cannot be rushed. The Eastern Japan must take precedence. As for the Western European barbarians, we shall discuss it upon the return of General Tianxing." Unwilling to relent, the general's deep voice boomed. "The Eastern Japan is but a tiny land. What need have we for General Tianxing? I am, after all, a formidable monarch. Subjugating the Eastern Japan would be a simple task." With a weary sigh, Emperor Hao conceded. "Let us do this. Allow the 19th offering to head to the Western Europe to block the barbarians' reinforcements, while General Wenzhong leads 100,000 flying dragon troops, and General Tian Gao commands 50,000 bloodslaughter troops to annihilate the Eastern Japan. How does this sound, my loyal ministers?" The 19th offering, a pinnacle of royal power and formidable array, could rival a novice sage. The assembly responded in unison. "Your Highness is wise. May the great Xia endure for eternity." Emperor Hao finally exhaled a breath of relief. Being left to govern by his father was indeed a source of anxiety. These veteran generals were all brothers of his father, and he could not afford to act too resolutely. "Wenzhong, Tian Gao, step forward to receive your commands." Both men advanced a step, accepting their titles. Wenzhong was appointed as the commander of the frontline divine troops, while Tian Gao was designated as the vanguard general, ordered to set forth to the Eastern Japan without returning until they had achieved victory. As soon as Emperor Hao's words fell, both bowed in unison, declaring, "Thank you, Your Highness. We shall not disappoint your trust. Within 5 days, we will obliterate the Eastern Japan and proclaim our nation's might." Watching the two depart, Emperor Hao murmured, "Yifan, you must live well." A sage gazed into the void, the crimson moon casting its light. "Those who suffer must have their flaws, for he is a demon. The world is filled with ignorance and folly." Sword Saint, such arrogance. A powerful being conversed with a scholarly elder across the vast expanse of nothingness. Chapter 5. Clad in fine attire, the youth proclaims under the silent cloak of night. A lone boat drifted across the vast sea, like a speck of dust lost in the desert. Yifan caressed the shattered jade pendant inscribed with a full moon, softly saying, "Yuer, we have arrived at Ling Mountain Island in the Eastern Japan." Dressed in a dark flying fish outfit, Yifan stood tall, his piercing gaze fixed on the distant flickering lights of stars. Remaining silent for a long while on the shore, the soldiers of the Eastern Japan continued their revelry, blissfully unaware that the specter of death loomed behind them, observing their every move. "Fools, what are you doing? Do you not know that the Xia kingdom may attack at any moment?" Upon Gue Zhang's reprimand, the soldiers sobered, standing in fear and trepidation. A man beside Gue Zhang, with a sharp face and monkey-like demeanor, laughed nervously. "The Chinese are treacherous and cunning. They have dispatched cultivators to block the Western European nations, brazenly breaking their promises. In that case, our mission to the Eastern Japan, as they say, is to retaliate with their own tactics." Guizong queried, his curiosity piqued. "Military advisor, is the news from the king reliable?" Servicitus squinted and slowly remarked, "This individual is timid and fearful, greedy for wealth and lustful, indulging in debauchery without restraint. It is likely there is no pretense here, for his family is in our grasp, and he wouldn't dare to lie." Guizong nodded slightly, instructing his deputy behind him, "Everyone, heighten your vigilance. The patrol teams must make rounds every tea time, and the sentry posts shall be doubled." Once Guizong departed, Yifan seized the opportunity, pressing a dagger against the throat of a sentinel, signaling him to remain silent. "I ask you, how many troops are stationed on the island?" And how many cultivators are there? Answer truthfully. Yi Fan inquired in a deep voice. The sentinel remained mute, appearing resolute in his willingness to face death. Yi Fan grinned and said, I appreciate your fortitude. He swiftly covered the man's mouth, twisting the dagger gently into his thigh. How does that feel? If this method displeases you, I possess hundreds of ways to make you feel ecstasy and agony. Just let me know. In the face of the boy's seemingly harmless grin, the sentinel perceived a monstrous devil. Aboard a small boat, Yi Fan pondered silently. What the sentinel had just revealed was that come dawn, they would dispatch 30,000 men, led by cultivators, utilizing flying vessels to launch an assault on Longmen Pass. I must return as swiftly as possible. Delay could spell disaster. Yi Fan resolutely abandoned the notion of a night raid against the Japanese and departed silently. Not far off, Gue Zong and his strategist observed Yi Fan's retreating boat, their eyes filled with mockery. Gue Zong further insulted, just a mere mortal, daring to impede the slaughter of my heavenly kingdom's warriors. What would it matter if he knew the truth? It is nothing but a foolish dream. Yet this man must possess some extraordinary treasure, capable of easily dispatching my shadow clone, if I could acquire it. Gue Zhang's thoughts darkened. Warriors, we shall make the people of the Xia nation witness how their revered Longmen Pass is trampled by our demon clan. Gue Zhang's impassioned speech ignited the spirits of the hundreds of demons aboard the flying vessels, unleashing a cacophony of beast-like roars. Roar, roar, roar. Onward to Longmen Pass. We shall slay all, seize all, annihilate all, leaving no trace behind. With a single command from Gue Zong, all the flying vessels began to glide towards the east. The sky filled with an overwhelming swarm of vessels that dazzled the EYET this moment. Yi Fan had already disembarked, with nearly an hour until dawn. If all goes well, I can reach Longmen Pass within half an hour. Arriving at a horse tavern, he heard hurried gasps emanating from a nearby room. He promptly approached and knocked on the door, calling out, Innkeeper, I wish to purchase a swift steed. Come out at once. From within, a gruff voice responded with curses, followed by the flickering of an oil lamp. Damn it. After finally finishing my medicine, you come disturbing me at this late hour. The door creaked open, revealing a gaunt man with a beard, clad in a coat. Upon seeing Yi Fan, he couldn't help but mutter a curse. You pretty boy, disturbing people's good deeds in the middle of the night. Don't you know how to behave? Yi Fan offered an awkward smile and replied earnestly, Innkeeper, quickly provide me with a swift horse. The Easterners are preparing to attack Longmen Pass, and I must deliver urgent news. The old man, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, skeptically retorted, You little brat, don't try to deceive me. That tiny place dares not attack our esteemed nation. Yi Fan, dressed in the garb of Longmen Pass, insisted, Innkeeper, you cannot dismiss this lightly. This attire proves my identity. The old man brought the lamp closer, gasping in shock, By my mother, it truly is an esteemed figure from our nation. Forgive my earlier rudeness. The old man was about to kneel, but Yi Fan hurriedly assisted him. Innkeeper, would you kindly find me a swift horse first? I promise to deliver the payment later. The old man, returning with a horse, slapped his thigh in discontent. His previously murky eyes now glinted with fierce rejection. Not for anything else, but I ask you to slay more of those demons. My daughter was ruthlessly murdered after being violated by those beasts. Yi Fan mounted the horse and clasped his hands together, assuring, Old man, rest assured, I will not let you down. The old man gazed at the youthful figure adorned in fine attire and steadied himself as he knelt, earnestly proclaiming, with the vastness of Huaxia, may it prosper for all eternity. Under the night sky, the young man spurred his steed, racing across the desolate terrain. General, why can't we accompany General Wenzhong to the front lines? The Grand General has treated us well. Is it too much to hope for vengeance? Originally leaning against the castle wall, Yuqi suddenly clenched the stone wall so tightly that his fingers turned purple. He slowly turned to face the comrades he once fought alongside. The rugged men, with tears streaming down their faces, found their once resolute voices now choked with emotion. Who among us hasn't he benefited from the Grand General's grace, especially the later Vice General Yi Jian? Yet, we cannot defy the King's orders. As soldiers, we must obey commands, not grumble here. Damn it, Yu Qi, you coward. If you are too afraid to go out, then open the gates. I, Zhang Ming, am willing to single-handedly annihilate the Eastern demons. The onlookers wore expressions of indifference, all waiting for Yu Qi's command to charge at the eastern demons. Just as Yu Qi opened his mouth, a mocking voice echoed from above. The illustrious Longmen Pass is, in the eyes of the King of Strength, merely a gate. A resounding cacophony of derisive laughter filled the air above Longmen Pass. Yu Qi and his companions gazed at the sky, now brightening with swarms of flying vessels. Their faces barely concealing their delight. By the heavens, these demons have actually made it here. Is old Imo off drinking again? Ha ha, brothers, the demons have come to our doorstep. Are your demon-slaying blades ready? Zhang Ming bellowed. Below the city walls, a thunderous roar echoed. Kill, kill, kill. The garrison at Longmen Pass was a mere 3,000 strong. Yet their spirit rivaled that of 100,000. Their frenetic battle cries shattered the dawn, shaking the heavens. What are you demons, today? I, Zhang, shall ensure that even your grandmothers won't recognize you. In response to Zhang Ming's taunts, Guizhong merely smiled disdainfully, scoffing. Are you waiting for reinforcements? But look at that old fool. Everyone turned to see an elderly man, white-haired and stark naked, nailed to a wooden frame, his body riddled with wounds. Old Imo, you beasts! Old Imo, originally named Imo Yi Tian, was the venerable ancestor of the Imoan sect within the Xia nation, who had long maintained his vigil here as a scholar. Almost simultaneously, a signal fire rose within Longmen Pass, and all the soldiers, brimming with murderous intent, faced the oncoming demons, ready for battle. The resounding clash of combat reverberated through the skies as Yifan galloped at full speed from miles away. Brothers, wait for me, damn little demons, you beasts! I, Yifan, swear to eradicate your entire clan. With a silver saddle on a white steed, he dashed like a shooting star. Chapter 6, Bloodbath at Longmen Pass. Guizhong. You are far too audacious. This mere speck of land dares to infringe upon the dignity of our nation, Yu Qi admonished sharply. Ha! You still cling to bravado, thinking that without Western Europe, my Eastern demon clan cannot annihilate your Grand Xia? Ridiculous, Guizhong signaled, and tens of thousands of demons surged forward, roaring towards Longmen Pass. Yu Qi glanced at the barely conscious old Imo, gritting his teeth. Zhang Ming, go rescue old Imo. He is a revered guardian of the borders and must not be subjected to such indignities. Zhang Ming nodded, charging towards the throng of demons with overwhelming force, his blade gleaming coldly. Just as he was a mere step away from old Imo, a sudden palm strike sent him staggering backward. Regaining his stance, the imposing man glared fiercely, his battle spirit soaring. You white-haired old dog, how dare you sneak attack your grandfather? I will surely chop you into pieces to feed the beasts. Despite the formidable strength of the Longmen garrison, they were outnumbered, forced to retreat under the relentless assault. Meanwhile, chaos erupted among the demons yet to enter the fray, as a young man wielding a 3-foot azure blade charged through the crowd. Leaving a trail of severed heads and cries of despair in his wake, Guizhang's gaze fell upon the bloodied youth, his murderous intent uncontainable. He leaped from his flying vessel, barreling towards Yifan. Yifan, retreat. A cultivator of the pinnacle of humanity is approaching you. A panicked voice echoed in Yifan's mind. Why? Yifan smirked, twirling a lock of hair, replying calmly, Lung Yu once said my bloodline must evolve through constant battle. Clearly, slaying a few cultivators will yield the greatest benefit. The system, startled, quickly cautioned, don't take such reckless risks. That old demon is at his peak, not the weakened state you faced before. Enough. Even if I've crossed over. Dealing with a cowardly system like you is tiresome. Be quiet. Seeing Yifan's rising anger, the system fell silent, praying for Yifan's survival, lest it face dire consequences. You dare not flee? Could it be that you think you can contend with me? You are but a mere insect, and had it not been for the prior warning of the high priest, I would have already offered you to the sacrificial blade. Yet, your incessant provocations leave me no choice but to send you to meet your beloved. Ha ha! However, that cold moon is a woman over 50 years of age. Even with remarkable upkeep, she could very well be your mother. At this moment, the once calm Yifan found himself enveloped in a crimson mist. His piercing eyes reflecting disdain akin to that of a deity, filled with brutality amidst a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Guizhang's heart skipped a beat. Has this fellow awakened some hidden power? Yifan bellowed, his voice echoing across the battlefield. If I do not annihilate you today, I, Yi Fan, vow to forsake my humanity. Kill! The sound reverberated throughout the battlefield, and in an instant, every soldier heard the legendary youth's voice rise once more. Yu Qi was the first to launch a counterattack, wielding a pair of silver crescent blades as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables, moving with fluid grace. Yi Fan pointed his sword towards the heavens, murmuring in a low tone, "Dragon's roar sword kill." And no sooner had the words left his lips than he shot forth like a bolt from a bow, charging towards Guizong. The fierce sword energy was accompanied by the sound of dragon roars. Guizong gazed at the multiple images of Yi Fan, each one overlapping and separating, momentarily rendered uncertain. Thus, he opted to unleash his mass technique, waves of 10,000 ghosts. With a gesture, numerous ethereal phantoms emerged behind him. Creating an illusion of the abyssal hell, he struck forth with a palm print, colliding countless phantoms with Yi Fan's sword energy, resulting in a shockwave that sent soldiers within dozens of meters reeling, many meeting their demise on the spot. Both combatants were affected by the explosion of energy, instinctively creating distance between them, and they simultaneously bled. Guizang's expression was one of astonishment as he looked at Yi Fan. Seemingly attempting to see through him, Yi Fan assessed his own condition. Though his internal organs felt shattered, he was overwhelmed by a surge of power, rendering him oblivious to any pain. Guizong, old dog, allow me to test my second sword, God Slayer, and I assure you, you shall be satisfied. Yi Fan placed the sword before him and struck his chest, a mouthful of vital blood bursting forth. Witnessing the bloodied azure peak, a frenzied look ignited in Yi Fan's eyes, and suddenly, dark clouds rolled across the previously clear sky. The blazing sun overhead accompanied by the rumble of thunder foretold ill omens. Blood-soaked, Yu Qi sighed deeply. Zhang Ming, dragging his injured arm, approached Yu Qi, squeezing out 2 tears as he choked out. Though you are but a troublesome defensive general, I, Zhang Ming, acknowledge you. Remember to tell my wife that her Minggu is no coward. With that, the man plunged into the crowd, and one might question the significance of life and death. For family, for country, for love, life and death are but secondary concerns. This sword can slay gods and vanquish evil. Today, I shall wield it to completely eradicate you. Old ghost. Yi Fan's gaze was resolute and powerful. Guizong, unwilling to be outdone, remarked with disdain. You must possess some secret technique that allows your strength to surge temporarily. But it surely has a time limit, does it not? Observing Guizong's confident demeanor regarding his conjecture, Yi Fan decided to play along, feigning panic and indignation. Since you have discerned my secret, I have no choice but to kill you. Prepare to meet your end. As Guizong readied his defense, he was taken aback to see Yi Fan unleash that terrifying sword against his own soldiers. The sword energy swept across the battlefield, intersecting the heart of the army, resulting in countless casualties, leaving behind a scene of dismembered limbs and gruesome carnage. Noticing Guizong's gaze, Yi Fan flashed him a smile. Had you not reminded me, I would have continued to waste time with you. Thank you, Guizong. You are quite amiable. In a heartbeat, Guizong was consumed by rage, spewing forth blood, his body swaying unsteadily. Seeing his objective achieved, Yi Fan charged into the enemy ranks, dispatching foes with ease as if harvesting crops. Gradually, he became lost in the ecstasy brought forth by his bloodline, killing with a singular focus until the last enemy fell. Perhaps then he would cease. Meanwhile, the enemy troops, aside from a few formidable cultivators, found their ranks decimated under Yi Fan's blade. What had once been a grand army of 30,000 now dwindled to fewer than 10,000. Their hearts filled with dread as they began to retreat. Guizong, witnessing the collapse of his forces, found himself powerless and could only retreat with the remaining cultivators and soldiers. Guizong came and went as he pleased. Yet Yi Fan would not let him escape. System, devise a way to detain those flying vessels, or I shall resort to self-destruction, taking you down with me. Are you out of your mind? The system lamented. Overwhelmed by the situation. If only this fellow had not revived, how much simpler it would have been. Muttering his discontent, Yi Fan's hands moved through the air, and all the flying vessels astonishingly shrank to the size of a thumb. Cascading into Longmen passed in an instant, all the enemy soldiers were left dumbfounded, while the almost lifeless Mo Lao miraculously appeared in the void, flamboyantly extending his hand and spitting, while adjusting his sparse white hair. Cough, cough, everyone, look at me. I have a few words to say. The crowd turned their gazes towards Lao, only to witness him being kicked in the rear by an unseen foot, tumbling headfirst into the mud below. What on earth? Yifan's heart raced, the crimson hue in his eyes fading slightly as he fixated on a cold and stern woman clad in a purple-golden flying fish robe hovering in midair. Lost in thought, the system muttered quietly, she returned so soon. Clearly, she is still concerned. The woman cast a sidelong glance at Yifan, her eyes concealing a flicker of unusual emotion. Suddenly, she shouted at Yifan, "Keep your eyes on me, and I will gouge them out." "You are, sister you?" Yifan inquired tentatively. Silence enveloped the area, so profound that a pin drop could be heard. The woman's expression shifted, her aura surging violently as she advanced towards Yifan with a chilling glare. Chapter 7. Reunited with old friends, Yifan wore a demeanor of indifference. "Sister you, I knew you would not perish. I am not her. Release me. If you do not let go, I shall kill you." The woman replied coldly. "How slippery," Yifan murmured softly. The woman was left speechless in her exasperation. Two young men clad in purple cloud robes approached Yifan, their eyes scrutinizing him from head to toe. The stockier youth scoffed. "How does this fellow even compare to our master? He is not as handsome as I am." The blonde-haired youth flicked his bangs and smirked. "Fatty, why don't you give it a shot? See if you can stand against him?" "I would never. If the senior sister gets angry, I would certainly receive a good beating." The stocky youth waved his hands in protest. Fatty, watch me. Huangyi, test this guy's mettle." With that, the blonde youth rolled up his sleeves and approached Yifan. "Hey, pretty boy, care to spar with your grandpa Huang?" Yifan paid him no heed, his gaze fixed intently on the enchanting woman. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Huang Ning, you are failing miserably. She doesn't even look at you. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to bear it. Absolutely intolerable." Responding to the fat youth's taunts, Huang Ye's veins bulged in anger. His expression fierce. With a roar, he charged towards Yifan. Sensing the danger, Yifan pivoted and swiftly drew his sword, executing a clean cut in Huang Ye's direction. The sword energy rampaged, and though Huang Ye emerged unscathed, half of his clothing was shredded, revealing his bronze-toned, muscular physique. "Damn it! Are you two the fat boy and Inyo?" Yifan inquired cautiously. Huang Ye, filled with rage, unleashed his cultivation power, summoning a ball of purple energy to hurl at Yifan. Startled, Zhang Fatty sprinted towards Yifan while cursing. "Inyo, are you out of your mind? That guy has no cultivation right now. Do you want to kill your own father?" From a distance, the imperial maiden furrowed her brow, reluctantly stepping in to save Yifan. With a single hand, she lifted Yifan and effortlessly extinguished the energy sphere with a palm strike. Yifan felt the warmth of her jade-like skin, ripples stirring within him as a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, permeating his heart. The imperial maiden raised an eyebrow and promptly slapped Yifan across the face. The sound was crisp, and with disdain, she regarded Yifan. "You filthy scoundrel, how could you ever be worthy of her?" With those words, she charged towards Guizong and his Men. Yifan stood frozen, captivated by the flower tattoo on the woman's neck, reminiscent of the one on Lung Yu's neck, though their gazes differed. Could she truly not be the same? Fatty, panting heavily, grasped Yifan's hand and pinched his cheek. He then turned to Huang Ning, unleashing a torrent of expletives. "Inyo, you fool. If it weren't for the senior sister, you would be dead." Huang Ning smiled awkwardly, patting Yifan on the shoulder, exclaiming joyfully, "Isn't this splendid? It has been years since we last met. I am just excited." As he spoke, Fatty began to weep. "Damn it. I thought this guy had kicked the bucket long ago. Who would have thought he traversed through with us? But I wonder about his predecessor." "Sho." Huang Ning gestured for silence, kicking Fatty's leg and hissing, "Are you trying to get us killed by bringing that up? When did you two misfortunate souls arrive here? And when did you awaken your memories?" In response to Yifan's inquiry, the two spoke earnestly. This matter dates back several million years, to a time when Yifan immediately interrupted. "All right, enough. If you don't want to say anything, then just don't. Don't try to impress me with your tales." Suddenly, the stout man exclaimed, "By the way, good brother, this is your congratulatory gift. If it weren't for your wedding this time, we wouldn't have had the chance to descend the mountain." Saying this, he took out a radiant sword from his spatial ring. This is a supreme holy sword crafted by our senior sister herself, the Qingwan sword, albeit it is a weapon suited for a woman. Lao Huang also produced a piece of soft armor that glimmered with a ghostly light. This is a holy-grade soft armor crafted by a certain master uncle, suitable for both men and women. Yifan gazed at the exquisite treasures in their hands, utterly bewildered. What in the world are you two doing? Oh my! No way, brother. You really don't know, they exclaimed in disbelief. The stout man and Lao Huang looked at Yifan incredulously, asking, Big brother, you truly don't know? Or are you just pretending? I don't know a damn thing. What wedding are you talking about? The two exchanged a knowing smile. It's nothing, you'll find out when we return to the capital. For now, let's deal with these damned ghosts. The three cast a fierce look at Guade Song, and almost simultaneously launched their attacks. The stout man wielded a formation plate, while Huang Ning brandished a dragon roar spear. Yifan observed his former brothers, now accomplished in their cultivation, and felt a surge of joy for them. Unable to harness the power of flight, he plunged into the throng of disheveled ghosts. Wielding the Qingfeng sword with fierce determination, striking like a bolt of lightning, leaving none to oppose him. Seeing several of their own cultivators suppressed, the ghosts realized the tide had turned and hastily raised their hands in surrender. The stout man spat in frustration. Damn it, I didn't get to kill enough. These cowards just surrendered. If it weren't for the rules binding us, I would have slaughtered these wretched scum, by the way. Yifan, that was our senior sister, not General Linyue. Stop staring at her. He then glanced at Yifan's midsection, gesturing with a hand to caution. Be careful, or you might lose your brotherhood. Wow, how can she resemble Linyue so much? The stout man signaled for silence. Shuh, Yidage, don't mention it again. She's looking over here. The imperial maiden coldly commanded, Yifan, go kill Guade Song. As for these defeated soldiers, they shall be dealt with by General Wenzhong. Yifan turned his gaze to Guade Song, who had been knocked to the ground by the imperial maiden, barely concealing his excitement, for he had thought he might not get the chance to slay this fellow after all. Guade Song, did you ever consider this outcome? Yifan chuckled softly. Guade Song lifted his head, his expression wild. Yifan, you merely possess good fortune. If given another chance, I would still kill Linyue, perhaps even commit unspeakable acts. With a swift stroke, Yifan severed Guade Song's head, sneering at it in his grasp. I know you're yearning for survival, yet I am equally eager to end your life swiftly. Fatty, could you and Inyo take me to Wangyue Mountain? Yifan inquired softly. The stout man immediately tapped a few times on the formation plate, which then flew from his hand, transforming into a platform large enough for three. How about that? My formation plate is quite impressive. Isn't it? The stout man beamed with pride. Before he could continue boasting, Huang Ning pulled Yifan onto the platform, interrupting, Yifan, you wouldn't actually be? Yifan nodded gently, unabashedly confessing, I like her. I have completely fallen for her. So in this lifetime, I may only love her. Wow, you say that without even blushing. You must have grown a thick skin over the years, the stout man and Huang Ning exclaimed in amazement. Yifan forced a smile and explained helplessly, we aren't really time travelers. We can only say we have returned to our true selves. Surely you both understand this now? They nodded in agreement. Indeed, it can only be considered as waking from a long slumber in another epoch, and now we have awakened in this one. Huang Ning added earnestly, Yifan, you don't intend to become the Yi Emperor from those novels. Do you? The stout man chuckled lewdly. This guy still looks the same as before, with that pretty boy facade. If he is going to act aloof, that's one thing, but now he is really showing off. I bet he is destined to be a playboy. Laughter erupted among the three. Yifan's heart brimmed with joy. It had been years since he felt this happy. Cautiously, the stout man asked, Yifan, are your parents still alive in this life? Yifan's expression turned serious. They perished in the 5 emperors conflict, so I must seek justice for them, even if it means opposing heaven and earth. Yifan murmured, if I achieve enlightenment, I shall be unmatched in the world, and you too. He inquired that I'm waiting for my training to conclude so I can return home, inherit the family business, and marry a dozen wives to enjoy my twilight years. The stout man replied nonchalantly. Huang Ning remained silent, only slowly revealing, I was picked up by my master. I likely have no parents. What the hell, do you think you sprang from a rock like the Monkey King? I was also picked up by old Mu along with you, the stout man countered. Huang Ning stubbornly replied, they are in the immortal realm. TSK, and yo, you're being naughty again, aren't you? Yifan and the stout man exchanged knowing glances and playfully pinned Huang Ning down on the platform, tickling him. Amid the laughter, the three approached Wangyue Mountain. Yifan placed Guizong's head before a tombstone, then sat cross-legged before it, wiping the snow off the stone with his sleeve. After taking a sip of strong liquor, he spoke softly, Yuer, I may not be able to visit you often in the future. You won't be angry, will you? If you remain silent, I'll take it as your agreement. I've decided to seek that old man. I want to practice the unparalleled sword technique and tread the path that is unique throughout the ages, demanding justice from the lofty gods. The journey ahead is fraught with danger, and it is uncertain whether I will return. He will stay here with you, waiting for me. Yifan rose and walked over to the stout man and Huang Ning, gently patting their shoulders. Let us go. The three stepped onto the platform and headed towards the royal capital. Enveloped in silence. Yifan, I have also heard my master mention that old blind man. His character is eccentric and his whereabouts unpredictable. You must be cautious, the stout man spoke solemnly, noticing Yifan's silence. He nudged Huang Ning, exchanging knowing glances. Huang Ning chuckled, Yifan, that old fellow is in the southern wilderness. The journey to the southern wilderness requires traversing 100,000 miles of desert, and there are also time-space rifts. Without your cultivation, do you expect to walk into death? Anyo's words were crude yet wise. Yifan, think this over carefully. You two fools should keep quiet. If I learn sword control, won't that suffice? Yifan replied confidently. That sword control? Yifan interrupted. I know you both mean well, but Yuera once said that the old blind man's swordsmanship is unparalleled throughout the ages, and this person is incredibly mysterious. Even we from the Xinyuan ancient universe are aware of him. It was also Yuera who guided us back then, and she suffered a backlash from the great Tao, never fully recovering, which caused her cultivation to plummet from the pinnacle of the imperial path to that of humanity. So, please, do not urge me further. Otherwise, our brotherhood will be at stake. Damn, you flip-flop faster than a coin toss. The stout man grumbled in irritation. The three conversed about their experiences over the years in the capital of the Great Xia. The broad streets were adorned with red silk and lanterns, creating a festive atmosphere. Within the inner city of the imperial capital, the resplendent Lingxian Palace was bustling with activity, with thousands of palace maids scurrying about. In the bridal chamber, a woman with fair skin, adorned in phoenix crown and splendid garments, sat before a bright mirror, scrutinizing her appearance, exuding an air of cold elegance and nobility. Yet, how could a mere mortal possibly be worthy of me? My father wishes to marry me off to that bloodthirsty fiend simply because of the general, imperial spirit. What right do you have to question your father? You are but a woman. The girl mocked herself. What does it matter if I possess royal cultivation? Born into the royal family from the moment of my birth, I have been shackled by fate, unable to escape. It is merely a matter of time. If he dares to touch me tonight, I shall perish alongside him. Father, do not blame me. The spirit is unfilial. On the towering azure city walls, two prominent characters were inscribed, Imperial Capital. The three disembarked from the platform, and as Yifan prepared to take out a talisman, the guards unexpectedly bowed to him, whispering, Yijian Master, someone is waiting for you in the carriage. Please, step inside. Still in a daze, Yifan was gently pushed into a nearby carriage by several guards. Upon entering, they saw a strikingly handsome young man, with an air of both gentleness and authority, nodding with a smile, beckoning them to sit. Yifan felt a wave of nerves as he sat beside the youth. The stout man jokingly remarked, Bro, you look like a scholar, yet there is something different about you. Could you be a cultivator? Yifan quickly blinked at the two, signaling them to silence. This was none other than the current king. He wasn't in seclusion, was he? Now, the crown prince was ruling in his stead? Emperor Xian, you seem to have heard Yifan's thoughts, and he sighed lightly, saying, Seclusion is rather dull. I heard that Miss Lungyue was in trouble. So I came to take a look, but I didn't expect. With a sigh, he continued, however, you are still young. I have arranged a marriage for you. You don't mind, do you? Yifan managed an awkward smile, intending to explain, when he heard the two hefty men speak in unison. Your Majesty, Yifan has confided in us that he considers your marriage proposal to be an immense favor. And he is utterly delighted. Emperor Xianyu nodded in satisfaction, casting a benevolent glance towards Yifan. The two hefty men wiped the beads of sweat from their foreheads, their backs already drenched. Just moments ago, Emperor Xianyu had communicated with them directly, brazenly threatening. If you fail to persuade Yifan to accept the marriage, I shall send you both to the valley of the god of death. As his senior, I trust the sect will not dare to seek recompense from me. One of the hefty men patted Yifan's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Yifan, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why are you being so dense? Quickly agree to the emperor's proposal, and we shall become noble kin. Yifan ignored the hefty man, turning to face Emperor Xianyu, mustering the courage to reply. Your Majesty, this seems rather inappropriate. Emperor Xianyu chuckled warmly, patting Yifan on the shoulder. What is inappropriate about it? I was married at the tender age of 13, and you, my boy, have already surpassed the age of 15. Is it not time? Suddenly, the emperor's expression darkened as he questioned. Do you think my daughter unworthy of you? Yifan was left speechless, feeling as if he were being coerced. He quickly clarified. Your Majesty. What I meant to say is that I am unworthy of the esteemed princess, as I am merely a commoner who cannot cultivate. Emperor Xianyu's gaze grew solemn. Is it that you feel you owe an apology to Longyu? Yifan averted his eyes, falling into silence. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere became tense. Seeing the emperor's displeasure, the two hefty men hastily tried to smooth things over, chuckling awkwardly. Your Majesty, Yifan might be afraid the princess would look down on him. But in truth, he is quite hopeful. Emperor Xianyu waved his hand, signaling them to cease their chatter. Just then, the carriage came to a halt, and the two hefty men departed, leaving only Emperor Xianyu and Yifan. Yifan, I shall ask you once more. If you agree, step down with me. If not, you are to leave the borders of the Summer Kingdom. Yifan looked up at the imposing figure of Emperor Xianyu and asked, Your Majesty, do you intend to expel me? Emperor Xianyu laughed in exasperation. I am not so petty, he continued with earnestness. After all, the immortal spirit is a divine maiden of the Upper Clear Palace. Should you refuse the proposal, they, being of high stature, will undoubtedly perceive that you look down upon the immortal spirit. At that point, you will not only face relentless pursuit from the divine palace, but also the wrath of her suitors. Thus, consider your options carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Xianyu exited the carriage, disappearing from sight. Why, Yifan pondered. Was the emperor threatening him or merely illuminating the reality of his situation? Yifan, were you not seeking justice from the five emperors? Hearing the voice of the system, Yifan asked in confusion. Does the immortal spirit have ties to the five emperors? Oh dear. How can you, a general of the great Xia, not know the Empress of Fuyo? She is a figure of utmost prominence in this Qinglan realm. Moreover, the immortal spirit's master is none other than the Empress of Fuyo. Although it is handled by the sect's elders, it remains an undeniable fact that so. Are you implying that I am to wed her? Yifan inquired. This system can provide you with an item to observe the immortal spirit. You could use her as a pawn. Wouldn't that be splendid? The system continued. You could win the heart of a beauty while drawing closer to the Empress of Fuyo. It is a flawless plan. Is it not? As Yifan listened to the system's persuasive arguments, he felt a stirring within him. Very well, I shall proceed as you suggest. The system responded with relief. At last, you have seen the light. I was truly worried you might never awaken. It continued. This is called the heart-locking goo. You shall consume the mother goo and find a way to have the child goo consumed by the immortal spirit. She will then be completely obedient to you, and no emperor will detect this Gu. Yifan gazed at the two tiny black dots in his hand, inquiring, Are there any side effects? The system hesitated briefly before confidently proclaiming, Of course, there are no side effects. When you wish to remove it, simply have her consume your blood. The system urged, Enough of this. Time is of the essence. We must proceed. Chapter 9. Surpassing celestial beings' unparalleled beauty. Yifan stepped down from the carriage, gazing at the grand and imposing mansion, where two prominent characters were inscribed in bold on the black plaque, E-Mansion. Upon seeing Yifan approach, the guards at the entrance immediately stood at attention, respectfully declaring, Welcome back, Sword Master Yi. Yifan managed an embarrassed smile, waving his hand dismissively. I am no lord, and certainly not a sword master. Years ago, during a martial arts competition in the capital, He had inadvertently torn the dress of a cold and aloof woman while wielding his sword, leading to her pursuit of him through dozens of streets. From that moment, the title of Sword Master had spread far and wide. Looking back, he felt quite embarrassed, having heard that the woman hailed from a powerful faction, yet remained oblivious to her name for years. A source of constant vexation. Guided by a maid, Yifan arrived at his room, where 5 or 6 maids entered with wedding attire, preparing to assist him in bathing and dressing. Wait, Yifan stammered. Startled by the commotion, "You all can leave. I can manage myself. Just place the clothes on the table and step outside." However, the maids remained undeterred, their eyes fixed on Yifan as he began to undress. Yifan sighed in exasperation. "Could you please leave?" The maids knelt before him. "Swordmaster, we are the princess's personal maids, sent by her to assist you. Please, do not make this difficult for us." With a darkened expression, Yifan retorted angrily, "Leave at once. I say this for the last time. As for her, I will speak with her myself." The maids attempted to argue, but Yifan decisively commanded, "Withdraw." Seeing the maids retreat to the door, Yifan finally removed his clothing and settled into the bathing tub. "Moon, rest assured, my heart belongs solely to you. Any engagement with her is but a fleeting charade." In the purple gold palace, Emperor Xianyu, donned in a resplendent red dragon robe, sat authoritatively upon the throne, while the current crown prince and the high-ranking ministers, adorned in red robes, gathered below in the Lingxian palace. Within the chamber of the immortal spirit, a maid hurried in to report, "Your Highness, Yi Sword Master has sent us away, claiming he can manage alone." "Humph," the immortal spirit coldly replied, "What a disingenuous man. He hides his true self well. I wonder how long he can keep up this facade." Just then, a flustered maid rushed in, breathless and hurriedly announcing, "Your Highness, the Sword Master is fighting someone at the main gate." "Oh," the immortal spirit responded with keen interest, "cover my face with the red veil. Let us go see who dares to act recklessly at the gates of Lingxian Palace." Yi Fan, bewildered, looked toward the man in black robes and asked, "Who are you? And why have you harmed my steed?" "I am here to kill you. Is that clear now?" the man replied, his blood-red eyes surrounded by swirling black mist, his face adorned with eerie, greenish scales, without warning. Yifan was struck in the chest by a punch, sending him crashing into the wall, blood spilling forth. Struggling to his feet, his expression darkened to the utmost degree, he thought to himself, "System, what manner of creature is this, and how can his skin be so thick?" The system, taking on a humanoid form, glanced at the man with excitement gleaming in its eyes, exclaiming, "Little Fan, you have stumbled upon a treasure. This is an incredibly ancient Sha Qilin. Do not speak. I will teach you beast-taming techniques. Just follow my instructions," the system urged. Yi Fan staggered toward the Sha Qilin, murmuring incantations, and as the Sha Qilin momentarily froze in confusion, he struck a punch beneath its neck, immediately following with a palm on its chest. Yi Fan stepped back, inquiring, "System, are you sure this will work?" "Of course. I am a one-of-a-kind existence. This Sha Qilin is merely an infant. Normal beast-taming techniques will suffice," the system assured him. Yi Fan glanced at the runes he had inscribed with his own blood, still feeling skeptical. Is it truly that miraculous? The fantastical world of cultivation is truly beyond comprehension. "Ah, you accursed creature, what have you done to me? My head is pounding." The Sha Qilin howled in agony, collapsing to the ground in distress. Yi Fan paused, then commanded, "Stand up. I am now your master." The Sha Qilin, against its will, rose to its feet, kneeling before Yi Fan with sincerity. "I greet my master. Remarkable. This is quite impressive. I am growing fond of this cultivation world," Yi Fan thought to himself, reveling in his fortune. After all, in novels, creatures like the Qilin are often part of powerful, innate lineages. "Qilin, I command you to revert to your true form. Your slaying of my steed shall serve as a minor punishment." "Understood," the Sha Qilin replied. In an instant, a tempest surged, and a towering, bloodthirsty Qilin materialized, its eyes reminiscent of the depths of hell, instilling fear in all who dared to meet its gaze. At that moment, a voice filled with icy sarcasm rang out. "Ha, Yi Sword Master, you truly are formidable. Even for a wedding, you have summoned a Qilin, a legendary taboo being. Yi Fan and the onlookers turned to see the immortal spirit, adorned in a phoenix crown and flowing garments, emerging from the palace. Her tone laced with mockery. Yi Fan frowned, a sly smile creeping onto his lips as he feigned innocence. Dear lady, why such words? What is mine shall also be yours. Empress Ling was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such audacity from this individual, who exuded a complete lack of shame. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Yi Fan approached Empress Ling and gently lifted her into his embrace. Empress Ling tightened her grip on Yi Fan's arm, her voice icy as she demanded, "What do you intend to do?" Through the red veil, Yi Fan gazed at her vaguely visible delicate features and smiled innocently. Why? I am simply escorting my lady to meet the king. As soon as Yi Fan's words fell, he lightly touched the ground with his toes and leaped gracefully onto the back of the Qilin. Empress Ling twisted Yi Fan's arm and enunciated each word with deliberate clarity. Release me at once, or I shall ensure you and that woman are buried together for eternity. Though you believe me. Yi Fan's expression shifted, and he promptly released Empress Ling, tentatively inquiring, How do you know of her grave? Seated before them, Empress Ling replied coldly, That is my concern. There is no need for you to inquire further. From this day forward, let it remain thus understood. Yi Fan shrugged dismissively, If you prefer not to ask, then so be it. Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. My marriage to you was a matter of necessity. Do you truly think I would wed someone as frigid as you? A mere ice statue? Empress Ling replied with a laugh, Very well. Let us maintain our distance as before, each disregarding the other's affairs, like water that does not mix with the river. Unbeknownst to them, a faint crimson thread had materialized between the Qilin's body, binding the two together. Such was fate, a whimsical twist of destiny. As they reached the foot of the heavenly staircase leading to the Golden Palace, Yi Fan jumped down first. Out of courtesy, he extended his hand to assist Empress Ling, only to have her swatted away and jump down unaided. She strode ahead, her long skirt trailing behind her, creating a stunning tableau. If it were not for her somewhat aloof demeanor, she would have been the epitome of perfection. Yi Fan offered an awkward smile to the guards before ascending the staircase. Inside the hall, Emperor Xianyu, seated upon his throne, had initially welcomed their arrival with joy. However, upon witnessing Empress Ling rebuff Yi Fan's gesture in front of everyone, his countenance darkened considerably. Not only Emperor Xianyu, but also the gathered ministers observed this awkward scene with hushed whispers that rose and fell. The princess has just slapped the emperor in the face. After all, it was the emperor himself who had arranged this marriage. Even interrupting his seclusion to officiate the ceremony. At that moment, the officiant at the palace entrance noticed Emperor Xianyu's nod and turned to announce loudly, Yi Fan, Swordmaster, and Princess Ling, enter. As the officiant trailed behind the two, they reached the center of the hall, awaiting Emperor Xianyu's command. Yet, he remained silent, his gaze fixed coldly on his rebellious jewel. The atmosphere became palpably tense until Yi Fan cheerfully suggested, My lord, perhaps we could forego these tedious formalities. Emperor Xianyu averted his gaze, forcing a smile. Since you have said so, Yi Fan, let us dispense with the fuss. After all, this is merely the beginning. There will be a grand celebration in 3 years, so there is no rush. With that, he curtly declared, Enjoy yourselves today. I shall return to my seclusion. Yi Fan was left bewildered by the mention of beginnings and grand events. The crown prince stood and chuckled. Allow me to clarify, Swordmaster Yi. What father means is that this event was too hasty and has not been publicly announced in 3 years. We shall inform the world and invite all to celebrate. For your identities are indeed significant and cannot be treated lightly. Now, come and drink with me. With that, the crown prince led Yi Fan towards the ministers and warriors. It was not that the crown prince and others intentionally ignored Empress Ling. Rather, before Emperor Xianyu departed, he had communicated to them all to regard Empress Ling as a mere maidservant, unworthy of attention. Unless she learned to respect Yi Fan and become a good wife within these 3 years, she would not be deemed worthy of her title. Initially perplexed, the crowd soon reconciled their thoughts, considering the powerful figure Yi Fan had behind him. Your Highness, I cannot drink any more. My limit is but a gene, and I have already consumed more than 2. Yi Fan exclaimed in a panic. System, quickly find a way to sober me up. The system replied nonchalantly, Not my concern. You chose to drink. Besides, I am not your personal property. So farewell. Curse it, this system is insubordinate. Yi Fan lamented. As the toasts continued, it became increasingly difficult to refuse. Yi Fan and the Crown Prince embraced one another, seated among the ministers, overwhelmed by emotions. An elderly scholar, his hair graying, beamed with a rosy complexion as he stammered. The king's secret Longan wine is truly exquisite. It makes me feel 50 years younger. A warrior laughed heartily. Lord Shangguan, did you not recently marry a young concubine? Shouldn't you be returning home for dinner? Indeed, Lord Shangguan, at 75, you still seem vigorous. Truly, age is but a number. Faced with their jests, Lord Shangguan retorted, you old codgers better not return home to find your wives waiting to tear you apart before mocking me. As the banter continued, the Crown Prince quickly interjected, Dragon Guards, ensure these lords return to their residences safely. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of soldiers clad in purple gold armor, wielding swords, appeared and carried the ministers away. The Crown Prince chuckled. These men are indeed a reflection of Father's style, unfettered and bold in their actions. These purple gold dragon guards were the loyal companions that Emperor Xin Yu had fought alongside during his youth. True brothers forged in battle. Even as Crown Prince, he could not command them without his father's edict. Seeing the figures at the palace entrance, the Crown Prince's eyes sparkled with happiness as he gently remarked, Brother Yi, I must take my leave. Your sister has come to escort me. Yi Fan sprawled on the ground, shaking his head. The Crown Prince glanced back at his sister, who remained standing, and sighed softly. He then rose, feeling dizzy, and exited the palace with the support of a demurely dressed, graceful woman, slowly descending the heavenly staircase to board a waiting carriage. With no palace maids in sight, Yi Fan furrowed his brow. His face contorted in anguish, finding solace in the coolness of the floor. As night fell, Empress Ling, who had been motionless, finally approached Yi Fan, her beautiful eyes flickering. With a kick from her half-foot-tall, hollowed-out purple gold heels, she nudged Yi Fan, noticing his lack of response and frowning in discontent. If you enjoy lying down, then continue to do so. With that, she turned to leave, illuminated by the moonlight at the palace entrance. Resembling a celestial being from the heavens, a chill swept through, causing Yi Fan to shiver awake, rubbing his blurry eyes to focus on the familiar figure at the door. Stumbling to his feet, he ambled forward, murmuring, Yuer, is that you? Yi Fan embraced the woman's slender waist, holding her tightly, unwilling to let go. Like a child, he wept, Yuer, do you know? I married a woman I do not know. She is as unyielding as an ancient ice block, devoid of warmth or affection. Our union is merely a facade, akin to renting a girlfriend. We are contractually bound, and one day I shall part ways with her. My heart belongs to you in this life and the next. I shall never love another. I have already buried you in Wangyuan Mountain, and now, all that remains within me is hatred. Have you finished? Came a chilling voice that sent shivers down his spine. Yi Fan caressed the delicate skin, crying and laughing. Even in dreams, I can hear her sharp, annoying voice. Suddenly, 3 resounding slaps echoed throughout the empty hall. Yi Fan covered his swollen face, slumping to the ground, gazing at the woman's ominous eyes and feared. I was just drunk. Please believe me, Yi Fan stammered. Empress Ling advanced menacingly, her eyes glinting with cold fury as she spat. I am sharp-tongued. When you were young, you tore my garments in front of so many people. Now, you have forced me to marry you. You truly are a paragon of virtue. Yi Fan chuckled awkwardly. I didn't realize it was you. Empress Ling retorted without mercy. If one day you can defeat me, I may persuade father to annul our union. After all, I do not wish to marry an ordinary mortal. I in the shadows. Emperor Xin Yu and a woman whose features were obscured watched the scene unfold. Seeing his daughter's aggressive stance, Emperor Xin Yu's temper flared, and he made to intervene. However, the woman beside him subtly shook her head, seemingly conveying something to him, and he reluctantly followed her out. In order for us to swiftly free ourselves from these shackles, I can offer you the legacy of a peak emperor's path, allowing you to ascend to the royal realm within 3 years. How does that sound? Yi Fan scoffed. Why should I rely on the paths of others when I can cultivate my own? I shall tread a path unparalleled throughout the ages, a path unique to me. Yi Fan, the ordinary path is inherently invincible. Why then would I need to borrow from others? After asserting this with an air of dominance, Yifan disregarded the dazed Emperor Xianling and proceeded to descend the heavenly staircase. Oh dear! As Emperor Xianling leisurely exited the grand hall, she noticed Yifan sprawled on the ground, limbs akimbo, sound asleep. A faint smile crept upon her lips as she approached, gently lifting the unconscious Yifan and setting off towards the residence of the sword master on the formidable Qilin. Casting her gaze upon the rather handsome man in her arms, she found amusement in his earlier proclamation. This mere mortal, deemed incapable of cultivation, dared to aspire to transcendence. How exceedingly difficult that would be. Did he truly believe he could succeed? The tranquil street lay deserted, save for the patrolling night guards. Under the moonlight, the empty alley bore witness to a unique tableau of beauty, youth, and ferocity. Xianyu. Do you think these two will truly end up together? In the night sky, two silhouettes hovered, their faces obscured. Emperor Xianyu replied uncertainly, "It's hard to say. Chiefly because this rebellious girl is far too arrogant. She should never have been allowed to attend the Fuyo imperial sect." The other figure admonished, "Emperor Xianyu, refrain from speaking so lightly. The concept of karma is intangible and elusive. We must tread carefully." Chapter 11. The lusciously gentle drunken beauty. The summer night was alive with the chirping of cicadas and the croaking of frogs. Emperor Xianling sat alone in a pavilion by the pond. Indulging in solitary libations, a delicate, snow-white snake emerged from her bosom, nuzzling against her chin. Emperor Xianling extended her hand, placing the small serpent on the stone table. A radiant smile graced her otherwise icy visage, rendering even the brightest moon pale in comparison. Her voice, though soft, carried an unusual warmth. "Little Ran, you must obey him when you are by his side. If he treats you poorly, I shall teach him a lesson on your behalf." The little snake's violet eyes revealed a hint of sorrow, remaining still upon the table. At that moment, Yifan stealthily appeared behind her. "Madam, it's late. You should return to your quarters." Emperor Xianling did not turn but continued to drink with unperturbed grace. The little white snake swiftly darted into her sleeve. Yifan plopped down beside her, finishing the remaining wine in her cup in one gulp, his gaze hazy as it fell upon her. Her fair skin illuminated by the moonlight, accentuating her exquisite form. Seemingly vexed by Yifan's penetrating stare, Emperor Xianling coldly remarked, "Return to your own room. I will not share a bed with you. So give up on that thought." Suddenly emboldened, Yifan wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Leaning closer, the scent of her fragrance wafting into his nostrils, he nestled his head on her shoulder. Whispering, "The king is watching from the shadows. If you're unafraid of reprimand, feel free to stay here. I, for one, do not mind. I shall depart in due time." Emperor Xianling, visibly repulsed, pushed him away, rising to her feet, theatrically pulling on his arm to lead him inside. Yifan's audacity stemmed from the pressure of the system, having no bearing on his actual character. He considered himself a paragon of virtue, merely a pawn in the system's game. "System, are you not concerned that this woman might cleave me in two?" Yifan inquired, trembling with trepidation. The system retorted, "Please, you are truly timid. The worst she might do is give you a good thrashing. How could she ever dare to kill you when Emperor Xianyu has been watching over you both to prevent any unforeseen events?" Yifan blinked, realizing. "So, you mean to say, when you encouraged me to speak to Emperor Xianling in that manner, it was because the king was indeed present?" The system rolled its eyes. "What else could it be? Now, remember what I instructed. Find a way to make her consume the soul lock powder. Then feed it to her, and you shall forge a contract with her." Yifan grumbled, "Goodness, always so fierce. Other systems are considerate and gentle. Yours must be a knockoff. Enough already, let go." Upon hearing this, Yifan immediately released the tender, curvaceous waist, standing upright. He offered a sheepish smile to Emperor Xianling, saying, "Do not misunderstand. I harbor no intentions towards you. It was merely a jest." "Ha?" Emperor Xianling remained silent, sitting at the edge of the bed, entering a meditative state, ignoring Yifan completely. "System, what should I do? This woman is ignoring me." Seeing the system was unresponsive, Yifan's attention turned to the teapot. Nervously, he poured a cup of tea, stealthily adding the soul lock powder into it, his hand trembling uncontrollably as he carefully brought the cup beside Emperor Xianling. Gazing at her delicate features, he momentarily lost his composure. Shaking his head to regain focus, He gently spoke, "Madam, please have some tea." Yet, Emperor Xianling continued to disregard him, internally contemplating how many times she wished to eliminate Yifan. This persistent nuisance, what merit could he possibly possess that would compel her father to offend the sect for the sake of marrying him? He was merely a childish brat. Unable to concentrate on her cultivation due to Yifan's incessant interruptions, she thought, should he disturb her and she inadvertently falter in her meditation, it would be a regrettable loss. With a slight flicker in her beautiful eyes, she opened them, casting a glance at the grinning Yifan. Without a second thought, she lifted the teacup and drained its contents. "All right, I've finished. What more do you wish to say?" Seeing Yifan shake his head, she glared at him menacingly and declared, "If you dare to prattle on any further, I shall teach you the meaning of life and death." Why Yifan merely pouted, refraining from retorting, fully aware that she had previously looked down upon him, and now her disdain had only intensified, as if she longed to eliminate him post-haste. Feeling despondent, Yifan rested his head on the table, quietly observing Emperor Xianling as she cultivated on the bed. Utterly bored, an hour passed without any sign of her reacting, prompting Yifan to question, "System, you're certain that substance is a sham, right?" The system remained silent. Why Yifan cursed under his breath. What use is this treacherous system? Suddenly, as if jolted awake from her meditation, Emperor Xianling opened her eyes, coughing up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Yifan reacted swiftly, rushing to her side and catching her delicate form, feeling the softness of her body in his embrace. Pretending ignorance, he feigned concern, asking, "Madam, what has happened? Is it an issue with your cultivation?" Emperor Xianling, drained of energy, weakly replied, "Yifan, if you dare to lay a hand on me, I will kill you." I sweared. A solitary tear cascaded down her cheek as she fixed her piercing gaze upon him. Setting her down gently on the bed, Yifan contemplated for a moment before speaking slowly, "Emperor Xianling, this time, Yifan, am truly sorry." And no sooner had he finished speaking than he retrieved a tiny black insect the size of a grain of rice from his sleeve. Under her shocked gaze, he callously pinched her delicate skin, unhesitatingly placing the insect into his own mouth. Yifan meticulously removed her ornate crown and resplendent garments, revealing her exquisite figure beneath the sheer fabric. Igniting a fervor within him, he swallowed hard, turning her over and unfastening the back of her clothing, exposing her flawless body. Holding his breath, he bit his finger and inscribed runes upon her back. After what felt like an eternity, drenched in sweat, Yifan finally exhaled in relief. Having completed the intricate markings, he dressed Emperor Xianling once more, then quietly sat beside her, waiting for the effects of the drug to dissipate. As dawn broke, heralded by the crowing of roosters and barking of dogs, Yifan, who had intended to take a brief rest, found himself sleeping soundly beside Emperor Xianling, as the effects of the drug wore off. She stirred slightly, delivering a swift kick that roused Yifan. He smiled nonchalantly. "You're awake." A murderous glint flashed in her eyes as she seized his neck, her voice icy. "What did you do to me last night? Do you still remember?" Yifan replied earnestly, "Of course I remember. I fed you medicine." Her fierce glare intensified as she ground her teeth. "Very well, Yifan. Today I shall ensure your demise." Instantly, all remnants of sleep vanished from Yifan's mind, and he hurriedly began to recite the incantations of the runes. "What? Why isn't it working? What is going on?" With a series of slaps, Emperor Xianling struck his face. "You're trying to control this thing, aren't you?" Yifan looked up in horror at the lifeless insect in her hand, exclaiming, "How could you kill it?" Emperor Xianling tossed him to the ground, calmly stating, "From the very beginning, I sought to understand why you would humble yourself to marry me. Thus, I devised a plan to see what you intended to do. It appears now that your motives do not lie with me, but rather with the Fuyo Empress, correct?" Yifan's pupils constricted as he stared in dread at the woman who had pierced through his intentions. Emperor Xianling inquired slowly, "Didn't my father inform you of my unique eyes?" Yifan replied, bewildered, "Emperor Xian, you never mentioned it. The eye of desolation can perceive the desires of the world and the hearts of men. Thus, when you and I locked eyes, I gleaned your innermost thoughts. I never anticipated that a mere insect would harbor such aspirations for defiance against the heavens." Emperor Xianling, perplexed, asked, What grievance drives you to seek the destruction of the great emperor who guards the Qinglan realm? Yi Fan did not respond. Instead, he rose to his feet, staggering as he slammed the door behind him. Di Xianling gazed at his desolate figure and declared resolutely, Yi Fan, regardless of your intentions, should they pose any threat to my master, I shall not hesitate to kill you, even if my father were to stand in my way. I in the void. Di Xuanyu observed this scene, shaking his head with a sigh before his ethereal form vanished from sight. Chapter 12. Infatuated clouds and the playful lord in the luxurious private box atop Fengshui Tower. Zhang Fadi was surrounded by companions, drinking to excess and swaying unsteadily. Huang Ning chided him playfully. Yi Fan, you rascal, Fadi and I have been waiting for you here for an entire day and night. Are you truly reluctant to part with your beautiful maiden? Yi Fan took a hearty gulp of wine, his expression one of bewilderment, and lamented, What good is an ice princess? I would rather spend some money and hire an artist to perform a dance. Fadi and Inyo burst into laughter. Ha ha, brother, you're just the same as ever. Come, let us drink. Feeling slightly dazed from the drink, Yi Fan stood up, theatrically brandishing his arms, and proclaimed, In our world, marriage is but a grave for us impoverished souls. Yet, having taken this woman as my wife, I find myself perpetually teetering between life and death. Seated beside him, a scantily clad and alluring dancer smiled and inquired, Young master, what sort of woman have you married? You seem to fear her, Yi Fan retorted angrily. Fear? How could I possibly fear her? Were she not a princess, I would ensure she was tamed to my satisfaction. The dancer sensed Yi Fan was boasting, and she turned to Fadi for confirmation. Master Zhang, has your friend had too much to drink? He is rambling nonsensically. Everyone knows that the princesses of our Xia kingdom are exceptionally talented, particularly the one known as Xianling, whose birth was heralded by the roars of dragons and the songs of phoenixes. She was taken as a disciple by the Empress of the Winds at birth. Fadi and Inyo exchanged knowing smiles but remained silent, preferring to enjoy their drinks. After all, this was Yi Fan's personal affair, and they wished to avoid entanglements, especially given the formidable nature of the woman involved, as they had been warned by their sect upon her arrival. The dancer, still curious, turned to Yi Fan and cautiously asked, Young Master Yi, may I inquire which princess you have wed? Yi Fan pinched the dancer's chin, chuckling, Do you think I am merely boasting? The dancer was taken aback. After all, those who could ascend to the top floor held significant status. She quickly knelt, apologizing, Young master, please do not be angry. Xianyi meant no harm. She was simply curious. Yi Fan waved his hand, helping her up, and smiled gently, No harm done. I bear no grudge against you. Xianyi's eyes sparkled as she obediently sat beside Yi Fan, curiously observing his profile. Is he handsome? She mused aloud. Xianyi instinctively replied, He looks like a refined, wayward scholar. Yi Fan was speechless. Am I truly so unremarkable? Xianyi, regaining her earlier courage, blushed and said, Young master, you jest. Yet you still have not revealed which princess you have married. Without a moment's thought, Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, Her name is Di Xianling. Xianyi's eyes widened with astonishment. Then you are the renowned Yi Jin master? Yi Fan flicked a lock of hair with a flourish, unabashedly declaring, Indeed, I am Yi Fan. Wow, you are indeed the esteemed prince consort of Princess Xianling. Young master, at such a tender age, you have already made a name for yourself far and wide, an exemplary match with the princess. A celestial couple. Xianyi raised her cup and downed its contents in one go, her cheeks flushed, her delicate skin alluringly radiant. Yi Fan smacked his drowsy head and laughed boisterously. Xianyi is also quite remarkable, with beauty that is rare in this world. As his words hung in the air, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Even Fadi and Inyo set down their cups, anxiously glancing towards the door. Fadi coughed, casting furtive glances at Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan remained fixated on Xianyi, softly saying, You are more gentle and considerate than she. Do not harbor any feelings of inferiority. Everyone has their own charm. Xianyi hurriedly waved her hands. Young master, you jest? I am merely a performer. How could I possibly compare to a princess of such noble birth? A chilling voice suddenly pierced through the air from outside the door. Such trivial matters. I believe it is within Lord Ye's capabilities to redeem you and bring you to his residence, where you may serve him tea or warm his bed, is it not? Yi Fan concurred indeed. You speak true. However, as for warming the bed, let's refrain from that, I suppose. Xian-yi, you have yet to step outside and witness the world beyond. At some point, Xian-yi, who had been kneeling, trembled and tugged at Yifan's garments, her voice quivering. Young master, I beg you, please do not say any more. Fear not. Today she has arrived, and I shall speak of our wedding night. Di Xianling, clad in a flowing red gown with a diminutive sword adorning her hair, exuded an air of cold elegance that contrasted sharply with the raucous atmosphere. Taking a seat beside Yifan, Di Xianling spoke nonchalantly. Continue speaking, but before I make my move, I hope you will say all you need to say at once. Upon her arrival, her father had advised her to hold back. You may strike, but do not kill him. Although she was perplexed, perhaps this was not entirely unfavorable. Fatty and Huang Ning immediately stood, smiling sheepishly as they clasped their fists in greeting. Sister-in-law, Yi Gu was merely speaking out of drunkenness. Do not take it to heart, for this is not home. Perhaps we should escort Yifan back to his residence. Any matters can be discussed there. Shall we? As they spoke, they attempted to lead Yifan away. Stop! The cold voice startled them, causing them to stumble and fall silent. Di Xianling's eyes gleamed with a frosty light. Do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. You two are cut from the same cloth. You know what he did last night? Di Xianling questioned. The two men exchanged blank stares, shaking their heads repeatedly. Why, Yifan? Shall I reveal your true nature to your dear friends? What a hypocrite you are! Di Xianling pretended to inquire. Why, Yifan, somewhat sobering, grasped Di Xianling's hand and interjected. My lady, I was indeed excessive last night, keeping you awake throughout. I was wrong. Let us return home. By the heavens, did he truly sleep with her? Fatty and Inyo exchanged glances and silently gave Yifan a thumbs up. Di Xianling, her expression unwavering, rose slowly and delivered a light slap to Yifan's chest. He was propelled like a cannonball, plummeting from the third floor and crashing heavily onto the street below. The innkeeper rushed forward to check if Yifan was still alive. At that moment, the innkeeper's wife recognized Yifan and cried out, Quickly, alert the authorities. Someone is attempting to murder Yijian Master. Everyone, keep an eye on the third floor and prevent the assassin from escaping. Before long, the sound of disciplined footsteps approached, and upon hearing the commotion, the crowd parted to make way. The innkeeper's wife, wailing, grasped the arm of the enforcement team leader, weeping, My lord, Yijian Master's demise has nothing to do with us. The assassin remains on the third floor. Team leader Wang Lin glanced up at the third floor, just about to speak when he was interrupted by Di Xianling's icy voice. Captain Wang, disband your team. This princess and her husband are merely engaging in a playful game. Do you need to intervene? Wang Lin appeared contemplative, but, upon catching sight of the stunning figure descending from the third floor, he quickly knelt on one knee, respectfully stating, I am Wang Lin, at your service, Princess Xianling. Di Xianling waved her hand, signaling him to leave promptly. Wang Lin, lacking common sense, blurted, Princess, Yijian Master is but a mortal. Should we not first take him to receive medical attention? Di Xianling cast a cold glare at Wang Lin, incredulous at his stubbornness. Wang Lin's subordinates hurriedly pulled him away. Di Xianling seized Yifan and, together, they floated away. Once Fatty and Inyo saw them depart, they both wiped the sweat from their brows, realizing they were drenched. Goodness, what kind of woman has Yifan found? So ruthless, from the third floor. No less, does she not fear killing him? Enough, you fat fool. Have you not seen Yifan's pallid visage? Huang Ning, having finished his drink, stood decisively. I want to return to the sect immediately. Initially, I had considered accompanying him to the southern wilderness. But now it seems wise to forego that. I fear I might meet my end here before even arriving. Fatty concurred, agreed. I too shall return to the sect. The splendors of this world are not meant for us. Let Yifan enjoy it alone. Di Xianling brought Yifan back to her residence, unceremoniously tossing him into the spiritual pool behind the mountain. Casting a cold glance at the nearly lifeless Yifan, she felt no trace of compassion. Her fury stemmed from the fact that, even if their affair was but a pretense, they should not have ventured to such places, nor casually divulged their matters to a dancer. It was utterly unforgivable. Since her father had instructed her not to kill him, she resolved to teach him the meaning of mutual respect over the next 3 months. With this thought in mind, a faint smile graced her lips as she turned to depart. Chapter 13. The young man's patriotism that night. A cool breeze wafted through the AI art by the edge of the spiritual pool. Di Xianling heard the sound of splashing water and, with an impassive expression, remarked, "Are you awake now?" Yi Fan emerged from the water, his entire being drenched, as he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. He paid no heed to the words of the immortal emperor and instead anxiously inquired of the system, "You are neglecting me. I might as well perish to show you. Do you believe it?" The system's languid voice responded, "Little Fan, please do not be so irritable. A young person should uphold martial virtue. Damn it, you deceitful entity. Look at my current predicament. Had I known, I would not have listened to you. Now I feel as if every bone in my body is shattered." The system retorted angrily, "How can you blame me for this? It was your own misstep that led to your discovery. Then why the hell did you not inform me that woman has YTing?" The system feigned ignorance and evaded the question, saying, "How was I to know you were unaware? You never asked." Yi Fan was left speechless in his fury. At some point, the immortal emperor had approached Yi Fan, staring at him intently without uttering a word. Yi Fan turned to face him, and the two stood in silent confrontation. The immortal emperor, with a pointed implication, asked, "Have you considered it carefully?" Yi Fan, maintaining his composure, smiled faintly and replied calmly, "If it is not my path, it cannot be forced. Seek someone else." The immortal emperor frowned, his gaze turning hostile as he retorted, "A mud wall cannot be propped up. How much longer do you think you can survive?" Yi Fan shrugged indifferently and replied, "It matters not, as long as I live happily. Your concern is unwarranted." The immortal emperor, exasperated, questioned, "Does your childhood experience not grant you growth, something to remember?" Upon this statement, Yi Fan clenched his fists, his breath becoming erratic. The immortal emperor dismissed him coldly. "What use is that to us? You bear such burdens. How can you find time for enjoyment? Does your heart not feel uneasy?" Yi Fan exhaled deeply and said with tranquility, "I am inherently severed from the path of cultivation. This is an undeniable fact. Apart from the bloodline sword art, I possess nothing." The immortal emperor tossed him a volume of swordsmanship principles, leaving him with a remark, "Within half a month, if you grasp the true essence, I can assist you with one matter. Deal well for yourself." Yi Fan watched the figure fade into the encroaching night, momentarily bewildered. He self-deprecatingly mused, "Why would she help me? Is it mere charity?" Casting aside his distractions, he began to study the freshly inked swordsmanship text, meticulously detailed. For the next 10 days, Yi Fan remained in the pavilion, undisturbed save for meals brought by a maid. Days of relentless study brought him immense benefit. After stowing the book, he picked up a stick, practicing the sword techniques he had refined based on the principles. Not far off, the immortal emperor observed this with a flicker of satisfaction before turning to leave. 3 days later, Yi Fan was summoned to the palace by Emperor Xianyu. The golden palace, majestic and imposing, resembled a golden phoenix poised for flight, instilling a sense of awe. The countless steps crafted from precious stone exuded the grandeur of a great nation. As Yi Fan ascended, each step filled him with a burgeoning sense of pride. Inside the main hall, a thunderous voice reverberated. "A mere eastern island has caused the flying dragon general to suffer defeat, losing an arm in the process. Who shall provide this king with an explanation? How can my great Xia endure such repeated humiliation from such a trifling land?" Emperor Xianyu's voice boomed, shaking the glazed tiles of the hall. "Is there not a single soul willing to take up arms? Are you also afraid of losing your lives in your old age, or of tarnishing the nation's reputation? You useless gluttons, what purpose do you serve? I might as well be raising a pack of useless eaters." At that moment, a ceremonial officer inappropriately interrupted, "Your Majesty, the swordmaster Yi requests an audience." The officer was drenched in sweat, fearing Emperor Xianyu's wrath. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xianyu pondered for a moment before nodding. The officer, feeling a weight lift, announced, "Swordmaster Yi, enter." All the ministers cast puzzled looks at Yi Fan. "I wish to go into battle," he declared boldly. Gasps filled the room. The abruptness of his words left many speechless. Emperor Xianyu, unfazed, stated, "Have you considered this carefully? The dangers ahead are unimaginable, and without reinforcements, I too am powerless." Yi Fan, undeterred and vibrant, responded, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall draft a military decree. I will not return until the eastern island is vanquished. This statement astonished Emperor Xianyu, as it deviated greatly from his expectations. The one-armed general stepped forward, still exuding authority, and said gravely, "Your Majesty, if the young man possesses such resolve, let him proceed." At that moment, a tall figure entered the hall, his voice rich and magnetic. "If all else fails, his death shall mean the demise of the eastern island nations." The man spoke with conviction. "As sons of Huaxia, we must strive for strength, for our country and families, advancing without hesitation. Otherwise, how can we enjoy a flourishing era?" In an instant, all present, civil and military officials alike, bowed in unison. Many moved to tears, losing all semblance of composure. "We welcome the great general of the nation, the heavenly walker, back in triumph." Yi Fan too felt admiration as he gazed at the striking, purple-haired figure, a paragon of grace and valor. His lifelong idol, the heavenly walker, a legendary warrior of 1,000 years with countless accolades, and the master of Emperor Xianyu. "Little one, splendid. A man should possess such fiery spirit," the heavenly walker said, his presence commanding as he patted Yi Fan's shoulder. Emperor Xianyu rose from his throne, swiftly approaching the heavenly walker, and embraced him in silence. "Will this journey go smoothly?" Emperor Xianyu inquired as they settled on the steps beneath the throne. The heavenly walker, meticulous in his response, stated, "On this expedition, my great Xia shall claim the top position, and in 3 years, we shall open the dragon treasure domain." The assembly erupted in joyous tears, laughter echoing through the hall. Emperor Xianyu's eyes shimmered with pride. "Once again, my great Xia has secured the highest honor. How fortunate we are to have such a general among us." The crowd, filled with heartfelt sincerity, proclaimed in unison, "May the king bless great Xia. May the heavens protect our borders." Yi Fan felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, his eyes moistening with tears. This was the essence of patriotism. In his previous life, due to health issues, he could not serve the military, a lifelong regret. In this life, he yearned for a worry-free existence. The heavenly walker suddenly gestured, "Little Fan, come side." Yi Fan, taken aback, respectfully took a seat beside them. The three engaged in heartfelt conversation for hours, with not a single minister feeling fatigued, even experiencing a sensation akin to reversing age. Emperor Xianyu commanded, "Thus, let it be decided. Little Fan shall lead your breakthrough army alongside General Lung U.S. Divine Moon Army northward, on a mission to quell the eastern island." The heavenly walker gifted Yi Fan a modest wooden sword, advising him to keep it close and not to lose it. As they rose, Emperor Xianyu gently tossed a blank silken cloth into the air. Allowing it to unfurl and hover, he proclaimed, "I, Emperor Xianyu, hereby declare to the world, I officially appoint Yi Fan as the general of the rebellion, commanding the Breakthrough and Divine Moon armies to commence a northern expedition against the eastern island. There will be no mercy for our enemies." Yi Fan received the decree with both hands, carefully stowing it away. He bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, I wish to set off today. Speed is of the essence." "Ha ha ha, what a hasty lad. I have agreed on your behalf. Go swiftly." Yi Fan looked to Emperor Xianyu, who nodded resignedly. With joy, he exited the Golden Palace, raising his voice in a fervent cry, filled with fierce ambition. Not long after Yi Fan's departure, Emperor Xianyu and the ministers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. One minister, his arm raised, asked, "Your Majesty, this campaign should not encounter any unexpected events, correct?" Emperor Xianyu shrugged, seemingly indifferent, and departed with the heavenly walker, leaving the ministers in a state of confusion, exchanging worried glances. If anything were to go awry, surely the princess would not spare them. Realizing this, they hastened to the Lingxian Palace. Chapter 14. Rest in peace. Everyone, grief outside the imperial city, on the broad official road, Yi Fan rode the fierce Qilin, racing at breakneck speed. He patted the Qilin's back, saying, "Xiao Nemo, just head west. We shall first go to Tianyun Pass, then meet up with the brothers at Longmin Pass." The fierce Qilin, its majestic horn prominent, with glossy black scales, lowered its head in silent compliance, charging westward. Yi Fan cast a glance at the deep sword scars on its rear, his brow furrowing slightly in concern as he murmured, "Didn't he listen, did you? That must hurt." The Qilin remained unfazed, continuing its relentless sprint. Shortly after Yi Fan's departure, Outside the Lingxian Palace, a multitude of civil and military officials surrounded the palace. Preventing any exit, a military officer shouted, "Your Highness, we did not intend this. Please do not hold it against us." A maid hurriedly rushed out, bowing deeply to the officials, her voice urgent, "Gentlemen, please return. The princess has stated that his life or death is of no concern to her." The crowd, filled with anxiety, murmured among themselves, "What shall we do?" Though the eastern island is a small place, they worship the evil emperor. If anything happens, we will be in grave danger. A lamentation arose. Young Yi has been rather reckless. Though this skirmish is minor, it is still a task for the great general of the heavenly march. How could he not restrain himself? Let us return to our residence and contemplate our strategies. The esteemed officials exchanged glances, and in unison, they made their way toward a singular destination. Above Lingxian Palace, Tianqing stretched languidly and remarked, "Are we truly to remain indifferent?" Di Xuanyu shook his head with a smile, stating, "The edge of a sword is honed through trials, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from the bitter cold. Without genuine encounters of life and death, how can one cultivate a steadfast heart?" "He bears a great burden indeed," Tianqing concurred, saying, as he departs, "May he find tranquility in his heart. Perhaps it will spare him from unnecessary detours." Di Xuanyu patted Tianqing on the shoulder and suggested, "Come, let us indulge in some wine." Di Xianling gazed upward, her icy eyes betraying no trace of emotion. Tian Pass, a perilous checkpoint leading directly into the realm of Daxia. The entire fortification loomed magnificently at the bifurcation of the Yin Mountains, exuding an extraordinary grandeur. This place was perpetually shrouded in rain, with the ground muddied and treacherous. Before the gate, the Qilin shook off the mud from its claws with evident disdain and let out a low growl, seemingly expressing its displeasure. Yi Fan, however, paid it no heed, instead scrutinizing the towering city walls. "Why is there not a single guard today? Could something have transpired within?" Yi Fan paused, then called out to the ramparts, "I am the swordmaster. Open the gates at once." Receiving no response, Yi Fan glanced at the turbulent river, then resolutely declared, "Qilin, do you possess a means to cross this moat?" The Qilin, indifferent to the matter, shook its head, its gaze filled with contempt, as if to say, "You, a mere mortal, truly believe you can command me? How naive. System. Is there a way for me to enter the city? It is a matter of utmost urgency." "Oh dear. Only when faced with difficulties do you remember my existence," the system replied with a hint of sarcasm. Yi Fan's expression turned cold, his eyes glinting with determination. "If that is the case, I shall find my own way." With that, he soared on his sword. Though unsteady, he persevered and leaped across the 2-mile-wide river. The Qilin, unimpressed, casually trod upon the river's surface as if walking on air. Yi Fan entered the fortification, and the sight that greeted him churned his stomach. The battlements were littered with corpses, their faces grotesquely distorted. Eyes and hearts vanished without a trace. Yi Fan searched in vain, finding not a single survivor. Tirelessly, he transported the bodies, indifferent to the decay and the swarming maggots, for these were once his brothers. How could he allow them to lie unburied? The Qilin contemplated assisting, but recoiled at the sight of the cadavers, choosing instead to sit quietly and observe Yi Fan. After several days of sleepless toil, numerous mounds of earth had arisen outside the city. Clad in white robes and battle armor, with a simple white sash, he held a jar of wine, addressing the fallen, "Brothers, should there be a next life, I, Yi Fan, would gladly fight alongside you again. Farewell on your journey." Having completed his grim task, Yi Fan sank wearily to the riverbank, staring at the surging moat in silence. "Qilin, do you believe they have another life to look forward to?" The Qilin, now draped in a black cloak, sat down without the previous hostility, calmly offering, "They shall, for they sacrificed themselves for what they cherished. How could they not have a future?" Yi Fan responded with self-deprecating humor, "Perhaps so. You too will experience a moment of sentimentality someday." Hearing that familiar voice, Yi Fan smiled faintly but refrained from replying, desiring solitude without engaging in banter. Di Xianling stood behind him, slowly stating, "It was not humans who killed them, but a malevolent spirit. She is currently in seclusion within the Yin Mountains, at a critical juncture of her breakthrough and in a weakened state. If we were to enter the mountains now, Perhaps we might find a glimmer of hope. Yi Fan rose and thanked Di Xianling, then without hesitation, ascended his sword and flew directly into the Yin Mountains. The Qilin furrowed its brow, questioning, why deceive him? Di Xianling regarded the Qilin with interest. Her voice crisp and icy. What concern is it of yours? The Qilin found itself at a loss for words, watching Yi Fan depart with a sense of conflict. After much contemplation, it finally uttered. Is he not your husband? Oh, he does not see it that way. I can only assure his survival. As for the rest, it is left to fate. The Qilin gazed at Di Xianling's retreating form. Muttering, a cold and heartless woman. No one shall ever love her in this lifetime. With a sudden crack, the Qilin clutched its swollen face in shock, staring at the woman in terror. Di Xianling flicked her wrist and remarked, Your skin is as thick as your master's. You have caused my hand to ache. The Qilin, now restrained by its rage, could only glare with icy disdain, instilling a profound fear. Soon, roars echoed from deep within the Yin Mountains. Ants? Return my spirit, or I shall slay you. Yi Fan glared at the ghastly figure, cloaked in black mist, and fueled by anger, swallowed the crimson essence whole. The malevolent spirit, furious, erupted in rage, its claws lunging for Yi Fan's heart. Deprived of its spirit, the entity was merely a peak human-level adversary, posing little threat to Yi Fan at that moment. In a fierce clash, the two were locked in combat, the spirit riddled with wounds. While Yi Fan, disheveled and haggard, bore a pallid complexion. The exhaustion of countless days weighed heavily upon him, yet the deep-seated vengeance surged within, preventing him from yielding to slumber. Noticing Yi Fan's waning focus, the spirit seized the opportunity, launching a dark energy sphere toward him. With a resounding crash, Yi Fan was thrown to the ground, gasping for breath, the surrounding trees within miles decimated. The malevolent spirit grasped Yi Fan by the throat, pinning him against a tree, seething, Ant, surrender my essence, or I shall make you experience the agony of dismemberment. Yi Fan's face paled, his strength sapped, unable to argue. The sinister energy infiltrated his body, and pain contorted his features. Sensing the gradual dissolution of her spirit, the malevolent entity seethed, You insolent insect, hand over my essence immediately. A piercing chill swept through the air, and the spirit, alarmed, abandoned Yi Fan and retreated hastily. Di Xianling paid no heed to the unconscious Yi Fan, her eyes narrowing with disdain as she surveyed the spirit cloaked in malevolence. Extending her hand, a pulsating, blood-red heart materialized in her palm. The spirit, taken aback, hissed, We have no quarrel. Why harm me and seize my essence? Di Xianling, disinterested, exerted pressure with her finger, causing the spirit to writhe in agony as its dark energy dissipated, revealing its true form. Not unappealing, if you assist me with a task, I may spare your life. What say you? Di Xianling proposed calmly. The spirit's eyes glinted with malice, fixating on Di Xianling, but remained silent. Chapter 15. The curse of the evil spirit. Yi Fan gradually opened his eyes, finding himself upon the battlements. The Qilin hurried over upon noticing Yi Fan's awakening, offering support to Yi Fan, bewildered by the Qilin's sudden attentiveness. A creature known for its pride, questioned its unusual behavior. The Qilin, catching Yi Fan's inquisitive gaze, chuckled awkwardly and stated, My lord, why do you stare at me so? Though I am still in my juvenile form, I am male now. Yi Fan withdrew his gaze and cautiously inquired, Did you take a wrong medicine today? Why this sudden courtesy? The Qilin shot Yi Fan a look of disdain, grumbling, You and your wife truly are something. Not a family, yet you share a home. One is vicious and cruel, the other pretentious. What sin did I commit in my past life to encounter such a family? The Qilin lamented, nearly in tears. Suddenly, the Qilin blurted, It's nothing really. It's just that Sister Xianling explained to me that you are immortal. And once you perish, I regain my freedom. So, I've decided to serve you well. Yi Fan's expression darkened, a sardonic smile forming. That does sound like something she would say. Then, Yi Fan asked, Do you know how I returned? The Qilin nodded and replied, An evil spirit carried you back. It is currently with Sister Xianling in the back mountain. Do you wish to see it? Yi Fan nodded slightly, for he longed to avenge his brothers. Di Xianling, looking down upon the motionless spirit, calmly asked, Do you submit? The spirit, bloodied and battered, with dark eyes, glared at Di Xianling. its teeth clenched, yet it dared not speak defiantly. Di Xianling softly inquired, still defiant. The spirit glanced at the cold and beautiful countenance before it, shrinking in fear, nodding vigorously, and weakly uttering, I submit, dear lady. Please do not strike me. The ancient spirit, having lived for millennia, now resembled a remorseful child, weeping uncontrollably. Yi Fan and the Qilin watched in stunned silence. Rooted to the spot. My lord, I sense your wounds have yet to heal. It would be wise to refrain from excessive movement. Allow me to assist you back, Qilin sincerely remarked, while Yi Fan remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. As soon as Qilin turned away, the frigid voice of Di Xianling pierced the air. Young Master Yi, you have awakened. Weren't you seeking vengeance? This sinister being is right here. Come and slay her. Yi Fan, upon hearing her words, did not respond and continued to walk away. Di Xianling suddenly chided. I commanded you to come here. Are you deaf? Yi Fan halted, slowly turning to face Di Xianling. With a slight grin, he calmly replied, Your Highness, why the fierce temper? Did you consume gunpowder today? Di Xianling's lips curled into a sly smile as she exerted a gentle force, drawing Yi Fan closer. She provocatively scrutinized him. Taunting, you possess the first demon blood within you yet remain a waste. Your very existence seems to invite trouble, does it not? Yi Fan's gaze fell, and he remained mute. Di Xianling continued deliberately, Why not surrender your bloodline to me? I shall assist you in eliminating those gods. Yi Fan feigned delight, innocently smiling as he replied, Of course. Just tell me how to give it to you, and I shall comply. Wearer has been waiting for me for quite some time. Di Xianling's brow furrowed, and she slapped Yi Fan across the face. Her eyes filled with disdain and disappointment. In a fit of frustration, she cast Yi Fan to the ground, stating sternly, If you possess any capability, do not rely on others to destroy the Easting. Otherwise, I shall never regard you with respect for the rest of my life. Mind yourself. In the face of Di Xianling's sharp words and heart-wrenching insults, Yi Fan remained unfazed. He watched her retreating figure and murmured softly, Regard me with respect? How laughable. If you wish to look at me, go see a doctor. Why would I need your acknowledgement? The system sighed softly. Expressing concern, Yi Fan, she seeks to use your resolve to validate her path. Tread carefully, for I sense you have not encountered a virtuous individual. Yi Fan scoffed dismissively, reminiscing, Yuer is the finest girl in the world. Yet she is certainly not a good person. Had she not saved me back then, she would not have perished, would she? The system remained silent, seemingly aware of something regarding Lung Yu, yet chose not to elaborate. Yi Fan turned to the trembling evil spirit on the ground, pulling it up gently. With a benevolent expression, he stroked the spirit's small head and calmly inquired, Do you know who killed those people? The spirit, timidly glancing at Yi Fan, moved its lips but hesitated to speak. Yi Fan coaxed gently, Speak up. With me around, no one can harm you. Nearby, Qilin tilted its head slightly, pondering, When will I have a different master? This fellow is truly not very bright. He will either perish at the hands of that woman or be led to his doom by this creature. Yi Fan's expression suddenly darkened as he tightened his grip around the spirit's neck, angrily declaring, You wretched evil being, why do you not confess? The spirit was suddenly enveloped in the same eerie malevolence as before, its face contorted with malice as it clawed at Yi Fan's throat. Sneering, You ought to become a monk, you know? Yet, Yi Fan's demeanor remained remarkably calm. With a slight motion of his finger, a drop of blood surged forth, swiftly embedding itself in the spirit's forehead. A blood hole appeared on the spirit's brow, and it crumbled to the ground like fragile porcelain, shattering. The spirit's ethereal form stared in terror at this seemingly ordinary mortal. With sincerity etched upon his face, Yi Fan gazed at the shattered spirit and squinted, asking, When they met their demise, did they bear such eyes, pleading for you to spare them? The spirit, flickering uncertainly, wore a grim smile as it retorted, Yi Fan, if you have the ability, kill me. Why waste your precious blood here? You, a mere insect at the initial stage of humanity, have a lifespan of but a century. Yi Fan laughed dismissively. Lifespan is of little consequence. I merely wish for you to experience the thrill of death, to feel the despair they felt at their end. The spirit sharply countered, Insects are but insects, not worth lamenting. Given the chance to do it again, I would still annihilate them. Why Yifan's blood surged. His eyes ablaze with crimson light as he seized the spirit in his grasp, swallowing it into himself amid its terrified gaze. Why Yifan? Swiftly activate your bloodline. Otherwise, this entity will burst you apart. The system's anxious voice echoed in his mind. The spirit's screams reverberated from within Yifan as it cursed, Yifan, you shall not die a peaceful death. I curse you, and all connected to you shall meet a grim fate. Their corpses left to rot in the wilderness. None shall have a goody endie. Why Yifan scoffed. They were warriors, fighting valiantly to protect their homeland. Why do you not ravage blood and food from other realms? Where is your conscience? Did you ever consider this when you slaughtered them? Tell me, Yifan bellowed. He keenly sensed the spirit gradually dissipating within him, oblivious to the dark thread that stealthily entwined itself within his hair. A relaxed expression crossed Yifan's face as he exhaustedly collapsed backward. Qilin hurriedly rushed forward to support the unconscious Yifan, guiding him toward the city. Not far off, Di Xianling, with her cold gaze, fixated on the departing duo. With a delicate flick of her finger, a faint black thread coiled around her hand. 3 years hence, should you perish, it would not be in vain for this exquisite evil seed. Di Xianling murmured softly to herself. Chapter 16. Reminiscing of the past Yilinghua brother Yifan. They all say you are the one who caused our parents' demise. Xiao Ling, do not believe it. See, I am perfectly well. Yifan extended his hand, seemingly wanting to caress the sweetly smiling girl, yet feeling an insurmountable distance between them. Xiao Ling, I am sorry. It is all my fault. I am but a jinx. I deserve to die. Yifan gazed upon his younger self, who was about to leap from the city wall. He hurried forward, but the boy paused, turning back to smile at him. You are here? Which means we are still alive, but she must have perished, right? The boy spoke inexplicably. Why Yifan was about to inquire further when he noticed his younger self taking his sister, Yiling, to the mountains. Unwilling to look back, only a fragmented phrase floated in the wind. The pure shall remain pure. If you wish, she is. If not, she has already died. Why Yifan suddenly opened his eyes, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Breathlessly murmuring, could it be? His expression turned frantic as he rushed outside, barefoot, sprinting towards the city gate, appearing quite deranged. Qilin, who was drinking atop the roof, spotted Yifan and hurriedly pursued him, asking, Elder brother, you have slept for 5 days? And now that you have finally awakened, where is the urgency to go? Yifan halted, steadying his breath, and slowly replied, Qilin, take me to Wangyue Mountain. Huh? Yifan leaned close to Qilin's ear, whispering softly. Qilin paused, his expression brightening. Yifan, is what you say true? Of course. I, Yifan, have always been a man of my word. How could I deceive you? As soon as he finished speaking, Qilin transformed into his true form, and Yifan climbed aboard. Exiting the pass, the two became a streak of light, vanishing into the mire. Upon the city tower, Di Xianling caressed the small white snake in her hand, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. Within the royal palace of the Great Xia, an undercover guard reported to Di Xianyu, Your Majesty, the princess has already assisted Yifan in subduing the evil spirit. The guard opened his mouth to say more, but hesitated. Di Xianyu, seated at his desk reviewing documents, raised an eyebrow slightly and remarked coolly, You are my guard, not the princess's. Do you understand? The man knelt, terrified. Your Highness, I understand my mistake. Di Xianling closed the documents and stepped away from the desk, helping the guard to his feet, speaking calmly. That girl has troubled Yifan again, hasn't she? The guard nodded gently, not daring to conceal anything, recounting the events to Di Xianyu in detail. After listening, Di Xianyu waved his hand, signaling the guard to withdraw. Just as the guard exited and closed the door, a figure suddenly materialized in the study. Di Xianyu hurriedly approached, kneeling on one knee, lowering his head to avoid the woman's gaze, respectfully stating, Subject, Di Xianyu, greets the divine maiden. The woman donned a delicate purple mask and wore a flowing purple gown, an aura of grace surrounding her. She elegantly seated herself in a chair and gradually spoke. Yubo, do not be so formal. Rised, Di Xianyu felt a chill run down his spine. Drenched in cold sweat, his voice hoarse as he replied, Divine maiden, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Please do not hold it against others. The woman's slender fingers, resembling jade, played with her flowing hair, her voice melodious as she remarked, "What words are these? Yubo?" At this moment, Di Xianyu felt as if he were facing death. The woman possessed the celestial spirit eyes. Nothing could escape her gaze, especially not his meager cultivation. Subject acted rashly, marrying my daughter to Yifan. If the divine maiden seeks punishment, I am willing to accept death, and I hope you will spare the celestial spirit. She was coerced. The woman chuckled lightly, moving to Di Xianyu's side and assisting him to stand. Dismissively saying, "Yubo, what are you talking about? The celestial spirit has been like family to me since childhood. She is merely a mortal. It would be beneath the celestial spirit." Xianyu, upon hearing this, secretly sighed in relief, though still on high alert. An elderly blind man once said that the two of them could achieve mutual greatness in the future, which is why I facilitated their union. The divine maiden pondered thoughtfully. "Ah, so it was that old fellow. I never expected him to still be alive. I shall pay him a visit when I have the time, and let him forecast my future." Di Xianyu stood silently to the side, absorbed in his thoughts. Suddenly, a crystalline fruit materialized in the hands of the goddess, which she gently placed upon the table before vanishing from sight. Witnessing this, Di Xianyu was filled with joy. The legendary divine source fruit was indeed a surprising gift from the benevolent goddess, leaving him overwhelmed with gratitude. "Why, Yifan, where exactly are you headed? Are you journeying north to the Eastern Isles?" Kirin inquired, puzzled, as he had never heard of the so-called Wangyue mountain that Yifan had mentioned. Pointing towards the distant mountain still adorned with falling snowflakes, Yifan exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, "It is that very mountain. We shall ascend to its peak." Kirin, sensing an ominous presence, abruptly halted, causing Yifan to fly forward uncontrollably. "Damn it! What are you doing? Ouch, my back!" Yifan cried out in agony, clutching his waist as he stood on the ground. Kirin, bewildered, asked, "What is happening? I can't transform. What the hell is going on?" Kirin thought back to the moment a snowflake had landed on his head, followed by an overwhelming aura that he could scarcely comprehend. Shaking his head in disbelief, he dismissed the notion that such a trivial snowflake could be the cause. Yifan leaned against his waist. He noticed Kirin convulsing in place, and his frustration boiled over. "You foolish bird, are you cramping up over there? What on earth is wrong with you?" Kirin recalled the mysterious woman who had suddenly appeared in his mind and, regaining his composure, flashed a mischievous grin. "I was just caught off guard. Don't be angry. I'm coming now." Yifan reasserted himself, this time gripping Kirin's antlers tightly. "What is your purpose at the mountain's peak?" Yifan replied earnestly, "The one I love lies buried there, and I wish to pay my respects." Kirin felt a jolt of emotion, realizing the gravity of the situation. Before long, the two arrived at the summit, where Kirin lay on the ground, panting for breath, while Yifan remained composed. Yifan approached the conspicuous mound, brushing aside the snow to reveal the grave beneath. Seeing everything as it once was, Yifan sat despondently beside it, lost in thought. He couldn't help but ponder. Could this all be a mere dream? After a lengthy silence, Yifan slowly rose, smiling softly as he spoke. "You heir. I am off to the northern campaign. I shall return to visit you." As Kirin observed Yifan approaching, he cautiously asked, "Yifan, what is the meaning of that gravestone?" Yifan chuckled lightly and replied without hesitation, "It is my tomb of honor." Kirin was left speechless. Why would one erect a monument for themselves while still alive? Yifan, as if reading Kirin's thoughts, maintained a calm demeanor and spoke leisurely. "My parents passed away when I was young, leaving me with no kin in this world. Thus, I prepared for a grave in advance, so that there would be someone to bury me when the time comes. Is it not sensible?" Seeing Yifan's radiant and sincere smile, Kirin felt an indescribable emotion brewing within him. "Why," Yifan urged, "it is getting late. Let us descend the mountain swiftly." At the mountain's base, Yifan gazed into the snowy winds above and, spotting a familiar silhouette, laughed joyfully. "I knew you were always here, waiting for my return from the northern campaign, I and the howling wind and snow." A faint voice seemed to respond, "I await you." With a heart full of satisfaction, Yifan departed with Kirin, continuing his journey northward. As night fell by the riverside campfire, Yifan jested, "You aren't frozen solid and unable to transform, are you?" Kirin gulped down a mouthful of strong liquor, the fiery drink igniting his senses. He savored a piece of perfectly roasted rabbit, the flavor exquisite. Completely engrossed in his meal, he seemed to ignore Yifan's words. After several rounds of drinks, Yifan glanced at the soundly sleeping Kirin, tiptoeing towards the small boat at the riverbank, setting sail for the Eastern Isles. Why, Yifan? Why don't you take him along? He might save your life in a critical moment, the system queried. Puzzled, Yifan replied. I prefer to remain uninvolved with anyone, to avoid bringing misfortune upon them. As for life and death, I died long ago at the age of 5. Buried alongside my beloved, I bear no regrets. If I can live to avenge my parents, that would be even better, wouldn't it? The system was left speechless. This fellow was truly beyond words. The journey ahead was surprisingly tranquil. Within a bamboo grove in Yuntianju, Di Xianling felt a peculiar sensation, her expression growing grave as she gazed towards the horizon, hands clenched tightly. Who are you? And why do you harbor such murderous intent towards me? Di Xianling regarded the exquisitely proportioned woman clad in a mask with wariness. The woman did not respond but instead extended her hand. Pressing down lightly, Di Xianling felt her legs buckle. And with a sharp crack, she fell to her knees. Struggling to rise, she looked up at the formidable woman, perplexed. Who are you truly? If you wish to kill me, do as you please. But why must you humiliate me so? The woman merely chuckled derisively, saying, Do you not take pleasure in tormenting others? Let me offer you a taste of your own medicine. How does this strength feel? Suddenly, Di Xianling felt a release. And with a surge of determination, she retaliated, rising to her feet, forcing herself to ignore her shattered knees as she unleashed a barrage of spells towards the woman. However, they dissipated harmlessly 5 feet behind her. Di Xianling's eyes widened in shock, her voice icy as she declared, You are a being of the divine realm, daring to appear in the mortal world. Do you not fear the edicts of the 5 emperors? The woman scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. Ha! The 5 emperors? Merely 5 larger than average ants. Do they dare meddle in my affairs? You are merely a fragment of that person's divine soul reincarnated. For his sake, I shall spare you today, but should you attempt to utilize his intentions to attain your own enlightenment, I will not hesitate to obliterate your true form. As her words faded, the woman vanished without a trace. Di Xianling's face darkened, a figure flashing in her mind, and she scoffed, Is this your only tactic, Yifan? Something is approaching you rapidly. The aura feels somewhat familiar, as if 2 entities are drawing near. The system announced slowly. Yifan halted the small boat, gazing at the distant black shapes racing across the sea's surface. A voice, carried by the wind, called out, Yifan, your old pal Fatty is here. Have you missed me? Yifan smiled and inquired, Fatty, Enyo, what brings you two here? Huangning and Enyo leapt off the formation, landing in the small boat. Huangning playfully patted Yifan's shoulder, raising an eyebrow. Of course, we were worried you might be done in by your woman. Otherwise, who would care about you? Suddenly, Fatty's expression turned frantic as he scanned the surroundings, and after confirming the area was clear, he kicked Huangning in the rear while cursing, Are you trying to get us killed? Yifan sighed. She isn't here and I have no ties to her. How could she possibly accompany me to the Eastern Isles? Now, tell me, what are you two really doing here? Reluctantly, Fatty replied, Our master sent us to inform you. Who knows why? Curiosity piqued, Yifan asked, Who exactly is your master, and why does he send you repeatedly to assist me? The two exchanged knowing glances, stammering and refusing to divulge further. Fatty abruptly changed the subject, asking, You mentioned wanting to go to the southern wilderness. Why haven't you left yet? Yifan candidly replied, The nation is in peril. As men, we cannot stand idly by, especially against those damned Eastern Isles invaders. The 3 felt a surge of passion, their minds racing with thoughts of the recent disaster caused by the Japanese dumping nuclear waste, leading to a global ecological crisis and rampant mutations. Having previously lacked the desire to enlist, they now recognized the importance of seizing this opportunity. The trio declared in unison. After a brief discussion, they decided to slowly sail towards Inchuan Island, a place with fewer troops and the potential to sever the connection between the Eastern Isles and Lingshan Island on a moonless night. Under the cover of darkness, they stealthily approached Inchuan Island. Fatty employed a formation to shroud the majority of the island, granting them a brief window of half an hour. Seeing his companions still hesitating, Fatty couldn't help but shout, Damn it! You two, stop dawdling. I can barely hold this up. Yifan and Huangning exchanged a glance and split into two teams. Huangning headed towards the barracks while Yifan set off to eliminate guards and patrols. A soldier dozing atop a high tower, half awake, caught sight of a shadowy figure that resembled a ghost. Just as he opened his mouth to scream, his neck twisted and he collapsed back into slumber. Yifan gently propped him against the lookout tower before moving on to his next target. Before long, the three regrouped, prepared to infiltrate the enemy's central camp. Suddenly, a battle cry erupted. "Warriors, there lies the demon who killed Lord Guizong. Slay them and avenge our lord. Kill, kill, kill." The trio observed the myriad figures advancing and, in a hushed tone, Fatty suggested, "Shall we make our escape? There must be at least 10,000 of them, along with several peak human cultivators." "How do we contend with that?" Yifan scoffed. "What is there to fear? They are merely a swarm of insects." Huangning stood tall, his expression proud as he laughed heartily. "Ha ha! Yifan speaks wisely. Fatty, if you are frightened, return to accompany your Wang Yin Jr. sister, and remember to avenge us." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the two charged into the throngs of thousands, engaging in a frenzied battle. Fatty let out a roar. "If you two are throwing caution to the wind, then count me in for this madness. Here I come." Suddenly, a red-haired woman clad in military attire lunged at Yifan, her spear cutting through the air with ferocious speed, forcing Yifan to retreat momentarily. Seeing this, Huangning prepared to assist, but Yifan waved his hand, signaling him to hold back. Due to his swordsmanship approaching a profound level, he would soon possess the strength to contend with formidable warriors of the royal path. After engaging in battle with Yifan for several dozen exchanges, the woman furrowed her brows, scoffed softly, and remarked with a hint of disbelief, "You actually consider me a sharpening stone? How utterly surprising." Yifan smirked slightly, dismissing her comment with indifference. "I never claimed such a thing. It was your own assertion." The woman declared, "I shall take this seriously now. I hope you do not disappoint me. After all, we have been training together for quite some time. Wouldn't you agree?" Yifan retracted his aura, closed his eyes, and formed a sword technique with his hands, the azure peak resting behind him. The woman, however, did not pause at the sight of Yifan's breakthrough. The long spear in her hand emitted a series of dragon-like roars, infused with a relentless killing intent as it lunged toward Yifan. As the spear neared within mere feet of him, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the fierce light within caused the woman to waver. With a simple sword strike, Yifan executed his technique, striking down her weapon, but only severing one of her arms. He murmured, "The sword technique is no longer sufficient. I must journey to the southern wilderness." Clutching her bloodied stump, the woman turned to flee, while Yifan pursued her relentlessly. As he watched her recede into the distance, Yifan called out in the dialect of his hometown, "You two, find a way to escape first. We shall meet at Ling Mountain Island tomorrow night." The woman halted at the edge of a cliff, gazing down at the treacherous rocks and surging waves below, the howling wind robbing her of the courage to leap. Slowly, she turned to face Yifan, her pale visage calm as still water, and whispered, "Come, grant me a swift end." Closing her eyes, she awaited death. After a few moments, she opened her eyes in confusion, gazing at Yifan, puzzled. "What do you mean by this?" Yifan smiled gently, revealing the severed arm he had just restored, his demeanor remarkably composed as he stated, "I can reattach your arm, but you must agree to one condition." The woman's brows raised slightly in curiosity. "What is it? May I hear it first?" Yifan shook his head, responding candidly, "Rest assured, it is but a trivial matter for you." The woman watched in horror as Yifan produced a dagger, severed her own tendon, cleansed the wound with potent liquor, and then applied an unfamiliar powder before reattaching the severed limb. She was drenched in sweat, and had it not been for Yifan's presence, she would have cried out long ago. Observing the now bandaged arm, she felt a resurgence of sensation, her gaze towards Yifan brimming with intrigue. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, her body weakened, collapsing into Yifan's embrace. Why? Yifan sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated, for he had willingly expended his vitality to aid her, and yet she seemed to take advantage of him. The woman was soft and fragrant, with violet eyes and golden hair against her pale complexion, reminiscent of a Westerner. He had no choice but to find a hidden spot to shelter her while he consolidated his swordsmanship. Inside the cave, Beads of sweat glistened on Yifan's forehead as he observed the sword aura coalescing into his form, exclaiming with delight, "The sword aura doppelganger has finally manifested. My swordsmanship has reached a modest level. The next step is to attain the realm of sword intent." The manual on swordsmanship bestowed upon him by the old blind man had been thoroughly studied, and now that he was returning, it was time to seek a master. The woman opened her listless eyes, observing the dual forms of Yifan at the cave's entrance. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in her eyes as she thought, "Is this not the genius my father spoke of? At such a young age, he has already achieved a profound mastery of sword aura, even effortlessly materializing a doppelganger." Noticing her gaze, Yifan inquired, "How is your wound? If it has healed, you should leave quickly. There will be great turmoil in these parts over the next few days. Be cautious, lest you lose your life here." In response to Yifan's warning, the woman shook her head and softly asked, "May I take you as my master?" Yifan was taken aback for several moments before bursting into laughter. "My lady, do not jest. I am but a mere mortal incapable of cultivation. You wish to become my disciple? Surely, you jest." The woman nodded earnestly, her expression serious. "My sister is already on her way with gifts to pay homage to my master. She said my father has already agreed." Taken aback by her sincerity, Yifan was momentarily at a loss. Just then, several shadowy figures stealthily approached the cave entrance. Yifan readied his sword in anticipation. "Young master, I was deceived into coming to this place from the west. I am not from the eastern lands. Please, accept me as your disciple." Qian Yue, the woman, implored with a playful pout. "Sure." Yifan motioned for her to be silent. The figures at the cave entrance drew nearer, chattering in their native tongue, oblivious to the fate that awaited them. As soon as they entered the cave and spotted Qian Yue alive, joy illuminated their faces as they strode toward her. Unaware that their doom had been sealed the moment they crossed the threshold, Yifan swept his sword, a glimmer of cold light flashing through the dark cave, and in an instant, they clutched their throats, succumbing to panic and death. "What are you planning to do?" Qian Yue gazed at Yifan's chilling eyes in the darkness, feeling somewhat disoriented. "Are you aware of the collusion between the Wolf Moon Empire and the Eastern Lands?" Yifan inquired. "I know little. I will tell you everything. Just please do not kill me," Qian Yue replied, panic evident in her expression. Upon seeing Yifan sheath his sword, she exhaled in relief, slowly continuing, "According to my father, someone from your Snow Nation made a deal with the Wolf Moon King. Beyond that, I am unaware." "Could it be the Snow King?" Yifan pondered. Qian Yue suddenly interjected, "Oh, by the way, I remember my father mentioning that the person possesses terrifying strength." Yifan, now serious, asked, "What is your father's cultivation level?" Qian Yue replied proudly, "My father is a genuine divine realm powerhouse. They all refer to him as the Heavenly Godlord." "The Heavenly Godlord? I have not heard of him before. It seems I still know too little about the West. It is no surprise. Considering the vastness of the ocean that separates us, few venture to that land." Qian Yue blinked, warning, "The king of the eastern lands is a disciple of a holy realm powerhouse from the west. You might not be able to defeat him." Yifan nodded. "Indeed, you should leave." "Ah, why?" Qian Yue asked, bewildered. Yifan smiled nonchalantly, explaining, "You are not one of my people. There is no need for you to be embroiled in this. The poison within you will dissipate automatically in 3 hours. We shall meet again." As Qian Yue gazed at the retreating figure at dawn, a faint smile appeared on her lips as she mused, "What an intriguing young man. I wonder if he will survive this time. System, is this woman truly a half-emperor?" Yifan, drenched in sweat, sought confirmation. The system yawned lazily, smirking. "What are you planning? To seduce her?" Yifan rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Dear lady, pray tell, how could a half-emperor possibly find herself in such a desolate place? Kid, consider this. If someone as formidable as you could sever her arm, it is evident that her assailant was exceedingly powerful. The karma surrounding her is not trivial. You should temper your ambitions." The system scoffed. Yifan replied earnestly, "I have never indulged in such luxuries before. Now that I have traversed realms, is it so wrong to enjoy a bit of comfort? Listen, I advise you to abandon this notion. Your unique physique is a treasure to those cultivators. If it weren't for your earlier act of restoring that woman's arm, you would likely be dead by now." The system candidly pointed out. Yifan muttered in discontent, Isn't that your fault? You are of no use, merely appearing to work. Isn't that rather troublesome? After a brief exchange, the system eagerly sought to prove her worth. Producing 2 unmarked, pitch-black tomes and tossing them before Ye Fan picked one up, flipping through several chapters, only to find it devoid of text. He expressed his confusion. Could this be the fabled book without words? The system retorted irritably, one is a record of mortal cultivation. If you are interested, feel free to peruse it without the need for spiritual energy. Do not flaunt your meager reserves. The other, she continued, is a swordsmanship technique left behind by an unparalleled expert from eons past. If you study it diligently, I believe you will soon comprehend the realm of sword intent. The system hinted that individual shares a significant connection with you. Should you achieve mastery in your cultivation, you may well encounter them in the future. Ye Fan nodded, engrossed in the tomes, completely unaware of the exchange between the system and the bloodline of gods and demons. Are you not concerned about his resolve in imparting such teachings so soon? A voice resonated from within Ye Fan. The system, reclining on an unseen chaise, leisurely swirled a crystalline goblet filled with exquisite nectar. She dismissively remarked, that depends on the guidance provided. Besides, I possess methods to fortify his convictions, ensuring he returns to the celestial realm within 1,000,000 years, and back home to claim his inheritance within countless eons. The voice of the bloodline grew quiet, yet it retained faith in the system's capabilities, for it was evident that Ye Fan's potential was extraordinary. Ye Fan posed a question. The text mentions that with the divine and demonic physique, even mortals can ascend to the throne and establish their lineage. What exactly is this physique? Intrigued, Ye Fan pondered, for even if he could cultivate swordsmanship without any supporting power, it would be exceedingly difficult to unleash its true might. The system replied nonchalantly, awaken your bloodline, then silently recite the cultivation method contained within the text. Ye Fan sat cross-legged, closing his eyes as he attempted to channel the power of the devouring bloodline. He silently recited, heaven and earth are devoid of a path. Mere mortals, like ants, cultivate the divine and the demonic, existing beyond boundaries and without rivals. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Fan opened his eyes to behold his body enveloped in crimson energy. Overwhelmed with joy, the system feigned enthusiasm, saying, your comprehension is commendable. Remember to practice diligently before confronting your foes. As long as you harness the power of your bloodline, the divine and demonic essence within you will activate. Ye Fan, unable to contain his excitement, wept tears of joy and said, System, I shall never again call you a useless entity. You are truly my benefactor. The system, unimpressed, replied, this is merely a trifle. Far greater treasures await you. If you put in the effort, everything will come to fruition. The system then inquired cautiously, Ye Fan, once you achieve your vengeance, what do you intend to do next? Ye Fan's smile faded, his expression turning grave. After a moment of silence, he responded, I shall seek out Lung Yu. The system teased, what if I told you there is still a chance for Lung Yu to be resurrected? How would you react? Ye Fan stared at the system in disbelief, repeatedly confirming, are you certain she can be brought back to life? The system, exasperated, said, when have I ever spoken falsely? Now tell me your answer, as long as she can be revived. Even if the road ahead is fraught with peril, I will tread it unflinchingly. Even in death, I shall harbor no regrets. The system nodded, sincerely stating, if you fully master the divine and demonic essence, all problems will be effortlessly resolved. According to the system, the divine and demonic essence is categorized into several stages: human demon, heavenly demon, divine demon, and immortal demon, with Ye Fan currently at the lowest level. That of an ordinary mortal, Ye Fan's gaze was resolute as he looked at the blazing sun in the sky, ripples of emotion stirring deep within him in the vast void, tens of thousands of miles away. A woman in a purple robe respectfully bowed and said, My lord, he is the one who previously harmed you. Chen Yue nodded and smiled, an intriguing little fellow. There is no need to pay him too much mind. Let us proceed. The system, filled with delight, suddenly grew furious, exclaiming, Ye Fan, do not move. Someone intends to plant a demonic seed within you, attempting to control you right before my eyes. How dare they? The system urged. Quickly refine that thing with your bloodline power and regain control. I want to see just how formidable this woman's methods are in the abyssal realm. Within a void, Qian Yue observed the unconscious blood qi on the ground inside. He is no ordinary mortal. You are still as impulsive as ever. Chapter 19. Ghostwood 13 System. What purpose does this object serve? Yifan inquired, gazing at the flickering green crystal in his palm. This item is akin to surveillance, but it can manipulate your thoughts and even compel you to take your own life without your awareness. Do you understand? The system explained succinctly. Yifan nodded in a semblance of understanding. Stowing the object away. Suddenly, the system asked, Yifan, would you slaughter those who are defenseless? Under the setting sun, Yifan lifted his gaze to the sinking orb and replied earnestly, in the past, my ancestors chose to forgive those innocent civilians. Perhaps I would do the same. The system fell silent, perched on Yifan's shoulder, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Hey, what are you touching me for? Yifan exclaimed, incredulous as he looked at the system. What's wrong with a little touch from a young lad who has yet to fully mature? The system replied nonchalantly. Yifan retorted, damn it, you're a female. Could you exhibit some decorum and not act like a rogue? The system countered sarcastically, with your foul language, do you even possess decorum? Yifan chuckled, raising his hands in mock surrender. I have no decorum. The system rolled its eyes at him. Yifan glanced at the darkening sky and said solemnly, it's about time. We should head to Lingshan Island. I wonder how the two chubby ones are faring. Just as Yifan prepared to set sail, he suddenly felt something behind him. Turning around, he exclaimed in surprise, Qilin, what brings you here? The boy in purple robes smiled broadly. I was merely passing by. Do you believe me? Yifan nodded. I do. Since you're here, come aboard. Qilin instantly teleported onto the boat, eagerly taking up the oars to ROW. Yifan, somewhat perplexed, teased, are you hoping I will lift that blood seal on you? Qilin shook his head. A senior asked me to follow you and guide you to the southern wilderness. Yifan mused, could it be the old blind man? Qilin pretended not to hear and continued rowing. Before long, the two arrived at Lingshan Island. As they prepared to disembark, they spotted two figures standing on the shore. Yifan signaled to Qilin to remain cautious as they submerged into the water, stealthily approaching. Yifan sprang out of the water like a carp, charging towards the two figures. Suddenly, a voice he knew all too well rang out. Damn it, have you lost your mind? Yifan, feeling awkward, chuckled. I knew it was you too. Just a little joke. Don't be mad. The chubby one retorted angrily. Damn it, Yifan, you must have done that on purpose. Only Huangning noticed Qilin behind Yifan and questioned, Yifan, where did you find a purebred Qilin? Yifan paused for a moment, responding proudly, of course, it was my charismatic personality that attracted him. Huangning scoffed, nonsense. You must have stumbled upon some kind of luck to have befriended a purebred Qilin. The chubby one stroked his chin thoughtfully. He is not an ordinary Qilin. He is a slaughter Qilin. Wow, Yifan's luck is terrifying. Huangning remarked with envy. Yifan, with a serious expression, declared, all right, we four need to devise a strategy. It's time to act. Qilin, you come with me to the front entrance. While the chubby one and Enyo head to their storehouse, we will signal with fireworks. Do you understand? In unison, they replied, understood. Then let us go, Qilin. Yifan and Qilin strode confidently towards the enemy's stronghold. Within 10 meters of the stronghold, they heard a soldier atop the lookout tower shout in Eastern dialect, who goes there? State your name. Yifan replied with a grin, I am your ancestor, here to slay you little beasts. Open the gate. Inside the stronghold, someone relayed the message to the lookout soldier, let him in. He is Yifan from the Summer Kingdom. Today, I will ensure he leaves with no chance of return. Atop the lookout tower, a soldier retrieved a flag and inserted it into a stone pedestal. The towering stone gate began to rise slowly, and a light barrier opened a small gap. Qilin gravely warned. Yifan, this is a trap. We should retreat. Yifan shook his head, smiling. These demons are attempting to lure us in. With fervor, Yifan fixed his gaze on the enemies before him, declaring, since we have arrived. Retreating without a fight is not an option. If you fear, leave now. I have already lifted the blood seal while we were drinking. Qilin stood frozen for a few seconds, but then resolutely followed. Yifan felt immense gratitude. Regardless of Qilin's motives, he was now a brother. As the two stepped into the stronghold, the massive stone gate slowly descended, revealing thousands of armored soldiers, all poised and glaring at Yifan and Qilin. Yifan looked at Qilin and nodded in understanding. Qilin, comprehending the cue, produced fireworks and shot them into the sky, creating a golden character for kill, which shone brilliantly in the night on the rear mountain. The chubby duo was ecstatic, charging towards the poorly defended storehouse. The one who had relayed the message to the soldiers was none other than the commanding general, Ghost with 13 dual blades in hand. His gaze fixed intently on Yifa and Yifan turned to Ghost with 13 and tentatively asked, "What is your relationship with Guizong?" With a wicked smile, Ghost with 13 replied, "You mean my grandfather? Guess our relationship, you damn devil." Without hesitation, Yifan answered, "Grandson." A burst of laughter escaped Qilin as he couldn't contain himself. He looked at Ghost with 13, whose expression was filled with fury, and quickly waved his hands, saying, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not laughing at you, but rather at the grandson." "Ha ha ha!" Yifan laughed heartily. "Qilin, you truly have a way with words." Ghost with 13, his face darkened, though seething with rage, managed to calm himself and said slowly, "Yifan, today no one shall come to your rescue. Allow me to introduce my senior sister, Princess Xuan Yu." In an instant, Yifan felt the temperature plummet by dozens of degrees, and snow began to fall from the sky. Only Qilin, unimpressed, scoffed and said to Yifan, "This person must have mastered a form of ice cultivation, hence the unusual celestial phenomenon." Yifan nodded, somewhat understanding, as he gazed at the ice beauty draped in white, her silver hair cascading like snowflakes. The woman floated gracefully, her delicate feet resting upon a flurry of snowflakes, her icy gaze fixed on Yifan, reminiscent of a cat eyeing its prey. Yifan, feeling a twinge of irritation under her scrutiny, couldn't help but ask, "You aren't infatuated with me, are you?" Before the woman could respond, Yifan added, "I am already married. If you were to kill her, I suppose I could consider being with you?" The woman clicked her tongue, her voice sharp as the cold wind, cutting through the air. "The imperial fairy Ling would marry someone like you? Truly, her tragedy. Today, I shall teach you a lesson for your lack of manners, you unrefined man." Chapter 20. The unparalleled ice enchantress. A flurry of white snow descended slowly, causing Yifan to momentarily feel a tightening in his breath, rendering him motionless. Upon witnessing this, the Qilin transformed into its true form, fearlessly positioning itself before Yifan. The Snow Maiden, slightly taken aback, remarked, "Ah, so it is a purebred Sha Qilin, imbued with an ancient aura. Your fortune is indeed quite remarkable. Although merely a juvenile, it will still require some effort on my part, albeit just a trivial exertion." With a flick of her wrist, the Snow Maiden intoned, "Frozen for 1,000 miles. Snow drifts in the heavenly realm. Seal." In an instant, the Qilin was encased in ice, while Yifan was pierced by icy shards, his body suspended high above the ground. He grimaced in pain, inwardly exclaiming, "System, for heaven's sake, save me. I truly feel as though I am on the brink of death. Can you bear to watch me perish at such a tender age?" The system, incensed, retorted, "You truly are a source of constant worry. Should I speak, will you repeat my words?" "All right, understood." The system articulated slowly, "Listen carefully. The divine and the demonic possess no path. All laws ultimately dissolve into emptiness. The grand way knows no bounds, and the formless knows no heaven." Yifan silently recited, "The divine and the demonic possess no path. All laws dissolve into emptiness. The grand way knows no bounds, and the formless knows no heaven." A crisp crack echoed throughout Yifan's body, as the icy shards within him shattered, and his wounded form was restored by the flow of his bloodline. Gumu Shursan, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, "How did he escape the ice seal of my senior sister? That is a divine path technique, and my sister's cultivation is nearly at the sacred level. How could this be?" Seeing Yifan standing unharmed, the Snow Maiden raised an eyebrow, curiosity dancing in her eyes. "That woman is willing to compromise and marry you. It seems you possess treasures that even she covets." At this moment, Yifan felt a surge of power coursing through him, and he boldly declared, "Of course, would you like to see it?" The Snow Maiden moved gracefully, landing beside Yifan, and softly urged, "Show me. If I find it satisfactory, I may consider sparing your life." "What do you say?" Guemu Shursan interjected hastily. "Senior sister, this is not wise. He killed my grandfather. I must avenge him, Tearing him to shreds would be a small price to pay. Noticing the displeasure on the Snow Maiden's face, Guimu Shursan fell silent. Yi Fan, relishing the unfolding drama, taunted, "Little ghost, look at you, scared into silence by a mere glance. You're far less formidable than your grandfather." The Snow Maiden frowned. "Enough with your prattle. Show me the treasure." Yi Fan feigned reluctance. "If I reveal it, you must promise not to kill me. What do you think?" After much contemplation, the Snow Maiden nodded. Yi Fan pretended to reach into his sleeve, noticing the intensity of the Snow Maiden's gaze fixed upon him. His hand suddenly fell to his waist. With a dramatic flourish, he drew forth his belt and shouted, "Behold! The grand treasure is about to be unveiled." Hee hee. 3 crisp slaps echoed through the night sky as Yi Fan collapsed to the ground. Motionless, the Snow Maiden promptly blew on her delicate hands, her face contorted with disdain, muttering, "For the first time, I encounter such a repulsive man. I wish I could sever it from you." Struggling to rise, a single front tooth lost to the fray, Yi Fan forced a harmless smile. "Damn it, woman. You wanted to see the grand treasure, and now you strike me. Does your conscience not ache?" The Snow Maiden seethed. "Lascivious fool, may you meet a wretched end." As she spoke, the swirling snow began to descend upon Yi Fan, a suffocating sense of impending doom enveloping him. Yi Fan closed his eyes, recalling the system's advice to provoke her to ensure his survival. As he gauged the distance of the snowflakes converging upon him, 10 feet, 3 feet, half, suddenly, a fiery figure appeared before him. With a wave of her hand, the tempest of snow transformed into evaporating mist. Yi Fan, overwhelmed with emotion, clutched the slender waist of the woman, tears streaming down his face. "My lady, had you arrived a moment later, I would have truly perished." He then closed his eyes, bracing for her wrath. Yet moments passed without any reaction. Slowly releasing his hold, Yi Fan stepped before the woman, boldly pinching her cheek, and tentatively asked, "Are you the Imperial Celestial Spirit?" The pale beauty of the Imperial Celestial Spirit revealed no trace of emotion as she replied coolly, "Oh, and who do you think I might be?" Yi Fan chuckled awkwardly. "Of course, my lady is my lady. Who else could it be? By the way, how did you come to rescue me?" The Imperial Celestial Spirit shook her head. "We shall discuss that later. First, we must resolve the immediate dilemma." Yi Fan retreated to the side, silently observing the formidable and resilient woman before him, a new emotion stirring within him. The Snow Maiden, bewildered, inquired, "Imperial Celestial Spirit, are you truly willing to intervene?" The Imperial Celestial Spirit scoffed. "What do you mean by that?" The Snow Maiden lamented, "Why feign ignorance? You covet the treasures of this man. Otherwise, how could someone so singularly devoted to the Grand Way deign to marry a mortal?" The Imperial Celestial Spirit retorted with authority, "Think what you will. As long as I am here today, you shall not harm him in the slightest. If you wish to fight, then let it be so. If not, be gone." There is no need for further words. The Snow Maiden smirked. "You appear to be gravely injured." Yi Fan furrowed his brow. "She is injured? System, do you know how she was hurt?" The system replied. Perplexed, "How would I know? Yet it matters not. I could still easily kill you." The Imperial Celestial Spirit, unfazed, declared, "Let us see if you can." Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Stop." Chapter 21. "Let me handle this should you dare take another step. I will ensure that not a single soul remains in your snowy kingdom." The commanding voice resonated through the heavens. Upon hearing this, the Imperial Celestial Spirit's beautiful eyes widened, and she looked up to see a figure clad in white, standing atop a 3-foot peak, radiating an aura of unyielding malice as he approached. The Snow Maiden regarded him with disdain, calmly stating, "A mere mortal dares to defy the heavens. How laughable!" Little did she know. She was about to pay a price for her arrogance that could not be undone. Yi Fan suddenly felt as if he were ablaze, his entire being enveloped in demonic energy, blood-red wings unfurling from his back as he levitated in the air. In his hand, a 3-foot azure sword transformed into a streak of lightning aimed at the overconfident Snow Maiden. The Imperial Celestial Spirit, astonished, observed Yi Fan, murmuring to herself, "He has awakened the power of his bloodline? Has the curse of the evil spirit been lifted?" The Snow Maiden, noticing the approaching azure sword, raised her delicate brows in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. She hastily conjured a protective barrier to deflect the impending strike. Crack! Boom! Boom! The barrier shattered, the tip of the azure sword splintering into fragments that cut through the Snow Maiden's flawless skin, crimson blood trickling down her beautiful face. Yi Fan landed, intent on assisting the imperial celestial spirit. Yet she brushed him off, her pride resolute. Empress Ling, with a voice laced with fury, thundered, Yi Fan, I shall chop off your face and feed it to the dogs. With a piercing scream, she charged at Yi Fan. He swiftly seized her delicate hand and, with an authoritative roar, declared, Do not throw a tantrum. Whatever the matter, we shall discuss it elsewhere. That woman has already lost her mind. At this moment, the Snow Maiden, adorned in icy armor and a jade crown, formed seals with her hands and commanded, Goddess of Frost, entomb the heavens and earth, seal, just as Yi Fan took to the skies on his sword. The area around him was completely encased in ice, the temperature plummeting drastically, severely hampering his sword's speed. The corners of the Snow Maiden's mouth curled into a mocking smile as she jeered, Escape? If you, Yi Fan, manage to evade my grasp today, I shall take your surname. Observing the myriad of descending ice spikes, Yi Fan felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, with another person in tow. Controlling the sword became quite arduous. Standing behind Yi Fan, Empress Ling softly urged, Let me go. She aims to kill you, not me. She wouldn't dare harm me. You must flee. Yi Fan pretended not to hear, deftly dodging the falling ice spears, while inwardly he anxiously inquired of the system. Is there truly no way to escape this icy realm? There is, but the system hesitated, prompting Yi Fan to press on. What is it? Dear lady, speak quickly. I'm on the verge of despair. The system took a moment before responding. I shall teach you a secret technique that utilizes the divine and demonic body, known as pinpoint teleportation. Time is of the essence. I will impart this skill to you now. Yi Fan suddenly halted, reciting incantations. Divine and demonic, unafraid. All paths converge. A minor divine ability, divine and demonic instant movement, commence. In an instant, a crimson mist enveloped them, and after a brief flicker, they vanished from their original position. The Snow Maiden furrowed her brow and bellowed, Yi Fan, even if I must traverse heaven and earth, I shall slay you, this wretched insect. The ice goddess's eyes flared with dazzling radiance as she scanned the area where Yi Fan had vanished, soon discovering traces of their presence. Suppressing her lingering aura, a crafty smile danced on her lips. Flee, insect. I, the rightful heir of the Ice Emperor, shall not be humiliated by a mere insect like you. Prepare for my relentless pursuit. In an unknown forest, two figures descended from the sky. Yi Fan gulped nervously and said earnestly, Hold on tight to me. Otherwise, if we fall, it will be a loss indeed. This time, Empress Ling did not resist but clung tightly to Yi Fan's neck. Their bodies nearly pressed together, allowing him to distinctly catch a whiff of her faint, alluring fragrance. She tightened her grip around Yi Fan's waist, her cheeks flushed with anger and embarrassment. Behave yourself, or I shall kill you after we land, framing it on that ugly Snow Maiden. No one would suspect me. Yi Fan, helpless, held his breath, even closing his eyes to prevent his thoughts from wandering astray. With a series of cracking branches, they tumbled to the ground. Ouch! Yi Fan exclaimed, feeling a sharp pain as he discovered a gash at his waist, blood gushing forth. Empress Ling, weakened and leaning against a tree, slowly got up to find Yi Fan motionless on the ground. After consuming a healing pill, she approached to check on him. Yi Fan's breath was faint, his temples inexplicably grayed, and a long wound on his waist bled profusely. Empress Ling tore her garment, crushed various herbs from her spatial ring, and wrapped them in the cloth to apply to Yi Fan's injury. As expected, his complexion began to regain color, only to soon shift between shades of blue, green, and red, presenting a comical sight. Empress Ling, bewildered, realized that the healing herbs she had brought were primarily those her sect provided, and many were unfamiliar to her, leading her to wonder if he had been poisoned. The system in Yi Fan's mind sighed in exasperation. Divine and demonic, why did you not heal him sooner? Now he is poisoned. The voice of the divine bloodline spoke in a low tone. It is of little concern. It is merely a case of excess Yang God grass and Yuan supplement grass. Soon, Let this girl engage in yin-yang union with him, and all issues shall be resolved. The system slapped its thigh and laughed heartily. This bloodline truly has his best interests at heart. If he knew, he would surely be grateful. Empress Ling, also wounded, began to meditate on the spot, momentarily disregarding the unconscious Yifan. Little did she know that the source of their nightmares was quietly approaching. Yifan felt as if insects were crawling all over him, and he began to scratch furiously, experiencing an unbearable sensation akin to being engulfed in flames. Suddenly, Yifan opened his eyes wide. His expression twisted in agony as he fixated on Empress Ling, his gaze filled with unrestrained desire. The system inquired once more, "Divine and demonic, is there a way to suppress this?" "There is. The solution is to cut it off." Let us pretend I didn't say that." As Yifan's lecherous hand drew nearer to Empress Ling, a chilling voice interrupted. "Do you wish to die?" Empress Ling slowly opened her eyes, witnessing Yifan's position and his bare torso. Without a moment's hesitation, she struck him, rendering him dazed as if recalling something. She hurriedly helped him up, examining him to find that he had nearly recovered. "Yifan, are you all right?" Empress Ling asked, observing as he slowly opened his eyes. Rubbing his swollen face, Yifan grimaced and replied, "I am not insane, merely muddled. My consciousness is quite clear." Empress Ling, unbothered by embarrassment, suddenly changed her demeanor, adopting a frosty expression as she scolded. "Why did you return to show off after I let you go? If it weren't for my father's orders, your life or death would be of no concern to me." Yifan paused momentarily, retorting, "The fatty duo has already left. I merely wished to take a glance. Don't assume I would come to rescue you. Who do you think you are?" The two locked gazes for a few breaths before averting their eyes. Empress Ling huffed indignantly. "Had it not been for your incompetence, I would have returned by now. We shall part ways here." Yifan remained seated against the tree, indifferent to her departure. "Damn it. What a mess I've made of myself. How could I be driven to such primal instincts?" Yifan, puzzled, examined the crushed herbs at his waist, spreading them on the ground only to discover the two culprits. Damn, how could this woman, with such royal cultivation, not recognize such basic herbs? Or does she intend to use herself as bait to test me? Unbeknownst to Yifan, danger was quietly closing in on him. This was an unmarked territory on the eastern frontier, where an ancient tribe known as the Abaz lived. Yifan suddenly called out to the rustling bushes nearby. "Who goes there?" After a prolonged silence. Just as he began to relax, the system warned, "Yifan, be cautious. Something is surrounding you, its presence uncertain." Suddenly, an unseen arrow pierced Yifan's brow, rendering him rigid as he collapsed. Empress Ling returned, fearing that Yifan might encounter yet another mishap and resolved to take him back to avoid further trouble. However, upon arriving at the scene, she found nothing but emptiness. Yifan had vanished without a trace. "What the hell? Where are you taking me? Who are you?" Yifan, bound like a rice dumpling, cried out in distress. Just as he escaped one danger, he fell into another. The captors, clad in deep blue animal skins with eyes resembling the deep, vibrant ocean, seemed to understand not a word he uttered. They carried Yifan while bouncing along behind a figure wielding a staff-like object. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a towering palace. Yifan marveled, noting that while these individuals appeared somewhat dim-witted, the palace they constructed was truly magnificent. Presumably, they were indigenous people, and revealing his identity would likely spare him any hardship. While Yifan pondered this, reality proved to be far more brutal. An elder adorned with dark feathers and bizarre symbols approached him, scrutinizing Yifan for a long while before nodding in satisfaction. To Yifan's astonishment, the elder spoke in a language he could comprehend. "Young one, how did you arrive in the secret realm of my tribe, all alone?" Yifan remained silent, aware that the elder was attempting to extract information from him. "I recognize your aura. It is unmistakably familiar. You must carry the blood of both the divine and demonic races. I presume you are a hybrid of the two." Yifan's expression darkened. He felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and kick the old man. Internally, he cursed. "How did I become a hybrid?" "You're the hybrid. Your entire family is a hybrid." The system within Yifan chuckled uncontrollably. "Since you refuse to answer, I shall delve into your memories myself. The old man is the high priest of the ghost clan," and as he spoke, his gnarled hand reached out towards Yifan's head. His eyes closed and muttering incantations, In contrast, Yifan appeared unfazed, seemingly reveling in the experience. What a farce! To seek a glimpse into his own memories was nothing short of a delusion. As expected, after toiling for half a day, the high priest found nothing. Yet, unperturbed, he remarked, "This man is indeed an ill-omened individual. Summon the clan elders at once." Yifan was taken aback. What does this old coot intend to do? There's no need to escalate this so dramatically. He was then hoisted up and carried into the grand hall. The hall, already imposing in appearance, was adorned with a dazzling array of rare treasures, resembling a lavish display of nature's bounty. That was a third-grade royal crystal. And yet it lay on the ground, trampled underfoot. "Hey, old man, enlighten me. What crime have you accused me of?" Yifan lamented. The high priest remained silent, seemingly dismissive of Yifan's words. In turn, Yifan hurled insults. "You decrepit old dog! With your frost-tipped hair, dare to slander me? May you meet a wretched end, leaving no descendants." Suddenly, the high priest produced an unknown object and pressed it against Yifan's mouth, rendering him speechless. All that escaped his lips were muffled sounds. Before long, dozens of elderly figures entered the hall, each bowing to the high priest. Upon his gesture, they took their seats. The high priest rambled on, inciting outrage among the other elders, who clamored to execute Yifan on the spot. Yifan called out to the guard beside him, "Little brother, I am merely an ordinary man from Huaxia. Let me go." The guard, however, widened his eyes in surprise, nodded towards Yifan, and then departed in frustration. The high priest abruptly cast Yifan onto an empty space in the center, demanding, "Yifan, do you know your sins?" The crowd held their breath, their gazes fixed intently on Yifan, unable to form words. The high priest waved his hand, prompting Yifan to smack his lips in frustration. He erupted, "Ha! You old hounds, if you want to kill me, just do it. Why the pretense of holding a grand meeting?" An elder interjected, "High priest, have you thoroughly investigated the origins of this young man? Could he be from that clan?" The hall fell into a profound silence. That clan was a taboo subject within the ghost clan. One few dared to mention, yet here it was, brought to light once more. The system suddenly chimed in. "If I am not mistaken, these individuals should belong to the ancient ghost clan, and their imprisonment here likely relates to the people of Xia." Yifan coughed lightly, cautiously stating, "I am indeed from the land of Xia. Don't think you ghostly beings are aware of taboos." A gasp echoed through the room, as the elders fell silent, some recalling vividly the events of a millennium ago, as if they had transpired just yesterday. Chapter 23. Hubris and Overconfidence. "Do you have any evidence to prove your identity as a man from Xia?" An elder inquired. Yifan grinned. "Isn't it simple? Untie me, and I shall provide proof." The high priest nodded, and someone stepped forward to release Yifan. Yifan stretched his neck and limbs, then boldly sat upon an unoccupied throne nearby, retrieving a dark token from his robe and tossing it to the high priest. The high priest examined it closely. The front bore Yifan's name and title, while the back displayed the totem of the Great Xia, a majestic eastern dragon. The high priest nearly dropped the token in surprise. But a young man who appeared seemingly out of nowhere caught it midair, casting Yifan a disdainful look. His voice was soft and languid. "In the past, Master Lu Qi spared my clan's elders and children. What, pray tell, is the purpose of your visit to our clan?" Yifan furrowed his brow, tentatively asking, "Are you referring to a handsome scholar clad in traditional robes?" The ghostly maiden nodded, her gaze piercing as she scrutinized Yifan. Questioning, "Do you know the master?" Yifan thought to himself, "How could I possibly know him? I merely encountered his name in a novel during my past life. Not exactly well. After all, I was just a child when I last saw him. And it has been many years since." A flicker of disappointment crossed the maiden's eyes as she earnestly asked, "Do you possess any tokens from the master? May I see one?" Yifan felt a pang of anxiety. Pondering, could this be a woman, after all? Suddenly, someone rushed in, breathlessly reporting, "Clan leader, high priest, there are 2 women outside claiming to demand a person from us, threatening to annihilate our clan if we do not comply." The ghostly maiden narrowed her eyes, addressing Yifan. "Could those women be your friends?" Yifan's gaze darted around, deep in thought, before resolutely replying, "Clan leader, might we step outside to take a look? I am not entirely certain." With a wave of her hand, The ghostly maiden conjured an image before them. Two breathtaking beauties stood outside the ghost clan's energy barrier, one radiating warmth like the sun, the other exuding an icy purity. Yifan chuckled, "Clan leader, those two seek to kill me. Should you aid me in driving them away, I believe I can summon Master Lu Qi for you." The atmosphere in the hall grew tense as all eyes turned to the ghostly maiden, each heart filled with anticipation for her response. After a long silence, she looked at Yifan and solemnly warned, "What if you deceive us?" Yifan declared with righteous fervor, "I, Yifan, have always acted with integrity. Once my word is given, it is as binding as iron. How could I be one to break faith? If you do not trust my word, simply consider it as if I have never spoken." The ghostly maiden nodded, "I believe you." The high priest chuckled, "Young Master Yi, please accompany this old man. Let us witness how those two women find themselves in dire straits." Yifan's interest piqued. After all, witnessing those two women in distress would surely delight him. He laughed heartily. "Excellent. Let us proceed." With a flourish of his robes, the high priest enveloped Yifan, leading him out of the grand hall. Inside, the ghostly maiden remained, gazing into the sky, lost in her thoughts. At that moment, a child's voice rang out, "Mother, did Sister Yu say there is news of father?" The ghostly maiden managed a faint smile, lifting the little girl in a pink dress, tenderly pinching her soft cheek as she replied, "Indeed, my dear," she murmured softly, "that ungrateful man has been gone for thousands of years. I wonder whether he is alive or dead." The little girl, tugging at the ghostly maiden's earlobe, sweetly coaxed, "Mother, please do not be angry with father. Is that all right?" With a resigned smile, the ghostly maiden replied, "Very well, my little treasure. Mother is no longer angry." Within the barrier, Yifan watched the two, ready to call out, but the high priest shook his head, saying, "Young Master Yi, they cannot hear you from within the formation. It is a one-way sealing array." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Yifan admitted, "I know, but seeing them makes me want to shout." The high priest wore a knowing expression and chuckled, "Fear not, young Master Yi. I shall capture them for you to deal with as you see fit." Yifan smiled faintly, feeling somewhat awkward. "High priest, that might not be appropriate." But before he could finish, the high priest had already dashed outside, exchanging a brief glance with the two women before launching into a fierce battle. Initially, the two women held their ground against the high priest, but soon they found themselves outmatched. As the snow maiden seized an opportunity to flee, the high priest struck her down with a single blow, tearing her skirt and exposing her long, fair legs to the AI. Yifan inside the formation stared intently, blood rushing from his nose without his notice. The snow maiden adjusted her clothing, shouting, "You old fool. I am a disciple of the Ice Emperor. Should you wish to avoid trouble, release me, or my master will surely raze this insignificant place to the ground." The high priest dismissed her threats with a scoff, lamenting, "The Ice Emperor? Merely a half-emperor. How dare you claim such a title? Absurd." The snow maiden's teeth clenched in fury as she glared at the high priest in silence. He then turned to the imperial spirit, asking, "And you? Do you have any parting words?" The imperial spirit shook her head. "Very well then. You two shall accompany me to meet young Master Yi." With that, the high priest opened the formation and tossed the two women inside. They glared at the corner where a lecherous Yifan stood, their eyes filled with disdain. "Oh my! I never imagined that one day, you two would become prisoners." Yifan feigned surprise. "Bah!" The snow maiden could not contain herself, retorting, "You shameless wretch, wipe that blood from your nose. It's utterly disgusting." Yifan, unperturbed, casually wiped his sleeve and approached the two, wearing a triumphant expression as he inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. "Ah, how delightful, ah!" Yifan cradled his head in his hands, moaning in agony. The grand priest hastily assisted him, explaining, "Young Master Yi, the two of them have merely had their powers sealed by me, but they are still able to move, so do take care." Yifan cursed under his breath, exclaiming, "Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Oh, my face, that was a brutal strike. You two little vixens." Xianling furrowed her brows and directed a questioning gaze at Yifan, inquiring, "Did you instruct this old man to capture me?" Yifan was momentarily at a loss for words. The grand priest, seasoned as he was, understood the unspoken and chuckled, "Young Master Yi, with your magnanimity." intends to release these two ladies, but it was I who took the liberty of bringing them here to serve you. Do you have any objections?" Now it was their turn to be speechless. After all, this elder was a figure of peak sanctity, far beyond their reach. Upon hearing this, Yifan smirked mischievously and remarked, "Since you two are ungrateful, don't blame me for being impolite. Tonight, you shall warm my bed." The three looked on in bewilderment at Yifan, who stood there laughing heartily. Chapter 24. Secrets of the Ghost Clan. The Snow Maiden gasped, "Di Xianling, your man is truly shameless." Di Xianling disdainfully kicked Yifan. The Grand Priest inquired further and learned that Di Xianling was betrothed to Yifan. The group followed the Grand Priest to a bamboo grove, where a delicate little girl chased a snow-white rabbit, frolicking in a stream. Noticing the newcomers, the girl skipped over to the Grand Priest, affectionately grasping his hand. "Grandpa, today I was awake a little longer than before," she exclaimed joyfully. The Grand Priest beamed with pride, gently ruffling the girl's hair, and said, "Our little Chi-Chi is becoming more remarkable by the day." Little Chi-Chi then turned to the people behind the Grand Priest and softly asked, "Grandpa, who are these two beautiful sisters?" Out of respect, the Grand Priest introduced Yifan first. "This is young Master Yi, and this is his fiancée Di Xianling. For this one." The Snow Maiden interjected, "I am his legal wife." "Little sister!" The trio stared in confusion and disbelief at the Snow Maiden, who had indeed spoken something astonishing. The Snow Maiden shrugged nonchalantly, "Sister, this fickle man abandoned me, going out to train while secretly pledging himself to others." "Boo-hoo!" The little girl blinked, looking at Yifan with a hint of disdain. Why Yifan, observing the Snow Maiden's exaggerated demeanor, remarked, "What's wrong with your head?" The Snow Maiden squeezed out a tear, gazing at Yifan with a pitiful expression, and exclaimed, "You scoundrel! You abandoned me and now berate me in front of so many people. I might as well not live anymore." Yifan, feeling exasperated, glanced at Di Xianling with an innocent shrug. The little girl suddenly mumbled, "Young Master Yi is just like my father, a big pig's hoof, a fickle fellow." An authoritative voice resonated from within the bamboo house. "Little Chi-Chi, do not be rude. Apologize to young Master Yi at once." At the sound of the voice, the little girl timidly lowered her head, obediently walking to Yifan's side, and said sweetly, "I'm sorry. Young Master Yi, I know I was wronged." Yifan bent down to pat the girl's head, smiling, "It's all right, dear, I don't mind. After all, who could resist such cuteness?" The little girl looked up, her smile bright, but just as she opened her mouth, she suddenly softened and collapsed into Yifan's embrace. The Snow Maiden seized the opportunity, angrily accusing, "Yifan, you beast! What did you do to such a lovely little sister? I will kill you." Di Xianling also frowned, looking at Yifan in confusion. Only the Grand Priest remained calm, approaching Yifan and saying earnestly, "Young Master Yi, there is no need for alarm. It is merely a normal occurrence. Hand little Chi-Chi over to me. The clan leader awaits you inside." Yifan nodded, cautiously handing the little girl to the Grand Priest before heading toward the bamboo house. Di Xianling and the Snow Maiden followed closely behind, but were halted by an energy barrier. The Snow Maiden pouted, lamenting, "The once mighty ancient ghost clan has been reduced to hiding here, merely surviving." Di Xianling held a differing opinion, slowly stating, "This place possesses an exceptionally strong sealing power. Their clan must have been sealed here by some invincible figure. And the flow of time here is different from the outside world." The Snow Maiden, realizing the truth, mused, "Indeed, the time flow here is considerably slower than outside. The one who sealed this place must be extraordinarily powerful. Please, have a seat." The ghost matriarch gestured for Yifan to sit down. Inside the bamboo house, the ghost matriarch, clad in a light blue long gown, had regained her normal complexion. She brewed a pot of tea for Yifan and seated herself diagonally across from him. Yifan initiated the conversation, asking, "Was that little girl outside your daughter? Why did she faint for no apparent reason? Is she ill?" The ghost matriarch shook her head, sighing, "That is the orphan of my sister. She suffers from a congenital sleeping disorder." Yifan inquired curiously, "What about your sister?" The ghost matriarch's expression became complex as she replied slowly, "She fell in love at first sight with a human cultivator during her journey, and they secretly pledged themselves to each other, but our clan opposed it. The clan arranged for her to marry into the Heavenly God clan, which she vehemently refused, causing quite the uproar until ultimately My father, the clan leader, sealed her away on the day of her wedding. When the Heavenly God clan delayed their arrival, my father prepared to send someone to check on them, but suddenly, terrible news arrived. Someone had killed the Heavenly God's son in a duel. I was just a child then, following my father, and I witnessed the Heavenly God's son being utterly disfigured, reduced to a heap of flesh, barely recognizable as human. Later on, we learned that it was my sister's beloved, that ill-favored scholar, Lu Qi, who had done this. So, you understand why I brought you here today, right? Yifan candidly replied, there is a way, but if it fails, you must not kill me, the ghost matriarch teased with a smile. You are a person of the Summer Kingdom, and your status is not low. I wouldn't dare to kill you, lest I stir up a hornet's nest. Yifan, intrigued, asked, do you have ties to the Summer Kingdom? The ghost matriarch paused before explaining, due to some misunderstandings in the past, our clan and the Summer Kingdom have been at odds. If it weren't for Lu Qi's influence, our clan might have been completely exterminated by your Summer Kingdom. Yifan nodded lightly, then spoke earnestly, clan leader, find a spacious area. I am preparing to perform a technique, but I will need your assistance. The ghost matriarch nodded. What do you need me to do? Just tell me. Follow me, Yifan said as he stood and followed the ghost matriarch. They traversed the bamboo grove until they reached an expansive area where the ground was charred black, devoid of any life. The ghost matriarch explained, this is the place where Lu Qi ascended after attaining enlightenment. Yifan sat cross-legged and softly instructed, clan leader, when I say begin, you must inject your spiritual power into me. I cannot cultivate, so my internal spiritual energy is too sparse to perform the secret technique. The ghost matriarch covered her mouth, laughing. Our clan cultivates ghostly energy, ghostly power, and ghostly spirit, if you cannot endure. Do remember to inform me. Yifan formed hand seals, reciting the incantation he recalled from a novel in his past life. By my supreme decree, I summon you. Manifest and reveal. Beads of sweat dotted Yifan's forehead as he watched the slowly opening portal, feeling utterly bewildered, as he was merely bluffing. A resounding, powerful voice emerged from within the portal, deafening. Who dares to call my name? Insolence. Chapter 25. Romantic tales of the past. Yifan was struck by the booming voice, causing him to cough up blood, his entire being weakened. He stared in horror at the figure of a man in a green robe emerging from the portal. The ghost matriarch trembled slightly, incredulous, murmuring, it's really him. I never expected he was still alive. My sister would be so happy if she knew. The green-robed man slowly turned around, his handsome face resembling a finely carved sculpture, his exquisite features gleaming brightly. He exuded an aura of refreshing gentility, reminiscent of a scholarly youth, yet infused with a touch of a poet's free-spiritedness. Long time no see, Xiao Ru, the man said, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the ghost matriarch. The ghost matriarch, in disbelief, stammered, Brother Lu Qi, is that really you? It is I, the man replied, his ethereal form approaching the ghost matriarch, gently patting her shoulder and asking tenderly, how is my sister? The ghost matriarch, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears, choking out, sister. She has been sealed by the evil god, and her whereabouts are now unknown. Our clan is also confined within this minuscule space. Lu Qi's brow furrowed, filled with regret. Damn the evil clan. They should have been utterly eradicated back then. I blame my indecisiveness at that time. Otherwise, this would not have happened. And little Chi-Chi? Lu Qi's voice was noticeably softer as he inquired. The ghost concubine's arm moved slightly, and the unconscious Xiao Qi appeared before Lu Qi. Gently caressing Xiao Qi's delicate face, Lu Qi was overwhelmed with joy, yet the sight of Xiao Qi's furrowed brow filled him with profound sorrow. Suddenly, the ghost concubine's expression darkened as she asked, Lu Qi, where are you now? Why have you not visited this place for so many years? Could it be that your heart has already been claimed by another? Lu Qi sighed deeply and replied gravely, years ago, I sought the floating life dream lotus fragrance and inadvertently fell into a hidden lair, where I was held captive for millennia. I was eventually rescued by my master. But my current whereabouts remain unknown. The ghost concubine, puzzled, responded, how could you not know the location of your true self? Are you attempting to deceive me again? Lu Qi, both amused and exasperated, replied, Xiao Ru, I speak the truth. The form you see before you is likely my true self responding to your summons today. As for my true self's potential awareness of all this and his absence, perhaps he harbors his own unspeakable reasons. Suddenly, Lu Qi turned to Yi Fan, sincerely stating, Junior brother Yi, I heard my master mention you a millennium ago. I never expected to meet you today. What? Yi Fan exclaimed, looking utterly bewildered. You call me junior brother? Could it be that you are, indeed? I am your second senior brother, Lu Qi. Surely, my master has mentioned me to you? Yi Fan nodded, saying, I never imagined that second senior brother would be you. What a delightful surprise! Lu Qi rubbed his forehead in contemplation, and after a moment, a look of realization crossed his face as he chuckled, I understand now. The remnants left here must be for you. Junior brother Yi. The key to Shao Qi's predicament surely lies with you. Yi Fan inwardly thought, damn, this guy is really good at shifting blame. He quickly refuted, senior brother, I cannot cultivate as you know. I am but an ordinary mortal. How can I save anyone? Lu Qi, with a sly grin, replied, junior brother, how can your sister-in-law and niece be considered mere strangers? If you cannot save others, you should, at the very least, save your own family. You should be more than capable of that. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Fan's face darkened as he thought, come on, this is ridiculous. Here I am, sitting on the ground while the blame falls from the sky. What kind of senior brother is this, tossing blame at me the moment we meet? Junior brother, my master has explicitly stated that although you cannot cultivate, your swordsmanship is unparalleled throughout the ages. Listening to Lu Qi's flattery, Yi Fan reluctantly acquiesced, senior brother, if I am unable to be of help, please do not make things difficult for me. Ha ha ha, rest assured, junior brother, I would never stoop to such levels. If that day were to come, I am certain the old blind man would deal with me severely. Lu Qi's figure began to flicker in and out of focus, and suddenly his expression grew serious. Junior brother, remember what I am about to say. Seeing his complex expression, Yi Fan nodded eagerly, listen well, in the future, regardless of the relationship, do not divulge the secrets within you. Otherwise, all the years of planning could come to naught, and this realm may cease to exist. As for why you possess an innate sealed pulse, it is not a true condition, but rather an imposed seal for your protection. Junior brother, your enemies are far more terrifying than you can imagine. The 5 emperors may seem like insurmountable mountains to you, but to me, they are something else entirely. Do you understand? Curious, Yi Fan inquired, could it be that you are stronger than they are? Lu Qi merely offered an enigmatic smile and said, Junior brother, remember your strengths. Depart for the South Wilderness soon. I am uncertain if the old blind man still resides there, but he should have left you some valuable items. Until we meet again. Ye junior brothered. Yi Fan nodded in response. Until we meet again. Senior brother Lu? Lu Qi's figure completely vanished, his voice fading into the doorway. Wow, I never imagined you were a disciple of that esteemed figure. The ghost concubine remarked with a Yi Fan shrugged, saying, I haven't even become his disciple yet. Who knows if he'd accept me? The ghost concubine replied earnestly, enough boasting, Lu Qi is right. You should seek that elder sooner rather than later. With his guidance, your swordsmanship can ascend rapidly. Yi Fan nodded gently, a hint of embarrassment in his smile. I apologize for not being able to assist you adequately. The ghost concubine waved her hand dismissively, saying, now that we know he is alive, we at least have hope for survival for the next 10,000 years, do we not? Indeed. Yi Fan agreed with a chuckle, by the way, I have something for you. Yi Fan looked at the skull in his hand, roughly the size of an infant's fist, and asked, what is this, ghost clan leader? The ghost concubine explained, this is a grievous spirit curse, a tool for group attacks. But it can also be used individually. It not only unleashes human potential, but also enhances the user's overall abilities without any side effects. Yi Fan was delighted. This was indeed a remarkable item. Akin to his own demon god bloodline, and the absence of side effects was a bonus. He glanced at the ghost concubine with a mischievous grin and asked, I wonder, before he could finish. The ghost concubine firmly interjected, there is nothing more. This item is exceedingly precious within my ghost clan. So set aside those thoughts. Yi Fan awkwardly chuckled, then I am truly honored. Chapter 26. The pure ones clear themselves. I am blind. The snow maiden, with a gossiping demeanor, asked, Yi Fan, what were you doing with the woman inside? Seeing Yi Fan remain tight-lipped, the snow maiden intentionally provoked Xianling, saying, I never knew your man had a preference for older women. Suddenly, the Snow Maiden exclaimed, "Oh, I just remembered. I heard your man went to indulge in flower wine on his wedding night." Xianling halted, her expression icy, glaring at the Snow Maiden without uttering a word. Yifan turned back, noticing the impending clash between the two. He suddenly shouted, "You two maids, do you not see me, your master, in your eyes?" They paused momentarily before turning to glare at Yifan with fury. Exclaiming, "You seek death." Unfazed, Yifan felt a surge of excitement and declared, "Whoever touches me first tonight shall be the one to warm my bed." The two halted abruptly, stopping a short distance from Yifan, their eyes wide with indignation, wishing they could bite him to death. Yifan strutted away triumphantly, marching boldly toward his courtyard. Shortly after, Yifan arrived at an opulent courtyard, its layout sprawling, adorned with pale blue glazed tiles, and filled with flower gardens and ponds, a perfect place to rest. "Ah, this is so comfortable." Yifan reclined on a lounge chair within the courtyard, feeling drowsy, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The Snow Maiden grumbled, Why do we have to squeeze into such a small bed while he gets to sleep in this vast courtyard? It's so unfair." Xianling ignored the Snow Maiden and walked directly into the courtyard. Heading straight for the slumbering Yifan that moment, Yifan was lost in a beautiful dream, holding hands with a lovely maiden, romantically strolling along the beach. To his surprise, the maiden was the Snow Maiden, and just as they were grilling meat, an untimely interruption occurred. Xianling sat down beside them, clad in a wine-red bikini that showcased her breathtaking figure, especially her impressive physique. Yifan suppressed a nosebleed and questioned, "Xianling, why are you here, and what is with your attire?" Surprisingly, Xianling was unfazed, calmly replying, "My dear young master, I am here to serve you." The Snow Maiden stepped protectively in front of Yifan, pouting, "Yifan is mine alone. Get lost, you little brat." Each girl grabbed one of Yifan's arms, pulling him in opposite directions with all their might. Yifan, grinning lewdly, suggested, "Why don't we all play together? Wouldn't that be fun?" "Ah?" Yifan awoke with a start, gasping as he opened his eyes to find Xianling and the Snow Maiden tugging at his arms. Goodness, was I dreaming about spring? He glanced at the tint that had sprung up and felt a faint flush on his cheeks. However, the pain in his arms quickly yanked him back to reality. "You two crazy women? Let go! You're going to tear me apart." Only then did they release him, both blushing and in unison, asked, "Yifan, who do you think is prettier, her or me?" Yifan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the two, pinching himself to confirm he was not dreaming. Did these two take some strange medication? Though Yifan wanted to take advantage of the situation, he still opted to consult the system for safety. "System, what's going on with these two? Am I trapped in an illusion?" The system responded lazily, "Of course, it's an illusion. But these two little girls have dragged you into their realm." Suddenly, it seemed to have an amusing thought and whispered, "By the way, you could do this." Yifan's eyes flickered with embarrassment as he murmured, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" "Do as you please." Yifan pondered for a moment, overcoming his rationality. According to the system, the two of them were currently trapped in an illusion, unable to move. Thus, Yifan began to chant incantations, and as his eyes sparkled with realization, he opened them to find the two of them indeed seated motionless on the grass not far away. Initially, he tossed a small stone at the Snow Maiden, only to discover she remained unresponsive. It was then that he rubbed his hands together and chuckled, "You two shall accept my punishment today." Yifan briskly approached them, first pinching their cheeks, before his gaze inevitably drifted toward the towering peaks. He swallowed hard, trembling as he extended his hand, only to receive a sharp slap across the face. Xianling furrowed her brow at Yifan, her face etched with disdain. The Snow Maiden shrieked, "Let go of me! Does it feel good to you?" It dawned on Yifan that in the moment he was slapped away by Xianling, he had inadvertently placed both hands on the Snow Maiden's body, even giving a gentle squeeze or two, seemingly finding it quite pleasant. The Snow Maiden's face flushed crimson, akin to one intoxicated, captivating all who beheld her. She furiously declared, "If you keep looking, I shall gouge out your eyes." Xianling, with a cold smile, remarked, "What harm is there in looking a little longer? What do you say, Lord Yi? Why not just indulge with this woman? As if I were not present." Yifan was left bewildered. Was this woman feeling jealous? He swiftly shook his head in denial. How could that be? This woman is merely playing her own games. Very well, then you may leave. Yi Fan lifted the Snow Maiden's delicate chin and, with an air of confidence, proclaimed, "Tonight, I shall share a chamber with the Snow Maiden. What say you, my lady?" The Snow Maiden swatted Yi Fan's hand away. Her tone playful. "Oh dear. Master Yi is quite the dandy." Unbeknownst to him, Di Xianling's eyes glimmered with disappointment as she clenched her fists and turned to depart. Observing this, Yi Fan forcefully pushed the Snow Maiden aside and boldly declared, "You should leave too. All of you women are truly enchantresses." Giggle, giggle. "Master Yi, you are indeed the instigator of chaos." The Snow Maiden replied with a coy laugh. Yi Fan's gaze toward her was filled with revulsion. This woman had just ensnared his mind. Wasn't she supposed to be sealed? The system remarked dryly, "She possesses unusual eyes. Even if her powers are sealed, she is beyond your reach. Besides, although their true selves cannot move, their intentions are still present." A cold sweat broke out on Yi Fan's brow. Though neither woman exuded murderous intent, he knew full well that once they were free, he would undoubtedly meet a gruesome fate. The system suddenly urged, "Yi Fan, you have fallen behind in your cultivation of late. Hasten to make up for it. As for everything else, without strength, all is but a fleeting dream." Yi Fan nodded. Indeed, he had neglected his training during this period. He promptly opened the swordsmanship manual, becoming completely absorbed in its teachings. On Ling Mountain Island, within the general's residence, two bare-chested men feasted heartily on large fish and meat. The plump one, with grease dripping from his mouth, complained, "That scoundrel Yi Fan has vanished. I can hardly eat another bite." Huang Ning retorted, "Just wait. In 3 days, if he does not show, the two of us can easily eliminate him." Meanwhile, the advanced troops of the Xia Kingdom were also nearing Ling Mountain Island. Chapter 27. A pot cannot hold little brother at the altar. The ghostly consort, Xiao Ru, spoke gently, "Master Yi, please be cautious on your journey. Visit our clan whenever you can. The gates of the Ghost Clan will always be open for you." Yi Fan, feeling the weight of his bulging pockets, nodded and waved, "You may return now." As the high priest embedded the crystal stone, the altar radiated a blinding light, and in the blink of an eye, Yi Fan vanished from the spot. The high priest glared at the two women in the distance, teeth clenched, and communicated telepathically, "Chief, those two young ladies have remarkable identities. Detaining them may not be wise." Consort Ru glanced at them and replied calmly, "Let them go. It matters not. We shall wait until tomorrow." As soon as her words fell, she turned to leave. The high priest, at a loss, forced a helpless smile at the two before following suit. The Snow Maiden, furious and embarrassed, shouted at Di Xianling, "What does your man mean? If he doesn't want to take us along, why let the Ghost Clan detain us? Hey, I'm asking you a question." Di Xianling abruptly turned, her gaze chilling, and coldly warned, "Ugly Snow, should there be a next time, do not blame me for disregarding our past friendship and killing you." The Snow Maiden merely scoffed, "Who is afraid of whom? We can both perish together. If it weren't for my master having a favorable relationship with Lord Fuyao, I would have long since dealt with you, you pretentious little woman." The two glared at each other before suddenly erupting into a tussle, tearing at each other like common street women. "Where is this?" Yi Fan, bewildered, rose to his feet. Shouldn't he have appeared in the palace of the East Ing? Just then, a faint voice came from behind. "Little brother, you smashed the pot I used to support my family." "Ah," Yi Fan exclaimed, leaping up to discover he was indeed seated in a large pot, his rear covered in dye. "You villains, let go of my grandfather." A childlike voice cried out. Yi Fan jumped down from the pot and turned to see an elderly man lying on the ground, bleeding profusely, while a filthy little girl knelt beside him. Weeping uncontrollably, the old man managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. "My niece is a princess. You beasts shall await your doom." One of the guards, sharp-faced and scruffy, stroked his sparse beard and sneered, "Old man, do you think you're some royal relation?" "Ha ha ha." The other guards behind him laughed mockingly. "If that old coot were a royal, then you must be the prince," the guard taunted. "So hurry up and hand over your valuables." With the aid of the little girl, the old man, frail and emaciated, managed to rise unsteadily. His murky eyes met those of the guards, and at that moment, a glimmer of fierceness shone through. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a swift punch to the sharp-faced guard's face. Instantly, The atmosphere grew tense as the guard, clutching his now dented face, knelt on the ground, groaning in pain at Yi Fan, who had intended to watch the spectacle. Found himself caught in the fray when the old man's bony arm, like a claw, reached out toward him. Reacting swiftly, Yi Fan executed a sword draw. The old man yelped in pain, retracting his arm. Then collapsed once more. The little girl resumed her previous actions, while the rest remained frozen in their earlier postures, save for the guard still moaning in agony and Yi Fan, standing resolutely with his sword drawn. With a flourish, a pair of golden dragon steeds appeared, pulling a purple and gold carriage to a halt behind the onlookers. A servant crouched beneath the carriage, and someone lifted the curtain, revealing a pair of short legs descending. Approximately 1 meter in height, a little girl clad in a purple dress stepped down gracefully from the carriage, her demeanor calm, while the surrounding crowd instinctively parted to make way. Someone gasped, "It's Princess Ziyu." Everyone kneel. All present, including the old man who had just been groaning on the ground, fell to their knees. Yet Yi Fan remained standing, unwavering as a sturdy pine tree, unyielding and proud. One of Princess Ziyu's guards barked. "Impudent! You audacious commoner! Why do you not kneel before the princess?" Yi Fan scoffed dismissively. "Kneel? For this short, impoverished little thing?" Princess Ziyu's brows, resembling 2 tiny caterpillars, danced with curiosity as she gazed at Yi Fan. As the guard prepared to draw his sword against Yi Fan, Princess Ziyu intervened, stepping forward. She pointed at the old man and the beaten guard, inquiring, "Which of these 3 do you believe deserves death? And which does not?" Yi Fan regarded the little girl, who appeared harmless yet exuded an aura of cunning, with interest. "Ts merely a performance. Why escalate it to murder?" he countered. The little girl smiled wickedly, licking her lips, which were as alluring as purple jade, and replied, "Why then, Master Yi, do you slay so many in my easting?" Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, fixated on this scheming girl, and feigned composure. "How did you know I would appear here?" The little girl conjured an image from thin air, revealing Yi Fan's likeness, with the inscription signed by none other than the Snow Maiden. Yi Fan gasped, realizing, "Damn it, this madwoman. How does she know my whereabouts? Could it be Consort Ru?" The little girl flashed an innocent smile. "Master Yi, will you accompany me back to the palace, or shall I break your limbs and drag you there?" Yi Fan smirked, swiftly positioning himself behind her and seizing her delicate neck. "How about this? I sent it clear that Yi, have the upper hand." The little girl shook her head, a knowing look in her eyes. "Even if you take me hostage, you cannot escape. Do you remember why Ghost Song died and came back to life?" As soon as the words fell, the petite figure in Yi Fan's arms suddenly slumped and fell limp. Adhering to the principle of better to mistakenly kill than let go, Yi Fan swiftly tore off the skirt of the little girl, binding it to his back, and wielded his weapon, Qing Feng, as he charged forward. The guards retreated in haste, not due to Yi Fan's formidable strength, but rather because they were wary of the little girl still in his grasp. Yi Fan chuckled. "You are hesitant to act rashly because this little girl remains in my possession, aren't you?" Unbeknownst to him whether it was intentional or accidental, he playfully slapped the little girl on her behind and laughed heartily. "Little one, do you truly believe your cleverness can outwit me?" "Yi de yi?" The little girl, no longer pretending, furrowed her brow and bit down, producing a squeaking sound. Yi Fan, release this princess or I assure you, you will not escape Dongling Island. Do you hear me? This princess is asking you a question. I, Tian Luai, will not let you off." Yi Fan, indifferent to her threats, was captivated by the agile figures soaring through the sky, their banners blocking out the sun, instilling a sense of reverence. How could the Cold Moon Army appear here? Chapter 28. The Silent Ghost Mountain. Listen well, you people of the Eastern Isles. I am Wang Zixin, commander under the Great General of Cold Moon. I have come, under royal command, to apprehend Wang Zhong. My lord has decreed that those who obstruct shall be executed without mercy. Damn. How did this guy also arrive? Wang Zixin was arguably the person Yi Fan feared the most in the army. Wielding a blade of execution, a terrifying figure who could judge life and death with a mere glance. "Third uncle, Luai is here. Help me." Upon hearing the cry, Wang Zixin turned to see Tian Luai, bound like a rice dumpling on Yi Fan's back. Yi Fan thought to himself, "This is not good." Sure enough, the cold-faced man approached, directly unbinding Tian Luai, lifting her into his arms and turning to leave. Yi Fan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Was he being ignored? Unable to restrain himself, he questioned, "General Wang, what is your intent?" Tian Luai suddenly turned around, making a face at Yi Fan while muttering something under her breath. Realizing he was being disregarded, Yi Fan prepared to leave, casting a wary glance at the sky, his expression turning frantic as he spotted something, and he rushed towards Wang Zixin. Wang Zixin abruptly halted, displaying an incredulous expression toward Yi Fan, saying, "Yi Fan, you have wronged her. You do not deserve to live." The mirth vanished from Yi Fan's face, his countenance shifting like the phases of the moon. Muttering, "I have indeed wronged her. I am sorry for her." The system suddenly alerted him, as if facing a formidable enemy, calling out within his heart, "Yi Fan, do not heed his words. This fellow is attempting to disrupt your resolve." The divine and demonic bloodline within him surged forth, enveloping him in crimson, dark fog swirling around. As in a daze he seemed to glimpse the person he longed for. "Cold moon, I am coming." In an instant, Wang Zixin struck Yi Fan's chest with a palm, and he plummeted like a lead ball into the ground. "With such feeble strength, you dare to resist?" Wang Zixin scoffed. Before Yi Fan's arrival, Wang Zixin had sought the hand of Cold Moon in marriage, only to be rejected. Since Yi Fan's emergence, Cold Moon had shown him indifference. Regaining a sliver of lucidity, Yi Fan shouted, "Wang Zixin, if you have the guts, just kill me. Cold Moon's death is my fault. But who do you think you are to dictate terms here?" Wang Zixin replied coolly, a futile rage from one who is powerless. At that moment, the two women fell beside Yi Fan. The Snow Maiden, seeing Wang Zixin, exclaimed in delight, "Third uncle, what brings you here?" Wang Zixin smiled, first nodding at Di Xianling, then chuckling. "Some people may look good, but are useless. Isn't this just me coming to clean up after you? By the way, why are you here instead of cultivating in the Divine Palace? Do you know this rascal?" The Snow Maiden hesitated before replying. "It is all because of that girl Luai, who kept sending me messages, so I came to see." Tian Luai broke free from Wang Zixin's embrace, sulking as she approached the Snow Maiden. "Cousin, are you displeased with Luai?" The Snow Maiden scooped Luai into her arms, playfully pinching her nose. "If I found you bothersome, I wouldn't have come here. By the way, how did your father allow you to come to this place?" Tian Luai whispered, "It's all because of that ghostly Mu Shi San, who insisted on finding my father with his ancestor's decree. Unfortunately, my father entered seclusion, allowing me the chance to escape." Di Xianling abruptly seized the blood-soaked Yi Fan, turning to leave without a backward glance. However, the Snow Maiden blocked her path, teasing, "Sister Xianling, are you planning to return home and use family discipline? Or are you trying to gloss over this matter?" Di Xianling's gaze turned icy, wordlessly fixing her stare upon the Snow Maiden. Just as the two were about to clash, Wang Zixin interjected, stepping between them. "You two are renowned fairies of the eastern region. Is it fitting to brawl over a useless fool? Let it end here, shall we?" Seeing the two remain unyielding, Wang Zixin spoke sternly, "Swear, if you continue to stir trouble, I will inform your father. You can expect a beating." The Snow Maiden stuck out her tongue at Wang Zixin, playfully retorting, "Third uncle, you needn't control me so much. You're not a child anymore. I should hurry to find you an aunt to manage you. So you won't keep lecturing me." Wang Zixin was rendered speechless. Is this girl itching for a lesson? Just as Di Xianling prepared to depart, Yi Fan suddenly grasped her arm, startling her into nearly throwing him aside. In a faint voice, yet audible to all present, he murmured, "Xianling, Wang Zhong is not here. This place is not the true appearance of Lingxian Island. That Wang Zixin is a fake. The focal point of the formation is that little girl. Kill her, and the formation will collapse." Di Xianling hesitated, caught in a dilemma of whether to trust Yi Fan, while the Snow Maiden had already plunged her hand into the little girl's chest. Wang Zixin's expression shifted, furiously rebuking, "Swear, have you lost your mind? She is your sister. How can you be so cruel, believing the words of others?" "Ah," the Snow Maiden exclaimed, "I have long heard of the infamous Ghost Mountain Wujing. Yet I never expected your methods to be so despicable." With that, she flung the lifeless body, which shattered into a fragmented puppet. Wang Zixin, realizing the situation had been unveiled, cast off his disguise and bellowed to the heavens. "What of despicable methods? You three are still being toyed with by me at my whim." At this moment, Yi Fan had returned to normal, propping himself up as he glared at the unmasked ghost mountain Wujing. The Snow Maiden inquired with curiosity, "How did you discern that everything was a ruse?" Yifan chuckled awkwardly, concocting a plausible excuse, "Because I cannot cultivate. The strange, spiritual energy I absorbed was negligible. While you all were ensnared by its allure, if not for the system, I would still be in the dark." As for the system stating that Di Xianling knew everything yet remained unmoved. "I too am at a loss," Yifan, puzzled, turned to the Snow Maiden and asked, "Then how did you ascertain that fellow is not Wang Zixin?" With reddened eyes, the Snow Maiden replied softly, "My third uncle has never looked kindly upon me. Every time he sees me, his eyes are filled with disdain." Ghost Mountain Wujing seethed, "Enough. To dare flirt in front of me, it's time to send you all on your way." The system's voice echoed in Yifan's mind. "Yifan? Someone is breaking the barrier here. You need to burn that shattered puppet, and reinforcements will be able to enter." Yifan conveyed his thoughts to the two women, but Di Xianling did not respond. Seemingly lost in her thoughts, stationary and dazed, Ghost Mountain Wujing seemed to notice Di Xianling's state, suddenly erupting into mad laughter. "I never expected this girl to be completely immersed in the bazaar. What a delightful surprise! Ha ha ha!" Ghost Mountain Wujing's laughter was more grotesque than sorrowful, disregarding the two, and he formed seals with his hands. Suddenly, a teleportation portal appeared beneath him, and he whisked Di Xianling away. Vanishing from sight, Yifan and the Snow Maiden exchanged bewildered glances. What just happened? Boom! The sky shattered, and the real Wang Zixin, accompanied by tens of thousands of Cold Moon soldiers, appeared above, as the scene before them unfolded. They beheld mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. The streets of Ling Mountain Island were littered with the starving dead, devoid of any life, reeking of decay, with countless maggots crawling across the ground. What is this? Even Wang Zixin, a man who had slain thousands, felt his stomach churn at the sight. It was horrifying to see what appeared to be a child of no more than 3 years old. Having had its heart ripped out and carelessly tossed beside a corpse, the entire town, with hundreds of thousands, was utterly annihilated. It was truly a massacre of millions. Wang Zixin first reported this to the divine martial king, Di Xuanyu, and upon receiving his consent, he was ordered to personally head to the capital of the Eastern Isles. Di Xuanyu relayed the message, deeming the matter too grave to act upon lightly. Though the words were few, it was evident that the situation had spiraled beyond control. Yifan lamented, "Humans are like weeds, but what of the divine?" Chapter 29. The youth sailing to the South Wilderness reporting to Sword Master Yi. Upon investigation, none of the surrounding towns and villages have escaped. They are all dead. Yifan waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to retreat. The Snow Maiden calmly stated, "Such matters will be attended to by others. With your limited strength, I advise you not to delve too deeply." Yifan, however, was uncharacteristically resolute, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, it is not my concern. For years, the Eastern Isles have incessantly intruded upon the borders of our great Xia. Their demise would be a fitting end." The Snow Maiden furrowed her brow slightly as she regarded Yifan, momentarily at a loss for words. Just as she prepared to turn away, Yifan's voice halted her in her tracks. With a derisive chuckle, he slowly remarked, "This world is inherently sick. You may perceive my thoughts as extreme, yet they are, in truth, quite reasonable." The Snow Maiden smiled, saying, "I hadn't realized you were so sentimental." Yifan continued, "When one stands atop the food chain, one can arrogantly declare to the ants that their deaths serve the greater good of the world. At that moment, no one shall dare to contradict or accuse you. Indeed, some may even believe you ought to extinguish the world entirely, rendering the plight of the ants inconsequential." The Snow Maiden's lips moved as if to speak, yet she deemed it too forward and chose to depart. Dismissing the madman, the system, with a tone of earnestness, cautioned, "Yifan, this line of thinking is perilous." "Oh, is it?" Yifan retorted, a smile spreading across his face. "Perhaps those so-called gods are indeed correct in their actions. Yet I am determined to obliterate them, to render this world devoid of deities and immortals." The system, exasperated, replied, "Enough, you rascal. You must head to the southern wilderness. Do not allow these trivial matters to delay you." For the first time, Yifan received a reward from the system. A treasure ship said to withstand a divine blow, the reverse current vessel alone, he traversed the abyssal sea, arriving at Peace Town, where he sought out the old man who had gifted him a steed. "Old man, may this bring you a robust son. If you wish to thank me, I shall come to drink with you in 3 years." The old man, tears streaming down his face, waved farewell to the sword-wielding youth. Jesting, "Yi, the great swordmaster, I hope you do not break your promise." Departing Peace Town, Yi Fan sailed southward. After 3 days, he gradually navigated out of the abyssal waters. No ordinary fishing vessel could escape this seemingly endless sea in less than a decade. In his mind, the system's urgent voice echoed. "Yi Fan, remember, no matter what sounds you hear, do not respond or look up. Simply lie quietly in the boat, understood?" Yi Fan complied, curling up within the vessel. Closing his eyes to rest. "Why, Yi Fan, my son, open your eyes and behold me. I am your father. My little cotton-padded jacket, I am your father. Quickly, open your eyes and look at me." Why, Yi Fan felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, as if something was gently caressing his hair, accompanied by a viscous substance dripping onto his face. Frustrated, he thought, "Damn it, I cannot retaliate against this humiliation, yet I must cower. How much can one endure?" Though his eyes were shut, he muttered curses. "Damn it, what manner of creature are you? I am your father. Did your wife run off with your brother-in-law?" The system chuckled derisively. "I knew this lad couldn't contain himself. Who would have thought he would be so impatient? Divine demons, why not take action?" Yet the bloodline of the divine demons remained unresponsive. "Son, my son, you ungrateful wretch, you infuriate your father. I shall strangle you." Suddenly, Yi Fan felt something constricting his throat, gasping for breath as he neared suffocation. He abruptly opened his eyes to find a green-haired creature, resembling a human yet grotesque, gripping his neck tightly. "Oh hell! What manner of foul being are you? Get lost." Yi Fan unleashed a flurry of curses, attempting to kick the wretched creature away, but after a dozen futile attempts, he found himself nearing exhaustion, yet that thing still held on firmly. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with mischief as he grinned. "Since you refuse to let go, do not blame me for abandoning the code of the martial world." The creature, howling in pain, clutched its groin, bouncing around the room and growling in agony. The system looked on with disdain. Even the usually silent bloodline of the divine demon sighed. Yi Fan, unfazed, rose to his feet, eyeing the creature with suspicion, drawing his sword with caution. "What are you, and why do you humiliate me?" The creature yanked off its green hair, revealing its true appearance. "Damn it!" Yi Fan delivered another kick. "Stop hitting me, damn it. Yi Fan, are you insane? I am a fat man." Perhaps fatigued from the struggle, Yi Fan sat beside Huang Ning, who had inexplicably appeared in the cabin, accepting the wine jug he offered and taking a hearty swig. With a righteous expression, Yi Fan exclaimed, "Damn it, you fat fool. You just show up out of nowhere. Why scare me like a ghost? Don't you know I have a timid disposition?" The fat man, trembling and laboriously leaning to the side, sighed, "Damn it, murder! You truly went all out. My handsome visage has been ruined." Huang Ning glanced at the pitiful state of the fat man, swallowed hard, and thought, truly a disaster. "His hands are indeed cursed." Yi Fan, squinting at Huang Ning, teasingly inquired, "Anyo, why didn't you join in?" Huang Ning chuckled, replying, "I prefer to maintain an air of elegance. Such antics are beneath me." "Oh, you're getting a bit too pretentious. How about a complimentary massage?" Yi Fan grinned mischievously. "My back is broken. Damn it. Yi Laohe, your hands are indeed cursed." Only then did Yi Fan, satisfied and cheerful, ask, "What brings you two to the borders of the snow country?" Noticing their disdainful expressions, both seemingly too proud to speak, Yi Fan immediately assumed a threatening stance, prompting a swift change in their demeanor. The fat man, beaming widely, explained, "We heard through the grapevine, and with the Snow Maiden's assistance, we awaited your arrival here." Yi Fan rubbed his forehead in confusion. "The Snow Maiden? How could she know I was heading to the southern wilderness?" The fat man and Huang Ning exchanged incredulous glances, exclaiming, "What the hell, Yi Laohe, don't you have a spirit treasure communicator?" Yi Fan, bewildered, responded, "What on earth is that?" The fat man produced a palm-sized transparent crystal, offering it to Yi Fan and indicating he should drip his blood into it. Sure enough, after Yi Fan complied, a torrent of information surged forth, accompanied by a live broadcast. "This is outrageous," Yi Fan exclaimed in shock. The fat man and Huang Ning gaped in astonishment. Truly a bumpkin. Dragging down our status. Huang Ning concurred. Indeed. Suddenly, the fat man's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted. Oh no, Yi Fan. Quickly check the Dark Realm news. Someone is offering a bounty on you. Chapter 30. Fraud Case Spirit Stone on the Surface of the Sea. The fat man's cries echoed like a pig being slaughtered. Someone is offering a bounty for your whereabouts. 1,000,000 spirit stones? I can't believe it. The fat man shook Huang Ning's arm in disbelief, exclaiming, Old Huang, 1,000,000 spirit stones. Huang Ning, equally astounded, murmured. Perhaps we should, Yi Fan, noticing their fervent gazes, crossed his arms and frowned. Why are you both looking at me like that? The fat man grinned slyly. Of course, it's because, bang, damn it, Ilahe, I will eventually have my revenge. The fat man pointed accusingly at his two black eyes. Why Yi Fan forced a smile, shrugging helplessly. Who told you to stare at me with that mischievous grin? I thought you were up to no good. The fat man retched, expelling several small fish, collapsing in exhaustion against the boat, despondent. Hours passed, the scorching sun bearing down on the trio, making the fat man feel as though time crawled. An idea struck him, and he slapped his thigh in excitement, wincing in pain as he grinned lewdly. I've thought of a way to make money. Do you want to join me? Yi Fan continued to rest with his eyes closed. Ignoring him, while Huang Ning remained unmoved, knowing whatever scheme the fat man concocted would surely be nefarious. Just like before, when he subdued Yi Fan and sold him off, was this truly the bond of brotherhood? Huang Ning resolved to distance himself from the fat man, vowing never to associate with him again. With no response, the fat man cleared his throat, feigning profundity. Since you are too ashamed to associate with me, I shall quietly amass wealth on my own. He glanced at Yi Fan, rubbing his hands together, and suggested, Yi Fan, good buddy, how about lending me a few strands of hair? Yi Fan, perplexed, waved his hand dismissively, signaling the fat man to leave. The fat man made a face, pouting as he playfully whined. Yi Fan, dear brother, lend me a few strands. I have a way to make money. Upon hearing the latter part, both Yi Fan and Huang Ning became intrigued, and Yi Fan kicked the fat man away, sharing a conspiratorial smile with Huang Ning, nodding in understanding as he asked, Fat man, I heard you can mold clay puppets. What do you say? Hee hee. The fat man shook his jowls dismissively. I knew it. You two hypocrites want to monopolize the idea, huh? Not a chance. Huang Ning, without knowing where he procured a piece of black cloth, draped it over the chubby man's head. After a friendly exchange among the three, the chubby man, whose head had swollen to resemble that of a pig, looked on in acceptance. Observing the chubby man squatting at the bottom of the boat, Yefan and his companion expressed their concern, saying, Brother Fat, do you need a drink? Are you hungry? Are you feeling hot? The chubby man, with tears and snot streaming down his face, sobbed, Damn it, you two rascals, shut up. If the contents within the image stone remain unclear, I swear one day I will deal with both of you. Yefan, dismissively deflecting responsibility, replied, Brother Fat, that was all old Huang's doing. It has nothing to do with me. So please don't hold a grudge. Huang Ning shrugged and, in a righteous tone, declared, Chubby, when the day comes to deal with Yefan, count me in. I want to feed his kuin to the dogs. Hearing the duo's slanderous curses, Yefan laughed in exasperation. Damn it, you two rascals. May you not find peace. The chubby man stood up, stretched lazily, and said, All right, Yefan, come over and drop some blood for a blessing. Yefan's blood dripped onto the unremarkable figure made of clay, causing it to radiate brilliantly, resembling Yefan to an astonishing degree. The two exclaimed in astonishment, Wow, Brother Fat, you're impressive. The chubby man scoffed. What's this? If the materials are right, I could create a figure that even the gods wouldn't suspect. Huang Ning, without hesitation, remarked, I never imagined, Chubby, that you'd learned such an impressive skill from old cripple. Yefan, impatiently urging, said, all right, how do we start the live broadcast? Chubby, it's your turn. Watch closely, for today, your chubby will open your eyes. The chubby man took out his spiritual treasure and, with incantations murmured in his palm, retrieved a translucent spiritual stone and placed it on the treasure. Before long, the treasure absorbed the stone, glowing with a white radiance. Suddenly, the chubby man bellowed, to find Yefan, please click on Brother Fat's reality show. Password 388. Yefan. Upon seeing the message that popped up on his treasure, clicked it and burst into exuberant laughter. Chubby, we've got a feed. The chubby man took a deep breath, calming himself, and slowly said, Dear friends, behold who stands behind me. A stream of cultivators entering the scene saw Yefan bound behind the chubby man and began to flood the screen with comments, exclaiming, May I ask where the esteemed elder is? I am Qingfeng, a humble old Taoist, willing to exchange a millennium of cultivation for this scoundrel. The chubby man watched the incessant barrage of comments, feigning calmness but inwardly bursting with laughter. Ha ha ha, Brother Fat is about to strike it rich. These comments are all money. A pinned comment was worth 10 spiritual stones, and a single line message was worth a medium-grade stone. What a windfall. Fellow Taoist, I am the old immortal from Western Europe, Tianfu. You can tell me the whereabouts of the thief Yefan, and I will offer you my daughter. The crowd scoffed, How shameless. This old rogue from Western Europe is willing to part with his daughter. Truly a barbaric land. Tianfu, unfazed, replied, I have at least a few hundred daughters. Giving one away is no trouble. Just as the chubby man imagined how to spend this newfound wealth, a cold voice echoed in the live stream. Tell me where Yefan is, and I will instantly transfer 100,000 spiritual stones to you. The room fell silent for a moment, then erupted in astonished cries. The dark world overlord has appeared. It seems this elder truly has Yefan. Thanks to the chubby man's mask, he presented the image of a venerable immortal elder. Yefan, feeling anxious, urged, Chubby, if it gets too dangerous, let us call it a day. Huangning nodded, adding, Chubby, we could withdraw now and still gain tens of thousands of spiritual stones. There's no need to push our luck. If we expose ourselves, it could spell trouble. Though the chubby man longed to swindle more riches. He heeded Yefan's advice, shutting down the live stream and promptly transferring the remaining spiritual stones from the treasure to his spiritual stone card. In an instant, the unassuming white card at his waist transformed into a vibrant yellow. Just as he was about to close the broadcast, the cold female voice echoed once more. No one has dared to disregard me before. If I discover your identity and whereabouts, you shall perish. The chubby man trembled in fear, recalling that he had almost forgotten about this formidable figure. His mind raced, and he typed 2 characters and hit send. Then, he turned to Huang Ning, grinning widely. Huang Ning felt a shiver run down his spine at the chubby man's grin and frowned. Chubby, why are you smiling so creepily? It's nothing, old Huang. You'll thank me later. All right, good buddy, let us discuss how to split the spoils. Damn, Yefan, you don't even have a spiritual stone card, do you? Why are you so broke? Yefan thought to himself, System, just give me a random card to save face. I can't let this fatso keep looking down on me. The system rolled its eyes at Yefan and reluctantly produced a transparent card for him. When Yefan pulled it out, the chubby man collapsed in laughter. Ha ha, Yefan, why is your card transparent? Did you pick up some glass or crystal shard? Even the normally stoic Huang Ning couldn't help but laugh. Yefan scratched his head awkwardly and replied, Who knows? As long as it works, right? The chubby man chuckled, taking Yefan's card. Ready to swipe for spiritual stones, Yefan, appearing beside the system, roared, System, I curse you. You've embarrassed me. These 2 are mocking me. I'm going to strangle you. To his surprise, the system stared at him like he was a fool, remaining silent as it watched him. Aren't you going to say anything? The system replied with a smirk, What should I say? That you're an idiot. Speechless. Chapter 31. The Sacred Path Tablet recognizing the path upon the boundless expanse of the sea. A solitary boat glided steadily forward. While the trio aboard languidly conversed in the gentle sea breeze, the chubby man jested, Yefan, where's that aloof princess of yours? Why didn't she join you? Yefan murmured softly. Her? Huang Ning suddenly stood, his gaze piercing as he stared into the distance shrouded in black mist. Slowly saying, The sacred burial tomb is nearly upon us. The chubby man glowed with excitement. It is said to be the resting place of the strongest practitioners of the sacred path throughout history. Brimming with boundless opportunities, Yefan asked quietly, Should we take a detour? The chubby man shook his head, his flesh jiggling, and replied haughtily, Why detour? With Brother Fat here, there's no need for concern. Huang Ning nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, it's unnecessary to waste time on a detour. Though the sacred tomb is a forbidden area, it has been silent for millennia, so it should be fine. "Do be safe?" Yafan inquired. "System, are there any dangers ahead?" "No danger. What lies ahead is a plethora of opportunities. It's up to you to seize them." As the small boat entered the black mist, the trio beheld the towering peaks shimmering with sacred light. Bathed in this holy luminescence, both the chubby man and Huang Ning felt their cultivation progress, while Yefan remained unaffected. Seeing no immediate danger, the three halted, with Yefan sitting by the shore, enviously watching the other two absorb the sacred light. "System, where are those opportunities you mentioned?" The system impatiently replied. "What's the rush? We're almost there. Just wait a bit." Yefan, frowning in displeasure, retorted, "Damn it, I used to have to watch my boss's face. Now I have to watch yours. What a pain. Oh dear, the great sword master Yefan is angry." Ignoring the system's sarcastic tone, Yefan suddenly blurted out, "I, Yefan, am invincible in this world. My swordsmanship is unparalleled through the ages. Who can contend with me?" After saying this, he regretted it, sensing that the system had ulterior motives. Suddenly, an imperceptible aura whisked Yefan up the cliff. "Damn it, system, I will not forgive you. I curse you." Yefan's furious exclamations echoed throughout the cliff. Resounding loudly below, the chubby man and Huang Ning simultaneously opened their eyes, exchanged knowing smiles, and resumed their cultivation. Yefan found himself sprawled across a skeleton, inadvertently pricking his finger, causing blood to drip onto the skull. The system urged urgently, "Yefan, wake up, don't sleep." Unable to hold back, it exclaimed, "Damn it, Yefan, wake up. The Imperial Immortal Spirit is coming." Yefan clutched his head, shouting, "Ah, Immortal Spirit, let me explain. I am innocent with the Snow Maiden." "Damn it, are you crazy?" The system rolled its eyes at him, disdainfully commenting, "You truly bring shame to the Yefan name." Yefan shifted the topic. "Damn it, where are those opportunities you promised?" The system rarely emerged from Yefan's mind. Appearing outside with a tiny hand pointing toward a distant cliff, its voice clear. "Do you see that black stone tablet?" Yefan nodded. "I see it." "And then?" The system frowned, hands on hips, eyes wide with indignation. Retorted, "Of course, we go there. Are you waiting for me to feed you? If I call you my beloved, will you dare respond?" As Yefan beheld the system's fury, a chill coursed through him, and he nervously chuckled. "Do not be angry. I shall go at once." And no sooner had the words left his lips than Yefan sprinted towards the stone tablet. The system remained in place, nodding in satisfaction as it remarked, "Now that's more like it. All day long, you merely argue with me. Were it not for the fact that I had already seen you feed the fish, I would have lost my patience long ago." Yefan was unaware of how long he had been running. The stone tablet, seemingly within arm's reach, appeared to shift further away with every stride he took. "Oh dear. This is unbearable." Exhausted, Yefan collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Suddenly, the system's visage hovered above him, grinning. "Is this too much for you? By heavens, what a fright!" Yefan exclaimed, scrambling to his feet and continuing his frantic dash. The system cast a disdainful glance at the slowly retreating stone tablet, its lips moving as it stated, "That should suffice. Oh, not provoke my ire. I trust you are aware of the consequences." Indeed, just as Yefan felt he could run no longer, he finally reached the stone tablet. He gently caressed its magnificent surface, marveling, such a colossal structure. Could it truly be the handiwork of man? Fool! This entity was formed from chaos, ever elusive since ancient times. It is merely fate that has allowed you to encounter it." The system retorted. Yefan turned to the system, which seemed to harbor knowledge, and in a tone of feigned humility inquired, "Esteemed one, how might one trigger the opportunity you speak of?" The system replied nonchalantly, "Sit down, listen to the voice of the Tao, and see if you can earn a name for yourself upon this tablet." Yefan settled cross-legged, closed his eyes, and relaxed his mind, attentively listening. With a thump, a portal materialized before him. Tentatively, he asked, "System, should I enter?" Yet received no response, compelling him to courageously step inside. The system watched as he vanished, chuckling softly before lifting its gaze to the luminous points appearing on the stone tablet. Within the portal, Yefan encountered an elderly man clad in blue, tending to his flock. Yefan approached and inquired, "Old man, might I ask where this place is and how I might exit?" "Ha ha ha, young one, you two have trespassed into the sacred tablet. The old man laughed heartily, reclining on the back of a sheep while holding a scroll. Furrowing his brow, Yifan replied, "What do you mean by that?" "Venerable sir," the elder, with a look of astonishment, retorted, "Young man, how did one of your cultivation level manage to enter the sacred tablet?" Feeling increasingly vexed, Yifan sensed that the old man had been mocking him from the start. Noticing Yifan's serious demeanor and silence, the elder's laughter faded, and he lamented, "A mere mortal dares to challenge my countenance. Do you wish for death? You old wretch, I merely asked you a question. Yet you keep ridiculing me today. I shall put an end to you." With that, Yifan unsheathed his azure blade and, without hesitation, aimed a strike at the old man's head. The elder indeed closed his eyes, displaying an air of indifference, even as he faintly perceived the impending strike. Ultimately, however, Yifan's lethal blade halted mere inches from the elder's neck. He sheathed his sword and turned to leave. "Why do you refrain from striking? Are you hesitating, or can you not reconcile with your own heart? Perhaps your conscience remains intact, concerned for the common folk." In response to the elder's barrage of questions, Yifan simply stated, "To slay an unarmed old man is against my principles. It is not permissible." The elder smiled and continued, "And what of the common people?" Yifan paused, reflecting for a moment before directly articulating his answer. "What about my deceased parents?" The elder fell silent, rendered speechless. He gazed after the retreating Yifan, letting out a resounding laugh. "Ha ha ha, how many years has it been since I encountered such an intriguing young lad? What a pity!" Chapter 32. The sacred Tao tablet. Xiaodao, the elder, reclining upon the sheep's back, followed Yifan, chuckling, "Young man, you shall not escape this place by running. Why not stay and converse with me? Perhaps if I am in a good mood, I may allow you to leave." Exhausted, Yifan halted, scrutinizing the elder for a long while before finally sitting down on the grass. The elder grinned. "Now that's more like it." He dismounted and sat beside Yifan, pointing at the flock trailing behind, and nonsensically remarked, "Tell me, are these sheep not adorable?" Yifan raised an eyebrow at the plump sheep, swallowing hard as he earnestly replied, "Adorable, and they possess both flavor and fragrance." The elder appeared momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Beneath the night sky, the elder and the youth sat around a crackling fire, the sizzling roast lamb enticing enough to make one salivate. In contrast to Yifan's hearty feast and copious drinking, the elder maintained a more refined demeanor, deftly slicing a piece of tender, crispy lamb to savor, followed by a sip of strong liquor, truly a life of bliss. Before long, Yifan reclined with his legs crossed, a blade of grass in his mouth, glancing longingly at the sheep that kept their distance. Swallowing again, it seemed the flock noticed Yifan's fervent gaze and scattered in alarm. The elder teased, "In those days, Sun Wukong only consumed 2 sheep, yet you, young man, devour 2.5 in one sitting. Consider yourself fortunate." Curiosity piqued, Yifan asked, "Are you referring to the great sage?" "Equal to heaven?" The elder's eyes sparkled momentarily before growing distant, one hand resting on his forehead as he murmured, "I've had too much to drink. Alas, my tolerance has waned. I shall take a brief rest." As the fragrant evening breeze wafted in, mingled with the aroma of roasted lamb, the two drifted into a peaceful slumber. It dawned. The elder arose early and began practicing martial arts. Yifan followed him for a while. Inquiring, "Senior, what style of martial arts is this?" The elder chuckled, "You've developed quite the sweet tongue after feasting on my lamb. This style is my own creation. Why not name it yourself?" After a moment's thought, Yifan candidly suggested, "Let us call it the turtle style. Shall we?" "Turtle style. A splendid name." "Ha ha ha." Underneath a camphor tree, the elder casually asked, "Yifan, do you know what the Tao is?" Yifan pondered, uncertain how to articulate his understanding. The elder elucidated, "For instance, the falling blossoms are affectionate while the flowing water is indifferent. This is the Dao. Go protect one's homeland is also the Tao." "But what is your Tao?" Yifan closed his eyes, reflecting on his past lives. After a long while, he opened his eyes, shook his head, and murmured, "My Tao is trivial, not worth mentioning." The elder, shaking his head in disagreement, countered, "That is incorrect. There is no such thing as a small or great Tao. If you perceive avenging your parents or resurrecting your beloved as trivial, then does a greater Tao exist in this world? All is Tao. All is mortal, whether you exist, I exist, or all beings exist. The Tao of longevity encompasses the Tao of humanity, the royal Tao, the imperial Tao, the sacred Tao, the heavenly Tao, and the divine Tao, yet your sword veers from the path. My suggestion is that you may pursue the path of ruthlessness. The path of slaughter. This has been the most lethal path since time immemorial. Though it is a path of cruelty, is it not said that there is also compassion in cruelty? Yifan softly echoed. There is compassion in cruelty. The system outside the stone tablet suddenly furrowed its brow, its petite jade foot resting upon the tablet as it glared with ferocity. Holy Ancestor, do you seek death? Have you forgotten how your sacred clan perished in silence? The elder beside Yifan tensed, nervously chuckling. Why must you act this way, esteemed one? I merely offered a suggestion. The system, enraged, retorted, a suggestion? If you lead him down that path, I assure you that from the Tao domain to the abyss of fate, your sacred clan will perish entirely. The Holy Ancestor recognized the seriousness in the system's words. With a wave of his hand, the two returned to the moment when he had elucidated matters for Yifan. The Holy Ancestor spoke slowly. The Tao knows no size. Thus, humanity comprises both the petty and the noble. Your Tao has long resided within your heart. Simply follow your true self. Yifan rose, bowing respectfully to the elder as he clasped his fists. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your enlightening words. I have gained considerable clarity. Ha ha ha, that is splendid. That is splendid. The Holy Ancestor wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Yifan, we have become fast friends. Within this entity lies a fragment of my true essence. Though it may only be used thrice, it can help you navigate some perilous situations. I look forward to our next meeting. Yifan tightly grasped the purple jade token in his hand, sincerely bowing once more. Esteemed elder, your kindness is immeasurable. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. Indeed, indeed. The Holy Ancestor, not daring to delay, waved his hand, and Yifan vanished from sight. As the weighty presence of Yifan finally departed, the Holy Ancestor felt a rush of emotions, suddenly exclaiming, my young brother, your prowess is remarkable, especially that line. The mortal path is already invincible. Why must one borrow the road of others? As soon as the words left his lips, he sensed the chilling aura dissipate. Clap, clap, why does this fellow sleep so soundly? I've struck him until my hands are numb. Yifan slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the plump visage before him, and scolded, you fat fool. What on earth do you want? Yifan sprang up, bewildered, as he looked at the two befuddled individuals in the cabin. The plump man gasped, what? You actually claim to have been to the sacred tomb? Good heavens, Yifan, have you been possessed by a ghost? The plump man exclaimed, clinging to Huang Ning in a panic. Yifan rolled his eyes at the plump man, exasperated. Are you out of your mind? I have indeed visited the sacred tomb. Do not take my word for it, just look. But wait, where is my Ziyun Yujian? Yifan patted himself down and realized that apart from the sword, he possessed nothing else. He began to doubt himself, sitting within the cabin, perplexed. It felt so real. How could it possibly be false? Huang Ning suddenly spoke with clarity, stating, you must have been afflicted by the nightmare toxin. It is a substance unique to the sacred tomb. Indeed. How could I have overlooked that? Yet, Yifan remained somewhat skeptical, turning to inquire of the system. Did I truly visit the sacred tomb? The system provided an ambiguous response, stating, if you believe you have been, then you have. As they continued on their journey, Yifan was not in high spirits but rather pondered over the lingering phrase in his mind. There is no distinction in the Tao. The cultivator delineates their own heights and depths. Suddenly, the small boat began to sway violently. The fat man fell overboard first, and without hesitation, Huang Ning leapt in after him, desperately pulling him upward. Yet, through the azure waters, Yifan noticed something dragging the two of them down. He intended to leap in to assist but was struck by a sudden surge of energy that knocked him unconscious. The thunderous night erupted with flashes of lightning, and Yifan was jolted awake by a clap of thunder. He shot up, shouting, Fatty, Huang Ning! At that moment, the system emerged, speaking earnestly. Your two brothers are quite remarkable. Do not worry about them. Focus instead on how you will navigate the current crisis. Following the system's gaze, Yifan beheld a massive whirlpool forming on the sea's surface, as if a colossal beast were undergoing tribulation within. No, There are people amidst the clouds as well. The waves surged fiercely. Yifan wiped away some blood from his nose, exclaiming in a frenzy. The system regarded him with disdain, retorting, "Can you not strive for something more? It is merely a woman of the sacred path. Must you bleed from your nose at every turn? What on earth occupies your mind? That woman is approaching us. Good heavens!" The system urged Yifan to row faster, warning him that a mere touch from her would obliterate him. Chapter 33. Righteous words, ye the good man, Yifan screamed. Damn it, could this woman possibly have taken a liking to me? The system cast an incredulous glance at Yifan, exasperated. She is indeed coming at us with great force. Wipe your nose and row quickly, stop wasting time. Yifan wiped his face and stole a glance at the woman, who exuded an overwhelming aura, and rowed with all his might. Boom! The terrifying thunderbolt struck the sea, sending towering waves crashing. Don't come any closer. Yifan felt a menacing presence behind him, yelling in desperation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, causing blood to flow from Yifan's orifices. Damn it! Why am I so unlucky? No sooner had he uttered this than he collapsed into the cabin, unconscious. The system emerged, gazing at the colossal creature soaring into the sky, obscuring the clouds and sporting wings, a juvenile Kuin. What a pity that this child lacks fortune. Just then, the system sensed something, furrowing her brow as she watched a silver light dive downwards, smiling faintly. A mere silver dragon. Attempting to ensnare him? How presumptuous! Splash! The system delivered a sharp blow to the forehead of the imposing woman, who then vanished beneath the waves, as if a stone cast into the sea. A faint streak of crimson appeared on the surface, and the system directed the small boat forward. Yifan suddenly opened his eyes to the calm sea, rubbing his head. Damn, why does my head hurt so much? Surely I haven't suffered a concussion. Why are you out here? The system, seated at the bow, did not turn around but replied haughtily, Why do you care? Hey, how can you say that? Yifan chuckled awkwardly, stepping toward the system. Perhaps it was a lapse in judgment, but he placed a hand on her shoulder and gave it a squeeze. Are you corporeal? The system turned with a swift kick. Splash! Yifan found himself gulping down seawater. Save me! I can't swim. The system ignored him. Arms crossed, legs casually crossed, watching Yifan struggle with a smile. Before long, only half of Yifan's head remained above water, floating aimlessly with the waves. Although the system sensed his vitality still lingering, she had no choice but to intervene. She pointed her finger, but nothing happened. What is going on? Why has my power vanished again? Alas! The system tugged at her hair in frustration. She slowly paddled closer to Yifan, grasped his hair, and pulled upwards. Hey, get down here! The system shrieked sharply. Yifan, how dare you? Yifan laughed brightly, without a hint of hesitation, and promptly pulled the system into the water. Damn it, are you a dog? Yifan grimaced as he felt 2 clear bite marks left by the system on his arm. The system leapt onto the bow, her attire shimmering as it transformed completely. Just as Yifan prepared to climb aboard, he sensed something behind him. Good heavens, system, look at that! Yifan pointed at the corpse of a beast covered in silver scales and adorned with prominent horns, which appeared exceedingly unusual. The system frowned as she observed Yifan attempt to haul the corpse onto the boat. She contemplated warning him, but then thought it would be beneficial for him to learn a lesson. What species is this? Yifan inquired, examining the exquisite corpse. The system smirked, narrowing her eyes. It is the remains of a little dragon that failed its tribulation. You could extract its fangs, and that would be quite a treasure. Yifan nodded, prying open the silver dragon's mouth, exerting tremendous effort. Yet the pristine fangs remained steadfast. The system, with no other option, tossed Yifan a miniature dagger. Yifan, overjoyed, picked up the dagger and swiftly severed the fangs. You truly have no shame, putting everything into your mouth? The system regarded Yifan with utter disgust. Yifan shrugged nonchalantly, caressing the silver dragon's scales, preparing to skin it. How are you still alive? The dagger slipped from Yifan's grip as he fell back in shock. The small silver dragon, coiled up, revealed its head and glared fiercely at Yifan, its long, thin body glaring at the audacious human. You are the demon beast that underwent tribulation yesterday. Do not let yourself be devoured whole, you fool. The system remarked coolly before retreating into Yifan's body. You are the demon beast from yesterday's tribulation. But why have you shrunk so much? Yifan, intending to stroke the silver dragon's head, was met with its fierce gaze as it sat upright. Flicking its crimson tongue, Yifan suddenly adopted a serious expression, stating solemnly, I saved you. Can I not even touch you? The silver dragon retorted in a melodious voice. You shameless human, you saved me only to pluck my teeth. One day, I shall devour you. Yifan was taken aback. He paused, adopting a serious demeanor. It was not me. I, Yifan, am not the kind of hypocritical person who takes advantage of others' misfortunes. I am a good man. Pa, you wretched man, my teeth are in your mouth. How utterly shameless. Yifan awkwardly smiled. Well, I found them. Do you believe me? I believe you are a ghost. Human men are indeed no good. It is a miracle you survived yesterday's tribulation. Oh dear, my temper is flaring. If you keep slandering me, I shall pluck your scales and feast on roasted dragon. The silver dragon froze, tears streaming as she cried. Woo-woo XX, you wicked being. Plucking my teeth and intending to eat me. I shall tell my brother to kill you. You are a princess then. Considering this, I suppose we share a bond. My little concubine is also a princess. The silver dragon ceased her tears, curling up once more, recalling Yifan's unabashed and fervent gaze, causing her to shiver. This fellow, could it be? Noticing the disdainful look from the silver dragon, Yifan retorted. Spare me those vulgar glances. I am a paragon of virtue, do you understand? I was merely speaking of my little concubine being a princess. I did not imply any interest in you, little serpent. The silver dragon scoffed, full of disdain. Humph. You, a mere mortal, are unworthy of associating with me. Speak of your clan, then, Yifan said with enthusiasm. The silver dragon proudly raised her petite tongue, exclaiming, It is no trouble to tell you. Do you dare to venture forth? Yifan, grinning, replied earnestly. Then please do share. Who knows, if I become powerful in the future and seek a steed, I might just visit your clan to find your brother. The silver dragon's teeth ground together. Wishing she could swallow the audacious human before her whole, I, Long Xiaoyu, am the princess of the silver dragon clan. My father is the clan chief, my mother is a princess of the heavenly dragon clan, and my brother is the holy son of the sacred dragon clan. How do you like that? Are you frightened? Yifan's lips curled into a grin as he rubbed his fists together, baring his teeth in a gleeful manner. Does your clan serve dragon meat to esteemed guests? In my previous life, I was often surrounded by tales of it, but never had the chance to see it. It seems that this time, my wish may finally be fulfilled. I have modest expectations, just enough to satiate my hunger. Suddenly, tears the size of beans streamed down Long Xiaoyu's face as she stumbled into the cabin. A sudden slap sent Yifan tumbling to the ground in disarray. System, are you out of your mind? Yifan exclaimed as he sat up, glaring at the system that cradled Long Xiaoyu. What a splendid pet you have. Raise it well, and it could serve as both a mount and a meal. Yet here you are, bullying her to be by the way. Who was it that slapped the girl into the sea yesterday? Long Xiaoyu's sobs ceased at this remark, her body trembling as she cautiously inquired, Was it you who hit me yesterday? The system smirked disdainfully, responding with an air of nonchalance, and if it was? Long Xiaoyu lowered her head, her face reflecting a sense of despair, as if she had come to terms with her unfortunate reality and ceased her futile resistance. The system, in a genteel manner, reassured her, You're quite a good girl. Soon, I'll have that fellow provide you with some delectable treats, enough for you to regain your human form. Noticing the system's gaze, Yifan instinctively recoiled slightly. The azure sea, filled with the echoes of anguished cries. Poor Yifan, once more exploited. Chapter 34. The foreordained farewell system. No, my dear lady, please don't let me go. I'm nearly drained. Yifan had been bled dry by the system over several days to nourish Long Xiaoyu, leaving him gaunt and on the verge of collapse. Fine, from now on, you shall call me dear lady, which is a small favor for you. The system teased, nudging the slumbering Long Xiaoyu. Yifan, do you know why you cannot cultivate? Yifan dismissively replied, Isn't it due to my innate inability? That's merely a deception. Your spiritual pulse has been sealed. I believe you have contemplated your own path, haven't you? Yifan nodded slightly, seemingly grasping the crux of the matter, and inquired, If it's sealed, Does that not imply there is a way to unseal it? The system sighed softly and elaborated. You must find an extraordinary elixir that can break your corporeal limitations. Or, Yi Fan, impatient, interjected, or what? Or have the master of your bloodline intervene to unseal it for you. Though such conditions are exceedingly harsh and fraught with danger, given the overwhelming power of your bloodline. Yi Fan, feeling dejected, slumped as if struck by frost. Allow me to explain the ancient cultivation system. Perhaps you might be able to cultivate, the system said slowly. The mortal path begins with the gathering of qi into an ocean and condensing it into a dan. One must break the dan 10 times and then undergo a transformation into a sea of qi to achieve perfection, allowing one to traverse the skies with a lifespan of 300 to 500 years. In the mid-stage, one cultivates the power of the 5 elements, mastering one or more of them. The more one masters, the stronger one becomes, the drawback being difficulty in integration later, when the cultivated power solidifies. It reaches perfection, enabling one to connect with the heavens through techniques, with a lifespan of around 850 years, i.e. in the later stage. One must integrate the previously learned methods, utilizing techniques and the accumulation of time to condense one's own throne, thus reaching the pinnacle of the mortal path, with a lifespan of approximately 1,700 years. Yi Fan could not help but ask, are you referring to qi as spiritual energy? Certainly not. You cannot retain spiritual energy within you, which is why I mention this ancient cultivation method. Close your eyes and sense the qi around you, meditating on it as part of your body. Yi Fan closed his eyes and, after some time, murmured, is there anything other than the taste of the sea breeze? The system suddenly interjected coldly. If in 3 days you show no progress, you may venture to the southern wilderness on your own. I shall no longer concern myself with your fate. Seeing the system's anger, Yi Fan abandoned his playful demeanor and began to earnestly contemplate qi. Isn't the yin-yang energy also a form of qi? With a spark of inspiration, he began to weave memories of meditating on the yin-yang energies into his thoughts. 5 days later, faint traces of black and white energies began to swirl around Yi Fan. On the 7th day, he slowly opened his eyes, feeling an explosive surge of strength in every aspect. System, dear lady, are you still angry? Yi Fan joyfully approached the girl in the pink attire, placing a hand on her back. Who are you? She exclaimed, turning to reveal her delicate, porcelain-like features. Of course, I am the princess. You've regained your human form so quickly. It's been nearly 10 days. Are you dreaming? After sensing the absence of the system, Yi Fan felt a wave of unease wash over him and slumped beside Long Xiaoyu, dejected. Cough, cough. Yi Fan, listen closely. This is what the beautiful sister asked me to convey to you. Forge your own path. Do not rely on others for everything. As you venture to the southern wilderness, you must grow. Cold Moon has not perished. Do not harbor any illusions about your relationship, for you are not of the same path. I shall return to the central world to reclaim some of my belongings. If you are still alive, I will seek you out. Take care. Yi Fan, are you crying? Long Xiaoyu tilted her head, speaking softly. Yi Fan sighed deeply and smiled. Do you believe I could roast some meat? Ah, you rascal, still harboring wicked thoughts. Look at this. Yi Fan gazed at the translucent jade pendant in Long Xiaoyu's hand. Puzzled. What is this? My sister told me that this item could summon your wife to find you. He. Did she give this to you? Long Xiaoyu tucked the pendant into her bosom, her eyes sparkling. Of course. My sister said you were rather untrustworthy and might do something unspeakable to me. So she had me keep an eye on you. Yi Fan's face darkened as he raised his hands in surrender. Then you may leave. Not a chance. Long Xiaoyu pouted, looking quite pleased with herself. The two spent several days exchanging barbs until they finally spotted land. Yi Fan, what level of cultivation do you currently possess? Long Xiaoyu asked, resting her chin on her hands, her large eyes fixed curiously on him. Equivalent to 10 Long Xiaoyus, satisfied? Long Xiaoyu clenched her teeth, silently retrieving the jade pendant from her pocket to toy with. Great, another dear lady. Yi Fan was truly speechless. Having just parted with one, another had appeared, making his head spin. By the way, how have your teeth grown back again? Humph. How dare you ask? If it weren't for you, would I be this small now? My sister helped me reattach them. Speaking of which, you're quite disgusting for giving me your teeth. Seeing Long Xiaoyu's disdainful expression, Yi Fan silently resolved to find an opportunity to sell this item at a black market. Are you plotting something wicked again? I can see the sinister smile in your eyes. Yi Fan closed his eyes to meditate, ignoring Long Xiaoyu's incessant chatter. The next morning, they finally reached the shore and walked for an indeterminate time until they came across an inn. Yi Fan immediately decided to eat first and gather information afterward. The establishment was rather quiet, enveloped in a dim and dreary atmosphere, with an eerie silence pervading the AI ardent. Yi Fan called out. Is anyone here? A voice from within responded, coming. The woman who appeared was elegantly dressed, appearing to be in her 30s, still possessing her allure. She wore a blue qipao and approached Yi Fan with graceful steps. The innkeeper's beauty could be described as breathtaking. With a heart-shaped face and phoenix-like eyes, her enticing curves making Yi Fan swallow hard. Noticing Yi Fan's unabashed gaze, the innkeeper's face flushed slightly as she smiled. Young master, please come in. Long Xiaoyu kicked Yi Fan in annoyance, storming inside. The innkeeper chuckled, covering her mouth. Young master, your sister is simply adorable, quite spirited. Yi Fan paid no mind to Long Xiaoyu's fiery glare. Pausing momentarily before responding loudly, Indeed. My parents passed away early, and I raised her myself through great hardship. Long Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, nearly shattering them as she squeezed out, Brother-sister-in-law said she would come over. Do you want to inform her of our whereabouts? Yi Fan quickly changed the subject to divert the innkeeper's attention, saying, Innkeeper, please bring us your finest dishes and drinks. Consider this deposit. Upon seeing the gold in Yi Fan's hand, the innkeeper remained composed, waving her hand to return the gold. There's no need for such formality, young master. With your demeanor, I believe you are not the type to dine and dash. Please, feel free to chat. I will prepare your meal. As the innkeeper retreated to the back, Yi Fan hastily softened his tone to Long Xiaoyu. Dear lady, I was just caught up in the moment. Don't take it to heart. This meal is on me. Cut it out. This princess won't consume the food of mortals. It's all filthy. Chapter 35. A millennium later after the meal, the innkeeper removed her apron and leaned gracefully against the window. Watching Yi Fan devour his food with a dazed expression. Innkeeper, what kind of meat is this? It's so tender and delicious. The innkeeper smiled as she approached, glancing at the mountain of remnants before her and proudly declaring, Sister, my culinary skills are unparalleled. This is the finest dragon meat. Long Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at the proprietress, seeking to reconfirm her words. The proprietress, with a beaming smile, sat beside Yi Fan and explained in a soft murmur. This is exquisite meat from a millennium-old dragon. My dear girl, does it not taste delightful? Dropping the fragrant morsel from her hand, Long Xiaoyu's eyes widened as she bolted towards the door, retching uncontrollably. Outside, she continued to vomit, realizing the source of the familiar scent. Oh, how tragic! Witnessing Long Xiaoyu dissolve into tears once more, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and remarked, Madam, why frighten a mere child? Young master, do not jest. Though this little girl may appear youthful, she is, in fact, a dragon of over 1,000 years, far from insignificant, the proprietress replied, her words veiled yet pointed. With a flick of her hand, a vision materialized before them. Revealing the mysterious figure from the earlier encounter within Lingbao Tong, Yi Fan, sheepishly laughing, stammered, Elder, what do you mean by this? I am but a novice and I do not comprehend. Unaware, are we, dear brother? I am a bounty hunter. And you must not fabricate tales. Should my sword graze your delicate skin, it would indeed be a grievous sight. As Yi Fan appeared increasingly pliable, he stood resolutely and inquired, Did that woman send you to eliminate me? Not at all, dear sister. I merely found myself with ample time and took on a simple bounty task. For 100,000 King Dao crystals await upon completion, however, if you would accompany me to a certain location, I might consider allowing you to depart, she proposed enticingly. Seeing Yi Fan unmoved, the proprietress subtly gestured, and Long Xiaoyu's anguished cries suddenly pierced the air. Ah, it hurts. Yi Fan, save me. Hearing her desperate wails, Yi Fan rubbed his face, drained his cup and resigned, spread his hands in surrender. Is there any room left for resistance? Such a mind you possess. Yi Fan thought, perplexed, realizing the woman had spoken in English. Could she also be a traveler from another realm? The proprietress offered a gentle smile, diverting the topic. It seems I forgot to introduce myself, dear brother. You may call me Su Jio. Raising an eyebrow playfully, she continued, Now that you are well fed, let us attend to business. Follow me, and what of her? Yifan gestured towards Long Xiaoyu. She will have company to entertain her. We shall return swiftly, within 3 or 4 days, Su Jiu replied with a light chuckle. As her words faded, a sword materialized in her hand, and with a few graceful gestures, a portal to another realm appeared before them. Before Yifan could fully process the situation, Su Jiu seized him and pulled him into the dimensional rift. Clinging tightly to her back, Yifan whispered, Is this woman truly a sage-level expert? I am but a sage-level practitioner, merely a humble royal Dao cultivator. Do not overestimate me, dear brother, she responded, her voice laced with mirth. Yifan surveyed the tranquil surroundings of the space they entered, marveling. I had anticipated this passage to be fraught with peril, yet it is so serene. The stability of this realm is quite solid. Mishaps are rare, so do not fret, she assured him. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yifan asked, And what would a mishap entail? Why, it is precisely what is happening now, she retorted, as Yifan noticed a massive rift in space ahead. Panic enveloping him as he clutched Su Jiu's waist. Sensing his trepidation, Su Jiu's face flushed slightly, yet before she could admonish him, they were swept away by a colossal spatial tempest. They found themselves at the foot of an unknown snow-capped mountain, where Yifan lay tattered in the snow, his fate uncertain. Before long, a sprightly figure resembling a refined scholar appeared beside him. At last, I have brought you here, young lad. The celestial maiden wished to keep you. Yet my skills proved superior. The elder's grin stretched from ear to ear. If you do not awaken now, when will you? His voice resonated in Yifan's mind like thunder, prompting him to slowly open his eyes and exclaim, A ghost? As he delivered a punch squarely to the elder's face. Ouch! Have you lost your mind? I exerted tremendous effort to bring you here, and you greet me with a blow? My goodness, do I not deserve better? The elder clutched his face, feigning sorrow while sneaking glances at Yifan. Enough, old blind man. What are you playing at? Do you truly think I would forget you? Ah, you are quite rude. Do you realize how many emperors have aspired to be my disciple? They would bow and prostrate before me, yet you, young man, deliver such a unique greeting. Old blind man, how did you end up here? What of that woman? Are you referring to the little fox? A fox spirit? You say? The elder appeared speechless. Be cautious with your words. Should she overhear, you will be in trouble. With a wave of his hand, a silver light descended from the sky, stirring up a flurry of snowflakes as it landed beside them. Come, my treasured disciple. Let us head to our branch, where your senior brothers and sisters are eager to meet you. Yifan curiously observed the lengthy dragon beside him and inquired, Old blind man, what is this dragon? Why, it is the little one who has been following you, and having spoken out of turn, I have taken the liberty to educate her. She shall now be your steed. With tears in his eyes, Yifan mounted the dragon, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Little fan, why not sit at the dragon's head? It is much softer there, the elder suggested, floating beside him rather than mounting. Where are we? This place feels strangely familiar, as though I have seen it before. In response to Yifan's question, the elder clarified, This is your home planet, though it has been 10,000 years since. You know it was once ravaged by nuclear pollution and disaster. Now, it is governed by the ancient Emperor Xianyuan and several ancient clans, having transformed into a level 7 civilization due to the resurgence of spiritual energy. My goodness, has Earth become so formidable? Does that mean I must? Before Yifan could finish, the elder interrupted, Little fan, your priority is to break through to the mortal Dao realm. You have 3 years. After that, as the elder hesitated, Yifan was about to inquire further when a chilling voice rang out, Yifan, you scoundrel, today I shall flay your skin. Chapter 36. Unfiltered fool master uncle. Atop the snow-draped, mist-shrouded peak stood a dark mountain gate, imposing against the cold wind, with the characters Tian Dao Zong elegantly inscribed above. This is our branch. Isn't it magnificent? The elder exclaimed with delight. Wei Fan dismounted from the dragon's head, following the elder as he marveled at the grandeur of the gate. Utterly speechless, its scale and materials were beyond what even the most illustrious sects could boast. Upon entering the gate, the surroundings sparkled with opulence, adorned with magnificent structures that soared into the clouds. Crafted from rare celestial treasures, Each palace within could easily be regarded as a coveted artifact in the realm of cultivation. Yi Fan couldn't help but ask, "Old blind man, is there no one here? Why does it feel so desolate?" "Ah, you will soon see. They are all busy preparing to welcome you, our cherished junior." Suddenly, Yi Fan halted, falling silent. The elder turned to face him, his expression gentle and kind. "What troubles you? Do you find it hard to believe?" Yi Fan lowered his head, tears betraying him as they mingled with the cold wind. He had never experienced such warmth since the passing of his parents in 2 lifetimes. "If so, let this dream never end." Noticing Yi Fan's emotional shift, the elder beamed with approval, nodding and understanding. One must not dwell solely in the past, yet it remains a vital part of our experiences and should not be easily forgotten. Before long, the elder led Yi Fan to a majestic palace, stating, "This is the Ancestor Hall. Let us enter." Yi Fan raised his gaze to the towering greenwood doors, steadied his breath, adjusted his attire, and then pushed the door open. "Disciples of Tian Dao Zong, pay your respects to the ancestor." With a radiant smile, the elder stepped forward, playfully patting Yi Fan's shoulder while gesturing for the others to rise. "I present to you. This is your little master uncle, Yi Fan. You must show him the respect he deserves, understood? We shall adhere to the ancestor's decree. Dao Ling, come forth and introduce your master uncle to everyone. I have matters to attend to." As soon as the words fell, the old blind man vanished from the spot, and a tall, enchanting woman of unparalleled beauty stepped forth. Dao Ling, unreservedly affectionate, took Yi Fan's hand and said, "Come, come, let me introduce you. This icy beauty is Sui Feng, and the alluring one is Yao Shi." Through Dao Ling's introduction, it was revealed that this branch was established by disciples of Suzhou many millennia ago. And such branches are said to exist across countless realms. Yi Fan, with a slightly flushed face from the drink, exclaimed in astonishment, "You are actually disciples of that woman? She has lived for tens of thousands of years. I thought she was merely a few hundred years old." In an instant, the previously cheerful crowd fell into stunned silence, their expressions filled with panic as they stared at Yi Fan, frozen in place. "Hush, little Shirshu, you must be cautious with your words. Our esteemed master has remarkably keen hearing. The last one who referred to her as an old monster was Shirshu Qi, and he was severely punished. They say he hasn't dared to return since. Well, I fear no one. With the old blind man here, does she truly dare to strike me?" Yi Fan dismissed Dao Ling's warnings with nonchalance. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew profoundly still, allowing even the sound of racing heartbeats to be heard. At that moment, everyone rose collectively, clasping their fists and bowing respectfully, stating, "We pay our respects to the esteemed master." Yi Fan turned to see Su Jiu, who had mysteriously appeared at the entrance, wearing a blood-red gown that accentuated her exquisite figure. Particularly striking were her chilling blood-red eyes, which instilled a sense of dread, making one feel compelled to worship her. Shunning any direct gaze, Su Jiu frowned slightly and inquired, "Have you completed today's training? Instead of indulging in merriment here, wouldn't it be better to return home and tend to the fields?" "What's this? The old blind man allowed these disciples to accompany me for drinks. Do you have any objections?" The crowd turned their gaze towards Yi Fan in unison, their eyes filled with admiration. Dao Ling even gave Yi Fan a thumbs up, her lips moving as she whispered, "Little Shirshu, you're a real man." Of course, Su Jiu noticed these subtle gestures, but chose to ignore Yi Fan, instead fixing her gaze on Dao Ling, her voice sharp with reprimand. "Dao Ling, what are you whispering about?" I didn't." Dao Ling stammered, clearly flustered and at a loss for words. Yi Fan pointed an accusing finger at Su Jiu. His expression displeased and bluntly retorted, "Little fox, don't overstep. Show me some respect and allow the disciples to have a day off today. Shall we?" His Shirshu is indeed a real man. Dao Ling felt a surge of admiration for Yi Fan. Unaware that he was about to face a dire fate, "Do you not understand my words, or do you intend to heed the advice of an outsider?" Just as Dao Ling was about to argue that Yi Fan was not an outsider, she was silenced by the icy glare from Su Jiu. One by one, the crowd clasped their fists in respect before departing. "What did you just call me? Repeat that," Su Jiu demanded. Yi Fan swallowed hard and chuckled awkwardly. "You must have misheard me. I didn't say anything. Sister, why are you drawing your sword? I don't want any fruit. Help! Su Jiu is going to kill me. Help!" Yifan's desperate scream echoed through the hall. Yet no one dared to respond. Su Jiao, her patience wearing thin, stared at the raucous Yifan with exasperation, saying, I haven't even laid a hand on you. Why are you screaming like that? Well, I was merely afraid you might not know your own strength. What if you hurt me? The old blind man would surely be heartbroken. Su Jiao scoffed, rest assured. As long as you still draw breath, I can guarantee that Sanjie will save you. Just behave and let me give you a good beating. Otherwise, I might resort to force, and then you will bear the consequences before I meet my end. I wish to ask you something. Su Jiao nodded, indicating he could proceed. How did you transform from your previous form to this one? That was my Fa Shun. What you see now is one of my true forms. Yifan, with a mischievous grin, replied, Wow, sister, I want to cling to your leg. I no longer wish to strive for success. Su Jiao frowned, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes as she spoke in a grave tone. Cease your frivolousness. I am not your worthless sister. If you bring shame upon our master in the future, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Clean up your speech. Should you continue to speak indecently, I will strip you bare and cast you into the god burial cave, allowing you to experience a century's worth of time there. I believe that would certainly change you. As she reached the doorway, Su Jiao suddenly declared, Although you are a disciple of our master, I will never acknowledge you, nor will I ever. The clear imprint of a slap was vividly visible on Yifan's face. His fists clenched tightly, his mind echoing Su Jia's words. If it weren't for the master's pity, how could someone like you be worthy of being his disciple? This woman truly knows no bounds. One day, she shall understand the might of her superior. Alas, my face, damn it, it slipped out. Unbeknownst to Su Jiao, who was heading towards the back mountain, a silent danger was stealthily approaching her. Chapter 37. The sun and moon as witnesses. Confession in the lush bamboo forest of the back mountain. The crystal-clear green lake was graced by the leaping figure of a plump golden dragon fish. The lakeside was adorned with vegetables and fruits that Su Jiao had personally planted, their vines lush and laden with fragrant produce. The vitality of this place was palpable, as it served as Su Jiao's exclusive abode. A few exquisitely crafted bamboo houses blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment, creating a picturesque scene, and the beauty of the woman surpassed that of any celestial being. Su Jiao reclined in a rattan chair, cradling a pot of assorted ripe fruits, the massive camphor tree shielding her from the glaring sunlight. She gently rocked in the chair, her eyes closed in tranquility. You certainly know how to indulge. Su Jiao did not open her eyes, but instead responded with a derisive smile. Princess Lungyue, you're not here to inquire about my well-being, are you? The woman, clad in an exquisite purple gown, elegantly gathered her scattered hair, her strikingly beautiful features radiating grace. You all have pressured him. Can't I come to check on him? Lingyue's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. This is his homeland. Is it not better for him to remain here, peacefully cultivating? Su Jiao's tone was resolute, refusing to yield. Dead fox, do you think you can dictate terms to me? Suddenly, Lingyue's fury flared, her gaze fierce. Heh, throwing a tantrum here. Are you not afraid I might kill you? Su Jiao's eyes widened, revealing a sharp glint as her rising aura distorted the very space around her. Humph, do you really think I am not here in my true form? Lingyue dismissed her with disdain, a cold flash flickering in her purple eyes. Su Jiao narrowed her eyes, assessing the proud and defiant Lingyue with growing seriousness. Do you genuinely wish to engage in combat here? Do not forget that those ancient imperial clans have all awakened. When the time comes, who will perish and who will survive is far from certain. Unfazed by Su Jiao's words, Lingyue continued, Is it not you who has erased what I left on him? Her deep-set eyes bore into Su Jiao, burning with intensity. Are you referring to this? Su Jiao produced a silver strand of hair. Lingyue's expression turned fierce, her energy surging ominously. Suddenly, the old blind man appeared between the two. His face adorned with a jovial smile as he addressed Lingyue. Little Lingyue, your temper remains as fiery as ever. Little Fan is doing just fine. No? Little Jiao, you too. Lingyue has come to visit her husband. Why are you getting in the way? Upon hearing this, Lingyue's porcelain-like face flushed slightly as she shot the old blind man a glare, playfully retorting, What husband? There's not even a hint of a bond yet. With a broad smile, the old blind man took Lingyue by the arm, guiding her to sit on a stone bench, his enthusiasm palpable as he said, "That boy is so feeble. Why not consummate the relationship now?" Ling Yue, now shy, covered her face. "Senior, what are you saying? Just a jest. No one will interfere with your matters. Little Fan is already on his way here. You two should have a good chat. I, on the other hand, have some business to attend to. Once I've finished, I'll take you to meet someone." As soon as the words left his lips, the old blind man vanished mysteriously once more. "Well then, do we still intend to fight?" Suji's eyes gleamed with determination. "I can't be bothered with you, you single dog." Ling Yue rolled her eyes at Sujio, pouting. Suju resumed her position in the rattan chair. Succumbing to drowsiness, Ling Yue conjured a mirror out of thin air, admiring her reflection. Yi Fan, clad in white robes and having tied up his hair for the day, appeared at the courtyard, sheathing his sword as he meticulously adjusted the creases in his attire. Upon entering the courtyard, a familiar silhouette caught his eye, one that stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. Though he maintained a composed demeanor, the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. "Where?" Yi Fan inquired tentatively, his voice choked with emotion. The beauty turned slowly, and even with a veil obscuring her features, the alluring purple eyes, tinged with a hint of seduction, were unforgettable to him through lifetimes. "Xiao Fan, you've come." With merely a simple greeting, Yi Fan's expression shifted between laughter and tears as he staggered toward Ling Yue, suddenly embracing her tightly. "Xiao Fan, there are others present." Yi Fan shook his head vigorously, holding her even tighter. "I don't care. You left me all alone. You promised you would never abandon me." In the cool moonlight, it was unclear whether the dust blown by the wind had entered her eyes. With her eyelids tinged a slight red, she rested her head against the broad shoulder of the young man beside her, gently patting his back. Sujio, filled with indignation, rose abruptly, uttering not a word, and turned to leave. The two had embraced for a long while before they could finally part. Lung Yu lowered the sheer veil, revealing her exquisitely crafted features, as if sculpted by divine hands. Yi Fan took Lung Yu by the hand, leading her to a nearby lakeside, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. "Where have you been all this time? I had thought you were off to a delightful place. One you cannot yet disclose. You must visit it in the future, so I will tell you then." Listening to Lung Yu's explanation, Yi Fan merely nodded in response, refraining from further inquiry. "May I call you Yue?" Yi Fan asked, to which Lung Yu smiled and gently nodded. "As long as you like, any name is fine." "Why have you suddenly changed from who you once were?" Yi Fan inquired. "Previously, you encountered my avatar. Only now do you meet my true self. Did you remember the things I said before?" Yi Fan continued. Lung Yu looked puzzled, asking, "Did you say something?" Yi Fan scratched his head and chuckled. "It's nothing. If you don't remember, then let it be." With puffed cheeks, Lung Yu stared at Yi Fan, her expression resolute, as if vowing to persist until he spoke. Yi Fan sighed in resignation. "On that day, watching you perish in my arms, I nearly followed you into the void. Yet, I seek vengeance. I erected a tomb for myself, fearing that if I were to perish in the wilderness, I would be unable to accompany you. But now that you have returned, let us forget all our past grievances." Seeing the young man smile radiantly, seemingly unfazed, a pang of sorrow pierced Lung Yu's heart. "Let us never be apart again, shall we?" She took Yi Fan's hand, her eyes sparkling with affection. This woman, who regarded others with indifference and aloofness, had ultimately found herself captivated by this ordinary man. Yet, with a hint of jest, she remarked, "But I have not prepared the betrothal gifts." Lung Yu paused momentarily, smiling yet playfully retorting, "What are you thinking? Who said I would marry you?" Yi Fan chuckled awkwardly, wiping his face, and spoke earnestly. "Lung Yu, marry me." Sujio, hiding not far away, was startled by this bold proclamation. Scattering seeds from her hands, with a frown, Lung Yu covered Yi Fan's mouth, preventing him from speaking further. Though slightly embarrassed, she had already recognized this unremarkable man as hers. "No one shall bully my man." Chapter 38. Pronounced and clear. "My Manuere, do you think our senior sister will be angry if we take her belongings?" Lung Yu chuckled lightly, replying, "She cannot defeat me, so there's no need to fear her." Yi Fan gazed at her with admiration. "Yue, what is your cultivation level?" "Well, I'm not entirely sure that I've slept for so long that I've forgotten. Just consider me invincible." Yi Fan smiled, testing the waters with his next question. "Can you defeat those 5 fellows?" "Those 5 fellows?" He nodded, responding, the ones accompanying the Empress of Fuyao. With a gleam in her eyes, Long Yu pointed skyward and declared, with a single hand, "I can annihilate them, though you believe me?" Ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed heartily. "If my girlfriend is that formidable, perhaps I should just take it easy." Long Yu covered her mouth, casually stating, "If you wish, I can eliminate those few ants for you, da." Yi Fan composed himself and shook his head. "No need. I want to capture them with my own hands, shatter their divinity, and make them slaves for eternity, enduring countless tribulations, severing their paths of reincarnation until their spirits fade." "Very well, I believe you. On that day, I shall play a tune for you, aiding you as a war god." Long Yu smiled gently, her eyes filled with affection for the man before her, as the clear sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. A thunderous roar echoed. Both of them looked up in unison. From the dark clouds emerged a figure. "I sit you, mere ant, who calls my name and harbors murderous intent against me." The newcomer was none other than Wang Zhe, the gun god, one of the 5 emperors, clad in a black combat suit, exuding an aura of fury. Yi Fan felt the oppressive force pin him down, rendering him voiceless. With a flick of her delicate hand, Long Yu dispelled the overwhelming pressure, stepping forward to stand before Wang Zhe, casually slapping him across the face. The sound of the slap resonated louder than the thunder before. Wang Zhe was sent flying, crashing through several snow-capped mountains before finally coming to a halt, his clothes tattered and bloodied. Struggling to rise, he wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes filled with a frenzied madness. Known as a battle maniac, he thrived in combat, particularly against stronger opponents, which excited him even more. He adjusted his shattered facial bones, preparing to retaliate. "You wretched being, how dare you ambush me? Today, I will surely kill you." Wang Zhe roared with fury. Recalling his once esteemed status as a half-emperor, respected even by other half-emperors, having never faced such humiliation before, Yi Fan furrowed his brow, feeling helpless. He knew he would only end up as a sacrifice. His head bowed in resignation. Yet Long Yu took Yi Fan's hand, her expression fearless as she softly spoke. "Xiao Fan, I will help you imprison him. You can take action as you please." Yi Fan's interest piqued. His fists clenched in eagerness. "All right, just give me 3 breaths." No sooner had he spoken than Long Yu vanished, charging straight at Wang Zhe. With quick strikes, she landed 2 swift slaps, leaving Wang Zhe dazed and teetering. "You wretched being, dare you face me in a fair battle?" Long Yu's displeasure was evident, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. At that moment, an elder in a Taoist robe emerged from the void. "May I have a moment of your attention, esteemed ones?" Long Yu showed no regard for him, suddenly producing a purple-sheathed sword. Drawing the blade, a terrifying aura surged forth, aimed directly at Wang Zhe's head. The fearsome sword energy tore through the void, unleashing a torrent of dark, chaotic power. The elder sighed, waving his sleeve. "Is there truly a need for such violence?" With ease, he dissipated Long Yu's terrifying sword energy, swiftly restoring the rift in the void to its original state. In this silent standoff, Wang Zhe stood in shock, speechless as he contemplated the elder's identity. "Wang Zhe, I ask you, why do you trespass into the galaxy realm?" Initially inclined to brush the question aside, Wang Zhe hesitated upon recalling the elder's effortless dismissal of Long Yu's formidable sword energy. "Regarding your esteemed self, it was that young man below who has some connection to me. Hence I trespassed." The elder did not glance at Yi Fan, but turned to Long Yu, his expression grave as he bowed. "I am Dao Jian, the outer elder of the heavenly Dao sect. I pay my respects to the divine maiden." Long Yu waved her hand dismissively, signaling for him to forego formalities. "Dao Jian, step aside. Today, I will kill this ant who dares to repeatedly insult me. He must die. Your Highness, please reconsider. The spiritual energy in this place has only recently revived. If a half-emperor were to die unexpectedly, it could lead to disaster." Reflecting on this, Long Yu thought, "This is Xiao Fan's homeland. I shall spare this wretch's life. However, he shall face dire consequences." With a sudden kick, she sent him plummeting through the void, crashing heavily to the ground. As she descended beside Yi Fan, she inquired, "Xiao Fan, should we kill this man?" "Your Highness, you mustn't." Dao Jian rushed over, his expression frantic. Though Yi Fan yearned for vengeance for his parents and the countless innocent lives lost, he suppressed that desire. "You err. There's no need for such drastic measures. One day, I will kill him. This moment is not the time. Lung Yu took Yifan's arm and nodded in agreement. Wang Zhe, either dazed or misinterpreting Dao Jian's earlier words, retorted, "Kid, I believe this woman will eventually leave your side." Hearing Wang Zhe's threatening tone, Yifan frowned in confusion. "Though I did not incapacitate you, you are but a prisoner now. What power do you possess to threaten me here?" With a swift motion, Yifan plunged a sword directly into Wang Zhe's skull before the astonished gazes of the three sword-bearers. He recalled Lung Yu's words that the divine being's essence and soul resided in the Tianling cave. Striking there would render them utterly incapacitated. Just as expected, Wang Zhe became a mere puddle of mud, collapsing to the ground, immobile and mute. "You have gone too far, young man. I already warned you that killing him would lead to trouble. Why do you not heed my words?" Without hesitation, Yifan retorted angrily, "Old man, why did you not stop him before? You waltz in now. What do you mean by that? How dare you humiliate me in such a manner? Do you not realize that I am an elder of the sect?" Yifan shook his head dismissively, retorting, "Regardless of your title as an elder, even an old blind man cannot obstruct my path. Do you understand? Do not attempt to pressure me with your status. Impudent, such a rebellious attitude. How dare you utter the name of our ancestor?" Lung Yu stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Yifan. "It is you, Dao Jianzi, who is truly being presumptuous," he replied, looking at the meddlesome Lung Yu with resignation. "Your Highness, why do you protect such an ignorant mortal?" With an air of calm, Lung Yu replied, "He is my man, do you understand?" Dao Jianzi gazed incredulously at the two, pondering whether Yifan was truly worthy of such affection. However, he knew better than to voice his thoughts aloud, lest he invite trouble. For Wang Zhe was a cautionary tale. "Given this, how about this? Do not kill this fellow in this realm. Otherwise, powerful beings will sense his presence. Is that acceptable?" Observing the pleading expression on Dao Jianzi's face, Yifan turned to Lung Yu, who nodded in agreement. "Very well. I can acquiesce to your request." With a slight shift in his demeanor, Yifan commanded, "Divine fiends, devour him slowly, torment him. Do not kill him easily." A crimson aura enveloped Wang Zhe, swiftly vanishing back into Yifan's being. Dao Jianzi observed the previously overwhelming demonic energy with a puzzled expression but refrained from inquiring further. "Your Highness, young Master Yi, I shall take my leave." Yifan chuckled lightly, saying, "Travel safely. No need for formalities. Xiao Fan, someone is locking onto your position. Come with me." A glint of cold light flashed in Lung Yu's eyes, her tone displeased as she pulled Yifan away. Vanishing from sight. At that moment, Su Jiu emerged, holding a watermelon rind filled with seed shells. "What a theatrical performance," he remarked, eyeing a void. Dao Jianzi suddenly sensed something, halting and declaring, "Who goes there? Step forward. Do you intend to strike against me?" "Old man." Upon seeing the figure materialize, Dao Jianzi instantly knelt on one knee, expressing utmost reverence. "Little Jin, I dare not. But may I request a vote or encouragement for updates?" Chapter 39. A grand performance at Kunlun Peak, the Shura field on the vast, snow-covered mountains of Kunlun ruins. Yifan stomped his feet, clutching his ears. "Where? Whom are we to meet?" Lung Yu smiled subtly. "You will know shortly. Here, put this on." Yifan accepted the snow-white cloak she handed him, retorting, "And what about you? Aren't you cold?" With a gentle smile, Lung Yu replied, "Fool, with my cultivation, how could I possibly be cold? This is a magical garment, capable of withstanding various harsh climates. Consider it a gift for our meeting." Yifan chuckled and donned the cloak, surprised at how perfectly it fit, as though tailored just for him. "Are you warmer now?" "Yes, indeed. If you feel cold, you can come into my arms. They are quite warm." Lung Yu shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, "Pift, pift, pift. How can you be so shameless?" Suddenly, Lung Yu reflected, "This cloak, known as the Nine Spirits Robe, was crafted by my mother from the fur of a nine-tailed divine fox she caught. However, I seldom wear it due to my high cultivation, so I am gifting it to you." Yifan exclaimed, "Wow, your mother is truly remarkable." With a hint of pride, Lung Yu replied, "Mother was a prominent figure in her era, though I have not seen her in many years." Yifan, seizing upon a detail, asked in astonishment, "Does your father have many wives?" With a slight smile, Lung Yu replied through gritted teeth, Yes, indeed. Do you yearn for that? Yifan was momentarily at a loss for words, scratching his head in silence. Be by the way. Let me see if your little dragon is purebred. Following her instruction, Yifan awakened the dragon wrapped around his arm. Due to offending the old blind man, the little dragon had its essence sealed and was unable to speak or regain its human form, yet it had grown significantly in size, presumably due to Yifan's previous blood. With a thunderous roar, the little dragon soared into the sky, its mighty dragon cry echoing. It's Yifan's signal. It shrank to palm-sized and landed in his hand. Long Yu gently pinched the little dragon between her fingers. Instantly shattering its restraints, It immediately broke free and lunged at Yifan, mouth agape. Why, Yifan, you bastard. I'm going to eat you. Yifan, exasperated, retorted, damn it, you wretched creature. You still harbor that intention? It wasn't I who sealed you. Why not seek out the old blind man? You shameless scoundrel, sitting atop me. I will kill you, devour your flesh, and drink your blood. Are you a dragon or a dog? Yifan exclaimed, sprinting behind Lung Yu for cover. The little dragon, believing the old man's sealing spell had expired, was unaware that it was Long Yu who had casually undone it. If she knew, it would likely not have dared confront her. Step aside, woman. I mean you no harm. I only seek to slay this scoundrel, the little dragon declared, appearing righteous. With a playful smile, Lung Yu said, Little snake, be good. While I am not angry, come down quickly. Otherwise, I might prepare a snake stew for Xiao Fan to nourish him. Seeing Yifan's smug grin, the little dragon felt a twinge of uncertainty. This woman had never been simple. After much contemplation, it ultimately dared not test Long Yu's limits, choosing instead to transform into human form and land nearby. Giving Yifan an annoyed glare as it sulked on a snowbank, its dainty feet dangling. Am I not a woman too? The little dragon's line of thought was perilously misguided. Yifan cleared his throat. A mischievous smile on his face, little dragon. You've grown quite a bit. The little dragon glanced down, arms crossed in indignation, retorting, Pfft, pervert. Have you never seen a fairy? Yifan, feigning innocence, remarked, Little dragon, why do you carry a cutting board when you go out? Planning to make snake stew? The little dragon fumed, its hair bristling in anger. Ha ha ha! Yifan laughed heartily. Lung Yu shook her head slightly, feeling helpless regarding the pair. Finally, she has arrived. Yifan turned to Lung Yu, confusion in his gaze. With a playful smile, Lung Yu replied, She just entered the galaxy realm. Of course, you cannot see her. Are you waiting for me? Before the figure arrived, her voice resonated like the sound of the Tao, echoing throughout Kunlun ruins. How dare you erase my on that day? What was your intent? In response to Lung Yu's inquiry, a chilling voice replied, You merely wish to exploit him to unlock the seals of the divine land and release the 3,000 divine nations. Why bother with emotional manipulation? Taken aback, Lung Yu countered, Someone forcibly bound our fates together. Why must you speak so harshly? Suddenly, the void above Kunlun ruins erupted, and a tall figure emerged. The woman's face was shrouded in a golden divine light, her aura so profound that one could not help but wish to bow in reverence. She descended gracefully, placing a hand on Yifan's shoulder, hinting, If you do not cultivate diligently, do you plan to languish in the embrace of affection for eternity? Yifan fell silent, feeling as though his shoulder might shatter under her seemingly gentle touch. Through gritted teeth, he replied defiantly, Who are you? Do you not see my woman beside me? Do you dare to provoke her? Ah, how I've missed you, little one, she said, emphasizing the last 3 words. Wai Yifan felt a shiver down his spine and tentatively asked, Are you the system's grandmother? Lung Yu furrowed her brows at the woman, her aura flaring as if she were ready to strike at any moment. You finally remembered. I thought that with several days apart, you would have forgotten your master. Hearing that he had become yet another apprentice left Yifan feeling quite frustrated. With nothing learned, he already had 2 masters. It was utterly bewildering. The system casually remarked, Enough, once I deal with this woman, we shall return to the Qinglan realm. Something significant has occurred in the Summer Kingdom that concerns you. Deal with me? Do you think your quasi-emperor cultivation is sufficient? Lung Yu scoffed at the system's words. Quasi-emperor? What's that? Little girl, do you think you can amuse me to death and then keep my treasured apprentice to yourself? The system expressed a sense of disdain, almost scoffing at the notion. Then let our strength speak for itself. Let us engage. Lung Yu's demeanor was calm, brimming with battle intent. May I have a word? The crowd turned their gaze towards the girl in white, their faces etched with confusion. Chapter 40. Departing without farewell, to await the next unexpected encounter. The cold, biting wind urged the swirling snowflakes. Mesmerizing to the eye, little serpent, what do you mean? The system questioned Dragon Xiaoyu, perplexed. With a sigh, Dragon Xiaoyu pointed at Yifan. Are you saying that you all are ready to fight over this guy? Pfft. The system could not contain its laughter, exclaiming, Oh, little serpent, you are adorably foolish. If I weren't afraid of becoming an idiot after devouring you, I would truly love to savor the soup of 10,000 snakes. Cold Moon shook her head slightly, chuckling as she said, Xiaoyu, take good care of Xiao Fan. We shall return shortly, and no sooner had the words left her lips than Cold Moon and the system tore through the fabric of reality and stepped into it. Yifan furrowed his brow, gazing at the slowly mending rift in the void, his thoughts a whirlwind. Little girl, you cannot protect him. It would be wise to keep your relationship a secret. I do not wish for him to be unwillingly ensnared in your turmoil. Do you understand? Cold Moon expressed her concerns to the system, sighing deeply. He loves me, and I love him. Why can't we be together? Why can't the world know he is mine? She countered. On the contrary, the elder is a colossal figure who has lived for countless ages. Why waste effort on Xiao Fan? Furthermore, the thread of fate was personally intertwined by the old blind man. Is it not laughable that you seek me out for retribution instead of finding him? The system shrugged, a hint of exasperation in its demeanor. You still have that childlike temperament, since you, little girl, are so oblivious to the world. I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson today. Humph! Celestial maiden, do not presume that I truly fear you. Come, let us battle, little girl. You seem to know quite a bit. To think you are aware of one of my former names. It must have been that old blind man who told you. So what if I did? So what if I didn't? The celestial maiden removed the divine light concealing her face, revealing skin so delicate it seemed to defy touch, her every movement rendering the surrounding starlit sky dim in comparison. Cold Moon smiled slightly. The two women stood in stark contrast, each possessing their own unparalleled beauty, captivating the world. The celestial maiden raised her hand, and a pure white longsword materialized from thin air, with the sword raised in the southern lands. It falls upon the galaxy, as the gentle breeze and bright moon reflect upon it. The sword's aura, traversing the galaxy, was akin to a gentle breeze, soft yet potent, causing the nearby stars to quiver. Cold Moon too wielded a long sword, her cherry-red lips parting to speak. In ancient times, auspicious omens blessed the world. Today, the purple aura reigns over the galaxy. The violet sword energy, like a bolt of lightning, pierced the cosmos, cleaving through the gentle breeze. Their swordsmanship was devoid of flamboyant flourishes, merely the ordinary forms of drawing and striking. The terrifying energy fluctuations shattered numerous nearby desolate star realms, stirring a cosmic tempest. Unscathed amidst the eye of the storm, the two stood, swords in hand, gazing intently at one another. A hint of surprise flickered across the celestial maiden's face as she spoke in a tone of elder wisdom. I did not expect this little girl to possess such talent. The purple aura sword of the ancient Moon Empress is wielded by you so excellently. Well done, indeed. However, the only flaw is that the ancient Moon Empress despises contention. Whereas you are her polar opposite, wielding such fierce and relentless sword energy. Does that not stray from her teachings? Cold Moon dismissed her words with a wave, replying coolly, Why must the elder undermine my resolve? The sword is merely a means to an end. How it is wielded ultimately depends on the wielder. What a silver-tongued little one! Since I cannot best you in words, perhaps I can in combat. The celestial maiden's sword suddenly reversed, unleashing a swift sword energy aimed directly at Cold Moon's brow. Cold Moon effortlessly evaded, smirking as she remarked, I did not expect someone of your esteemed stature to resort to such petty tactics. Enough? I am truly exhausted. The celestial maiden waved her hand, causing her sword to vanish, and conjured a chair from the air. Settling onto it, Cold Moon stowed her sword and approached the celestial maiden. What you fear is merely the threat posed by other ancient clans and those divine nations. If that is the case, there is no need for concern. I have my methods to ensure he faces no danger. The celestial maiden shook her head in response. You misunderstand. I meant that while you protect him, he may grow, but he will lack the fierceness and sense of urgency. How many years do you think it will take for him to truly stand on his own? Cold Moon lowered her gaze, aware that she had contemplated this but was unsure how to address it. Knowing you have a soft heart, that is why I am here. Once he fully masters the divine and demonic blood essence, I shall take him back to the Qinglan realm, where he can grow in peace for several years. Cold Moon nodded gently and inquired, Has something occurred in the Summer Kingdom? The celestial maiden, unconcerned, replied, Nothing of significance. Merely a few lives lost, as those barbarians from the west have invaded. It is not a grave issue. Everything is still under control. Cold Moon's eyes brimmed with doubt and confusion. The barbarians are attacking, and you say it remains under control? Is that not rather inadequate for an elder such as yourself? The celestial maiden rose, her demeanor playful yet lazy. They are merely ambitious fools. Let them fight among themselves for now. By the time we finish here, they will have likely subdued the Eastern Isles. At that point, we can return. No? Let us go. Your little lover might think that I have harmed you if we linger too long. The celestial maiden turned to regard Cold Moon, who remained still and unmoving. Parting is as difficult as meeting. The east wind is powerless, and the flowers wither. Yi Fan felt compelled to leave, since departure was inevitable. Now was surely the best time, was it not? No sooner had he spoken than, without allowing the celestial maiden a chance to respond, he vanished into the starry void. The celestial maiden said nothing but continued on her way. Something feels off, though. Yi Fan sensed an unease he could not quite articulate. Yi Fan, I have returned. Do you miss me? Yi Fan looked toward the celestial maiden's retreating figure, the rift in space visibly merging. Yet he could not find Cold Moon's silhouette, anxiety washing over him as he gazed at the celestial maiden. Noticing Yi Fan's expression, the celestial maiden understood. The girl had chosen that moment to leave to make Yi Fan believe she had been killed. With a smug expression, the celestial maiden said, Hey, that woman has already been slain by me. Do you remember the pitiful look in her eyes before she died? Teske. It was enough to evoke sympathy. But alas, I did not fancy her face, which was prettier than mine. So I simply crushed the flower. Her words. Yi Fan's previously tense demeanor relaxed slightly. System, you are simply full of tricks. The celestial maiden's expression turned serious. Her tone firm. From now on, refer to me as master. If you dare to be disrespectful, I shall end you. Do you understand? All right, I yield. I will call you that. But what about Cold Moon? Why didn't she return with you? The celestial maiden, animated and carefree, replied casually, She has returned to the Qinglan realm. We will follow suit in due time. Our immediate concern is your bloodline power. Come with me, little serpent, you should join us. If you grow hungry, you can always become a stew. A twofold benefit. Dragon Xiaoyu felt like crying. Being ridden by the two was one thing, but now facing the constant risk of being eaten. Was this even human discourse? After everyone departed, a shadow appeared in the same spot, muttering to itself, She remains as formidable as ever. However, with the goddess gone, everything is about to begin. Chapter 41. The Temple of Wind and Snow. Inquiring the heart under the guidance of the celestial maiden. The trio arrived at an icy expanse beneath Kunlun ruins. With a series of hand seals, the celestial maiden cast her spell, revealing a colossal ice cavern before them. As they entered, an awe-inspiring crystal palace emerged. Resplendent and majestic, evoking a sense of reverence. The pure, crystalline hall radiated refreshing energy, invigorating to the soul. In the center of the intricately carved ice palace stood a towering statue of a woman wielding a sword. Her lifelike visage eliciting admiration. The statue, nearly 100 feet tall, depicted the woman's hair with remarkable clarity, a testament to the sculptor's unparalleled skill. She resembles my sister, Dragon Xiaoyu murmured. Yi Fan looked up at the woman, her captivating gaze seemingly alive, drawing him into its depths. The celestial maiden remained silent, merely smiling as she urged, Let us proceed. Yi Fan and Xiaoyu followed closely, feeling diminutive beneath the colossal figure. With a gentle wave of her arm, the celestial maiden slowly opened the long-sealed palace doors, allowing a stream of pure energy to flow forth. Yi Fan, this time you must seize the opportunity to fully awaken your bloodline power. As well as your reincarnation abilities in the Summer Kingdom, you will have to rely solely on yourself. Yi Fan nodded in response. Wow, this place is stunning. It is far more beautiful than my home in the Dragon Palace. Inside, every object was sculpted from IC. Yi Fan paused, voicing a question that had puzzled him for some time. Aren't you the system? How can you be a living person? Facing Yi Fan's inquiry, the Celestial Maiden maintained her composure. Responding emphatically, at your current level, you are not yet ready to grasp these truths. If you diligently cultivate, one day you will uncover that all the mysteries and wonders of the world stem from a lack of strength. In this place, I merely found refuge in my past, yet the world has labeled me as a celestial maiden, believing I embody divine representation. You may consider them exceedingly foolish and ignorant, yet unbeknownst to you. This is a hallmark of the simple-minded, for their ignorance is vast. They approach the mysterious and enigmatic with reverence. Everything here has been constructed by their hands. They have spread my tales throughout the world, and countless devotees, though only hearing whispers of my story, traverse high plateaus, mountains, and icy terrains, driven solely by their heartfelt aspirations. The weak rely on the strong, while the strong must venture forth to explore the extremities of this world, breaking free from the shackles of existence to pave a smooth path for the weak or themselves. Yet what is your conviction, Yi Fan? Can you discern it clearly within your heart? And for what purpose do you cultivate your path? Have you truly pondered this? Yi Fan furrowed his brow, remaining motionless in place, his thoughts swirling. Sister, his resolve is unsteady. In response to Long Xiaoyu's concern, the Celestial Maiden chuckled softly and said, if that were the case, and his resolve shattered, he would not only be unfit for cultivation, but also unworthy of awakening his bloodline. Yi Fan found himself within a spacious estate, where a young woman in a purple dress knelt gracefully on the floor, skillfully grinding ink at the table. The man beside her, adorned with a hairpin carved from emerald bamboo, possessed a handsome visage and exuded the essence of a scholarly gentleman, with a gentle smile gracing his face. He occasionally cast glances at the woman meticulously preparing ink for him. Yi Fan's eyes grew moist, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, Father, Mother, is it truly you? The man paused his writing, rising to his feet, with the woman following suit to assist him into his boots. Together, they strode into the courtyard, approaching Yi Fan directly. Child, you have finally arrived. Your mother and I have awaited you for so long. The man's sincere voice resonated in Yi Fan's ears like a thunderclap, and he stared incredulously into the familiar, gentle gaze. No, you are not my parents. They perished long ago, victims of the 5 emperors. I shall avenge them. In an instant, Yi Fan recoiled, muttering to himself in disbelief. Lucier stifled a giggle and said, Silly child, do you truly think that if we were malevolent, that maiden outside would not have slain us? Yi Suiyun raised an eyebrow, his smile unwavering, his tone still imbued with warmth, akin to a gentle spring breeze. You foolish boy, our parents have long since departed. What you see before you are merely 2 drops of blood collected from your lineage, transformed over time. They only wish to convey that your happiness and well-being are paramount. There is no need to pursue any grand path. That cold moon maiden possesses strength beyond your imagination. If you seize the opportunity, all will resolve itself effortlessly. Indeed, child, there is no need for reckless adventure. With her abilities, even a martial emperor would be but an insignificant insect in her presence. Gazing at the unfamiliar figures of his parents, Yi Fan felt a deep conviction that all of this was merely an illusion. When alive, they had acted with kindness and generosity, treating everyone with calmness, even in their final moments, urging him to live well without ever mentioning revenge. They had wholeheartedly embraced him, showering him with love. He could never harbor hatred towards these phantoms. At any time or place, Yi Fan held no right to resent them. Awake? I didn't expect you to recover so swiftly. I thought it would take at least 10 days or more, yet here you are, having shattered the mirror in just a few days. How many remain stagnant at the mirror's heart, fading away in despair? You, my boy, possess some merit. The Celestial Maiden expressed her admiration for Yi Fan's performance. Your path is now clear. No malevolent spirits dare approach within 10 paces. Even wandering souls must pay their respects upon encountering you. Yi Fan cast a glance at Long Xiaoyu, his eyes widening in astonishment, hastily wiping away the blood from his nose and averting his gaze. Long Xiaoyu felt an unsettling sense of vulnerability, as if stripped bare by the wind. The celestial maiden shot Yifan a reproachful look, exasperatedly smacking him lightly. "Is this how you choose to squander your time?" Long Xiaoyu, standing nearby, remained utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend. Why Yifan secretly rejoiced, surprised to find his clarity of mind so penetrating. Regarding Long Xiaoyu's earlier actions, he too had been caught off guard, not intending for things to unfold thus. "Have you found your path?" Yifan paused, then replied earnestly, "The deities and Buddhas poison the world for their selfish desires. I, Yifan, swear with this mortal body to eradicate all malevolent spirits, wishing for a world devoid of divine beings, with the grand path as witness." "You, boy, how could you profess such a vow?" Yifan's declaration genuinely astonished the celestial maiden. As expected, a purple mark abruptly manifested on Yifan's forehead, a symbol both of shackles and acknowledgement, slowly fading into his skin. The celestial maiden shook her head, sighing, "To make such a vow with a mortal body. Your future will be fraught with challenges. Why seek fleeting satisfaction? The grand path is both infinite and eternal. You have utterly severed your connection to the cycle of reincarnation." In the void, an aura surged forth, and the celestial maiden furrowed her brow at the figure slowly entering the hall, a smile gracing her lips. "So, you have come." Chapter 42. The peculiar sentiment, the old man, exuding an ethereal presence, strode hastily into the grand hall, preparing to speak, only to be repelled by an unexpected surge of sword energy. "My lady, you are as tempestuous as ever." "Blind fool, what shall we do now?" The old blind man stroked his beard, gesturing to Yifan, then replied, "Forcefully sever his memories and erase the mark of the grand path. What do you think?" The celestial maiden's eyes widened in fury, her rare outburst of profanity escaping her lips. "Damn it! You blind fool! What are you scheming? To sever the thoughts of an unsuspecting person would result in either death or madness. Why not take a blade to yourself instead? My lady, be civilized. You have lived for so long. How can you neglect your image?" "Old blind man, what if I lack decorum? What of it?" The old blind man fell silent, vexed, and approached Yifan, taking his hand and gently touching his forehead, sighing, "How can you be so impulsive? Your path ahead will not be easy, do you understand? No pressure means no motivation, does it not?" The celestial maiden poked Yifan's forehead, gritting her teeth. "Have you read too many novels? The mark of the grand path has exposed your aura to the myriad realms. Henceforth, wherever you go, trouble will follow. Even if you merely seek a restroom, someone could emerge wishing to kill you. This mark symbolizes something significant. There exists a force that even your little girlfriend would not dare to challenge, specifically hunting down those marked by the grand path or the fated children of destiny. It is said their leader is a significant figure from the celestial realm. Can you fathom the danger you now face?" Yifan swallowed hard, tentatively inquiring, "Is it too late to have regrets now?" The celestial maiden retorted with indignation, departing without a glance back. "Too late, you fool. Prepare for your demise." Yifan pondered in confusion. Why did everything seem fine until my one remark turned it all upside down? What is wrong with this woman? The old blind man patted Yifan's shoulder, offering comfort. "She is genuinely concerned for you. She does not wish for you to be in peril. After all, a woman's heart is as elusive as the depths of the sea. She simply struggles to express it. Be grateful." It is rare to hear of the celestial maiden being upset for anyone, let alone as for why she chose you as her protector. Though the reasons remain unclear, she truly cares for you. You must not go back on your word after feasting. This place is rich with chilling spiritual energy. It is evident she holds you in high regard. She can suppress the violent energy within your bloodline. Focus on your cultivation here, and when you emerge, it will be time to pay your respects to your master, you little rascal." Yifan smiled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head, sincerely nodding in agreement. "Rest assured, master. Once I step out, I will show my respect and present tea." The old blind man nodded in satisfaction, then abruptly pulled away the startled Long Xiaoyu, vanishing without a trace. Yifan sat cross-legged, muttering incantations earnestly. "Oh, spirits of gods and demons, cooperate with me. Once I succeed, I promise to reward you handsomely." Suddenly, Yi Fan's body began to tremble, and a figure formed from blood materialized before him. Its voice chilling to the bone. "I can assist you, but you must kill a divine being within 2 years to restore my essence. What say you?" Though somewhat unnerved, Yi Fan steeled himself, maintaining an air of indifference. "If you say kill, I will kill. Do you truly believe that divine beings are so easily dispatched? You have no idea how many times you have perished without me over the years. If you do not intend to collaborate with me, do not blame me for being unkind." The words of the bloodline spirit dripped with menace. Yi Fan shrugged, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Am I correct in assuming that if I were to die, you too would perish?" As the bloodline of the divine and demonic remained silent, Yi Fan further validated his inner thoughts. Since this is the case, Wood and Tea, our complete fusion, signify a powerful alliance. The divine and demonic bloodline did not respond verbally, but instead transformed into a mist of blood, returning to Yi Fan's body. Seeing this, Yi Fan's heart leaped with joy. Had he known this would happen? Why had he doubted the bloodline's resilience? He had thought it to be truly unyielding. Yi Fan believed it was a concession from the bloodline, unaware that the spirit of the bloodline was merely biding its time. Adopting a strategy of patience, Yi Fan began to regulate his breathing, following the guidance of the bloodline, completely devouring his mortal blood, transforming into the true divine and demonic bloodline. Time became an indistinct blur. Suddenly, Yi Fan opened his eyes, and within his blood-red gaze lay the echoes of a sea of corpses and blood, akin to an endless abyss that captivated the soul. A brutal aura enveloped his entire being, every inch of his skin radiating with it. Even the black strands of his hair had turned crimson. Previously clad in white like snow, he now appeared as a blood-soaked harbinger of death. "How does it feel?" "Exhilarating, is it not?" In response to the bloodline's deep voice, Yi Fan retorted with stubborn disdain. "Oh, if that is the case, let us test just how much stronger I have become." Before Yi Fan could react, the bloodline propelled him toward a massive statue not far away. In that moment, fear surged through him. "Goodness, this fellow is trying to kill me." Yi Fan gritted his teeth against the sensation of his body tearing apart, forcibly redirecting himself to collide with a nearby ice wall. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding shatter of ice blocks echoed delightfully. Yi Fan lay on the ground, bloodied and tattered, motionless and howling in pain. The system continued to vent its inner fury, once again hurling Yi Fan against the ice wall. However, this time it miscalculated. Yi Fan unexpectedly thrust a hand into his own abdomen, a manic expression on his face, and he laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha ha. Come on. I dare you to continue. In the end, it's just death. What do I have to fear? I dread nothing. Bring it on." His hoarse, furious roars reverberated throughout the ice palace, but the bloodline fell silent. Eventually, due to excessive blood loss, Yi Fan collapsed, losing consciousness. Strangely, he found himself outside a thatched cottage, where a youthful figure radiating supreme authority, with a slight smile, gazed at him. Yi Fan strained to run towards the man. Yet he could never quite discern the other half of his face. "My son, persevere. Your father awaits your ascendance to inherit the family legacy. Your competitors have already come to seek you. May my son's path be smooth and prosperous." The man's commanding voice resonated, jolting Yi Fan awake, gasping for breath. Glancing at his abdomen, he discovered he bore no wounds. Confusion enveloped him. The spirit of the bloodline slowly spoke. "The master has personally healed you. You should take joy in this." Yi Fan, still bewildered, inquired, "Who is this master you speak of?" "The handsome man you just encountered," the bloodline spirit replied. Yi Fan was taken aback. "What a juvenile notion." Cough. "The master enjoys being called handsome. Do you have an issue with that?" Suddenly, Yi Fan whimsically asked, "Is your master dead?" The spirit of the bloodline was momentarily at a loss for words, resorting to silence, for such blasphemous thoughts could not be uttered, lest they invite trouble without reason. Seeing no fruitful outcome from his inquiries, Yi Fan proceeded outside the palace. Upon stepping out, he was greeted by an enticing aroma, and as he followed it, the sight before him left him aghast. Just as he attempted to flee, he was called out. "Yi Fan, You've emerged from your seclusion. Come, have a bowl of snake soup to ward off the chill and nourish yourself. Reluctantly, he turned around but could not suppress his urge to retch. Amid the swirling snowflakes, the scent of meat provoked another wave of nausea. Have you fed long, Xiaoyu? Yifan questioned, staring at the pot of meat soup incredulously. The celestial maiden lifted a bowl and took a hearty sip of the soup. Smiling at Yifan, snake soup, care to try? Hey, you're the one who got eaten. Yifan turned his gaze to the distant mountain peak, where Long Xiaoyu, seemingly unperturbed, was building a snowman, casually responding with a quip. Yifan approached, and the old blind man cheerfully served him a bowl of meat soup, explaining, your senior sister sent this. Knowing you had finished your seclusion and were weakened, she went to the western extremities to catch a flood dragon for you to replenish your strength. Yifan nodded and then turned to the celestial maiden, sincerely lowering his head. Celestial maiden, I apologize for my previous grievances. I should not have harbored ill thoughts against you. The celestial maiden waved her hand dismissively, continuing to enjoy her soup, seemingly unconcerned about past matters. Only then did Yifan sit down, devouring the meat soup voraciously. After approximately 2 hours, he finally finished the large pot of flood dragon meat, patting his round belly with satisfaction as he sat back to recuperate. The old blind man cleared his throat and remarked, Have you forgotten something? Yifan jolted upright, noticing the old blind man signaling him to lower his voice. He whispered, Master, shall we return to the sect? The old blind man exchanged a meaningful glance with the celestial maiden, hinting for Yifan to find a way to slip away. Unbeknownst to them, the celestial maiden was fully aware of their subtle actions, but chose to feign ignorance, as this was inherently Yifan's opportunity, and she had no reason to obstruct it. Why Yifan concocted a clumsy excuse. Celestial maiden, I'm going back to the sect with the old blind man to bid farewell to the senior sisters. I will return promptly. Seeing the celestial maiden's lack of response, the old blind man was overjoyed, waving his sleeve as the two vanished from sight. After departing from Kunlun ruins, the old blind man deliberately slowed their pace, sighing, Xiao Fan, this journey is one you must experience for yourself. Only through first-hand encounters can you truly stand atop the food chain. The assistance of others cannot render one invincible. Do you understand? I understand, Yifan replied, but I can't help but wonder. Can I truly achieve this? The old blind man suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, indignantly stating, Where has your usual optimism gone? Why do you become hesitant and indecisive at this moment? This is unbecoming. Yifan offered his response with a hint of resignation. In this recent period, though it may not be long, I have encountered formidable senior sisters, witnessed an extraordinarily grand sect, and met proud young women. I feel so insignificant, as trivial as an inconsequential speck of dust, somewhat lost in the path of the grand Tao. That mindset is perilous. However, since you voiced it, let us converse freely, the old blind man said. Yifan attentively listened to his teachings. The old blind man casually grasped a falling snowflake in his hand and asked, What do you see? Without hesitation, Yifan replied, A snowflake that has landed in my hand without melting. The old blind man shook his head, refuting, Incorrect. It is not merely a snowflake, but also a force capable of collapsing a snow mountain. Yifan appeared to gain insight and candidly remarked, I understand the Master's meaning. Many drops make a flood, and a single droplet, if the opportunity allows, can converge into a vast river. Yifan continued, In the realm of technology, one can discover countless life cells from a single droplet. Similarly, ants are an indispensable part of this world. The old blind man did not respond but smiled as Yifan suddenly paused. Yifan felt a sudden brightness before him, blinding white light making it difficult to open his eyes. When he finally managed to do so, he found himself surrounded by whiteness, accompanied by the sound of flowing water. Suddenly, the white before him transformed into a tumultuous wave crashing toward him. This is the essence within a mustard seed. I did not expect my Master's methods to be so formidable. The old blind man looked at Yifan with satisfaction, having dispelled the spell, and they instantly returned to the sect. Outside the sect, a sea of people had gathered, practitioners from the galaxy realm and other universes arriving to pay their respects, having received word of the occasion. According to the Master, every visitor was a significant figure. and among the younger generation were super prodigies backed by ancient clans of great stature. Before the magnificent mountain gate, senior sister Su Jiu awaited with her disciples, holding Yi Fan's ceremonial robes. The old blind man beamed with delight, patting Yi Fan on the shoulder, overwhelmed with emotion. After so many years, we have finally reached this moment. I'm quite excited. Xiao Fan, I will await you in the Ancestor Hall. Be cautious on your journey and take care, understand? Although Yi Fan felt somewhat bewildered, wondering if there was indeed danger in becoming a disciple, he nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. He descended alone and paused beside Su Jiu, intending to express his gratitude, but a mere glance from Su Jiu silenced him. She gestured for Yi Fan to raise his hand, deftly removing his ceremonial robe and outer garments. She then took the elegant golden and white attire she had personally crafted for him, dressing him meticulously, and tidied his disheveled hair before placing upon him the white cloud and purple gold crown, a symbol of his status. That moment, Yi Fan appeared transformed, as if he had instantly matured from a naive youth into an adult. Exuding a newfound composure and sagacity, Su Jiu stepped aside. The ceremonious Dao Jianzi proclaimed loudly, Tian Dao Sect, the 9th Grandmaster's personally instructed disciple. Yi Fan's formal apprenticeship ceremony commences. Ascend the heavenly ladder. Cloud and purple gold mountain, begin. No sooner had Dao Jianzi's words fallen than Yi Fan commenced his ascent upon the seemingly endless crimson carpet leading up the mountain. He noticed that today's heavenly ladder was markedly different from before. Now imbued with unseen forces sweeping over him, to his astonishment, he felt someone employing sorcery to control his feet, nearly causing him to stumble down the steps multiple times, but he managed to regain his balance. It seemed that the old blind man's warning to be cautious of dangers was not unfounded. Someone was indeed attempting to sabotage him. Undeterred, Yi Fan resolved that should anyone dare to hinder him, he would discreetly remember their presence and countenance, vowing to pay a visit to their family or sect when the opportunity arose. Before long, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Fan reached the final 9 steps. This place represented the crux of the first trial, the supreme step. Crossing it would grant him the status of an unregistered disciple of the Tian Dao sect, despite not being formally accepted as a disciple. After all, every sect has its hidden dealings, and these individuals often take on the burdens that the sect cannot publicly handle, though they may seem like mere cannon fodder or expendable assets. This position is fiercely contested during recruitment. As he reached step 9955, some spectators cheered passionately for Yi Fan. He did not disappoint their expectations. When he felt on the verge of collapse, he successfully ascended the heavenly ladder. After a brief respite, Dao Jianzi called out again, second trial. Successfully exit the illusion sword array within the time of a single incense stick. Hearing it was an illusion array. Yi Fan merely smiled, confident in his clear comprehension of the Dao, knowing he could navigate such formations with ease. As anticipated, he effortlessly maneuvered through the illusion sword array. However, he had unexpectedly glimpsed Su Jiu within the array, leading him to inadvertently exclaim, "Wow, uncle, that fellow emerged so swiftly, truly impressive." A young boy in purple remarked to a middle-aged man beside him. The purple-clad man sneered, explaining to his nephew, "He is merely an ant with a clear comprehension of the Dao. You are destined to trample on individuals like him in the future, so do not concern yourself with him." His voice was loud enough for Yi Fan to hear, igniting a fire of indignation within him. As if fate had presented him with the perfect opportunity to vent his frustrations, he turned to Su Jiu and inquired telepathically, "Senior sister, what is that old man's cultivation level?" Su Jiu did not respond to Yi Fan, but boldly approached the man. Exuding an air of authority, "Purple Star Dragon Clan, do you wish for your entire clan to be exterminated?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, taken aback by her resolute demeanor. Yi Fan felt a surge of admiration, thinking to himself, "Senior sister is truly formidable. Her words carry such weight." The purple-clad man scoffed, preparing to retort, when suddenly everyone sensed a terrifying aura descending from above. They looked up, eager to identify the audacious individual who dared to traverse the void above the Tian Dao sect. Dao Jianzi, however, discreetly slipped away, a wry smile playing on his lips. Su Jiu, seemingly in a daze, murmured, "She has come for him," as the void split open, revealing a rift several feet wide. A celestial maiden clad in flowing white garments gracefully emerged. Why the silence now? Have you Purple Star Dragon Clan grown so bold? It was a grave mistake for the Grandmaster not to have eradicated your lineage back in the day. The Celestial Maiden descended beside Yifan, stepping lightly as if in a tranquil garden. Why are you here? Yifan inquired, surprised. The Celestial Maiden shot him a sidelong glance. Am I not allowed to come? Yifan hastily waved his hands. That's not what I meant. I thought you were uninterested in such matters. Upon seeing the Celestial Maiden, Sujio, who had previously drawn her sword, sheathed it once more and stepped forward, offering a respectful bow. I pay my respects to the elder. The Celestial Maiden nodded slightly, remarking with a hint of wistfulness, it seems the old blind man has truly outdone himself in making you a disciple. Purple Star Longhua's voice boomed with derision. You Tian Dao sect invited us here, yet allow this person to humiliate me. What is your intent? Despite appearing triumphant and haughty, he had been caught off guard by the Celestial Maiden's casual mention of his clan's near annihilation. Believing her to be an invincible figure, unbeknownst to him, someone had transmitted information that the woman was merely a rogue cultivator without any backing. Yet, Sujio remained unfazed, ignoring him entirely. Purple Star Longhua, frustrated, called out, Sujio, what is your intention? Or tell me who this person is, and I shall not pursue the matter further. You? What are you to demand knowledge of the elder's name? A mere insignificant insect. What audacity you possess to speak so arrogantly here. Speak another word, and I shall slay you today. Sujio's resolute declaration resonated throughout the square, instilling fear not only in the younger generation but also causing the elder cultivators to feel their blood surge with indignation. Purple Star Longhua, humiliated, lowered his head like a mouse with its tail stepped on, wishing to vanish into the earth. After cultivating for millions of years, he found himself publicly humiliated by a girl who had only practiced for several tens of thousands of years. He silently vowed to make Yifan and the Celestial Maiden pay for this affront. Noticing the dark glint in Purple Star Longhua's eyes, the Celestial Maiden remained remarkably calm, choosing to ignore him. She smiled gently. The title of Absolute Spirit Taoist still holds weight, and it is good to see it wield such influence. Sujio stood beside the Celestial Maiden, appearing as obedient as a young girl. Chiming in, Elder, you jest. It was truly thanks to your generous support back then that I, the little fox, could encounter my master at that moment. Dao Jinzi found himself at a loss, as Yifan had yet to complete the final trial. Despite searching for a long time, he remained elusive. With no other choice, Sujio stepped forward, announcing, third trial. Testing the power of the DAO. At the far end of the square, a towering white jade stele emerged. Standing 100 feet tall, it was evident that this monument had weathered many storms, its surface etched with historical traces and the marks left by ancient sages, undiminished by the passage of time. Senior sister, do I need to infuse my strength into the steel? Yifan inquired. Suju nodded. Channel your power into the steel. It will gauge your level of Dao power. If your name is inscribed, there will be ample opportunities and rewards. As Yifan approached the steel, he was interrupted. Wait. The younger generation also deserves a chance to test themselves. This is what the Tian Dao people have stated. Isn't that right, Absolute Spirit Taoist? Suju narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze on Purple Star Longhua. Does this fellow truly wish to court death today? Senior sister, if it is the master's decree, then let them test it. After all, whether early or late, the result will remain the same, will it not? Suju said nothing, stepping aside to allow the group of dozens of young people to take their turns. This is one of the 8 steel. The Dao steel, a young man exclaimed, marveling as he caressed the legendary monument. The testing commenced as Suju reluctantly finished her statement, with several young cultivators placing their hands upon the steel. Infusing it with their Dao power. In an instant, the once dim steel erupted with brilliance, revealing the information of the young talents one by one. Purple Star Ancient Dragon Clan, Long Tianqi, Dao Qi, 8,900 feet. Void Ancient Star Clan, Kong Haitao, Dao Qi, 8,100 feet. Ancient Wind Clan, Feng Jiuhuang, Dao Qi, 8,600 feet. Tian Ming Ancient Clan, Ming Tianzi, Dao Qi, 8,900 feet. Ghost Chasm Ancient Soul Clan, Hun Yuling, Dao Qi, 8,800 feet. Heaven and Earth Ancient Spirit Clan, Ling Yuner, Dao Qi, 9,100 feet. The daughter of the spirit lord from the ancient spirit clan possesses unexpectedly terrifying talent. The crowd marveled. Though they were close to leaving their names upon the stele, they still fell short of the coveted 9,999 feet. Moreover, these scions of ancient clans had likely concealed their true abilities. For it would not be long before the stele truly revealed itself, and that would be the time for competition. Some gazed with sparkling eyes, recalling the chaotic era from 1,000,000 years ago. When a saying circulated, the ancient spirit clan was the finest treasure of the myriad realms. During that time, the ancient spirit clan faced devastation, and it was said that only through the personal intervention of the Tian Dao people were they able to preserve their lineage. Faced with the murmurs of the crowd, Ling Yun'er's face was awash with panic. She lowered her gaze and silently approached an elderly man with a face etched with deep lines, saying nothing. Sujio urged, "Hurry, do not keep the master waiting for too long." "All right," Yifan replied, jogging towards the stone tablet. He extended his hand to rest upon the monument, infusing it with his dual energies of yin and yang. Yet, the stone remained dull and motionless. "Senior sister, could it be that this artifact is broken?" Yifan's words left the onlookers in stunned silence, only to elicit a soft giggle from the princess of the Ling clan. Upon meeting her gaze, she shyly lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. The celestial maiden suddenly remarked, "Xiao Fan, draw your sword and strike it, just to see." Just as Su Jio was about to interject, Yifan had already unsheathed his sword and struck in an instant. A blinding white light shot up to the heavens, and Yifan's name prominently appeared at the top, the golden letters radiant and unmistakable. Yifan? The essence of the Tao, 90,000 fathoms. Just when the crowd thought it was over, another string of numbers suddenly emerged. Reincarnation, cursed body, child of gods and demons, harbinger of chaos. Silence enveloped the space. Even the celestial maiden and Sujio fell into a hushed stillness. Yifan, as if struck by lightning, murmured to himself, "Cursed body, could it be that my parents and kin suffer because of me? You vile wretch, daring to deceive the world with petty tricks. You believe I wouldn't crush you." A voice imbued with the essence of the great Tao resonated, pulling Yifan back to reality. Glancing upward, he noticed that the second phrase had already vanished. Sujio and the celestial maiden exchanged glances, subtly nodding to indicate they would discuss this later. "Let us proceed to the ancestor hall." Sujio led the way with the celestial maiden, while Yifan followed closely behind. The crowd trailed at a distance, engaging in animated discussions. You think the Taoist might have made an error this time? Truly finding a calamity? Nonsense, old man, do not speak foolishly. Who is the Taoist? How could he possibly overlook something? Besides, he just stated that it was the stone tablet that toyed with us. It must be that this lad had previously struck the tablet, rendering it a jest. However, not everyone shared this sentiment, particularly the Gu Ming clan and the Zi Xing Long clan, who exchanged knowing smiles, conspiring together. "Granny, if Yifan truly is a harbinger of chaos, would the Taoist not know?" Ling Yun'er's voice was soft, sweet, and delicate. The old rat vehemently denied it, responding with conviction, "The Taoist is our benefactor. Regardless, it matters not. Such matters should not be mentioned again, do you understand?" Ling Yun'er pouted her cherry lips, timidly nodding, feeling somewhat aggrieved, yet still choosing to heed her elder's words. Chapter 45. Apprenticing under the Taoist, the ancestor hall was bustling with incense and offerings, with the old blind man seated high above. Resting with his eyes closed, the previously vanished Dao Jianzi now stood resiliently beside him on his left. As Yifan and the others entered the grand hall, Dao Jianzi paused momentarily, announcing, "Disciple Yifan, the apprenticeship ceremony officially begins." In the first bow, the disciple offers tea to the master. A female disciple brought forth a cup of steaming tea and handed it to Yifan. Holding the tea, he ascended the steps. "Master, please enjoy." The old blind man opened his eyes, accepting the tea with a smile and downing it in one gulp. In the second bow, "Please adhere to the rules." Sujio slowly climbed the steps, producing a pitch-black ruler from thin air, which he presented to the old blind man. He rose slowly, tapping the ruler lightly atop Yifan's head 3 times. For the third bow, 3 knocks and 9 bows. Suddenly, the old blind man interrupted, "Stop. This bow is unnecessary. Merely kneel on one knee." Dao Jianzi was taken aback, looking at the old blind man in confusion. The old blind man, exuding a sense of exasperation, remarked, "You fool. No wonder you have yet to shake off the sound of the sword after all these years. Just do as I say and spare the chatter." Dao Jianzi reluctantly nodded. Yi Fan couldn't suppress his laughter. "Master, why not allow me to perform the 3 knocks and 9 bows?" The old blind man sighed. "I fear I might collect a life, but not enjoy it. Better to skip it. From now on, do not call me master. Just call me old blind man. Be a bit more considerate." Yi Fan beamed. "All right, old blind man." The two shared a hearty laugh. Suju frowned, muttering, "A pair of live treasures." The old blind man suddenly said, "The Zixing Long clan and the Guling clan may come in to pay their respects." The Zixing Long Hua and Ling Granny, accompanied by their respective juniors, entered, each kneeling on one knee to greet the celestial Taoist. The old blind man raised his hand. "Rise." Sujio offered seats to the two. "Yes, master." The Guling clan appeared relatively composed. But the Zixing Long Hua seemed restless, as if sitting on needles, acutely aware of the old blind man's penetrating gaze, causing a cold sweat to soak his back. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. And the old blind man exhaled a breath, disdainfully commenting, "The current leader of the Zixing Long clan is Long Xian, correct?" Zixing Long Hua, already tense, found himself momentarily flustered by the sudden question. Realizing his rudeness, he rose and clasped his hands in respect. "Indeed, it is the clan leader Long Xian." The old blind man sighed in disbelief. "That troublesome woman is still alive." Teskase. Upon hearing this, Long Tianqi clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at the old blind man. The old blind man dismissed Long Tianqi's seemingly fierce gaze with indifference. "What, are you that wretched spawn of hers?" Long Tianqi gritted his teeth, responding word by word, "She is my aunt. I thought she was your mother." The old blind man's words bore a hint of mockery. Sujio was left speechless. Since arriving in the galaxy realm, especially after meeting Yi Fan, her master had completely let loose. Long Tianqi, unreservedly agitated, retorted, "Do you not feel a bit shameless, senior?" The old blind man chuckled. "In what way?" "Senior, do you find it amusing to berate a younger generation in such an indirect manner?" The old blind man feigned contemplation, casually shrugging. "I am no sage. You little wretch show me no respect. Not killing you is a grace, and what harm is there in scolding you a few times?" Long Tianqi was about to counter, but was abruptly seized by Zixing Long Hua, who, filled with rage, slapped him across the face. Xing Long Hua, startled by Long Tianqi's words, felt a chill run down his spine. Provoking this seemingly kind-hearted butcher could lead to the annihilation of the entire Gu Xing. Zixing Long Hua immediately knelt. "This junior lacks understanding. I beseech the senior for forgiveness." The old blind man smirked. "Since you plead for him, he may escape the minor punishment, but the major penalty remains. Have this little wretch leave behind 10 drops of true dragon blood, and also relinquish your dragon essence. You two may depart safely today." Xing Long Hua's face turned ashen. He glanced at Long Tianqi, filled with ire, and with a swift motion, struck his chest, conjuring 10 drops of crimson dragon blood. Long Tianqi let out a pained scream before fainting, severely depleted of energy. 1 drop of true dragon blood equated to a century of cultivation. Long Tianqi, barely over 1,000 years old, had no time to ponder the consequences of survival. He gritted his teeth, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing a brilliant purple dragon essence to spew forth onto the ground. Dao Jianzi rushed forward to seize the blood and essence, scampering to the old blind man with a fawning demeanor, entirely unbecoming of a spirit vessel. Sweat beads the size of mung beans dripped from Zixing Long Hua's forehead, hitting the ground with a thud. He struggled to rise, cupping his hands in respect. "Senior, with this, I shall take my leave." The old blind man barely glanced at him, waving his hand dismissively to urge him to leave. "Xiao Fan, these 2 items are yours. Consider it a gift for your apprenticeship." Yi Fan, seizing the treasures from the reluctant Dao Jianzi's hands, tucked them away with utmost care. The old blind man turned to the rat, Guling clan. "There exists an extraordinary opportunity. Are you willing to accept?" The rat immediately pulled Ling Yuner to kneel, earnestly stating, "Senior, whatever it may be, our Guling clan will gladly accept." The old blind man rubbed his forehead, appearing somewhat exasperated. "My dear wife, your words make it sound as if I am forcing them, master. Enough of this. Have you not noticed the celestial maiden's gaze? The old blind man chuckled. It is indeed related to this little girl. You must have guessed what it is, right? The rat nodded, his eyes gleaming with unmistakable joy. Ling Yuner, sensing something or perhaps knowing something, gripped her thighs tightly to prevent tears from falling. Yet, no one inquired whether Ling Yuner was willing or aware of the situation. Yi Fan observed everything silently, intrigued by what was to come. The master grasped Ling Yuner's delicate hand, earnestly instructing, Yuner, from now on, stay by young Master Ye's side and do not defy him. It is your honor. Do you understand? Typically fragile and timid, Ling Yuner, despite her tearful eyes, forced a smile and obediently nodded. The rat produced a pair of black and white bracelets, shrinking the white bracelet into a ring. Placing it on Ling Yuner's left middle finger, good child, your kin will remember you. Then the mouse placed another ring onto the bewildered middle finger of Yi Fan. The old blind man restrained Yi Fan, who was about to erupt in anger, and calmly remarked, the spirit clan is renowned as the foremost treasure of the myriad realms, and this girl is destined to become a spirit king. Having her by your side will yield exceptional results in your cultivation. Moreover, when it comes to treasure hunting, she is invaluable. Observing the old blind man's radiant smile and his thumbs-up gesture, Yi Fan felt a distinct lack of enthusiasm. After all, he already possessed an emperor immortal spirit, and now with Ling Yuner, he was hardly a stud. I refuse, old blind man. Oh, not pressure me. The mouse, upon hearing this, was left flustered and at a loss. While Ling Yuner rose to her feet, her voice was melodious and ethereal as she declared, if young Master Yi looks down upon me, then I must prove my innocence through death. What kind of twisted reasoning is that? Just because I refuse, you choose to take your own life? That makes no sense. The old blind man's words dripped with a hint of schadenfreude. The ring you just donned is known as the ancient spirit green ring, crafted from this girl's innate spirit bone, and it can only be bestowed upon one person in a lifetime. Thus, she has no choice but to prove her worth through death. Does she? The heavenly maiden expressed her astonishment, saying, Xiao Fan, after taking a stroll, you've ended up with just one wife. In the future, it seems hundreds or thousands will be a mere trifle. Yi Fan's expression darkened, his face a mask of disbelief as he intentionally remarked to Ling Yuner, weren't you going to commit suicide? Go on. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Yuner plunged a sharp dagger into her heart. With a thud, as her body fell to the ground, Yi Fan's mind went blank, rendered speechless. This foolish woman, how could she? Yuner, wake up quickly, girl, please wake up. Grandmother is beside you. You need not be so foolish. It is entirely unnecessary. Ling Yuner's pallid face bore a faint, sorrowful smile as she replied, Grandmother, in my next life, I will return to the ancient spirit clan and be born a boy, so I can protect my kin and not merely marry. Ling Yuner's breath was fading, yet the mouse did not cast blame on Yi Fan. Nor did it plead with the old blind man for salvation. The heavenly maiden whispered something in Yi Fan's ear, and suddenly, his eyes brightened with determination as he drew his sword and approached the old sage cradling the corpse. Chapter 46. Endearing fool. Inside the grand hall, the sound of a falling needle could be heard as Yi Fan drew his sword across his palm, allowing his blood to drip into Ling Yuner's mouth. Miraculously, she awakened, looking at her grandmother with confusion. Silly child, it was young Master Yi who saved you. Should you not express your gratitude? Grandmother, I am sorry, Ling Yuner said softly. The mouse gently patted her back. If you wish to cry, then cry. Ling Yuner pressed her lips together and wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Grandmother, I will not cry, I have come to terms with it. From now on, I shall follow young Master Yi, serving him tea and water and attending to him. Hearing this, the old sage embraced Ling Yuner tightly, tears streaming down his face, as sorrow and helplessness welled up within him. Days later, outside the gates of Tiandao sect, a boat named the Other Shore ship awaited. This vessel is impervious to any magical assault, capable of traversing heaven and earth, and serves as a key. In time, you will understand. Consider it a gift from your master. However, remember this, if you cannot win, retreat. There is no shame in preserving your life, do you understand? Yi Fan shook the diminutive ship in his hands and bowed deeply. Rest assured, master, I shall keep this in mind. The old blind man waved his hand at Yi Fan, who was soaring into the skies. Come back whenever you have the chance to rest. After all, This place is also your former home. On the dark vessel, Yi Fan bid farewell to those below. Take care, master and senior sisters. I am leaving. As his words faded, Yi Fan and the others vanished in an instant, leaving behind a streak of white light in the sky, disappearing without a trace. The old blind man gazed at the mark left in the sky, hoping fervently that this journey would bear no calamity for him. Suju approached the old blind man. Master, what is the situation at Xianhuang Fortress? I have lost contact with my main body, and I am not entirely certain. I am preparing to visit the fortress. You go awaken your main body, and we shall take these disciples along. Noticing the old blind man's somber expression, Suju refrained from saying more and left silently. The old blind man murmured to the void. The waves wish to cease, yet the winds do not relent. In this chaotic world, I wonder if you feel it too to the edge of the Milky Way realm, as the other shore ship set sail. They entered the starry river. The once timid Ling Yuner peered out, her clear eyes sparkling with beauty. Suddenly, Yi Fan spoke. Do you know why I saved you? Ling Yuner paused, her face flushing as she clutched her garment nervously and replied softly. Is it to cultivate together? Yi Fan was at a loss for words. This woman's thought process was truly extraordinary. Yi Fan, am not that kind of person, my dear girl. If you wish to leave in the future, you may do so at any time. The old blind man will not blame you, nor will your clan. Ling Yuner dashed to Yi Fan's side, clasping his arm tightly, her voice filled with panic as she exclaimed. I do not wish to go back. I want to stay with you. You cannot send me away. Yi Fan was taken aback by her sudden action, utterly baffled as to what she found appealing about him. All right, let go of me. Can we not have a proper conversation? Ling Yuner shook her head vigorously, her ponytail swaying as she insisted. You must promise me that you will never send me away. Otherwise, I will not release you. Yi Fan couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. I've picked up a maid or perhaps an ancestor, I promise you. Is that satisfactory? Are you content now? Stop crying. I cannot endure this weeping and wailing from you. I have not bullied you. It was you who forced my hand, was it not? And now you are seeking death, causing me to waste my essence to save you. The heavenly maiden could no longer bear to watch this petty and nagging man. She kicked him in the back. Yi Fan, enough is enough. Look how frightened the girl is, yet Yi Fan remained ungrateful. Fine, you are the good person, and I am the villain. Is that satisfactory? The heavenly maiden frowned at Yi Fan, remaining silent. After a moment, she tossed a map to him before leaping into the starry river. Vanishing from sight, Yi Fan scratched his head, perplexed. What have I done to deserve this madness from all of you? Young master, please do not cry. I promise I will not make you angry in the future. Ling Yuner gathered her courage and approached Yi Fan, gently patting his back as one would comfort a child. Yi Fan lifted his gaze, looking at the timid yet pitiful girl before him. Foolish girl, you wish to cry so desperately yet hold back your tears to comfort me. That is truly foolish. Yi Fan gradually found solace, even contemplating how to explain this to Long Yu. He would simply say that she had forced him into a corner, and when he refused, they had killed him, leaving him no choice but to reluctantly accept the situation. Ling Yuner suddenly posed a profound question. Whether intentional or not, young master, I have heard that you have 2 other wives. Will I be a maid or a concubine in the future? Yi Fan felt overwhelmed, closing his eyes to meditate, feigning sleep to ignore Ling Yuner, only to unexpectedly doze off. But not long after, he awoke to find something amiss. The girl had fallen silent. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a massive, grotesque creature resembling a shark, covered in warts, sluggishly moving about. That foolish woman. Could she have been devoured by this monster? What a pity. If only the heavenly maiden were present. She would undoubtedly know how to handle this. Damn it. Yi Fan, you must rely on yourself. Your path is destined to be walked alone. Even if you cannot be as domineering as that one, you should at least leave a mark in history. Should you not? Yi Fan slapped himself, urging himself to face reality. Hey, big fish, have you seen a silly, foolish girl around? The creature paid Yi Fan no mind, seemingly exhausted, as it lay down to sleep. What the hell? How dare you ignore me? Yi Fan was infuriated, drawing his sword to strike at the beast. However, just as he stepped off the other shore ship, the creature suddenly opened its cavernous maw, swallowing him whole. Inside the monster, a dazzling array of sights unfolded. resembling a small pathway, yet the bubbling gastric juices filled with white smoke made Yifan uneasy. Seizing the opportunity, he plunged his sword into the creature's esophagus and halted. Calling out, "Silly girl, where are you? Are you alive or dead?" From a nearby cavern, a faint voice emerged. "Young master, you must flee. Someone is out to kill you. Flee." He had nowhere to escape. He was trapped between heaven and earth. "Ha ha ha, uncle. We shall avenge you by slaying this fellow and then feast on this little girl. Just think, we could not only restore ourselves to our peak, but ascend even higher." Recognizing the intruders, Yifan was consumed by rage. He had not anticipated that it would be these two filthy scoundrels. "Aren't you afraid that the old blind man will annihilate your clan?" "Afraid? How ridiculous. If we were afraid, we would not be waiting here for you. Prepare to die." Yifan. Chapter 47. Hidden Motives. Old 6. Yifan gazed at Zixing Longhua and the others, who appeared as if facing a formidable adversary, yet feigned calmness. "Zixing Longhua, do you wish for death? The old blind man is already on his way here. Dare to approach even a step further and see what happens. You little beast, previously you relied on your power to bully others. But now you are merely a display of impotent rage. Within this devouring beast, I have long inscribed the heavenly mechanism array, which that blind man cannot sense. Uncle, I wish to duel with this fellow." Hoping to achieve something. Though Zixing Longhua felt some displeasure, he gently nodded. "Do not linger too long, lest we invite more nightmares. I shall go check on that girl." "Indeed, Uncle Yifan, do you dare to battle me?" Long Tianqi, wielding a silver spear, sword in the air, glaring at Yifan. Why Yifan scoffed disdainfully. "Ha! What do I have to fear? Come, let us fight." That it was imperative to swiftly deal with this individual before that foolish woman fell into danger. The two stood face to face within the nostrils of the devouring beast. "Draw your sword." Yifan grinned. "As you wish." The azure blade unsheathed, its cold gleam flickering ominously, and the fierce sword energy instantly slashed towards Long Tianqi. Long Tianqi swiftly dodged, barely evading the unexpected strike, exclaiming, "You, a mere boundless individual, possess such extraordinary swordsmanship. Truly unexpected. Less chatter, behold my sword." Yifan's sword energy surged like a tempest, sweeping across the expanse, aimed at Long Tianqi. "Behold my dragon's roar, as the spear strikes like a dragon, piercing the heavens." The two energies clashed, causing a massive rupture in the devouring beast's nostril, with purple blood flowing like a river. The wounded devouring beast writhed in pain, tossing Yifan about, and he was on the verge of falling out when he plunged his sword into its flesh, barely stabilizing himself. Yet Long Tianqi would not grant him a moment's respite. The sharp spear had charged towards him in a state of alarm. Yifan spun around with his sword. The two were evenly matched. "Why, Yifan, you do possess some skill. I wish to propose a deal. Would you agree?" Yifan, unsure whether this fellow was merely stalling for time or genuinely had something in mind, inquired curiously, "Oh, what deal do you propose?" "I will hold off Zixing Longhua for you, allowing you to take that woman away. In return, you must save me once in the future, regardless of the enemy." Why Yifan regarded Long Tianqi with profound suspicion, perplexed. "What do you mean? Is he not your uncle?" Long Tianqi sneered coldly, his expression filled with malice. "Him? That old beast is unworthy of my calling him uncle. He does not deserve I." Why Yifan's expression grew grave, yet he replied resolutely, "If you can provide a compelling reason that convinces me, I may consider your proposal." Long Tianqi smiled knowingly. "The old beast must be enjoying that woman right now. If you continue to hesitate, soon there may be nothing left of her." After much contemplation, Yifan ultimately nodded in agreement. "Then what do you mean by saving you in the future?" Long Tianqi chuckled lightly, leaving a mystery. "Let us speak of future matters later. We must live in the present." "Mustn't we?" Yifan had no choice but to acquiesce. "Then begin your plan." "What do you intend to do?" Ling Yuner, disheveled and trembling in the corner, gazed at the unbuttoned Zixing Longhua, her eyes filled with terror and helplessness. When she encountered the devouring beast, she should never have been curious enough to touch it, believing all devouring beasts to be gentle. Little did she know this one was under human control, leading her straight into the jaws of danger. She hugged her knees and began to weep in despair. Zixing Longhua, witnessing this, cackled. "A girl of the ancient spirit clan. How delightful! Fear not." I shall be very gentle. Once I am done enjoying, I will refine you into a pill to consume. Surely, not only will your dragon essence be restored, but your strength will reach new heights." His lewd laughter echoed in Ling Yun'er's ears like the voice of a demon, reverberating in her mind, refusing to dissipate. As she saw Zixing Longhua drawing nearer, she couldn't help but cry out, "Yifan, save me, please." Listen to that helpless tone, that pitiful demeanor. Truly, it brings joy to one's heart. Zixing Longhua's twisted nature was laid bare, reveling in the scene before him. "Why, dear beauty, do not waste your energy. That little beast is likely a corpse by now. Your cries would be in vain." Zixing Longhua seized Ling Yun'er's delicate arm, tearing away her clothing, preparing to advance further when, "Uncle, save me!" Interrupted by the sudden voice. Zixing Longhua, already furious, saw Long Tianqi, bloodied and barely clinging to life, and his rage intensified. "How could that beast injure you so? Cheer, how are you? Are you all right? I shall avenge you immediately." With that, Zixing Longhua cast a lingering glance at the dazed Ling Yun'er, turning to leave. That old fool is truly easy to deceive. Long Tianqi slowly rose, walking toward the stunned Ling Yun'er, sighing softly as he bent down to lift her. Yet she clung to him tightly, pounding on his chest with her fists, and tears streamed down her cheeks like a torrential river. "Yifan, why did you take so long? I am so scared. That old man wants to violate me. I am truly terrified." Long Tianqi tore off the mask from his face, looking at the weeping beauty in his arms. The hot tears scalded his chest, rendering him momentarily speechless, and he could only gently pat her back, comforting the sobbing girl. "Enough crying. That old fool will soon sense something amiss. We must leave first." "All right." Ling Yun'er seemed to sense Yifan's displeasure, halting her tears, nodding gently, and quietly following behind, clutching Yifan's clothing as if unwilling to let go. Yifan led Ling Yun'er to the spot where they had previously fought. Where the devouring beast's nostrils had been ruptured, he concentrated, sensing the position of the fairy, summoning it to come and take them away. After all, within this starry river, their low cultivation rendered flight impossible. In the starry river, even a stray speck of dust could pierce through their bodies. Before long, Yifan sensed someone approaching, and he and Ling Yun'er held their breath, pressing against the outside of the devouring beast's nostrils. Gripping its whiskers tightly, Zixing Longhua, drenched in blood, roared with fury, "Damn little beast, daring to scheme against me. You shall pay dearly for this." After a moment, sensing no movement, Yifan crouched down to check, discovering that Zixing Longhua had already departed. He pulled Ling Yun'er back into the nostrils of the devouring beast, for the outside world remained perilous. "Clap, clap, clap, you little beast, knocking out my nephew. Truly a clever scheme." Yifan turned to face Zixing Longhua and his companions. Seeing the helpless look in Long Tianqi's eyes, Yifan felt an overwhelming desire to inform this old fool of how he had been betrayed by his own nephew without realizing it. It was truly a tragic spectacle. Yifan noticed the fairy drifting towards them from a distance, recalling the old blind man's words. "This vessel is impervious to all laws, capable of traversing heaven and earth without limitation." Granting him newfound confidence, he paused for a moment, then retorted with defiance, "Humph, you mangy old dog, spewing nonsense here. One day, I shall skin you alive, strip your tendons, drink your blood, and fashion your hide into a pouch for that foolish woman. You damn little beast, watch as I slay you today." Yet Yifan slowly leaned back, pulling Ling Yun'er with him, and as they leaped down into the vessel, he took a hit from Zixing Longhua to shield Ling Yun'er. His blood sprayed onto the fairy, his vitality waning in an instant. He desperately pushed Ling Yun'er into the vessel, but due to exhaustion, he fell into the void, losing consciousness. One noticed the subtle glow emanating from the Qing Tong's small coffin pendant hanging around Yifan's neck. Nor the fairy, both seemingly responding in kind. Yifan found himself in a peculiar space, void of time, light, or power. Strange voices resonated from the darkness. "Young one, would you be willing to use this coffin to bury all immortals? Would you be willing to use this coffin to uphold the name of my ancestral heavenly master?" Chapter 48. The ancestral heavenly master bestows the Qing Tong coffin in the silent void. Zixing Longhua and Long Tianqi stood atop the devouring beast's head. Zixing Longhua gazed at the barely conscious Yifan, sneering, "Little beast, you must understand. The old shall always outsmart the young. Ha ha ha. His eyes gleamed greedily as he fixated on the weeping Ling Yuner inside the ferry, extending his hand towards her, only to be repelled by the radiance emanating from the vessel. At that moment, Yifan was suddenly enveloped in a radiant light, obscuring the truth from him. Cautiously, he inquired, "Who calls for me?" "Child, I am everywhere. Stop and look up. I am the one lighting the lighthouse at the end for you." Yifan followed the voice and gazed into the distance. Before him stood an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, his hair as white as snow, yet his posture remained resilient and upright. His eyes radiated righteousness, causing all impure things to avert their gaze. "Child, you have finally arrived." The old man smiled warmly, his expression kind and gentle as he regarded Yifan. "Why, Yifan, in a daze?" Murmured, "That voice is so familiar. I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before. I in your childhood. The old man indeed entered your dreams. Regrettably, he was obstructed by vile individuals, leaving us to gaze at each other from afar. Destined to repeat the cycle, the elder, benevolent and possessing an elegant, affable voice, could be addressed as Tian Shi or Old Blind Man, both of which are acceptable. Though we are indistinguishable in essence, we are not the same. However, you shall comprehend this in due time, as it is premature to discuss it now. Presently, you dwell within the consciousness space of the burial coffin, and I shall now unveil the remarkable uses of this coffin to you. The journey ahead is long and arduous. This coffin has the power to reverse the cosmos, existing outside the cycle of heaven and earth. It can entomb the world and even oneself. As for its other origins, my knowledge is limited. The coffin is now attuned to your thoughts, responding to your will. However, remember that until your cultivation reaches a certain level, you must refrain from excessive use, lest you incur divine wrath and disturb the natural order. Yifan respectfully knelt, bowing his head thrice in gratitude, thanking the elder for the bestowed treasure, offering 3 bows in reverence. Yet, upon rising, he discovered that the old man had vanished, leaving behind a lingering phrase echoing in his mind. With a jade-white sword, I tread upon the coffin, neither revering the divine nor honoring the celestial. Yifan pondered this deeply, yet the meaning eluded him. First, let me deal with that mangy old dog, he resolved, as his thoughts shifted. He returned to reality, bolting upright, where Ling Yuner gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, brimming with joy. Suddenly noticing the approaching Zixing Longhua, Ling Yuner anxiously cried out, "Young Master Yi, hurry aboard, that old fellow is coming." Yet, Yifan appeared oblivious, slowly closing his eyes to attune himself to the bronze coffin. Xing Longhua, witnessing this, scoffed, initially believing it to be a ruse of resurrection, only to realize it was a brief revival. "Come, my esteemed self, let us not allow you to perish. You shall be remembered in history." Extending his claw-like hand towards Yifan, he declared, "Let your existence be obliterated." At this moment, Yifan opened his eyes. A smirk gracing his lips, regarding the terrifying dragon claw of Zixing Longhua with disdain. He raised his hand, uttering incantations. "Coffin, come." Zixing Longhua paused momentarily, his claw suspended in midair, mocking Yifan. "Little beast, even at your last breath, you still seek a coffin. How naive!" Yifan grinned, retorting, "Old mangy dog, you relish calling me little beast. Soon, I shall let you savor the taste of slow slicing in an instant." The boat beneath Ling Yuner began to sway, transforming into a beam of light that fused into the ornament on Yifan's chest. He reached out, gently removing the bronze coffin, and with a flicker of thought, it expanded to an impressive 5 zhong. Yet Yifan found himself unable to move it, his expression awkward. "Dear coffin, could you do me a favor? There are so many eyes upon us." But it remained immovable. Yifan then resorted to provocation, his eyes filled with contempt. "Are you not moved? Are you afraid of that old mangy dog? Or have you simply grown cowardly?" The bronze coffin indeed shifted slightly, settling into the palm of Yifan's hand. With a gleam of joy, Yifan seized the coffin and hurled it towards Zixing Longhua. What appeared to be an unremarkable strike caused the surrounding space to warp, leading the nearby stars to explode in a brilliant display. Xing Longhua's expression morphed into one of terror as he hastily summoned a protective treasure, only to find his own sacred artifact shattered by the blow, causing him to crash onto a star and lose consciousness. Seizing this opportunity, Yifan commanded the bronze coffin to catch the gently falling Ling Yuner, and together they stood upon it, approaching Long Tianqi. Long Tianqi clasped his fists in salute, a smile adorning his face as he praised, "Brother Yi, you truly are a master of concealment. Enough of this, you, with your scheming mind, should leave now. Otherwise, I possess ample confidence in keeping you here. Do you understand?" Faced with Yifan's threat, Long Tianqi suppressed his fury, retorting, "I shall remember today's events. Dragon will meet you again." As Long Tianqi and the devouring beast vanished, Yifan could no longer hold on. Collapsing from exhaustion, the bronze coffin carrying them to the desolate star where Zixing Longhua had fallen. Ling Yuner discovered that the elixirs she bore were unsuitable for the human race. Frowning in distress, she bit her finger, placing it upon Yifan's lips. The blue blood flowed down, nourishing him. After an indeterminate time, Yifan's breathing gradually stabilized. Approximately half a day later, Yifan slowly opened his eyes. Discovering Ling Yuner asleep atop him, he was momentarily taken aback. The sweetness in his mouth compelled him to savor it, catching a whiff of an unusual scent. Fixating on Ling Yuner's injured finger, a chuckle escaped him. Who would have thought, "You timid little fool, would possess such heart? Indeed, you do not deceive me by risking your life to save me." He gently rose but found the foolish girl clinging tightly to his garment. Unwilling to let go with no choice, he sat up while Yifan gazed absently at the docile Ling Yuner, who resembled a small cat, exuding a blend of delicacy and languor, murmuring to himself, "She possesses some beauty, though perhaps a touch too youthful. Why are you awake?" Yifan's reverie was interrupted by Ling Yuner's soft voice. Realizing the little fool in his embrace had roused, he immediately feigned anger, exclaiming, "Did you sleep well?" Ling Yuner's cheeks flushed crimson as she struggled to rise. Yet due to insufficient vitality, she faltered, nearly collapsing to the ground. She concealed her injured hand within her sleeve. Panic etched upon her face, timidly apologizing, "Young Master Yi, I am sorry. I have troubled you." Observing her downcast demeanor, on the verge of tears, Yifan sighed and turned away, departing without a backward glance towards the place where Zixing Longhua had fallen. Ling Yuner watched the direction of Yifan's departure, her brown brows furrowed as though they could speak, her small hands tightly clenched, her teeth gritted in frustration. After much contemplation, she finally discovered a rationale to convince herself. "No, I cannot be angry. I cannot best him, and resorting to violence would be unwise. Father would be displeased." Moments later, she exhaled a deep breath, gradually relaxing her grip, despite the deep imprints left by her nails in her palm not causing her pain. Her brow unfurled, seemingly forgetting her earlier displeasure as she sprinted after Yifan beneath the starlight, undeterred by fatigue in a pitch-black cavern. Zixing Longhua lay weak and gasping, surrounded by a heap of bones. Staring at the gaping hole in his chest, his eyes wide with fury, "Damn it, how could that little beast possess such a trump card? My essence is shattered, and I wonder if my clan received my distress signal." A sudden roar made Zixing Longhua hold his breath. "Old mangy dog, come forth to meet your demise." As a dignified member of the dragon clan, could he truly fear a mere unbound mortal? Did he not fear the shame of such news spreading? No, the disgrace to the dragon? Listening to Yifan's biting mockery, Zixing Longhua felt an overwhelming urge to shatter his skull and consume his brain. Yet he found himself rendered powerless, forced to endure in silence, unable to utter a word. Yifan sat atop the coffin, resting his chin in his hand, staring into the dark abyss of the cave. It wasn't fear that held him back. Rather, it was the cunning of the old fellow. Should he fall into a trap, the losses would be great. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Yifan retrieved a crystal vial from his spatial ring, inside which resided a black ant, no larger than a thumb, with wings sprouting from its back. Slapping his forehead, he recalled the incantation the fat man had taught him. Hissing, Yifan observed the black ant feeding on his blood. Reciting 7-character incantation, slaves devour, slaves torment, calamity extinguished in an instant, the memories of the black ant flooded into Yifan's mind. "You are from Earth," he exclaimed in astonishment. "Little Black greets the master." The black ant's emotionless voice resonated within Yifan's mind. Elated, Yifan mused, "How intriguing! The fat man has finally gifted me a treasure." Little Black, go into the cave and see if that old fellow has perished. Yes, master. Yifan gasped in surprise. Not only was there memory sharing, but also visual transmission. Indeed, around the bend in the cave, Little Black discovered the barely surviving Zixing Longhua. Once confirming the surroundings posed no danger, Yifan commanded Little Black to drag Zixing Longhua out. Initially believing Little Black incapable, Yifan prepared to enter the cave, but suddenly, a ripple surged in the void before him as Little Black effortlessly dragged Zixing Longhua out, flinging him at Yifan's feet. Wow, Little Black, how are you so strong? Returning to the master. It is because Fat Lord fed me numerous treasures of heaven and earth, granting me strength equivalent to that of a half-king beast. Yifan scoffed at Little Black, referring to the fat man as Lord, deriding, damn it, that fat man truly has no shame. Even the Little Black has fallen under his influence. Old dog, wake up. Stop sleeping. Transform into a dragon. I desire dragon meat, not dragon tail. With a dazed expression, Zixing Longhua opened his eyes, staring at the radiant smile before him, his soul nearly escaping. Despite his overwhelming fear, he maintained a facade of bravado, threatening, Yifan, you cannot kill me. The Zixing Dragon Clan will not spare you. Seizing the moment Yifan was momentarily distracted, Zixing Longhua, with a mocking grin, taunted, are you afraid? Let me tell you, the old blind man has already departed. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. Had he remained, I might have still feared his formidable presence. But he has utterly vanished from this universe. To avoid disaster, bring that little wolf's skin to me for consumption, or else, humph. Yifan remained surprisingly calm as he inquired of Xiao He. Xiao He, is there a way to restore this old creature to its true form? Xiao He responded, Master, the character slave from the 7-character mantra you possess should enable you to exert control over this old fellow. He currently lacks any cultivation, so it is worth it. Yifan closed his eyes, formed a hand seal, and suddenly opened them, glaring at Zixing Longhua as he bellowed, Slave command, grant mercy. The mantra is invoked. Do you not willingly submit to me? Zixing Longhua resisted with all his might, his furious roars echoing, Yifan, you beast! You dare to enslave me? You shall face the endless wrath of the Zixing Dragon Clan. You will not die well. The agonizing wails of Zixing Longhua sounded melodious to Yifan's ears, as a vivid scarlet character slave appeared on his forehead. Yifan squinted with a smile and commanded, Zixing Longhua, I order you to transform into your true form. Zixing Longhua prostrated on the ground, his eyes vacant, and humbly replied, Master, this old servant currently possesses no cultivation and cannot revert to his true form. But I can remove the reverse scale. However, it requires your hands to do so. Tell me where the reverse scale is, and I shall oblige, Zixing Longhua sincerely stated. The reverse scale is located along the spine on my back. He answered. Yifan skillfully tore open Zixing Longhua's garments, revealing a scale radiating purple light. Grasping the scale, Yifan yanked it forcefully, stumbling slightly. Observing the scale glowing in his palm, he stored it within his ring. Zixing Longhua let out a skyward roar, and then his entire body began to swell. With a deafening roar, Zixing Longhua transformed into a colossal purple dragon, crashing heavily to the ground and raising clouds of dust. Yifan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was his first encounter with a true dragon. Ha ha ha! Yet Zixing Longhua laughed maniacally, startling Yifan, who angrily retorted, Damn it, you old fool, have you lost your mind? Yifan, your death is imminent. My kin already know the coordinates of my true form. Your end is nigh. Zixing Longhua's body lay limp on the ground, struggling to breathe under the weight of his own form. Yet he still sought to stall for time, unwilling to succumb easily. Yifan, genuinely curious, inquired, From whence did you acquire the 7-character demon emperor's words? This method has been lost to the ages, yet you wield it so disappointingly. Master, Xiao He senses a terrifying presence locating this place. Should we retreat? Yifan merely shook his head, then turned to Zixing Longhua with a grin, saying, Old creature, if you wish to delay, I shall indulge you. Yifan approached Zixing Longhua, and in his terrified gaze, thrust his sword into the dragon's abdomen. However, the blade inflicted no damage. After all, it was a holy realm being, particularly a dragon with tough skin. Zixing Longhua secretly sighed in relief. Although he refrained from further provoking Yifan, His eyes betrayed a hint of scorn. Yi Fan sheathed the Qingfeng sword and leisurely retrieved a feminine-style sword from his spatial ring. Evidently the Qingtuan sword gifted to him by the rotund man. Despite Zixing Longhua's lack of cultivation, his discerning eye recognized the exceptional nature of the sword in Yi Fan's hand, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Zixing Longhua inwardly prayed, "Please, not a holy weapon." The heart-wrenching cries of Zixing Longhua echoed through the silent starry sky as Yi Fan cleaved a gaping wound in his abdomen, dragon blood surging forth like a raging river. Yi Fan had previously prepared a vessel to catch the flowing dragon blood, which he now collected. Approaching Zixing Longhua with an innocent demeanor, he remarked, "Ah, I did not expect you to appear unremarkable. Yet this dragon blood is quite abundant, surpassing that of the beasts I previously slain." With only a breath left, Zixing Longhua understood he could not expend any more energy. As long as reinforcements arrived, he would have a chance to survive, so he ignored Yi Fan. Alongside Xiao He, ventured into the bloody dragon form, while Zixing Longhua distinctly felt Yi Fan entering his heart. Chapter 50. Zixing Longhua familiar. The immense dragon form resembled a continuous mountain range, rising and falling. Meanwhile, Yi Fan set up a campfire within the dragon's body, roasting the enormous heart until it sizzled, exuding an enticing aroma. Seemingly from nowhere, Yi Fan produced a wicker chair, sitting beside the fire, slicing pieces of heart flesh and savoring them. They were tender and sweet, an exquisite delicacy, and he relished every bite. However, Zixing Longhua was not faring as well. Still alive, he was not dead, and the excruciating pain enveloped him, driving him to the brink of despair. Yi Fan, you beast, you shall not die well. You shall not escape divine retribution. Yi Fan suddenly set down his sword, clapping his hands in delight. Very good, very good. Continue, this dragon heart is like wine, and your monologue is quite entertaining. Far superior to any tavern performance. At that moment, Xiao He was feasting heartily on a large chunk of raw dragon heart, utterly lost in enjoyment. Zixing Longhua's voice grew fainter until it was on the verge of vanishing when Yi Fan sensed a terrifying presence. He and Xiao He simultaneously exited the dragon's body. Yet Yi Fan continued to gnaw on a piece of the dragon meat. A group of 5, all wearing conical hats, dressed in purple robes and masks, emanating an overwhelmingly powerful aura, approached. They were all half-saints. "Master, I will hold them off. You should retreat first." In response to Xiao He's noble words, Yi Fan chuckled, "Fear not. It is not yet time for that. Let us observe the unfolding events." The group ignored Yi Fan and approached the critically wounded Zixing Longhua beside his colossal form. The leading man stepped forward, clasping his fists, and inquired, "Holy Sovereign, how have you come to be in such a state? Who has inflicted this upon you?" Zixing Longhua's expression darkened. "Are you all blind? Such a colossal being stands before you. Yet you—" His voice was abruptly cut off as a green dagger pierced his brow. The man removed his cloak and mask, revealing a beaming face. "Uncle, may you rest in peace. Your nephew will take good care of my sister." Zixing Longhua's life force began to dissipate, and he groaned in despair. "You beast! To possess the dragon-slaying sword, a forbidden item. Even in death, I shall not spare you." The others rushed forward, only to discover that the captain had transformed into Long Tianqi. They quickly knelt in respect. "We have met the third prince." Long Tianqi nodded lightly, and then turned to the nonchalant Yi Fan, transmitting a message. "Brother Yi, I presume your previous secret technique cannot be employed during this time?" Yi Fan feigned ignorance, questioning, "What do you mean by that?" Long Tianqi wiped the blood from the dagger with a handkerchief, slowly replying, "This matter can be known by 2 individuals or just one. What do you think? You seem quite confident in leaving me alive." Long Tianqi chuckled softly. "I lack substantial assurance, but I believe she does." Yi Fan's gaze fell upon Ling Yuner, who had appeared beside Long Tianqi. At that moment, he was filled with regret. How could I have forgotten about this fool? Observing the unconscious Ling Yuner, Yi Fan's expression darkened with fury. "If she is in danger, you shall not leave today." "I, Yi Fan, swear it." Long Tianqi's lips twitched. "Brother Yi, do not misunderstand. I have no need to resort to coercion. Your woman will be returned to you." Yi Fan took Ling Yuner in his arms, hastily administering dragon blood. Discovering that she had merely fainted from exhaustion, which relieved him, "Third prince, Why did you slay Lord Zixing Longhua? You must know that clan rules prohibit infighting among kin. Such actions will surely incur severe punishment from the dragon god. Long Tianqi's expression darkened as he gazed at the others, his murderous intent unmasked. These individuals are considered my uncles. Why involve them in this turmoil? After all, should it come to blows, I suspect none of you have the confidence to succeed. The others exchanged glances. They were all aging half-saints, unable to advance further in their realms. Those who had ascended to half-saint status through secret methods were, in essence, mere pretenders. However, they needed to provide an explanation upon returning. Long Si, step forward. A powerful aura manifested as a man with thick brows and a stern expression emerged from the void, exuding refinement. Yet he knelt respectfully before Long Tianqi, clasping his fists. Long Si greets the third prince. Rise. There is no need for formality between us, understand? Thank you, Your Highness. Long Si understands. The other half-saints also knelt in reverence. We have met the captain. Long Si merely glanced at them, uttering a simple "Mem." The four exchanged glances, kneeling again and proclaiming, "We four are willing to follow the third prince, to face fire and water, without hesitation." Long Tianqi nodded in satisfaction. You may rise. From now on, follow Long Si. He will arrange everything for you, including your descendants. The group rejoiced. Thank you, Your Highness. Then Long Si shall take them back to report first, Your Highness. Long Tianqi nodded in acknowledgement, carrying the corpse of a lobster, and said, You may leave first. I shall join you shortly. Noticing Yi Fan's gaze fixed on the departing figures, Long Tianqi's spirit soared as he inquired, Brother Yi, do you know what cultivation level that Long Si possesses? Yi Fan feigned curiosity, responding, Could it possibly be the legendary Heavenly Dao realm? After all, the old blind man had mentioned that only those in the Heavenly Dao realm could fully harness the power of heaven and earth, executing a series of complex maneuvers such as spatial jumps. Long Tianqi's expression turned astonished. Brother Yi, do not even mention the Heavenly Dao realm. Even the Saint Dao realm is not something to be taken lightly. Long Si is a genuine great saint. He was wronged in the past, and by chance, I aided him, providing him with certain benefits, which is why he willingly serves me. Yi Fan wore a broad smile. Understanding without needing to state it outright, he pretended to be taken aback, exclaiming, Wow! No wonder I was so frightened earlier that my stomach hurt, and I felt the urge to relieve myself. Brother Yi, are you familiar with Earth? Yi Fan chuckled. Can one eat there? Long Tianqi waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of little consequence. He then shifted the conversation, gesturing towards the towering dragon body, saying, This old fellow must have hoarded a considerable amount of clan resources to barely break through to the early stages of the Saint Realm. The effort is greatly exaggerated. Otherwise, Brother Yi, you might have truly exerted yourself. Regarding the corpse, he continued, I intend to take it back, but if there are parts you wish to keep, I can leave some for you. What say you? Yi Fan reluctantly pointed out a few areas, and Long Tianqi leaped into action, his dagger slicing through the massive dragon bones as if they were mere tofu, revealing the structure in no time. Indeed, this fellow is impressive. He can do this even against his own kin, Long Tianqi remarked, tossing Yi Fan a spatial ring. Brother Yi, this contains what you requested. I shall pack up the rest. And no sooner had he spoken than an item appeared in his hand, and he swiftly stored the dragon body within. Approaching Yi Fan, he unfurled an image of a woman and inquired, Brother Yi, have you ever seen this woman? Yi Fan expertly concealed his recognition, shaking his head and brushing it aside. In that case, Brother Yi, our paths have crossed in this vast world. We shall meet again another day. As Long Tianqi's words faded, he transformed into a silver dragon, measuring at least several thousand zhong, vanishing into the sea of clouds. Why is he seeking Long Xiaoyu? This fellow must also have traversed here a millennium ago or even earlier. Otherwise, few would know the name Earth today. The old blind man mentioned that Earth had fully merged with the other 8 stars eons ago. With the exception of a few deeply rooted clans, all of which had perished without exception. The winds of fate are unpredictable. What a headache it is to cultivate as an immortal. Yi Fan navigated the cosmos in his bronze coffin. Engaged in lively conversation with Xiao He. Chapter 51. The kind-hearted young master finally, they arrived at a planet, the Rakshasa realm, which was only slightly larger than Earth, situated about 3 journeys away from the Qinglan realm. This place was perpetually shrouded in dark fog, casting the entire world in a dreary gray, with the land rendered exceedingly barren. Yi Fan chose a location not far from a town, where human presence was sparse, and descended, securing the coffin and cradling the sleepy Xiao Daigua as he made his way toward the city. Upon reaching the entrance of Yun City, guards immediately approached, brandishing long spears towards Yi Fan. Do you possess an identification card? If not, entry is prohibited. Yi Fan felt a surge of curiosity. What is this nonsense? Identification card? Brother, have you lost your mind? Suddenly, a rough voice boomed. What is all this ruckus? What are you doing here? The tense guards parted to reveal a burly man striding forward. Appraising Yi Fan, Yi Fan had already noticed the man from a distance, so he straightforwardly produced a silver ingot. The man seized it, bit into it, and upon finding it genuine, burst into hearty laughter. How could a gentleman with such a sense of justice be a bandit? Sir, please take this token. It will be useful for anything you wish to do within the city. Yi Fan accepted the jade token the man offered, discovering the number 95 inscribed upon it. The man rubbed his hands together, ingratiatingly suggesting, Sir, would you require a carriage? I see you are struggling a bit with your lady. Yi Fan, his tone cold, replied casually, She is not my lady, and proceeded into the city. The man seemed to have an epiphany, a lewd grin spreading across his face as he remarked, This gentleman is clearly fond of flowers. Just like Lord Seodian, the bustling streets, Yi Fan, donned in a black cloak, navigated the crowd while cradling the unconscious Ling Yuner. It wasn't long before he found an inn, where he settled Ling Yuner into a room before freshening up. Clad in a fitted uniform that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, 17-year-old Yi Fan exuded a masculine allure, prompting many women downstairs to pause and admire him. Yi Fan remained indifferent. Indulging in hearty meals and copious drinks, Xiao He, resting on the table, seemed to recall something, exclaiming, Master, if I am not mistaken, that Long Tianqi fellow should possess a system within him. Yi Fan paused, his expression sharpening as he fixed his gaze on Xiao He. How do you know of such a thing? Xiao He confidently replied, It is from the memories bestowed upon me by Fat Master. They contain images and methods of identification related to these systems. I discovered a tiny virtual chip within Long Xi's mind space, and in Long Tianqi's mind, there exists a small particle resembling a little girl, likely his system caretaker. Rest assured, Master, I am quite confident in my unique vision. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, setting down his food and drink, curiosity lighting his face. You possess unique vision? Then tell me, what color of underwear am I wearing? Xiao He stood dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Fan resumed his seat, chuckling as he waved his hand dismissively. All right, I was merely teasing you. If Long Tianqi has a system, it suggests he is likely a traveler. Master, there is another possibility. He might be a different traveler, considering that both the Qinglan realm and the Galaxy realm exist within the same dimension. However, I believe the likelihood is slim, especially since he knows the name Earth, which has been lost for millennia. Yi Fan nodded, sharing the same sentiment. Xiao He, take a look at this dragon. Does it belong to the same lineage as Long Tianqi? As he spoke, Yi Fan revealed Long Xiaoyu, who had absorbed the blood essence of the purple star dragon and had yet to awaken. Xiao He focused on the palm-sized Long Xiaoyu, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Master, she is not of the purple star dragon lineage. However, her bloodline has been sealed. The power within that bloodline is formidable and contains boundless energy. Master, you must exercise caution. If the situation becomes dire. Before Xiao He could finish, Yi Fan interrupted. She and I are merely passing acquaintances. Whether she stays or leaves is entirely her decision. Moreover, Xiao He, rest assured. When the time is right, I shall undo your seal. Xiao He promptly prostrated himself on the ground, trembling. Master, I swear eternal allegiance and ask that you do not harbor anger. Yi Fan was not angered by Xiao He's earlier presumptions, but recognized that further discussion would be futile. He prepared to settle the bill and take a short rest, as he had not slept well during the recent relentless journey. Yi Fan waved his hand, calling out, Waiter, come here to settle the bill. Coming, sir. The waiter hurriedly approached. Sir, your total comes to 500 taels of silver. Would you prefer to pay by card or in cash? What is this card payment? The waiter held out a purple iron object. Explaining, this is a spirit reader, developed by the Xiahong Commerce Association. A simple swipe will suffice for any amount of gold or silver. Yi Fan chuckled softly, inwardly thinking, I feel like a complete rube. Entirely clueless. After settling the bill, Yi Fan returned to his room, but upon entering, he sensed something amiss. There was a strange aura present, accompanied by a hint of murderous intent. Glancing around, he discovered that Ling Yuner had vanished, leaving him to sit down in frustration. He poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. Come out, or are you testing my limits to see if I could slay you in one strike? Master, please spare me. I, Heir Pang, should not have betrayed your token, but they threatened my wife and children. I deeply apologize. The coarse man from earlier emerged from the study, kneeling before Yi Fan. I was not referring to you. You may leave. Are you truly letting me go? Yi Fan, caught off guard, barked, Get lost. The man, terrified, scrambled to his feet, retreating while apologizing profusely, before disappearing behind the closed door. Gue Musher-san, you actually survived. Ha ha ha, Yi Fan, surprised, are we? As he observed the ninja-clad Gue Musher-san, Yi Fan cleared his throat and stated with righteous indignation, Indeed, you have caught me off guard. You are truly an unfilial child. I sent you to accompany your grandfather. Yet you resurrected halfway. What an act of treachery! Are you enraged? Tell me honestly, where is Xiao Daigua? Otherwise, I swear you will never have a chance to resurrect again. Certainly, they have been sent away, this moment. They are likely nearing the teleportation array, and it would be too late for you to go now. Unless you accompany me back to the east, I cannot guarantee her survival. In response to the provocative words of Gue Musher-san, Yi Fan suddenly erupted, shouting, Beirela Makmakabakana, submit! You filthy specter! Gue Musher-san's massive frame trembled violently, his gaze becoming vacant, rendering him seemingly dull-witted. Just as Yi Fan felt a sense of accomplishment, the void behind Gue Musher-san suddenly quivered. Xiao He anxiously exclaimed, Not good, master, retreat quickly. Someone is trying to forcibly take Gue Musher-san away. From the void, a hand, decayed and resembling a skeletal figure, emerged, seizing Gue Musher-san and vanishing in an instant. What the hell was that? Yi Fan questioned, shaken and bewildered. Master, try to see if you can summon Shursan's spirit, Xiao He suggested. Heeding Xiao He's advice, Yi Fan pressed his fingers together, conjuring a talisman from thin air, and began to invoke a secret technique. Listen to my command. Make his demonic eyes serve my will. In an instant, an image appeared in Yi Fan's mind, revealing Gue Musher-san kneeling at the feet of a figure in black, desperately pleading, My lord, please spare my sister. I have captured Yi Fan's woman as you requested. She should be on her way back now. The figure remained unmoved, suddenly glancing into the void, revealing half of a cold, pale face, and spoke words that Yi Fan could not comprehend. Due to his cultivation level, Yi Fan was compelled to withdraw, panting heavily as he slumped to the ground. Xiao He, we must set out immediately for the Qinglan realm. Chapter 52. Siblings of different mothers. Approximately 2 days later, on Ling Mountain Island in the East Sea, within a tavern, Yi Fan, clad in splendid attire and exuding an air of nobility, sat by the window on the 3rd floor, sipping wine while observing the dancers gracefully performing. Yi Fan was not particularly interested in such entertainment. He had merely come to listen to discussions about Western Europe to gather information. In my opinion, these Western barbarians come to our east merely to use us as a means to attack the Xia kingdom. Their ambitions are insatiable. One could not fathom what His Majesty the Emperor is thinking. Mingling with these uncivilized folk, indeed. I've heard that Gomu Shitsi, in an attempt to curry favor with that so-called heavenly king, has actually abducted the woman of that great demon. In an instant, Yi Fan appeared before the speaker. Seizing the man's collar, Do you know what that woman looks like? The other wealthy young gentleman rebuked, You sound like a Xia person. This is our east. Let go of Mei Mu Gongzi. Yi Fan's blood-red eyes gazed at the group, causing a stir in their hearts as they perceived a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. The wealthy young men, accustomed to a life of luxury, had never encountered such a scene, especially the young man being held by Yi Fan. He fainted in terror at the sudden emergence of blood mist from Yi Fan's body. Xia person, I advise you to be merciful. If you kill us, you won't escape either. Why don't we sit down and discuss matters? After all, we detest the Western barbarians as well. They forcibly abduct women and seize our resources. Suddenly, a series of pattering sounds echoed. Yi Fan turned to see a short figure, resembling a small version of himself with a ponytail. Approaching in wooden clogs, however, upon catching sight of Yi Fan's face, the figure's spirit fled, turning to flee as if confronted by a great terror. Yi Fan, quick-witted, grabbed the ponytail, yanking the figure back. "Damn it, you look just like someone I know. Let go of me, you great demon. If you don't release me, I'll scream. Do you believe me?" The onlookers erupted in laughter at the sight of the little figure's short legs flailing in the air. Yi Fan set the figure down on the table, placing his sword on the figure's shoulder, and calmly inquired, "Now, little one, why did you run upon seeing me? If you can't provide a reasonable explanation today, your head will roll." The figure suddenly adopted a serious expression, took a deep breath, and solemnly stated, "Since you are pressing me so, do not blame me for what follows. Witness my invincible methods." Seeing the little figure's earnest demeanor, Yi Fan hastily asked, "Xiao He, does this fellow have some hidden power?" "No, master. This individual has no spiritual veins and cannot cultivate. He possesses nothing dangerous. It appears to be mere bluster." The wealthy young gentleman showed expressions of relief, surprised that this diminutive figure was actually a ninja, believing they were now saved. Before everyone's eyes, the figure fell to his knees on the table. Banging his head loudly, "Yi Jianzhu, I did not mean to offend. Please do not make things difficult for me. Thank you, arigato. Baka, is this your so-called invincible method?" The young gentleman erupted with curses, wishing they could tear the figure apart. Yi Fan, equally displeased, said, "Stand up and speak properly. Don't think that kneeling will make me go easy on you." The figure got to his feet, took a few steps, scratched his head, and downed a drink from a nearby cup. The story traces back to 1.5 years prior, on a night when the breeze was gentle and the clouds were light. Smack! Yi Fan delivered a resounding slap to the figure's face, his eyes glinting with fury as he warned, "Speak properly. If you continue to waste words, I will kill you." The figure took a long breath and spoke clearly and cheerfully, "It was the day you battled the Snow Maiden, when you slaughtered an entire city on Ling Mountain Island. That day, I narrowly escaped due to my size advantage, so seeing you inevitably instills fear in me." Yi Fan cursed under his breath. "Damn it, Guoshan Wu Ji must have set me up. When did I ever massacre a city?" The figure and his companions wore expressions of terror, incredulous as they regarded Yi Fan, thinking to themselves, "He dares to directly mention the name Guoshan Wu Ji? This fellow truly seeks death." Noticing their gazes, Yi Fan frowned. "What? Is that old rascal very formidable?" The figure nodded and shook his head. Yi Fan suddenly narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. "Where is the woman that Gaimu Shursen captured? Does anyone know? Whoever informs me shall be spared." "How about that?" The previously fainted Meimu timidly raised his hand, speaking cautiously, "My lord, I know where she is, but I wonder if you could spare my friends. They may indulge in debauchery, yet they have not committed any heinous acts. Indeed, Yi Darren, we truly haven't done anything wrong. Please let us go. Do not negotiate with me. First, tell me where she is if the information proves true. I may consider sparing you." Meimu lowered his head, respectfully replying, "She is held in the underground prison of the city lord's mansion, but there seems to be some kind of restriction. I witnessed it with my own eyes yesterday. Moreover, I am willing to personally escort you there." Yi Fan inquired curiously, "Aren't you afraid of dying?" "While I fear for my life, the city lord is my father. So I have no choice but to go, lest you and my father come to blows. You do possess a kind heart. Since that is the case, lead the way, my lord. Please wear this item. Just say you are a palace maid when the time comes. Yi Fan looked at the crying mask being handed to him by the person who had threatened him earlier and asked, "Are you sure this thing won't be seen through by cultivators?" Meimu explained, "My lord, in our east, only the royal family can cultivate. Not just anyone can, so please rest assured, it is absolutely foolproof." As the palace master always appears in this mask. Once he fanned on the mask and began to follow Meimu towards the stairs, the figure suddenly called out, "Yi Darren, aren't you going to control us?" "Indeed, I almost forgot." Yi Fan returned to the group, drawing a circle in the ground with his sword, confining them within. "If any of you step outside this circle before I return, your bodies shall explode. Go ahead and test it if you dare." As Yi Fan and Meimu left, Anguished cries echoed from above. Don't step on me. I was wrong. I want to do it again. Approximately half an hour later, the two traversed the bustling streets, arriving beside an official residence. Meimu whispered, Yi Darren, just ahead is the city lord's mansion. Please wait here while I notify them. Yi Fan asked Xiao He if there were any cultivators or ninjas nearby. In the dungeon, there is a half-human, half-demon old creature, along with a presence akin to yours, impudent. Who dares to spy on this lord? A sharp voice echoed from the dungeon, gender indiscernible. Chapter 53. I am a man of integrity within the city lord's mansion. Only a few simple buildings were present, and even the guards were pitifully few. Meimu led Yi Fan through the entrance, hastening towards the backyard under the watchful eyes of several guards. Soon, they arrived beside a foam mountain adjacent to a small lake. Meimu glanced around before moving a small stone aside. The foam mountain trembled slightly, revealing a passageway. Meimu led the way as they entered the dark, damp tunnel, where giant rats the size of 3 inches scurried about, their shrill squeaks unnerving. Yi Fan pondered. Xiao He, can you locate that little fool? My master. It seems that Ling girl is not quite right. You should hurry. Observing Xiao He hesitating, Yi Fan urged, Meimu, how much longer until we arrive? Rest assured, Lord Yi. We shall be there shortly. Just one more turn, Meimu replied. Suddenly, Yi Fan furrowed his brow, noticing the crimson blood pooling on the ground. The stench of blood here is quite overwhelming. Do you not smell it? Yet, Meimu stood frozen, his gaze filled with terror as he stared at the decayed old man sitting in the cage not far away. Yi Fan regarded the familiar silhouette with a frown, silently contemplating. How did this old wretch end up here? This complicates matters. Xiao He, do you have confidence in restraining that old fiend? Master, I can utilize this fellow's body to impede that old thing, but it cannot be for long, as I have yet to fully awaken my bloodline power. Although I possess cultivation, the consumption is considerable. All right, just be cautious not to kill Meimu in the process. Seize an opportunity to escape. I will take Xiao Daiguo away first. Yi Fan murmured softly, Meimu, I apologize for the inconvenience. Meimu felt a tickle in his ear and was about to scratch it when he heard the voice of Guishan Wuji, causing him to bow his head in fear and remain still. You little wretch, you have finally arrived at Yi Fan, renowned for his sharp tongue, swiftly retorted, Old wretch, why are you not resting in your coffin but instead waiting here for your ancestor? Are you not intending to introduce your precious granddaughter as a bed warmer for your ancestor? If that is the case, there is truly no need. I fear that you vermin from the sewers might carry infectious diseases. Humph, such a sharp-tongued little wretch. I hope you can still speak later. Meimu suddenly knelt, pleading, Lord Wuji, I have brought the person. May I now release my parents? Hee. Guishan Wuji cackled ominously. Release them? I will allow you to reunite with them shortly. Ha 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 ha. Meimu, your parents are likely already dead. That old wretch has deceived you. Guishan Wuji's anger flared, revealing his sinister countenance, his withered face teeming with maggots. He bellowed, You little wretch, your insolence shall cost you dearly. I shall drain your essence and consume your flesh. Xiao He, now is the time. Strike. Upon Yi Fan's command, Xiao He, who had already entered Meimu's body, instantaneously took control, his aura surging as he clenched his fist and struck at Guishan Wuji. Guishan Wuji regarded the charging Meimu with disdain. Ant, you dare to strike me today? If so, I shall send you to reunite with them. In his moment of carelessness, Guishan Wuji was met with Meimu's punch, which embedded deeply into the wall beside him. Cough, cough, he gasped. Struggling to rise, extending his crimson tongue to lick the black blood from his lips, his gaze greedily fixating on Meimu, he sneered at Yi Fan, saying, I am truly surprised. You little wretch possess such means. However, once you are dead, all of this shall belong to me, including this delicate beauty. While this woman harbors boundless energy, she pales in comparison to the allure of that previous woman. Although Meimu was under Xiao He's control, his consciousness remained crystal clear. In his mind, he desperately implored, Lord Yi, I beg you to avenge me. I am willing to serve you like a beast. Yi Fan, ablaze with fury, sincerely vowed, Rest assured, this wretch shall undoubtedly perish today. Ha ha ha, this is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Do you wish to amuse me to death? You ignorant ant shall learn today what it means to confront Guishan Wuji. The Eastern Land's foremost ghost king. As his words fell, Gui Shan Wu Ji began to cast his spell. In Ming, ghostly evil, 100 ghosts night walk, arise. In an instant, the passageway was engulfed in darkness, filled only with the howling winds of the damned. Meimu smirked, disdainfully declaring, attempting to conjure illusions, break the delusion of the eye, master. I will serve as your eyes. Close yours and follow my lead. Leave the rest to me. Yi Fan obeyed Meimu's instructions and shut his eyes. Master, take 5 rapid steps to the left, then 10 steps forward, 3 steps to the left, and finally crouch down. As Yi Fan crouched, a loud crash resounded as the cage beside him was shattered by Gui Shan Wu Ji's spell. Now, keep your head down and take 3 steps forward. The Ling girl is right in front of you. Yi Fan completed the steps, crouching down to feel around, only to sense a soft texture beneath his fingers. Meimu, having evaded Gui Shan Wu Ji's attack, was momentarily stunned before stating, Master, you have grabbed the wrong place. I am a gentleman, not intentionally, Yi Fan retorted, lifting the unconscious Ling Yuner into his arms, following Meimu's guidance as they rushed outside. Ling Yuner, still unconscious, slowly opened her eyes, her dazed gaze landing on a stranger's face. Her breath was unsteady, her cheeks flushed, and she suddenly grasped Yi Fan's neck, her nails digging into his flesh. Weakly, she chastised. Lecher, release me at once, or my lord will kill you. Struggling for breath, Yi Fan hastily removed the mask from his face. Let go quickly. I am Yi Fan, you fool. Feeling the aura radiating from Yi Fan, Ling Yuner finally released her grip, gazing at him with tender eyes, her breathing rapid. Unable to resist, Yi Fan reached out to pinch her delicate face. Suddenly, Ling Yuner tore at her clothing, blushing deeply. My lord. I feel so hot. Please help me. Goodness, that old wretch wouldn't have drugged her, would he? Yi Fan observed the flustered Xiao Daigua, shaking his head to dismiss his thoughts. No, this would be immoral. Although I am not a virtuous person, I cannot engage in such beastly acts. Yi Fan struggled to suppress his thoughts, inquiring, Divine Demon, do you have any means to assist her? Do you wish for a simple solution or a complex and painful one? Damn it. Stop with the riddles. This is a matter of life and death, and you still jest. As long as it does not involve taking advantage of her, I am willing to consider anything. Speak quickly. Seeing that Yi Fan remained unmoved and resolute, the divine demon bloodline sighed slightly. Feed her your blood. It will help her dispel the ghostly infant's power. Yi Fan frowned. What ghostly infant's power? Was she not drugged? She is destined to be the spirit king. How could she be controlled by mere drugs? It is the ghostly entity within her. It has infused the essence of the slain infants into her body. The divine demon bloodline lamented, if only you would unite with her. Not only could you begin your cultivation, but you might even achieve sainthood in one step. You are truly stubborn and unyielding. Unlike the esteemed one, Yi Fan remained unconvinced, extending his arm to her lips. Before he could speak, Ling Yuner bit down, a look of enjoyment crossing her face, though tears welled in her eyes. Suddenly, Meimu burst forth, his body battered and aura faint. Master, that old fiend is half dead. He should not recover any time soon. We must leave quickly. All right, Yi Fan replied, a wave of weakness washing over him as his consciousness faded to black. On the coast of Ling Mountain Island, within a cave, Ling Yuner gazed at the sleeping Yi Fan by the campfire, stifling a laugh. Yet, danger was silently encroaching, as numerous powerful auras had ensnared the area surrounding them. Meimu entered the cave, glancing at the dazed Ling Yuner. He cleared his throat. Ling girl, you must find a way to take the master away. I will hold off those outside. Oh, all right, but what about you? Meimu chuckled lightly. If they provoke me, I shall take them all to the grave with me. Such bravado. A strange voice echoed from outside the cave. Chapter 54. Heaven and Earth divide yin and yang. All things separate good and evil. The next morning, dark clouds obscured the dawn, as several men in black robes stood outside the cave, meticulously positioned with their formation plates. Lying beside Ling Yuner on the grassy patch, Yi Fan furrowed his brow, slowly opening his eyes, an overwhelming sensation of soreness flooding his body. Goodness, it hurts. Yi Fan stood, stretching his limbs, feeling the abnormalities within himself. Divine demon, I sense the yin and yang energies within me growing increasingly solid. Does this mean I can begin my cultivation? The divine demon bloodline replied. Yes, it seems so. Yi Fan sat cross-legged, guiding his hands as the yin and yang energies gradually coalesced into a ball of chaotic essence. Suspended above his head, I in the early stages of the mortal path, my Qi Si is solidifying. Should I directly merge the yin and yang energies, or is there another method? The divine demon bloodline retorted. I am merely a bloodline. You are not making this easy for me. Yi Fan resolved to attempt the merging, hoping it would yield results. Heaven and earth possess their mysteries. All things divide into yin and yang. The sun, moon, and stars, separate and combine, condense. Yi Fan inhaled the swirling energies of yin and yang into his body. As the two forces clashed violently within him, he bore the risk of explosion with great fortitude. The moment the two energies collided in his dantian, he felt a sweetness in his throat, blood gushing from the corners of his mouth, as if all his internal organs had sustained grievous injuries. The bloodline of the divine demon urged him desperately, "Boy, have you truly lost your mind? Cease at once, or you will perish." Gritting his teeth, Yi Fan managed a bitter smile and replied, "Whether I live or die hinges on this moment. Divine demon, aid me in mending my body, quickly." Ling Yuner was awakened by the tumultuous energy, her sleep-laden eyes alighting upon Yi Fan's body, which was marred by spiderweb-like fissures. In an instant, her drowsiness vanished, and terror gripped her as she rushed to his side, rendered speechless by the sight. At that moment, Mei Mu, drenched in blood, burst in. Upon witnessing Yi Fan on the brink of collapse, he paused momentarily, then gravely instructed, "Miss Ling, protect your master during this breakthrough. I shall confront those fiends." Ling Yuner, watching Mei Mu depart with unwavering resolve, found herself at a loss for words. Then an idea struck her. Her aunt should be nearby. Without hesitation, she produced a jade pendant, inscribing a few characters into the air. The pendant erupted with brilliance, vanishing into the void. Furrowing her delicate brows, she murmured to Yi Fan, "Aunt, please hurry. Child, my seal remains unbroken, and I cannot assist you much. However, you can draw upon that girl's spiritual essence to soothe the yin and yang energies, bringing them to calm." The voice of the divine demon echoed in his mind. At this moment, Yi Fan was nearly overwhelmed by the dual energies. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze upon Ling Yuner. Their eyes locked, and he surged forward, grasping her hand. Startled by this unexpected action, Ling Yuner stammered, "Young Master Yi, what are you doing?" With great difficulty, he managed to utter, "Stay still, or you may perish." After a few breaths, he released her hand. Although the tumult within him began to subside, the cracks adorning his body remained stark and alarming. Ling Yuner hastily retrieved a multitude of rare herbs, shoving them into her mouth with a rather ungraceful demeanor. Unfazed, she thought to herself, "I must consume more, in case young Master Yi requires it later." Suddenly, a voice laced with disdain echoed, "Yi Fan, are you going to cower here indefinitely?" Having regained her composure, Ling Yuner glanced at the unresponsive Yi Fan, exhaling deeply as she stood, summoning a wooden sword into her hand, and walked out with an impassive expression. Yi Fan, now at a critical juncture of fusion, could not afford any missteps. Otherwise, all preceding efforts would be in vain. Heaven and earth shall return to yin and yang. "Power of reincarnation, manifest for me," he cried out. In that moment, Yi Fan's form fluctuated between an aged man and a youthful child, a manifestation of the reincarnation power. Gue Mu Shur-san, observing Ling Yuner exit the cave, wore a look of contempt. "If you wish to see the young master, you must first pass my trial. Prepare to face my sword," he declared. No sooner had he spoken than Ling Yuner, like a flash of lightning, appeared before him, her seemingly inconspicuous wooden sword piercing his shoulder, blood gushing forth. Seeing Gue Mu Shur-san wounded, she felt a thrill of triumph, marveling at the formidable power of the wooden sword gifted by her aunt. "Young master, fear not. Yuner will protect you today," she vowed. "Hey, whether it's Gue Shur-san or some other fool, bring it on." In response to Ling Yuner's provocation, Gue Mu Shur-san seethed with rage, preparing to advance, but was halted by a figure clad in black robes, whom Yi Fan had encountered before. Without hesitation, Gue Mu Shur-san bowed respectfully, uttering, "I pay my respects to the Lord of Heaven." Ling Yuner, feeling a sense of foreboding, glanced anxiously into the void. This individual was a peak half-saint, and she wondered why her aunt had yet to arrive. The black-robed figure cast aside his cloak, revealing an elderly man with golden hair and blue eyes. He sniffed the air, narrowing his eyes in pleasure as he remarked, "Ah, a member of the ancient spirit clan, and with such pure bloodline. How fortunate for me." "Calm yourself," he commanded, speaking in broken vernacular. "Young lady, relinquish your weapon and step away from that calamity. It would be a great honor for you to become my woman. Kneel and worship me." Ling Yuner, perceiving this as an outrageous jest, looked upon him with derision. Retorting, You are unworthy to even serve young Master Yi. Your appearance is grotesque, yet you harbor such delusions." Spartha's eyes gleamed with malice as he snarled, refusing a toast and opting for a punishment. "Do not blame me for being ruthless, little lady." With a swift motion, he reached out, ensnaring Ling Yuner in his grasp, squeezing her until her complexion turned ashen, struggling for breath. Tears streamed down Ling Yuner's cheeks as she closed her eyes. Thinking, "Young Master Yi, I am still so powerless. I am sorry." Sparth leered lecherously, his hand inching toward her delicate face, when suddenly he sensed something amiss and flung her away. Indeed, a chaotic sword energy of black and white cleaved through the air, bisecting a black-clad figure who had been caught unawares. "Oh, not weep. Have I not arrived?" Ling Yuner gradually opened her eyes, locking onto the figure who held her, an unfamiliar yet familiar aura rendering her momentarily speechless. Especially striking was Yi Fan's bare torso, his muscular chest pressing tightly against her, and she could hear the thunderous beat of his heart. She said nothing, simply lying quietly in his embrace. A picture of shyness. Yi Fan's hair was half red and half white, his eyes a striking contrast of crimson and alabaster, exuding a terrifying aura as he stood upon a bronze coffin. One hand clutching the barely alive Mei Mu, and the other cradling Ling Yuner. He placed them both atop the coffin, then drew his sword and leapt into the fray, charging toward Sparth and his cohorts. The voice of the divine demon intruded at an inopportune moment. "Though your breakthrough was successful, your essence has been severely depleted. You have but half an hour. When time is up, your life force will wither, and your lifespan will dwindle." Yi Fan flashed a devilish grin, interrupting, "Death is inevitable. Why cower in fear? If I must, I shall begin anew. Yi Fan, owe no one anything. We come into this world empty-handed, and we leave the same. Do we not? Divine demon, shield me as I slay my foes." With that, Yi Fan plunged into the throng with inexorable ferocity, his sword slicing through his adversaries like mere vegetables, those peak warriors clad in black falling like chaff before him. Sparth, infuriated, conjured a staff from thin air, reciting an incomprehensible incantation. Ubalala, Mahulority, winds, spells, and storms. The arena erupted in a tempest, a towering hurricane interspersed with lightning and arrow-like rain, surging toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan regarded it with disdain, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Sparth. "You, a mere summoner, dare to challenge my Eastern cultivation techniques? How laughable!" As the sword tip emerged from Spartha's abdomen, terror gripped him. "Why? How can you disregard my storm spells?" he stammered, his voice quaking. Yi Fan leaned close, whispering conspiratorially, "I shan't reveal my secrets to you." "What can you do?" With that, the notorious high priest of the Western barbarian tribe, Sparth, succumbed to his rage and died with eyes wide open. Unseeing, Yi Fan casually discarded the lifeless body, striding toward the now dumbfounded Guimu Shursan. Suddenly, a piercing scream halted him in his tracks. "Yi Fan, if you wish for this lovely maiden to escape unscathed, release my great-grandson. Otherwise, I will slay this girl, ensuring she accompanies my grandson in death. Those who threaten me seldom meet a favorable end. Do you understand, old fool?" Chapter 55. Long time no see. Deep yearning in the vast expanse above the ocean. A woman of extraordinary beauty, her exquisite features radiating an air of regal aloofness akin to that of an empress, found herself obstructed by several peak figures of the heavenly path. The terrifying auras converging through the void stirred the ocean, raising monstrous waves. Yi Fan cast a glance at Guishan Wuji, who held two captives, and grinned widely as he cleaved off Gumu Shursan's head with his sword. Seizing the severed head, He kicked it towards Gushan Wuji. Old fool, you think to intimidate me? What are your intentions? One of them I have known for merely a few days, and the other is just my servant. What difference does it make if you kill them? Infuriated, Guishan Wuji bore down on Ling Yuner. His claws piercing her neck, azure blood trickling down. Ling Yuner wore a faint smile, murmuring, just a servant, you say? Mei Mu, already aware of Yifan's intentions, remained largely unaffected, while Ling Yuner seemed oblivious, unresponsive to the telepathic communication. Guishan Wuji fixated on the head at his feet, unleashing a howl that resonated through the air, as the dark energy he exuded surged into Ling Yuner and Mei Mu. Mei Mu, immune to the ghostly essence, found Ling Yuner's consciousness fading, ensnared by the dark energy that clouded her mind. Guishan Wuji's countenance twisted into a ghastly visage, transforming into a skeletal specter devoid of flesh, his bared bones striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. Why, Yifan, you wretched spawn, it is you who has condemned me to extinction. Today, I shall exact blood for blood, since you care not for their lives. I shall force you to slay them with your own hands. Go, and kill that wretched spawn. As the voice of Guishan Wuji faded, the dazed Ling Yuner unleashed her full power at the half-saint realm. Raising her wooden sword to strike directly at Yifan, Mei Mu clenched his fist, turned, and charged at Guishan Wuji, who was caught off guard and was violently knocked back by Mei Mu's punch. Though Yifan found himself a bit bewildered by the ferocious Ling Yuner, he did not take any defensive measures, for the Celestial Spirit Clan was impervious to any malevolent influences, unless... With a sudden thrust, Mei Mu glanced at Ling Yuner, disbelief evident in his eyes as he desperately sought to free himself from Guishan Wuji's entanglement. Observing Yifan pierced by a sword, Guishan Wuji cackled. Ha, that little beast is truly confident. The most unreliable thing in this world is the human heart. Yesterday, we were evenly matched, but today, we can settle the score. A fierce battle ensued between Guishan Wuji and Mei Mu, each exchanging blows with fervor. Wai Yifan let out a bitter laugh and remarked, you fool, you truly live up to your name. Ling Yuner, momentarily stunned, swiftly drew her sword again, aiming another strike at Yifan. Despite the raging anger within him, Yifan refrained from retaliating, merely evading her attacks. Suddenly, the demon god interjected, Kid, get closer to her. I will help you control this girl's mind. You need to awaken her, or she will become a threat. Yifan furrowed his brows, feeling helpless. This woman was intent on killing him, and he was nearing his limits. Where would he find the strength to approach her? She was currently being corroded by demonic energy, and should that malevolent entity succeed, she could instantaneously ascend to divinity, rendering me powerless. Hearing this, Yifan chuckled wryly and surrendered, walking directly toward Ling Yuner's descending sword. Just as her blade was about to strike, he seized her hand tightly, allowing the sword to pierce his shoulder. Demon god, hurry. I feel as though I am about to meet my father. Am I truly going to die? Ah, the demon god's bloodline screamed. Hold on. Someone is on their way to rescue you. If you die, I will not survive either. Yifan, exasperated yet amused, retorted, you lazy creature. You never care for me, yet when your life is in danger, you become so frantic, such a coward. Ignoring Yifan's sarcasm, the demon god controlled the blood that had merged with Yifan's body, purging the malevolence from his essence. Before long, Ling Yuner's gaze became clearer as she looked at the battered Yifan. Her eyes filled with compassion. Yet, Yifan pushed her away, disregarding her concern, and charged toward Guishan Wuji with his sword. Guishan Wuji, shocked to see Yifan approach, exclaimed, Little beast, how did you break through my Ghost King aura? Yifan did not respond. Instead, he drew his sword and retorted, Old fool, with a mouth so foul, allow me to cleanse it for you. The two fought in perfect harmony, forcing Guishan Wuji into retreat. Unexpectedly, Ling Yuner launched a sudden energy attack, which Guishan Wuji absorbed, displaying a look of utter delight. Little beast, how pathetic you are. First, you were struck by that woman, and now you help me recover. Ha ha. Yifan frowned but remained silent, continuing his assault. Mei Mu, unable to contain himself any longer, unleashed a torrent of curses at Ling Yuner. Damn it, stop being a hindrance. Ever since the master met you, misfortune has followed. First, you attacked him with your sword, and now you assist this old wretch in recovering. Get away. Yifan intercepted the furious Mei Mu and shook his head. Calm down. Xiao He, enough. Just then, blood spewed from Yifan's mouth, and he fell backward. Mei Mu and the bewildered Ling Yunair rushed toward him, but Mei Mu was halted by Gue Shan Wu Ji, who engaged him once more. Ling Yunair, on the verge of embracing Yifan, was repelled by a terrifying sword aura that forced her to retreat repeatedly. It has been long since we last met, yet you remain so weak. Yifan looked at the icy yet pure woman clinging to him and chuckled softly. Madam, you are even more beautiful than before. Xianling cast a sidelong glance at Yifan. Her crystalline eyes tinged with a hint of tenderness as she retorted, Cease with the flattery. Was it that unholy creature who inflicted your injuries? Yifan was momentarily taken aback, then teased, Do you have the confidence to handle this? Xianling smirked disdainfully, her hand lightly grasping, and with a flick, she drew forth the Ghost King Guoshan Wu Ji, who crashed heavily to the ground. Her words radiated an aura of immense confidence and strength. Can such filth truly harm him? Guoshan Wu Ji struggled to rise, coldly gazing at Xianling, who held Yifan and lamented. So even the imperial daughter has arrived. Why, Yifan, little beast, your charm with women is indeed remarkable. At this, Xianling cast a glance at the dazed Ling Yunair, her brow slightly furrowing. With a gentle pat of her hand, she declared, Enough with the chatter, perish, before Guoshan Wu Ji could react. He vanished into thin AI. Is this the woman you sought during your journey to the southern wilderness? Facing Xianling's straightforward inquiry, Yifan awkwardly chuckled. Shall we not first let me down? However, Xianling deviated from her usual behavior, ignoring him and continuing, Is she not? Spare me the roundabout talk. Ling Yunair, hearing Xianling's unreserved remarks, clutched her garments tightly, her breath unsteady. After much contemplation, Yifan finally spoke. She is not. Then let us return. The 3-year deadline approaches. We should marry soon, Xianling proclaimed, as if asserting her claim. Yifan gazed at Xianling in disbelief. Reaching out to touch her forehead, What is wrong with you today? Suddenly, she peered into the void, her expression grave, and relinquished Yifan to Mei Mu's support. Xianling solemnly stated, We must speak later. A powerful foe approaches. Yunair, your aunt has arrived, a woman's voice echoed across the island, causing waves to surge upon the shore. In an instant, Ling Yunair dashed toward the elegant woman, throwing herself into her embrace. Trembling and weeping uncontrollably, Aunt, why did you arrive so late? I almost got killed. Qian Yue gently stroked Ling Yunair's head, turning to Yifan with a tender smile. My dear Yunair, you are well, are you not? Let us discuss this later. I need to settle a score with someone. You stay aside and watch, all right, Ling Yunair replied obediently, standing quietly beside Yifan, her lips pursed. At a loss for words, Chapter 56. The proud feather emperor unreasonable. The howling sea breeze turned gentle and soft under the tense standoff between Xianling and Qian Yue. Qian Yue candidly stated, Imperial daughter, you intend to protect him? Yifan quietly inquired, Madam, who is that woman? Can you handle her? Xianling smirked disdainfully, exuding an air of invulnerability. If that is the case, it could not be better. Imperial daughter, you are quite confident. Qian Yue chuckled softly, her jade-like hand delicately tucking away a loose strand of hair as she replied, However, I am not here for you, but rather for brother Xiao Fan. Yifan gasped, taken aback by her brazen words. Xianling wore a harmless smile, her curious gaze fixed on Yifan. Why Yifan dared not meet her eyes. His mind racing through all the women he had encountered. He felt as though he were under scrutiny and wished to find a corner to hide. Qian Yue's voice dripped with sweetness as she playfully chided. Brother Xiao Fan, it has been so long. I have missed you terribly. Yifan, at a loss for words, replied, I do not know you. Do not tarnish my reputation. Forget it, madam. You should handle her. Qian Yue rolled her eyes at Yifan. Humph, brother Fan is truly heartless. Xianling, with a hint of a smile, looked at Yifan, prompting him to explain. Yifan pointed an accusatory finger at the delicate Qian Yue, exclaiming, What is wrong with you? Suddenly, Qian Yue's expression darkened. She dropped her playful demeanor, her voice icy as she said, Enough with the pleasantries. Yifan, will you not explain why Yunair's essence has been harmed? Ling Yunair clutched Qian Yui's clothing, saying, "Aunt, it has nothing to do with young Master Yi. It is my fault." Qian Yue glared at the foolish girl, exasperated. "They see you as a burden, yet you protect her at every turn." Ling Yunair trembled under Qian Yui's chilling gaze, too frightened to speak. Yi Fan shrugged dismissively. "It sounds as if you think I forced her to follow me. You have mistaken the wrong person. Your clan allowed Yunair to serve you, yet you cannot protect her. Why then did you bring her along?" Qian Yui's eyes narrowed as she coldly questioned Yi Fan. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan glanced at Ling Yunair, who was nervously fiddling with her fingers, and sighed. "A mere liability. Did you think I enjoyed having her around?" Ling Yunair's body trembled as she fought back tears, murmuring, "Do you truly dislike me so much? Then why did you save me back then? Why not let me die?" At this, Yi Fan was momentarily stunned, then shook his head. "I simply did not want others to claim that the Celestial Path sect was overbearing. Do you understand?" Before she could respond, Qian Yue embraced Ling Yunair, gently patting her back while soothingly saying, "Dear, he is not worth your tears if you wish for your aunt to kill him. I can assist you in that endeavor. How does that sound?" Di Xianling spoke with a commanding tone, addressing Qian Yue sharply. "If you seek battle, then come forth. Do not waste words." Yi Fan murmured, "Why her?" Ling Yunair wiped away her tears, shaking her head. "No, aunt, let us depart." Qian Yue cast a fierce glare at Yi Fan and instantly struck out, directing a palm toward Di Xianling. The collision of their hands unleashed a terrifying aura, stirring up waves upon waves, obscuring the sky and sun, as if the sea were surging back. The two quickly withdrew from contact. Qian Yue snorted coldly, leaving behind a harsh remark before vanishing with the dazed Ling Yunair. "Yi Fan, should I discover that you bully my Yunair again, I shall surely kill you." Yi Fan glanced at the composed Di Xianling, muttering, "If only you could." Di Xianling shot him an exasperated look. "Stop your nonsense. Let us return to Xia country. How did you know I was in danger? You haven't placed any curses on me, have you?" Yi Fan inquired, struck by a sudden thought. "Someone passed by. The old blind man left a spiritual tablet for you in the worship hall, calling out to me." Yi Fan scratched his head, puzzled. "Old blind man? When did he leave that?" "I was unaware." Di Xianling did not respond but instead asked, "How is your health? Do you require my assistance in healing?" Yi Fan, taken aback by her unexpected concern, chuckled awkwardly. "No need. I am beyond remedy. Let us just head back." Di Xianling assumed Yi Fan was jesting, gripping his shoulder, and the two traversed through the void. "Have you broken through to the quasi-saint realm?" Yi Fan, astonished, exclaimed, "Indeed." Several hours later, they descended upon the Demon Dragon Mountain range. Di Xianling leaned against a tree, watching Yi Fan stealthily approach a spirit deer, muttering to herself, "How long do you intend to hide?" The white spirit deer let out a piercing scream as Yi Fan swiftly severed its throat with his sword. Iron High Spirits. Yi Fan hoisted the spirit deer and returned to Di Xianling, eager to showcase his spoils. "If you can cultivate, why not prepare some fasting pills?" In response to Di Xianling's comment, Yi Fan feigned ignorance, busily gathering firewood and preparing the spirit deer. As the sun set, Yi Fan finally began to roast the meat, and soon, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Di Xianling, observing the sweat-soaked and weary man, could no longer restrain her curiosity. "How much longer do you have?" Yi Fan's hand trembled as he turned the meat, then he looked up at Di Xianling perched atop the tree, smiling brightly. "Oh, not worry. Despite appearing like a frail wretch, I am quite resilient." With that, he patted his chest confidently. Cough, cough, spit. A mouthful of old blood erupted forth, and he awkwardly wiped the blood from his lips. "Come, taste my culinary skills. This is meat roasted by the sword master himself. Countless have desired it, but could not obtain it." Di Xianling watched as Yi Fan raised the roasted meat. She shifted closer, settling down beside him. "Be careful. The ground is cold. This will suffice. Sit down." Di Xianling adjusted her skirt, sitting on Yi Fan's garment, and accepted the deer meat he had cut and placed on a leaf. She delicately picked up a piece and placed it in her mouth, her brow furrowing slightly, her expression somewhat stiff. Yet she gritted her teeth and swallowed. Yi Fan, filled with anticipation, asked, "So, how does it taste?" Di Xianling remained silent, offering a piece of meat to Yi Fan. "I can manage on my own." Yi Fan took the meat she offered and placed it in his mouth. instantly donning a mask of pain, his face contorted with distress. Why cooking skills are lacking. He laughed it off. Could you share your past? Yifan shook his head. My past is rather mundane. Nothing worth hearing. Let it be. Seeing the cold glint in Di Xianling's gaze, Yifan could only laugh bravely. It was an era when technology had just begun to embark on its journey into the cosmos. My memories only begin in 2035. My adoptive parents found me in a mass grave and brought me home, and my father, Yiling Tian, was diagnosed with a terminal illness, nuclear wastewater infection, when I was 4. And my mother, Lan Rua Yi, had long been diagnosed with heart disease. In that era, heart disease was curable, yet the exorbitant costs of surgery compelled them, simple farmers, to toil for decades to barely scrape together the sum. My mother wished to extend my father's life, while my father wanted my mother to survive. However, on the eve of my 5th birthday, while they were in town purchasing a gift for me, they were tragically crushed by a runaway dump truck. I was brought to the village chief, who found my mother barely clinging to life, her remaining visage adorned with a gentle smile as her eyes slowly closed. From that moment, I became an orphan, but the villagers treated me kindly, as my parents had lived harmoniously with them. AT-22. Due to Japan's reckless dumping of nuclear wastewater, the world erupted into the Third World War. On New Year's Eve, natural disasters swept the globe, and Japan was completely consumed by mutated creatures. Despite the meteorological weapons deployed by countries like Europe and America, the extraterrestrial armaments could not quell the disasters. As the mutated beings were impervious even to nuclear bombs that night, while drinking with Zhang Pengzi and Huang Ning, I stumbled upon a beautiful face reflected in the water as we walked across an aging bridge. Suddenly, I was swept away by the rising lake waters, and thus, I arrived in this realm. Di Xianling remained silent, gazing at the flickering stars in the void, lost in thought. Why, Yifan? Your culinary skills remain just as abysmal. Yifan turned at the sound, spotting the familiar figures of Zhang Pengzi and Huang Ning in the distance, joyfully exclaiming, "What brings you here?" Chapter 57. The splendor of a single smile. The chilly autumn night bore a touch of frost, yet it was adorned in golden hues beneath the starry sky. The two figures were indeed Zhang Pengzi and Huang Ning. Why, Yifan chuckled, teasing them from across the campfire. How did you two get here? I thought you were both dead. Today, sister-in-law is present, so I shall spare you my banter. Now, speak of your plans, Yifan jested. Feigning ignorance, Yifan exchanged a knowing glance with Pengzi. What plans? What nonsense are you spouting? Pengzi, filled with indignation, retorted loudly, Yifan, can you not act normally? Look in the mirror and see your current state. Do you intend to continue this charade? Yifan remained calm, his expression unperturbed. I have no plans. Let us take it as it comes. Di Xianling regarded the two men seriously, speaking in a low voice. You both should head to the royal capital. Do not forget the important matters of your journey. Whether he lives or dies, do not involve yourselves. Why Yifan did not intervene in their departure, as he wished to speak privately with Di Xianling. Their presence was merely a coincidence. Pengzi nodded, each taking a deer leg, casting a solemn glance at the reticent Yifan before bowing respectfully to Di Xianling. Then, sister-in-law, we shall go reinforce our position. Take care, Yifan abruptly called out. Pengzi, are you two for real? Pengzi and Huang Ning vanished at an astonishing speed, leaving one to wonder whether they fled or simply did not hear. Well, they have departed. If you have something to say, then speak plainly. Do not dance around the issue, Di Xianling stated directly. Hey, what do you mean by that? When have I ever danced around the issue? I merely wish to spend more time with you. Should I perish, what will you do if you miss me? Yifan jested. But Di Xianling remained unfazed. I wish for you to don a red gown and accompany me back to Qingfeng town. Would that be acceptable? Yifan tentatively inquired. Without a hint of hesitation, Di Xianling gently nodded. Very well. Why Yifan was not surprised. He understood that Di Xianling merely wished to assist him. Nothing more. Her heart was consumed by the great path, and it was impossible for her to harbor feelings for a mortal. Thank you. You are welcome. You know, when you smile, you are quite beautiful. There is no need to maintain such a stern demeanor. In the tranquil night, their exchanges gradually illuminated the darkness. The following morning, they traversed the Demon Dragon Mountain Range, encountering several royal-level demon beasts along the way, all of which were driven away by Di Xianling without taking their lives. How did that fool Sha Qilin end up here, seemingly besieged? As they emerged from the depths of the Demon Dragon Mountain range, Yifan and Di Xianling beheld Sha Qilin, injured and surrounded by several disciples of a sect. Di Xianling noted Yifan's intent to rescue him. "Let us take a look. All right, you beast. How dare you insult the Holy Maiden, you wretched fellow? Hand over the Holy Maiden's treasures, or do not blame us for disregarding the sect's honor. Indeed, the Holy Maiden is not someone as lowly as you can defile. Hand over the Holy Maiden's treasures. Third Elder, let us simply kill this scoundrel." Faced with the threats of the crowd, Sha Qilin looked disdainfully at them. "You hypocritical ants, had I not been severely injured, how could your Qing Feng sect possibly stand against me? Still shamelessly speaking to me about your so-called sect loyalty. If it weren't for that wretched saintess of yours, who sought my Qilin fruit, how could she possibly feign kindness and deliberately seduce me into a trap? One day, I shall undoubtedly eradicate your Qing Feng sect. Does she not relish enticing others? I will make it my mission to humiliate her to death. Ha 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 ha. Come on, try killing me if you dare. You are still as hot-headed as ever." The elder leading the group, upon hearing these words, glanced around warily, asking, "Who is playing tricks? Show yourself." When the arrival was revealed, Sha Qilin was overjoyed. "Brother Yi, what brings you here? Are you here to rescue me? I was merely passing by and noticed you were being besieged, so I came to take a look. Young man, I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. Our Qingfeng sect is under the protection of Lady Feng." The elder's straightforward words were laden with a threatening tone, attempting to compel Yifan to retreat. Before Yifan could respond, the elder's disciples whispered among themselves, "Third Elder, shall we eliminate that dark-faced one and keep this woman for our enjoyment?" The third elder's delight was evident. He too was captivated by the stunning beauty of Di Xianling, but found it difficult to voice his desires. Now, with a disciple taking the lead, he was pleased to see it unfold. "After careful consideration, I believe you too must have participated in bullying the saintess, so accompany me back to Qingfeng's sect." With righteous words and a gaze filled with lewd intent, Di Xianling immediately released her aura, causing the 5 men to kneel before her. Damn, this woman's cultivation is even more formidable than that of the sect master. The men finally realized they had encountered a formidable opponent and were filled with regret. The third elder, terrified by the overwhelming aura, stammered, "Miss, oh no, fairy, I was mistaken. Please forgive my transgressions. I am willing to offer you Sha Qilin's Qilin fruit. I hope you will spare me." Di Xianling paid no heed. Instead, she slightly moved her fingers, and a sword-like energy shot forth, instantly obliterating the disciple who had spoken, his blood splattering like white tofu. The remaining men were so horrified by the gruesome scene that some lost control of their bladders. Sha Qilin stumbled over to Yifan's side, intending to speak, but sensing something amiss about Yifan, he placed a hand on his shoulder, his expression grave. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Yifan dismissed it, saying, "It's nothing, just a matter of life and death. When did you start caring so much about me? We've been through thick and thin together. Why can't I show concern for you?" Yifan patted Sha Qilin on the head, chuckling, "Look at you, becoming quite sentimental. Xianling, just kill them." With a flick of her fingers, the remaining 3 perished instantly. Suddenly, a plain-looking fruit of 7 colors floated slowly in the air. Di Xianling drew it closer. It was indeed the Qilin fruit, a treasure of substantial origin, unique to the Qilin clan. She tossed it to Sha Qilin as if discarding an ordinary item. Sha Qilin, with a sycophantic expression, asked, "Brother Yi, do you want to taste it?" Yifan laughed and chided, "You rascal. My energy is about to overflow, and you want me to eat such a treasure? Are you wishing for my demise?" "Haha." Yifan inquired, "Xiao Mo, are you coming with us, or do you intend to leave?" Mo Lin shook his head. "I won't be joining you. I need to find a place to break through and then annihilate Qingfeng sect. Especially that saintess, I want to have my way with her." He quickly covered his mouth, almost forgetting that Di Xianling was still present. Her temper is changeable as the weather. "Then go to Xiagua. Here's my token. Take it with you. Seek out Zhang Pongzi or Huang Ning, or you can go to my residence. Be careful on your journey." Mo Lin tightly grasped the token, sincerely bowed to Yifan, and then soared into the sky. Yifan boldly took Di Xianling's small hand, grinning earnestly, "Xianling, let us go." Di Xianling felt an electric sensation at his touch, momentarily stunned, but then followed closely behind him. Yifan secretly sighed in relief. Since he was destined to die, he might as well take advantage of this. Her hand felt so soft, incredibly tender, like a cotton candy devoid of bones. Moreover, they were now particularly close, and the faint fragrance emanating from Di Xianling was akin to that of a pure, high-altitude snow lotus, elusive yet deeply entrancing, impossible to escape. Though only a mere 1,000 miles from Qingfeng town. With Yi Fan's leisurely pace, it would likely take several days to arrive. The two arrived at a bustling city known as Phoenix City, dubbed the Night Jiangnan of the East. A pair of elegantly dressed figures with black and white cat masks strode through the throngs of people. Under the night sky, a woman draped in white, her skin as pale as jade, sat atop a rooftop, observing the handsome couple below as she drank heartily. Isn't he just a small man? I have no interest in him. After all, he doesn't fancy me. Chapter 58. The flourishing world in the brightly lit Phoenix City, where stars twinkled above, couples strolled hand in hand. An abundance of beauty on display. Di Xianling tugged at Yifan's sleeve. Whispering in his ear, Yifan, let us go to the wish boat. All right. Yifan took Di Xianling's delicate hand and headed towards a nearby arch bridge. The paper boat vendor was a girl in a pink skirt. Her face fair and graceful. Big brother, you should buy this Phoenix bird boat for this fairy sister. Yifan chuckled, taking the Phoenix bird paper boat from the girl and handing it to Di Xianling. Xianling, would you like me to write something on it? You do it. With that, Di Xianling shoved the paper boat back into Yifan's hands. Brother, here is a cinnabar pin for you. The girl's face always radiated a smile, charming and endearing. Yifan accepted the pin, pondering for a moment before writing. Fairy unmatched, skin like jade, ethereal and captivating, cold and unfeeling. The girl took the paper boat, lit a candle, and gently placed it in the foaming river. The paper boat floated away, gradually vanishing from sight. After Yifan paid, he took Di Xianling to a tavern. Just as they placed their orders, Di Xianling removed her mask and inquired, "What did you write on it?" "Nothing much, just a few simple words." "Dio, you want to hear?" Di Xianling shook her head. "No need. After all, that little girl said that if you say it out loud, it won't work anymore, right?" Yifan smiled and nodded. "Xianling, if I were to perish, would you marry someone else in the future?" Di Xianling took a sip of her drink and replied directly, "You know I have never liked you, so the answer is clear in your heart. Why ask me? Haha, that's true. Come, let us drink. Their Luoyang wine is indeed excellent, rich and flavorful." Yifan raised his cup and drank it all in one go. Di Xianling merely took a delicate sip, while Yifan devoured the feast before him without restraint. Could it be that the lady is fond of little Fan? On the tavern's rooftop, the heavenly maiden in white, upon hearing this, glanced at the newcomer and scoffed, saying, "It's the first time I've seen someone cook for a rival without resorting to poison." The newcomer was indeed Long Yu, clad in a pale blue gauze dress, holding an apron in her hand. Long Yu accepted the wine cup handed to her by the heavenly maiden, pouring a glass and savoring its sweet, smooth flavor. She set the cup down, gazing at the bright moon, her beautiful eyes sparkling with laughter. How could they be rivals? As long as little Fan is happy, I am indifferent to the rest. The heavenly maiden was taken aback for a moment, then gave a thumbs up, asking, "Do you truly believe what you just said? Wasn't it you who descended first, almost crushing him with a split body? Now you say you don't care?" Long Yu maintained her composure, responding earnestly, "Heavenly maiden, may I ask where you think little Fan will face his tribulations this time?" The heavenly maiden shook her head vigorously, refuting, "Let us not discuss this matter any further. If we interfere, it will surely lead to adverse consequences, or worse, make him face eternal calamity. We cannot meddle, unless it's someone we don't know. I am aware of the adversaries he will face, but not their whereabouts. His void destiny is already taking shape. Once he faces his tribulations, there will be no way to trace them. Otherwise, we might have been able to strategize ahead of time, especially with the sacred funeral sky soon to unfold." Although Yifan had already been there once, it was merely because the heavenly maiden had forcibly sent him in. This time, it would be a grand competition among the talents of the Eastern domain, along with other prodigies from various domains. The heavenly maiden paid no mind to her appearance, rubbing her face with her hands. Only those who have not reached the king mirror are allowed to enter. "It's truly disheartening." Long Yu remained calm, stating, "This is his path. We cannot interfere. Why frown? Indeed, let us not dwell on it in the dead of night." The chilly autumn wind brushed against their faces, leaving them invigorated and wide awake. Yifan boldly asked, Xianling, what is your path? Xianling gazed at Yifan in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. To share the path of the great Tao so casually with others is an unfathomable taboo. Yifan chuckled lightly, hey, don't misunderstand me. I'm merely inquiring whether you believe that achieving divinity and becoming an emperor is the pinnacle of your journey, or if one can aspire to the legendary realm of immortals. With a graceful flick of her hair, Xianling replied nonchalantly, becoming a deity is but within reach and merely the beginning. As for immortals and demons, they may not necessarily represent the zenith of the Tao. Then, are you currently a mere avatar, or your true self? Yifan asked. You seem rather loquacious tonight. Why? Yifan scratched his head, unwilling to let the topic drop. Tell me. Although Xianling frowned in displeasure, she remained calm and explained, I am an avatar, merely a projection of my consciousness. The true deity has yet to awaken from the injuries sustained long ago. Then why do you not eliminate me, but instead allow me to forge a bond with you? Is that not a source of shame for you? Xianling illustrated her point. If you were to walk along the roadside and a small dog barked at you, would you seek it out to kill it? Yifan fell silent for a moment, then nodded. I understand now. Sighing, he suggested, let us set forth under the moonlight. Very well. The two soared into the skies on their swords, heading straight for Qingfeng town. As they vanished from sight, Leng Yue smiled serenely, realizing that the old blind man had not revealed to Xiao Fan that his adoptive parents were, in fact, the blind man's doing. Tian Nu held a differing opinion, believing that knowing too much can be detrimental. Rather than living in constant worry, it is better to enjoy life. Eat, drink, play, and cultivate as one pleases, fully embracing a laid-back existence. After all, he does have a decent reputation with women. Tian Nu understood the implication of her words. Although Xianling was in opposition to Yifan, she would still come to his aid in perilous times. Perhaps it was best to let him walk his own path. May it be so. The two disappeared into the night sky in the depths of the earth sea. Within a crystal-clear hall, a noble and elegant woman sat regally upon a throne, while a delicate young girl stood obediently by her side. The woman's voice resonated throughout the expansive hall. During your tribulation, you must secure this broken sword. I trust that you will discover another aspect of yourself during this trial. The girl remained silent, simply lowering her gaze and timidly nodding. The woman on the throne observed the enchanting girl with a furrowed brow, a hint of helplessness in her expression. Outside Qingfeng town, amidst a grove of trees, a young man knelt before two small mounds of earth, lighting 3 incense sticks and offering fruits and wine. Father, Mother, Xiao Fan has returned. Here are the white magnolias that you loved, and the snowflake pastries that you enjoyed. I wonder how you have fared below. Xiao Fan will soon join you, but alas, my vengeance remains unfulfilled. I hope you do not blame me. I have achieved much now. Yifan stood up, taking Xianling's hand and proudly introduced, this is my fiancée, your daughter-in-law, Xianling. Isn't she beautiful? Ah? Yifan wiped the blood from his lips, struggling to remain standing as he declared, if there is a next life, Xiao Fan will ensure that you do not have to find me, sparing you from such suffering. Cough, cough. Xianling, am I truly destined to die? Whether from fear of death or a sense of hope. There was an odd thrill coursing through him. I was born in chaotic times, yet I perish in peace. Nevertheless, there are always things in this world that attest to my existence, that I, Yifan, have lived. Just bury me here. Thank you, Xianling, for accompanying me this fart in the next life. I shall not meet you again, but I hold you dear. Yifan slowly closed his eyes, lying quietly in Xianling's embrace as he passed away. As flowers withered and grass thrived, bamboo swayed with insects nestled within. Their next meeting might be as mere strangers. Xianling's arms, Yifan transformed into a wisp of gentle autumn wind. Vanishing into the silent, sleepless night, she adorned him in a burial red gown, while he departed with a heart full of joy. The future holds promise, for I am here, and so are you. The sound echoed through the mountains. Yet no one remained to hear. Within the depths of the sea, the dissipating figure of the girl called out to the noble woman, Auntie, I shall take my leave. Chapter 59. A promise worth 1,000 gold. Difficult, the snow country, renowned as a realm of ice and snow, earned its name from the perpetual snowfall. Yet, There exists a legend that the ceaseless snow is due to the Beast Ancestor mountain range that spans the lands of Xia and Shui. Near the Beast Ancestor mountain range lies a sect named Tianfu sect, known for its mastery of formations and talismans, though many also pursue sword cultivation. In recent years, the Beast Ancestor mountain range has seen an influx of mutated beasts and malevolent spirits wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm. The Snow King has commanded us to slay those vile creatures that threaten our world. As for those beasts or spirits that pose no immediate danger, they must be restrained, for we cannot allow them to roam freely, revealing their true natures. Hemph, Yifan, are you even listening to what I am saying? In the martial arena, the crowd turned their attention to the back, where the serious and solemn figure of Yifan, who was playfully teasing the newly arrived female disciple, elicited laughter. This little junior brother is quite audacious. The Grand Elder is speaking, and he is still fooling around. Miss, your hands are ice cold. You must have cultivated ice magic. When there is an opportunity, allow me to massage you, and I guarantee your ailments will be cured. I bet our little junior brother is about to get a beating again. Remember the last time he was bedridden for 3 days after being thrashed by the senior sister? I wonder how long it will be this time. Count me in. I bet he won't be able to get out of bed for 4 days. 5 pieces of Wang Yuan. Add me as well. 10 pieces of Wang Yuan. I bet our junior brother will be defeated in one move. Hiss, the third senior sister is generous. I want to place a bet too. Count me in. Yifan, are you deaf to my words? Senior brother, everyone is watching. Please let go of my hand. Yifan awkwardly smiled and released the girl's hand, turning to the Grand Elder on the high platform. With an innocent smile, he said, Grand Elder, is there something you need from me? You rebellious disciple. You are beyond redemption. The Grand Elder was furious, his beard bristling. Alas! Yifan feigned anguish, clutching his chest, and earnestly defended himself. It is not that I, Yifan, am different. How could I be constrained by these trifling formalities? We are cultivators, not pedantic scholars. Why should we adhere to such forms? Don't you think so, Grand Elder? The Grand Elder, infuriated, retorted, nonsensical reasoning. You rebellious disciple. I shall punish you, Grand Elder. There is no need to argue with him. I will take care of it. You all continue. The crowd stood upright, bowing towards the ethereal barefoot woman in the air. We pay our respects to the ancestor. There's no need for formalities. Should anyone show disrespect to the Grand Elder, I would gladly assist in breaking some bones. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Not daring to breathe, Xu Ning, a renowned female sword deity, had a mysterious background known only to a select FEW. It was said that thousands of years ago, she ventured alone into the depths of the Beast Ancestor mountain range for the sake of her beloved. Despite her sex objections, she journeyed for a century, and just when the world assumed she had perished, she unexpectedly returned. She had entered at the great sage level and returned at the pinnacle of the heavenly king realm, carrying the heads of several divine beasts in her basket. Her beloved was none other than the former sect master of Tianfu, Gu Ming, a master of formations at the peak of the heavenly king level. Thus, Xu Ning gained fame from that battle. Whether or not she attained divinity remains uncertain, yet her strength is beyond question. Truly remarkable. Yifan smiled at the cold-faced woman, humbly inquiring, Master Ancestor, may I decline your invitation? Xu Ning's icy gaze flickered with an unusual emotion before returning to normal. She casually replied, You may decline, but I will break your legs. What do you think? Yifan cautiously asked. I can accompany you. But may I first see my friend? I will take you there. Yifan had no chance to refuse as he was effortlessly hoisted up like a chick and vanished from the spot. Only then did the Grand Elder calmly address the crowd, a benevolent smile spreading across his face. All right, everyone, the troublesome mouse has left. Let us continue. Someone suddenly inquired of a petite girl with braided hair. Third senior sister, how shall we determine the outcome of our bet? What else can we do? Of course, it goes to our junior brother. We have all lost. Senior sister, can we not give it? Wang Yin squinted at the speaker. Her gaze filled with menace. Isn't it all right for me to give it? My capital has already dwindled. Woe is me. Wang Yin toyed with the dozens of jade rings in her hand, lamenting, crying, and whining. What does that look like? You're a burly man. Can't you be a bit more mature like me? Senior sister, please leave me just one. The Grand Elder frowned, scolding, Wang Yin. What mischief are you up to now? The crowd immediately stood straight. At the foot of Tianfu's sect, within a solitary city named Luoshua City, two figures, one large and one small, traversed the ruins within the city. Wang Yin, with a stoic expression, pointedly remarked, "You keep running out to the outer mountains because of that little beggar." "Don't you?" Yifan replied resolutely. "She is not a beggar. Her name is Linger." "Humph. You are the first little brat to dare speak to me like that in all these years," Yifan casually remarked. "As if you're so old." Wang Yin furrowed her brows, gritting her teeth in barely contained fury. She truly felt the urge to strike someone. Yet, she thought better of it, considering he was merely a callow youth. And such a reaction would be unbecoming. Suddenly, Yifan dashed towards a makeshift hut crafted from thatch, exclaiming, "Xiao Linger, I'm coming. Where are you?" "Ah, senior sister, another fledgling has appeared. This lad could restore a significant amount of energy for our ancestor." Yifan halted, disregarding the menacing figures before him, clad in the garb of nefarious sects, and instead focused intently on the frail, nearly lifeless girl in tattered clothes lying on the ground as he moved closer. The gaunt man who had spoken earlier blocked his path with a spear, sneering, "What's this? Is this wretched creature your little lover?" "Ha ha ha." The laughter of the gaunt man abruptly ceased as he clutched his throat. Blood gushing forth like a fountain, he collapsed, eyes wide open, frozen in terror. The rapidity of these events left the other two men and a woman utterly stunned. Yifan lifted the motionless girl in his arms, his hands trembling as he administered a life-saving pill. As he staggered away, the two men rushed to obstruct his path. "You've slain a member of my evil soul sect and expect to depart unscathed? Do you take us for mere air?" Yifan lowered his head in silence, continuing to walk towards them, unfazed by the gleaming blades before him. The corpulent man, panic evident in his eyes, bellowed, "Halt, you little wretch. I command you to stop. Are you deaf?" In a flash, a cold gleam flickered in Yifan's hand, and simultaneously, both men's heads tumbled to the ground, their bodies remaining upright for a moment longer. The sight of their wide, unblinking eyes terrified the woman behind them, causing her sword to clatter to the ground as she knelt before Yifan, pleading, "Please spare me. I was forced into this. I never laid a hand on that little girl. Let me go, and I will do anything for you." The implications of her words were unmistakable as she fumbled to loosen her garments in a panic. Yifan remained composed, merely kicking her aside without a backward glance as he prepared to leave. However, not far into his departure, the girl in his arms stirred awake, her eyes dazed and confused. Nestling against him with a pitiful expression, she murmured, "Yifan Gij. She killed my cat and took its inner core. Can you avenge my cat?" Yifan affectionately ruffled her hair, softly assuring her, "Don't worry. Brother will take care of it. Close your eyes, Linger, and have a good sleep." "All right, Linger will be obedient." The girl promptly closed her eyes, drifting into a deep slumber. Seeing that the girl had succumbed to sleep, Yifan's figure vanished in an instant. Lin Zian dared not look back, haunted by Yifan's earlier fierce gaze, leaving her in a state of disarray. Yet, her lips were not idle, venomously cursing, "Damn little wretch. Once I inform the ancestor, I shall have your brain for my supper and bind your soul to a lantern. You likely will not live to see your dear ancestor." Lin Zian's face turned pale with fear as she observed Yifan's return. Her voice trembling, "Why are you back? Did you not say you would let me go? How can you go back on your word? You have no honor." "Enough of your prattle," Yifan interjected, seizing her by the head, his fingers digging in with force. "With a creature like you, what need is there for honor?" He maintained an indifferent expression. "Was the cat's inner core extracted in such a manner by you? Was it delicious?" Lin Zian gasped in horror. "Ah, you damned beast. May you meet a wretched end. I curse you to a life of despair." She felt Yifan's grip tightening as her voice echoed with relentless curses. Finally, as he withdrew his fingers, Lin Zian breathed her last. "I had no intention of killing a woman, but you have crossed the line." Though her crimes warranted death, Yifan still dug a grave for her. Su Ning hovered in the air, astonished. At such a tender age, her disposition is so cruel. One wonders if this is a blessing or a curse. Yet, the girl in his arms seems extraordinary. Yifan sat beneath a tree, gently wiping the grime from the girl's face, gazing tenderly at her as she slept. He silently vowed, Linger, rest assured, brother shall protect you well from now on, a promise worth more than gold. Yet the fear of trust betrayed lingered. Chapter 60. The adorably soft little Linger as the crimson sun dipped behind the western mountains, casting a warm glow across the landscape. Yifan contemplated the girl beside him. Linger, come back to the sect with me. Leaning against Yifan, Linger pouted, her voice barely above a whisper. Yifan Gidge, I don't want to go. I'm afraid of bringing trouble to you. Perhaps it's best if I stay away. Seeing her stutter, Yifan couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you stammering now? I don't know. It just happened all of a sudden, Linger said innocently, her brow furrowed. Why? Yifan chuckled lightly. Linger must be obedient and come with me to the sect. For I am entering the mountains. I do not know when I shall return, and I worry about your safety alone outside. Then, all right. Linger nodded gently, reluctantly clutching at Yifan's collar. Linger stood up, gazing at Yifan with a sweet, soft voice. Yifan Gidge, I want to cultivate. Why? Yifan, intrigued, looked at her and asked with a smile. Oh, what do you wish to achieve through cultivation? I want to protect myself, so I won't worry. Yifan Gidge. And then find my sister. Her youthful and innocent visage sparkled like the setting sun, illuminating her features. Why? Yifan furrowed his brow, having heard of the sister she mentioned, rumored to be a princess from the Snow Kingdom. Yet, he couldn't fathom how she could be Linger's sister. All right, brother will support you. I will ask the Grand Elder to personally mentor you. How does that sound? Is he fierce? Linger's focus seemed to stray from the point. Yifan nodded, ruffling her hair. Silly girl, the Grand Elder is the only one in our sect who is a master of both martial and literary arts, a formidable figure. He would never bully a little girl like you. Then he must be very kind. The books say scholars, especially old Confucians, are very kind, Linger mused. Why? Yifan paused, glancing at the sunset. I can't say whether he is kind or not. All I know is that he once killed a formidable beast that had just broken through to the celestial realm with his bare hands. He held the Grand Elder in high regard but merely disliked the cumbersome formalities. Suddenly, a cold and undeniable voice interrupted. Yifan, you have been dawdling for several hours. If you cannot proceed, I would be more than willing to take your place. Once you are done, immediately head to the bamboo grove to meet Wang Yin. You are to be divided into 3 groups of 8. If you tarry too long, there may not even be a place to collect the bodies. As for this little girl, I can hand her over to the Grand Elder. Her fate will depend on her luck. Wai Yifan expressed his gratitude to his uncle. In that case, I entrust Linger to you. With you, she need not worry about her safety, but you wouldn't bully her, would you? Su Ning's tone was filled with impatience. Hurry up and leave. Linger, stay close to your uncle. If anyone bullies you, use the little paper man I gave you. You remember the incantation, right? Linger nodded, responding, Yifan Gidge, don't worry, I won't forget. Take care of yourself and be safe. Come back soon. Yifan, calm and collected, patted his chest. Rest assured, I am known for my resilience. Mere demons and evil spirits cannot harm me. Yifan Gidge is the strongest. Yifan Gidge is #1 in the world. Linger will wait for you to return, and we shall find sister together. Yifan took to the skies on his sword, soaring into the clouds. Just as he was about to speak, a powerful presence suddenly appeared before him. With a flick of Su Ning's finger and a slight parting of her lips, she commanded, Go! Before Yifan could react, the overwhelming force propelled him backward, and he vanished from sight in the swirling winds of the void. His fragmented voice echoed, What the hell? Linger puffed out her cheeks, indignantly pointing at the ethereal Su Ning. What did you do to Yifan Gidge? Where did he go? Such a little stutterer, quite adorable, though a bit dim. Did you not notice that I sent him flying with a mere finger? Su Ning teasingly wiggled her slender finger before Linger. Full of mischief, Linger opened her mouth, baring her little fangs as she lunged at Su Ning's finger, but missed. Su Ning seized the 2 fluffy tufts atop Linger's head, lifting her into the air, her eyes sparkling. Your physique seems to be the legendary spirit body, and no wonder you survived while thousands perished. You truly are extraordinary. Linger, incensed, turned pale, grasping at Su Ning's arm, though she could not even tear her clothing. This little one is quite fierce, but right now, you are just a juvenile, of no use to me. Otherwise, using you would make seizing the throne effortless. Su Ning's eyes glinted as she set Linger down. Adopting a serious demeanor, I ask you, are you willing to form a blood contract with me? It would allow you to instantly reach demigod status. All I require is a sliver of your essence when I ascend to the throne. What do you say? Linger merely glared fiercely at Su Ning, remaining silent. Su Ning's hand, akin to a claw, abruptly seized Linger's arm, her nails gently grazing the skin, causing a trickle of Linger's azure blood to flow forth. Since you remain indifferent, do not blame me for resorting to force. With that, she began to carve blood clan runes into her arm using Linger's blood. Linger suppressed her tears, inwardly weeping, Brother Yifan. Where are you? Linger misses you. Achoo, just as he landed and stumbled into the lake, Yifan dragged his drenched body toward the shore, shedding his soaked garments and kindling a fire to dry them. Damn it, this madwoman Su Ning is freezing me to death. Yifan hunched beside the fire, shivering uncontrollably. Why now? Linger should have returned to the sect with that woman. I wonder if she is frightened. She is so timid. I hope that woman doesn't bully little Lingard. Oh dear, junior brother, it's broad daylight. This is indecent. Upon hearing this, Yifan hastily grabbed his damp clothing to cover himself, clumsily dressing. He cast a speechless glance at Wang Yin, exclaiming, What the hell, senior sister? How come you walk so silently? Were you eavesdropping on me here? What nonsense are you spouting? I, your senior sister, am not that kind of person. Yifan shook his head, replying, No, senior sister isn't, but she typically peeks in a straightforward manner. Back on track, junior brother, how did you fly so swiftly earlier? I sensed your aura from quite a distance. If I hadn't recognized you, I would have thought a saint-level expert was near. Ugh, don't mention it. That crazy woman said it would be a one-on-one duel, but who knew she would suddenly ambush me and send me flying? Ha ha ha, little junior brother, why did you provoke her? You've angered the merciless ancestor of extinction. She is notoriously ruthless. As she spoke, Wang Yin glanced around, leaned closer to Yifan, and whispered, Let me share a secret with you. Your great-aunt once killed her husband to attain enlightenment. Yifan looked at Wang Yin incredulously. Is that true? Of course, it's true. If it weren't, how could I dare to spread such rumors? Yifan's expression turned serious as he noticed Mingyue emerging partially from the shadows. His heartbeat quickening, sensing that something ominous was approaching. Impudent. Who dares to covet our clan's future spirit master? Chapter 61. The ancestral beast mountain range in a purple bamboo grove, illuminated by the immaculate moonlight. The scene resembled a captivating ink-wash painting. Wang Yin retreated, a mischievous smile on her face as she teased Yifan. Little junior brother, that voice you mentioned is likely guiding you to the depths of the beast ancestor mountain range. My guess is that you've caught the attention of a succubus. She might be trying to lure you into a delightful encounter, however. If such an opportunity arises, I shall give you a heads up. You just strive to seize the moment. I'll take care of the children. Observing his playful senior sister, Yifan chuckled, realizing that although she appeared carefree and eccentric, she was genuinely kind-hearted, unlike the deeply enigmatic eldest sister. Yifan pondered the voice resonating in his mind, imbued with a profound sense of antiquity, echoing like the voice of the Tao, especially upon entering this place, incessantly calling to him. Whether it was a demon or something else, only exploration would unveil its true nature. Suddenly, Wang Yin halted, her expression grave as she scrutinized the area ahead. Junior brother, remain vigilant. Something is approaching us at an alarming speed, its aura rivaling mine. Senior sister. Can you discern what it is? Yifan inquired calmly. Wang Yin continued to gaze ahead without turning. No, it's moving too fast to make out. I can only confirm that it possesses at least the strength of a Royal Tao 7-star. Far beyond your capabilities. If the situation becomes dire, you must flee, understand? Oh no, it's here. Wah-wuh. Yifan, aided by the moonlight, glimpsed a creature with a fluffy pink coat and a tuft on its head, barreling toward him with claws outstretched. His vision darkened, and he fainted. Junior brother, wake up. Why are you so timid? I was just joking. Don't scare me. Yifan rolled his eyes, his breath unsteady as he lay on the ground. Twitching. Wang Yin, panicked, shook him vigorously, tears streaming down her cheeks, her eyes filled with guilt. Beside them, a creature the size of an infant, adorned with tiny horns and fluffy fur, stared with its striking purple eyes, exuding an air of pride as it rubbed against Wang Yan's arm, seemingly conveying, Aren't I impressive? I scared someone to death. Why don't you praise me? Wang Yin grasped the creature's soft fur. threatening, "You're to blame, Fenyu. If anything happens to junior brother, I'll ensure you accompany him in death." Werwer the creature, named Fenyu, was a descendant of the Jiaolong, appearing somewhat like a small dog with dragon-like horns. Likely due to genetic mutation, it approached Yifan, plopping down on his chest, slightly tilting its legs, producing a sound akin to flowing water. After a moment, it stood up, shaking off the liquid, leaving Yifan's body. Wang Yin stared at the patch of white fabric on Yifan's chest, now soaked with an unidentified liquid, her gaze capable of killing. Yifan suddenly twitched, slowly opening his eyes to see Wang Yin, whose face resembled that of a weeping flower. He directly stated, "Little swallow, I'm still alive, aren't I? Why are you crying?" Wang Yin threw her arms around Yifan's neck, oblivious to his earlier words, exclaiming, "You're alive! Thank goodness. I thought you were truly gone. I was prepared to die alongside you." "Ugh, senior sister, I must timidly mention, you're nearly suffocating me." Upon hearing this, Wang Yin blushed and immediately released Yifan. Standing up and walking toward the pouting Fenyu. Yifan stood, glancing at his soaked clothes, picked them up and sniffed them, puzzled. "What is this smell? It has a medicinal scent and a hint of something else." "Hee hee." Fenyu, held by Wang Yin, covered its mouth, giggling uncontrollably. "Fool, that's a potent tonic. Give it a taste." "Ha ha." Yifan curiously asked, "Senior sister, is that the creature that just attacked us?" "You're the creature. Your entire family is a bunch of creatures. I am not one of them, bah. I am the illustrious descendant of the beast ancestor, Sun Xiaoyu, revered as Fenyu Linglong, the heartthrob of thousands. Speak respectfully, or I shall have you dealt with." "Ouch." Yifan stood up, cracking his knuckles as he approached Fenyu. "You little creature, dare to call yourself my elder? I'll skin you alive today and make a little vest for Linger, master. Stop that guy. He's going to kill me. He's going to kill a dragon." Wang Yin rolled her eyes, retorting, "Serves you right. Who told you to wet his clothes?" "What?" Yifan's eyes widened in disbelief, confirming, "Senior sister, are you saying this little creature urinated on me?" Seeing Wang Yin nod, Yifan glared at Fenyu, seizing its ear. Smack, smack. The sound of firm slaps echoed through the night, accompanied by Fenyu's wails, shattering the evening's tranquility. Yifan and Wang Yin sat around the campfire while Fenyu lay on the ground, lamenting. "Damn humans." Noticing the sudden gaze from Wang Yin, Fenyu quickly amended, "Damn man. For striking my behind. One day, I'll make you feel the fiery sting of revenge." Yifan cleaned the rabbit caught by Wang Yin and roasted it over the fire. The sizzling meat released a delectable aroma that made it hard to resist drooling. Yet Wang Yin refused to take a bite from the roasted rabbit offered by Yifan, insisting she wouldn't eat a single morsel. With utmost flattery, Yifan urged, "Senior sister, you must try the rabbit leg. It's a delicacy." After much coaxing, Wang Yin finally mustered the courage to take a bite of the tender rabbit meat. Indeed, as Yifan had claimed, it was soft and fragrant, prompting her to crave another bite. Yifan, on the other hand, devoured another rabbit leg with wild abandon, gulping down meat and drink, contrasting Wang Yin's dainty nibbles. Fenyu, watching enviously, struggled to maintain its dignity, refraining from speaking. Noticing Fenyu's longing gaze, Yifan waved the rabbit leg in front of it, asking, "What's wrong? Want some?" "Humph. This lady doesn't covet it. I don't want to eat. I'm a disciple of the ancestor and a vegetarian. I never eat meat. If you have any rare treasures, you may present them to me." Yifan's lips curled into a sly smile as he set down the rabbit leg and approached Fenyu directly. Seeing Yifan approach with an eerie smile, Fenyu felt a chill run down its spine, exclaiming, What are you doing? Don't come any closer. What is that look in your eyes? What do you have in your hand? Help! I'm just a child. You beast, what are you planning to do to me? Help! Fenyu's cries abruptly stopped as it realized a rabbit head was stuffed in its mouth. Wang Yin shook her head secretly. Realizing these two had completely locked horns, Yifan shoved the rabbit head into Fenyu's mouth, covering its lips, and grinned with satisfaction. "So, how's my culinary skill? Is it good? Speak the truth." In a moment of unforeseen misfortune, Fenyu inadvertently swallowed the rabbit's head, tears streaming down her cheeks as she cast a pitiful glance towards the indifferent Wang Yin. With an air of indignation, she lamented, "Master, I am no longer clean unless you assist me in punishing him." "Get lost!" Yifan erupted into laughter, reveling in her plight. Serves you right. No one wants you now. Truly pitiable. Sob sob. After a brief respite, the duo resumed their journey. Strangely, it was Wang Yin who fell into a contemplative silence, while Yi Fan and Fun Yu continued their playful banter and bickering without a hint of weariness. Suddenly, they heard a commotion ahead. Stop, you two! The pair turned their attention, their eyes fixed upon the diminutive figure, suppressing tears at the corners of their mouths as they slowly approached. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Chapter 62. The Ancestral Beast Mountain. The throne of gods and demons within the inner circle of the Beast Mountain lay a picturesque locale, shrouded in mist by a serene lakeside. The alluring curves of the landscape stirred one's blood, and as delicate fingers unbuttoned her garments, one would be astonished to discover a pair of breathtaking jade-like legs concealed beneath her attire. Indeed, this heavenly pool was as magnificent as the legends foretold. The potent forces of heaven and earth coalesced into ethereal mists, surely indicating that my ascension to the sacred king was imminent. Yet, I wonder where you heir has wandered off to. The woman, with hair cascading like silver and skin as pale as snow, wore merely a translucent gauze that barely concealed her form. She gracefully glided to the center of the lake, holding her breath as she submerged herself beneath the surface. Meanwhile, several dozen miles from the heavenly pool, Yi Fan and his companion made their way toward that very location. Why Yi Fan, brimming with excitement, eagerly inquired of his senior sister, is it truly possible for that heavenly pool to facilitate my breakthrough? It was said to be a treasure left behind by the beast ancestor, intentionally preserved when the ancestor ascended. Yi Fan abruptly asked, will you be going there as well, senior sister? Wang Yin regarded him with a teasing smirk, her expression a mixture of amusement and mockery. What's this? Do you harbor ulterior motives towards me? Junior brother? Startled, Yi Fan nearly clamped his hand over Wang Yan's mouth, exclaiming, No, senior sister. You mustn't say such things. I was merely asking. I meant no harm. Wang Yin playfully flicked her hair and, with a soft smile, replied, Oh, dear little brother, should you continue to tease me, I might take it seriously. Yi Fan promptly shifted away, realizing the folly of jesting with a woman of her caliber. As the two conversed, Fan Yu perched on Wang Yan's shoulder, scratching her ears in irritation, glaring at Yi Fan with a fierce expression. This audacious fellow was truly shameless. Having bullied her was one thing, but now he dared to openly tease her master. She longed to take a bite out of him. Suddenly, Yi Fan seized Fan Yu's tail, lifting her into the air with a mischievous grin. Oh, little one, you certainly don't want me to go. Do you? Ugh, you vile man. You think you are worthy? That pool is a divine relic left by our ancestors. How could someone with such a wicked heart as yours be deserving of it? Observing Fan Yu's furious demeanor, Yi Fan retorted, If you don't want me to go, I shall defiantly proceed, and you shall accompany me. No need for thanks, master. I refuse to go. Please make him let me go. He is a pervert, Fan Yu cried, her face a picture of sorrow, gasping for air. Wang Yin, however, appeared unfazed, subtly inquiring, Junior brother, has the Holy Spirit herb awakened yet? Yi Fan peered into the spirit beast pouch, revealing a slumbering infant adorned with a red fruit and wearing a crimson diaper, peacefully napping within. Not yet. This little one has fallen asleep. Wang Yin chuckled softly, her tone earnest. This is a rare 1,000-year-old humanoid holy herb, something that even divine beings would covet. You must safeguard it well and ensure that no one learns of its existence, understand? Yi Fan replied with a hint of exasperation. I understand, senior sister, but this creature consumes far too much. My spirit herbs have been entirely devoured by it. I feel I can scarcely afford to keep it. Wang Yin shot him an exasperated glance. You cheeky brat, having reaped the benefits, yet you feign innocence. Just take good care of it. It will prove to be a significant asset for you in the future. Senior sister, you are truly kind to me. I thank you. Why be so polite with me? In the future, should I find myself in peril, you must not stand idly by. Yi Fan, without a moment's hesitation, thumped his chest and solemnly vowed, Rest assured, senior sister. As long as Yi Fan is here, who would dare to harm you? I shall annihilate them and their entire family. With laughter, Wang Yin replied, Your words bring me great comfort. Ahead lies the heavenly pool. You may proceed alone. I shall remain here to guard you. lest any demonic beasts disturb you. All right, I shall go now. Be safe, senior sister. With that, Yifan tossed Fenyu to Wang Yin and dashed towards the heavenly pool without a backward glance. Wang Yan's lips curled into a smile as she observed Yifan's retreating figure. A glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes as she murmured, "Little brother, this is where I can assist you. The rest is up to you." Fenyu seemed to sense a shift in the atmosphere, immediately bristling with agitation as she stealthily attempted to retreat. Yet, no matter how she struggled, it was in vain. Wang Yin toyed with the crimson fruit in her grasp, casting a teasing glance at Fenyu. "Run along, keep running. It has been many years since I have tasted a true pure-blooded variant. Though small as a sparrow, it is better than nothing. Wouldn't you agree? Be quiet, you insufferable woman." Wang Yin admonished with a playful frown, then gently pinched Fenyu's small face. "It seems my dear junior sister has been quite vocal about me, hasn't she?" The once arrogant Fenyu, now nestled on Wang Yan's lap, resembled a docile kitten. Her voice softened as she timidly confessed, "No, Master has never spoken ill of you. I merely overheard your name by chance." "Oh? Then it seems those ears of yours must be dealt with." Tears streamed down Fenyu's face. Yet she sincerely nodded in agreement, refraining from retorting. With a tender smile, Wang Yin leapt down from the treetop, stroking Fenyu's head. "Such a good girl. How about I take you to a wonderful place?" "What do you say?" Fenyu choked back her emotions, replying, "As you wish, my lady. The little beast is very obedient." Wang Yin beamed with satisfaction, extending her hand to channel an energy into the heavenly pool before lightly springing upward. Vanishing in an instant, Yi Fan, gasping in astonishment, hastily worked to shed his clothes, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the tranquil emerald waters, exclaiming, "What pure celestial energy!" With a splash, he dove into the depths. Oblivious to the garments of a woman lying mere feet from his OWNT, seemed the energies at the lake's bottom were even more potent. Yi Fan formed seals with his hands, employing a water avoidance spell, and glided effortlessly to the lake's floor. Seated in a lotus position, he delved within himself, observing the black and white vortex that had formed. The realms of humanity are categorized as true man, 5 elements, and fusion. I currently stand at the pinnacle of fusion, yet have not progressed for several years. Perhaps, with the abundant celestial energy here, I might ascend to holiness. The realm of the king requires one to coalesce a throne within 10 strands of royal aura forming a single tier. However, manifesting the throne is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to death and the loss of one's path. Yi Fan began to circulate his energy. Employing the divine demonic transformation technique, visible to the naked eye, the celestial forces around him converged with fervor. This technique had been etched in his mind since childhood and bore no side effects. Its greatest requirement was the nourishment of blood. As the energy within him approached a critical point, Yi Fan began to carve the nascent form of the throne within himself, infusing it with the energies of yin and yang. "Consolidate!" Yi Fan's face contorted in agony, the horrifying pressure nearly overwhelming him. Just as the black throne seemed to solidify, he coughed up blood and collapsed. Yet, astonishingly, the throne separated from his body, levitating in the air, autonomously gathering an inexhaustible flow of celestial energy to shape itself. On the obsidian throne, 2 fierce beasts were distinctly visible at the armrests, while a lifeless corpse reclined against the backrest, with a mere tremor. The throne stirred the waters into a frenzy, radiating an immense aura of authority before plunging into the lake, merging into Yi Fan's consciousness. On this day, the great central empire's bell tolled 12 times, heralding chaos across the heavens. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets calculated that the holder of the throne resided in the eastern domain. In an instant, prodigies and ancient monstrosities emerged, drawn by the allure of the divine demonic throne and the holy burial tomb. In a secluded palace within a small world, Long Yu inquired anxiously, "Heavenly Maiden, could it be Yi Fan?" "That? Impossible. Aside from the bloodline of the divine demonic, he possesses nothing else. It is utterly impossible for him to inherit the legacy of that being." Though the Heavenly Maiden spoke with ease, her tightly clenched fists betrayed her inner turmoil. With a sigh, Long Yu lamented, "We cannot interfere with his tribulation. We must simply watch helplessly. What shall we do?" "Do not insinuate anything. He will not perish. That is what the Heavenly Maiden claims." Long Yu chuckled softly, pouring a cup of wine for the heavenly maiden. Dear sister, drink up. The descent of the divine demonic throne is a harbinger of both fortune and calamity. The outcome remains uncertain. You arrogant scholar, cease your cryptic remarks. If you have the prowess, go and eliminate that brat. If not, then kindly keep your mouth shut. Your incessant prattle is truly vexing. A burly man, with the physique of a tiger and bear, stood amidst the annals of history, hurling insults across the divide at the scholar. A wild and untamed. One cannot educate a fool, nor can rotten wood be carved. The scholar shook his head with a sigh, continuing to walk along the riverbank. Chapter 63. The Beast Ancestor Mountain Range. Senior sister, remain calm. Beneath the silent lake, Yi Fan lay in the mud for over half a day. Fortunately, the water avoidance spell had not failed. Otherwise, he would surely have drowned. Suddenly, the entire surface of the lake began to tremble, creating a magnificent spectacle of water surging back. Yi Fan drowsily opened his eyes and hurriedly checked his throne within. Upon seeing the throne inside him, he stood frozen in place, mouth agape, staring intently at the pitch-black, mysterious throne, utterly astonished. By the heavens, this throne is extraordinary, but I distinctly remember being utterly exhausted. Shouldn't the throne have collapsed? Yi Fan felt it was utterly incomprehensible, too miraculous to fathom. Had he perhaps been favored by the heavens? Yi Fan's consciousness was entirely captivated by the throne, oblivious to the anomalies around him. At that moment, sitting across from him, Wang Yin suddenly opened her eyes wide, tearing away the formation to ascend into the sky. The lake water instantly seemed to dry up, revealing vast stretches of the lakebed. Wang Yin felt a sense of foreboding. She abruptly halted, furrowing her brow as she tentatively reached out, only to find an air barrier, an impenetrable formation set by someone. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she gasped for breath, her palms swirling with energy. Suddenly, she smote her abdomen with a hand, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The malevolent energy within her had already penetrated her organs, threatening to muddle her mind. If she did not break through to suppress it soon, she might explode from the internal turmoil. She howled towards the heavens, burning with fury. Damn you, Su Zilwan, you wretched woman. May you not find peace in death. Once I break through, I shall surely tear you apart. Yesterday, in the Zizhu forest, Yi Fan's sudden fainting was not due to the fright from Fan Yu, but because that vile woman had unleashed a sacred domain, enveloping them all, and stealthily swapped herself in, forcefully feeding him an unknown blood-red fruit. It seemed that her allowing him to escape was likely a deliberate act, intending for him to perish. What in the world is happening outside? Yi Fan finally snapped back to reality. Gazing at the nearly drained lake, he swam to the surface with a sense of confusion. As he looked up, blood gushed from his nose. After all, he was a young man brimming with vitality, and he had never before encountered such a tantalizing scene. Those long, jade-like legs, exposed to the air, the damp gauzy garment clinging to her, and her snow-white skin, luminous and translucent. Yi Fan swallowed hard, stealthily approaching the shore. Although he was tempted to indulge his eyes, the woman clearly radiated a powerful aura, so it was best to avoid trouble. Just as he picked up his clothes, the woman suddenly exclaimed, "Who goes there?" "Stop, my heavens, it's a calamity." Yi Fan quickly donned his attire and bolted, not daring to look back for fear that she would take his life. Whoosh, a sound of slicing air reached him, causing Yi Fan to halt, for he recognized that sword. Though puzzled as to why it appeared here, he could not resist inquiring of the veiled woman, "How do you possess the Yin Luo sword?" The woman, taken aback, asked, "How do you know this sword?" Yi Fan was about to respond when the woman appeared before him in an instant, nearly colliding with him. He awkwardly chuckled. "My senior sister is called Wang Yin. This is her accompanying sword, particularly the tassel woven from the feathers of the Grand Elder's steed, which I crafted myself. How could I not recognize it?" Seeing Yi Fan speak with such conviction, Wang Yin coldly replied, "If you do not produce something to prove your identity today, I shall kill you. Who permitted you to see what you should not? Still looking? Do you believe I won't kill you right now?" Yi Fan turned his head, suppressing the urge to look again, and extended his hand from his robe to retrieve a jade pendant, presenting it to the woman. "This is my sect identity token. My name is Yi Fan." Wang Yan's eyes were filled with coldness as she gazed at the jade pendant in her palm. Speaking icily, you do not resemble him in complexion or stature. How could you possibly be him? Moreover, he is at the human Tao realm, while you are merely at the 8th layer of the monarch realm. She grasped Yifan's neck tightly, spouting nonsensical accusations. Tell me, did you kill my junior brother? Otherwise, how could you possess his identity jade token? Wang Yin emitted a strange moan, her face flushed and breathing rapid, her gaze swirling in confusion. Suddenly, she seemed to become soft and weak, releasing Yifan, her entire being swaying as she implored in a tender voice, "Take me to find a cave." At this point, Yifan could hardly comprehend. He had guessed that his breakthrough had likely altered his appearance, and due to this alteration, the person before him was most likely some mysterious senior sister. After all, in all these years within the sect, he had only met the 2nd senior brother, the 3rd senior sister, and the 5th senior brother. With no choice but to assist Wang Yin, he led her into the dense forest. Yet she bit down on his neck, refusing to let go. Yifan winced in pain, nearly jumping up. "Sister, please release me. My flesh is about to come off. Remember this. You must forget everything that transpired. Otherwise, I shall kill you. Do you understand?" "What the hell do I understand? This is all so bewildering." Wang Yin wrapped one arm around Yifan's waist, pushing him down onto the ground and reaching to unfasten his clothing. Yifan was filled with dread, thinking, "What on earth have I consumed? I am engulfed in flames, sister. Do not do this. I have cooling tranquility pills in my pocket. Please stop." Wang Yan's dazed gaze nestled in Yifan's embrace as her delicate figure writhed. "It is too late. The malevolent energy has invaded my heart veins, and I can no longer control it. Please, sister, cannot do this. I am still a child, sister. Remain calm. Quickly, let go of my clothes." Yifan was on the verge of tears. Pinned beneath her, realizing she had cast a binding spell on him unbeknownst to him. Her cultivation far surpassed his, rendering him utterly immobile. In that moment, their gazes locked, and Wang Yan's chaotic breath caused the surrounding spiritual mist to dissipate. Revealing her true visage, the atmosphere grew strange. Yifan stared in astonishment at the woman atop him, his lips trembling. "Third senior sister, why are you here? Did you not say you were waiting for me outside?" "What you see is the 1st senior sister. I too have been ensnared by that vile woman. I shall consider you my junior brother. Tell me, do you harbor feelings for your senior sister?" Yifan silently chuckled to himself, thinking, "If I do not answer this, it is all up to you. I senti it. Junior brother, senior sister, I am." The flames of passion ignited, the soft, warm form resembling jade. The air became thick with a pungent aroma, intoxicating and sweet. Within a palace in the Beast Ancestor mountain range, a woeful maiden sat before a mirror, intently observing this scene. Days later, the formidable formation had vanished without a trace, while Yifan, looking haggard and unstable, leaned against a tree, drowsily drifting off. A woman clad in flowing white approached, holding a plump rabbit. With a sweet smile, she beckoned, "Darling, come down for dinner." Startled, Yifan tumbled from the treetop, his head poised to hit the ground, but Wang Yin swiftly appeared below, catching him securely. "Darling, are you all right?" Yifan emerged from Wang Yan's embrace, gazing at her with annoyance. "Sister, could you not act like this? I truly, do not cry." Yifan, utterly exhausted, thought to himself, "I am truly at my wit's end. Once so carefree and boisterous, now I seem to have wronged you." Wang Yin wiped her tears, gazing at Yifan with affection, bashfully saying, "Will you stay with me forever? Shall we remain here for all eternity, never to leave?" "That is not possible. I cannot remain here. I will not be irresponsible, sister. I simply do not wish to be trapped in a cage for eternity, protected or raised like livestock. Do you understand? If I do not leave, I truly fear for my life." Wang Yin paused for a moment, then gently nodded, forlornly carrying the rabbit to wash by the lake. The demonic seed was about to sprout. It must be eradicated. In the river of history, the scholar muttered to himself. The burly man continued to refute, "Old fool, that is merely a life yet to take shape. Has your scholarly mind gone awry? Humph, utterly uncouth and unreasonable. I cannot be bothered to argue with a brute like you." The scholar flicked his sleeve and turned to leave, yet he still resorted to a small trick. Stealthily tossing a ruler into the river of history. Chapter 64. the beast ancestor mountain range, heartbreaking. The forest was tranquil, the evening breeze gentle. The moon reflected on the lake, as if from the palace of the cold moon goddess. Yifan, will you marry me? Wang Yin asked softly, her head lowered. Yifan was momentarily taken aback, clearly caught off guard by this question. Though he had reached the age of maturity, he still felt somewhat lost. He reached out to touch the hair of the woman leaning against him, solemnly stating, "When everything settles, I will marry you." "All right, I will wait for you." Wang Yin sighed in relief, blinking her eyes and gazing at the starry sky with a sweet smile. In the Summer Kingdom, in the prosperous city of Qingshui, located in the northwest, there now lay a deathly silence. The twilight was heavy, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Even the atmosphere was saturated with crimson mist. "Your Highness, hold on. I will find Elder Imo. He will surely save you." In the past, the illustrious prince, basking in boundless glory, now clutched the hand of the ethereal Di Xianling, weeping like a child in disarray. A trickle of black blood oozed from the corner of Di Xianling's mouth, her pallid complexion revealing the toll of a devastating blow from a demonic spirit that had pierced her very essence. Leaving her breath weak and struggling against the battlements, her once clear and coldly majestic eyes now appeared muddied and clouded. Her bluish-purple lips trembled as she murmured, "It is futile. This is a malevolent poison of celestial caliber. Having seeped into my very marrow. Please convey a message to Yifan for me." "Sister, speak, and I shall listen," he replied. In an instant, Di Xianling's gaze deepened, her mind conjuring the memory of her fierce battle with the malevolent spirit, where the lingering malice from Yifan had momentarily distracted her. She vividly recalled the scene of Yifan entwined with a woman, which had allowed the malevolent spirit to infiltrate her being. A solitary tear of blood slipped from her eye as she softly uttered, "Since you are so enamored with the mortal realm, I shall stand alone amidst the clouds, observing the rise and fall of their tumult." No sooner had her words left her lips than an inexplicable black flame enveloped her, causing her body to crack and splinter like fragile porcelain. "No." Dihao's hoarse cry seemed to drain the very essence from his being as he collapsed to the ground. Crawling towards the shattered remnants, gently picking up the fragments in his hands, weeping inconsolably that a gust of wind swept by, transforming the pieces into dust that scattered like smoke, leaving no trace behind on that day. It was said that in the Middle Kingdom, from a long-sealed realm of antiquity, an unparalleled brilliance erupted, heralding a grand unsealing. Rumors circulated of a forbidden zone of life, where the specter of the underworld palace was glimpsed. Amidst the desolate expanse of the starry sky, a shattered form, adrift for millennia, seemed to sense something. Its abyssal eyes opened, murmuring, "Is she truly dead?" In the silent void, no reply met him on the other side of the starry expanse. At the Xianhuang fortress, an old blind man sat beside a solitary grave, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Above the ancestral land of the Summer Kingdom, a thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The once gallant and spirited Di Xuanyu now resembled a weary old steed, leaning against his throne with a furrowed brow, still shrouded in an aura of death and despair. The Summer Kingdom and Western Europe had been embroiled in conflict for nearly a century, exhausting their resources and leaving countless commoners in disarray, their corpses littering the fields. Yet, the Snow Kingdom remained indifferent, even covertly dispatching assassins to eliminate high-ranking officials of the Summer Kingdom, oblivious to the notion that the loss of lips endangers teeth. Di Xuanyu sighed heavily. His time was short, his essence wounded, having regressed from the pinnacle of divinity to the realm of saints. Where shall the Summer Kingdom go from here? Where is the divine princess? Within the vast hall, his voice resonated with profound sorrow, yet fell into an eerie silence as the steward behind him, trembling in fear, knelt quietly on the ground. "Are you sure you do not wish to intervene?" The celestial maiden inquired, appearing alongside cold moon above the capital of the Summer Kingdom. "The fates have run their course. I am powerless. The rise and fall of a dynasty is inexorably linked to the intangible flow of fortune. Even if I were to act, the future would still wither and perish." In that moment, Cold Moon's eyes reflected a lack of compassion, devoid of the sentimentality for the masses. Had it been him, he would have risked everything to intervene, even if it meant being torn asunder in the process. The celestial maiden, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, "It is a pity I am not him. I need only to protect him." Casting a penetrating gaze towards the somber Di Xuanyu, Cold Moon spoke calmly. Once he entangled himself with Yifan and that woman, the Summer Kingdom and the Divine Kingdom were forever severed. The Celestial Maiden shook her head with a sigh, and in an instant, both vanished from sight. Feeling a sudden awareness, Di Xuanyu burst forth from the palace, gazing at the spot where the two had stood moments earlier. Trembling in realization, schemes are but childish play in the face of true power. Let it be known, a decree shall be issued across the realm. Those who wish to depart may do so. In 3 months, I shall wage a final battle against the barbaric Westerners, known as the Battle of the Shattered Heavens. The old servant, taking up the decree imbued with the essence of the heavens, bowed before vanishing in a flash. Di Xuanyu, exhausting his lifespan to suppress the deathly aura within him, felt his expression regain a semblance of clarity. In a daze, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a spirited youth. A rare smile gracing his lips. Why, Yifan? What troubles you? Wang Yin queried, tugging at the dazed Yifan, whose eyes brimmed with unshed tears. I am well. Let us depart, he replied with a smile, taking Wang Yan's hand as they ventured deeper into the mountains. A seemingly inconspicuous strand of hair spontaneously turned to ash and dissipated. Wai Yifan pondered, bewildered by the vision of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood that had invaded his mind. The elderly figure shrouded in twilight felt eerily familiar, yet he could not recall who it was. Suddenly, Wang Yin looked up at a figure appearing in the sky, bursting into joyous laughter. It's Xiaoyu. She is still alive. Step back. Something feels amiss, Yifan warned, instinctively shielding Wang Yin behind him. Is this what it feels like to be protected? Wang Yin thought, feeling like a love-struck maiden, her heart racing against Yifan's back. Little one, what are you plotting? Yifan questioned, drawing his sword at the infuriated Fenyu, who was glaring at him. You dog of a man, release my master at once, Fenyu growled, baring her teeth. Wang Yin peeked from behind Yifan, softly scolding the furious Fenyu. Xiaoyu, do not act recklessly. TSK? Yifan scoffed. Do you not see your master in my embrace? Wah, 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 Fenyu exclaimed, scratching her head in confusion. You dog man, what kind of potion have you fed my master? Are you controlling her? Wang Yin frowned in mild anger. Xiaoyu, are you disobeying me? In an instant, Fenyu drooped her ears, casting a pitiful glance at Wang Yin. Tears welling in her eyes. Master, why are you protecting him? Do you no longer want your? Yifan stepped forward, grabbing Fenyu by the tail and delivering a sharp smack to her backside. What now? Are you trying to play the emotional card? Well, master, he hit me. Serves you right for your insolence. You deserve to be taught a lesson. I have spoiled you too much, Wang Yin replied nonchalantly, shrugging her shoulders. After a brief bout of playful banter, the group embarked on their journey deeper into the mountains. Fenyu, dancing on Wang Yan's shoulder, exclaimed, You have no idea how terrifying that woman is. Her cultivation paradise is filled with treasures renowned throughout the world, all of which she claims are spoils of war. Wang Yan's murderous intent flared. Do you know where her lair is? Ewer was too focused on escaping to remember. Yifan sighed, shaking his head. This creature may have affected your intelligence. Otherwise, we might as well concoct a soup to remedy Fenyu prepared to retort. A hauntingly delicate voice echoed, My dear junior sister. Are you searching for me? The two halted, exchanging glances before soaring into the valley. Yet, Fenyu's expression turned to one of terror as she realized she could not utter a word. Even the beast soul contract lay dormant, leaving her in a state of despair. Woo-woo. I'm still just a child. Chapter 65. Scheming through the ages, all for the weight of you in the tranquil valley. The scenery was idyllic, with the melodious chirping of birds echoing harmoniously amidst the rich fragrance of herbs underscored by a chilling undertone. A modest thatched cottage appeared not far from the herb garden, where a few ducks frolicked in the stream. Wang Yin looked at the scene with disdain, exclaiming, That wretched Suzhou Wan seems to revel in her life. My dear junior sister, your tongue remains as sharp as ever. The voice, soft yet pointed, met her retort as soon as the words left her lips. A frail-looking woman emerged from the cottage, a tabby cat perched on her shoulder. Bathed in the light of the Buddha, the cat stretched lazily, and upon noticing Yifan among the group, it beamed with delight, exclaiming, Yifan, I knew you wouldn't die. The cat attempted to leap toward Yifan, but after several unsuccessful attempts, it returned to its perch on Suzhou Wan's shoulder. Why, Yifan? puzzled, gazed at the plump little cat. "Do you know me?" The tabby cat licked its paw, sighing. "Ah, yet another with a dull mind." "Cat, take that foolish monkey away to play. I have matters to discuss with them," Suzo said with a smile. The cat, elated, leaped down and appeared in front of Wang Yin, winking at Yifan before seizing Fenyu and disappearing from sight. "Dear junior sister, please take a seat." Wang Yin felt an eruption of anger. "Sit. You wretched woman have caused me great trouble." Suzo remained unfazed, settling herself on a stone bench and producing a steaming pot of tea, pouring a cup for Wang Yin while taking one for herself. Suddenly, she turned to Yifan with a beaming smile. "Yifan, what do you think of junior sister Wang Yin?" "Zuan, what are you plotting?" Wang Yin interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Yifan, her voice laced with fury. "Junior sister, you really ought to temper that temper. Getting angry is not beneficial, wouldn't you agree?" Su Zilwan's words hinted at deeper implications. Wang Yin, frowning in confusion, studied the ever-smiling Su Zilwan, struggling to comprehend her intentions. She then turned back to Yifan, pressing, "Yifan, do tell. I wish to hear the truth." Why Yifan maintained a calm demeanor. Speaking with serene clarity, "I love her, and her love for me is sufficient." Wang Yin smiled radiantly, her face aglow with happiness. Su Zilwan's words were startling, however. "She is destined to perish at the hands of someone beside you. Are you willing to thwart those who threaten her?" Before she could finish, a thunderous roar split the sky, interrupting Su Zilwan's speech. The onlookers turned to see a bolt of lightning strike a distant mountain peak, a sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. Simultaneously, Su Zilwan coughed up blood, her vitality waning, and she was seized by a persistent cough. Wang Yin furrowed her brow and inquired, "Are you peering into the heavens?" Su Zilwan remained silent, retrieving a talisman, which she pressed against her forehead, causing it to merge with her being. Wei Fan distinctly observed the runes inscribed upon the talisman, a name flashing through his mind. Heavenly Spirit Longevity Talisman. A fabled taboo artifact. How could you possess such a thing? Such trivialities are beneath me, Su Zilwan replied, shaking her head. She then gazed earnestly at the two, saying, "In the future, you must trust one another. Even if it means standing against myriad factions. Betrayal is not an option, even across 100 lifetimes." With a resounding thunder, a dark bolt of lightning struck at Su Zilwan, yet she remained undeterred, merely casting a sidelong glance, causing the terrifying bolt to vanish. Wiping the blood from her lips, she continued, "Your future child must be named Yi Luai. Everything is now set in motion. I hope you do not disappoint me again." She looked at Yifan with an expression of puzzlement. Su Zilwan chuckled lightly, saying, "Junior sister, you must endure a brief slumber. I have some private matters to discuss with him." Wang Yin had no time to react, her body growing weak as she fell backward, but Yifan swiftly caught her. "Mao, return." The cat appeared instantly, still clutching a mouthful of assorted treats. It tossed the snacks aside and turned to Su Zilwan. "My lady, you summoned me? Take good care of Yenard. I will be gone with Yifan for a while. If you behave well, I will permit you to leave this place with him upon our return." The cat, with a face full of ingratiation, assured, "Rest easy, my lady. I shall look after Miss Wang diligently, allowing you and the master to enjoy your time together." Su Zilwan, unperturbed, waved her arm, and she and Yifan vanished without a trace. The cat, glancing at the unconscious Wang Yin, recalled Su Zilwan's earlier words about leaving with Yifan. Pondering its own thoughts, It approached the treats and playfully patted the face of the oblivious snack. "Monkey, wake up! Your ancestor, the great sage, has returned." Dazed, the snack scrambled to its feet, looking around. "Ancestor, where are you?" "Fat cat, you tricked me again." The two began to chase each other in the medicinal garden in the void. Su Zilwan grasped Yifan's hand, guiding him through the starry expanse. Yifan attempted to break free, exerting all his strength, yet he could not escape her grasp. "Where are you taking me?" Without turning back, Su Zilwan replied coolly, "You will know when we arrive." For reasons unknown, as she held his hand, fragments of memories surged in Yifan's mind, familiar yet utterly foreign. Suddenly, Su Zilwan declared, "Those are your memories. Merely unassembled. Isn't that impolite? Peering into another's heart?" Su Zilwan glanced back at Yifan, her expression laced with disdain. "Then you may also examine my heart. Would you care to try?" Yifan, disinterested in engaging in debate with her. Remained silent. Time passed, and Suzo came to a halt, gazing at the meandering, seemingly endless Star River before them. We have arrived. What is this place? Yifan inquired, unable to contain his amusement. Suzo replied. The edge of the universe, the river of history. With a swift motion, she pulled Yifan into the river of stars. A vast river stretched before them, serving as a boundary between continents. As they landed, an elegant elder appeared before them. His voice resonated with the sound of the Tao, thunderous and commanding. Do you know where you are, to have dared intrude here? Sir, do you not recognize me? The elder squinted at Suzo, his expression shifting from calm to one of disbelief, his face dripping with sweat. His arm trembled as he stared incredulously at the smiling Suzo, heavenly spirit maiden. The elder uttered those 3 words. And in an instant, the flow of history seemed to freeze, as if all beings across the cosmos were rendered immobile. On the opposite bank, a rugged man knelt, eager to bury his head in the earth. Fearful of even breathing, I apologize, my lady. The old man was unaware of your identity and has been quite offensive. Suzo waved her hand dismissively, and everything returned to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. I have come to inform you that should you dare to divulge even a whisper of his secrets, your existence shall be rendered meaningless. This is a warning. Do you understand? Understood, understood. Rest assured, my lady. I shall take great care of this young friend in the future, the elder promised. Suzo shook her head. His life or death is of no concern to you. As long as you refrain from interference, all will be well with that. Suzo took Yifan's hand, leading him along the riverbank into the distance. The elder felt a wave of relief wash over him as he stood unsteadily, exhaling deeply while watching the distant figures sharing an intimate bond. A terrifying vision flashed in his mind. Ha ha, that old fool deserved it. He nearly wet himself in fear, hearing the rugged man's mocking laughter from across the river. The elder remained silent, sitting by the bank with his eyes closed in meditation. Do you not think that youth bears a striking resemblance to someone? The elder inquired. The elder remained unresponsive, not wishing to tempt fate. Sure enough, as soon as the man finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground, his head buried deep in the earth, his limbs comically splayed in the air. A smirk crossed the elder's face, his lips tightly pressed together to suppress laughter. His expression utterly amusing. Even as epics change, I await you in the mortal realm. Chapter 66. The Tao should not be so small. I in the resplendent river of history. All beings drifted like small fish and shrimp. Yet some leapt forth, like carp leaping over the dragon gate or dragons emerging from the sea, occasionally breaking the surface. What do you believe your place is in the river of history? Suzo inquired softly. Yifan gazed at the water's surface for a long while before responding. Perhaps I am merely a pebble. Suzo burst into laughter, unable to contain herself at his response. What is so amusing? Yifan frowned. Suzo shook her head, saying, I merely think you hold yourself in too high regard. At best, you are but a speck of dust. She pulled Yifan to sit by the riverbank, saying, Today, rare time allows us to converse intimately. Let me introduce you to the vast multiverse. The earth is the genesis of all things, a place brimming with wonder. Even the little ant that accompanied you earlier is a product of the mythic age. A fearsome race capable of slaying gods. If we liken Earth to the neural center of a giant, then the myriad realms are its flesh and skin, with the sun, moon, heavens, and the cosmos serving as its organs. The 5 mountains on Earth were established by the first sage, Pangu, to protect the beings of the Xianhuang universe, corresponding to the 5 elements, creating a formidable defense whose ultimate destination remains unknown. During the Age of Creation, following Pangu's awakening, the world was filled with spiritual energy, giving rise to numerous intelligent beings who were taken as disciples by Pangu to expand territories and create myriad worlds and life forms. The mythic age witnessed the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, formed from 5 chaotic stones by Pangu, tasked with guarding the earth until the arrival of the demons, at which point they faded from human sight. The era of decline began with the rise of demonic beings after the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. They took over the guardianship of Earth, but ultimately sealed it away to prevent the extinction of the primordial spirits across the realms. They vanished from the world, their whereabouts unknown. The demonic age likely stems from the Tao fruit of a prominent figure from the mythic age. Subsequently, a martial artist named Situ Shinkong emerged, establishing martial arts and achieving remarkable feats. This era is often referred to as the end of the Dharma Age. As Earth returned to a cold war-like state, an era of science fiction emerged, belonging neither to this world nor the next. They came from unknown origins, rampaging freely and enslaving countless races and spirits, severing history. The brief appearance of the Age of Beasts was but a dying struggle of Earth's spiritual energy. This era stemmed from both the science fiction and the end of the Dharma Age. 3 Chaotic stones, remnants of the mythic age, suddenly appeared in the world of Qinglan, and the beings birthed within eventually broke free after millennia. They had long since become invincible in the Qinglan realm. One day, a child seated upon a five-colored altar appeared at the edge of Qinglan, and those three beings soared into the sky, following him back to Earth to quell chaos and protect all beings. This is the history of Earth as acknowledged through the ages, containing multitudes of minor epics, far too many to recount. So, what exactly are you? Yifan inquired, startling Su Zilwan. She pinched his face playfully, tugging it repeatedly before scolding. You shall address me as elder sister. Do you understand, little one? My essence originates from the mythic era. And though I have forgotten who I am well aware of your identity. Would you like to know? Su Zilin lowered her head, drawing close to Yifan, her face aglow with a smile as she fixed her gaze upon him. Although Yifan was intrigued, he was certain that this woman would not readily divulge her secrets, so he decided against pursuing it further. Upon seeing Yifan shake his head, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Su Zilin's eyes. And she spoke softly. Since you do not wish to know, let it be. You did not bring me here merely to share the origins of the myriad realms, did you? In response to Yifan's inquiry, Su Zilin nodded and replied, I simply wish to observe you more. I fear that in the future I might no longer recognize you. Why would you go to such great lengths, expending considerable resources to reveal heavenly secrets to me, or to indicate our past connection? Yifan's probing of her soul left Su Zilin momentarily at a loss for words. A being of your caliber would not intentionally draw near to me for the sake of the demonic source, even at the cost of your own life. What, then, is your true intention? Su Zilin smiled gracefully, retorting. Why must you be so aggressive, young Master Yi? Your anger is palpable. Do you wish to end my life? Let us change the subject. Yifan clapped in approval, consenting. Do you wish to know where your father is? Yifan's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Su Zilin, his expression brimming with delight. You know where he is? I do not. Then what was the point of your inquiry? Yifan, close your eyes. I shall share a secret with you. Yifan feigned closure of his eyes, yet peeked through a narrow slit. With a wave of her hand, darkness enveloped Yifan, rendering him immobile. Anxiously, he called out, What are you doing? His mouth was silenced, filled with a faintly fragrant sweetness, leaving a lingering taste. Reluctantly, Yifan opened his eyes. Gazing at the smug Su Zilin, confusion etched upon his face as he questioned. Were you just? Su Zilin pressed her lips together, a playful smile dancing in her eyes as she replied, Oh? So you think you can take advantage of me? Yifan vehemently protested, asserting that it was she who had taken him by surprise, not the other way around. Ha. You remain as amusing as ever. Brazen and shameless. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Yifan's mind. Yifan, the path should not be so narrow, and companions should not be so few. The journey of eternal life should not be lonely. Su Zilin continued. In the future, if you encounter insurmountable challenges, ignite the power of your bloodline. If no one comes to your aid, simply shout to the heavens, Han-yi, your kin is spying on others again. Just as Yifan was about to question the reasoning behind this, Su Zilin made a gesture for silence. Why, Yifan? It is time to awaken. Before a thatched cottage, Yifan, still groggy, sat up to see Wang Yin lying beside him. What is this? How did I end up here? That was your master's dream spanning millennia. You awakened rather swiftly, truly worthy of being my master. Upon hearing the voice, Yifan turned to find the plump cat standing atop a stone table, hands on its hips, proudly addressing the dejected Funyu. Where is your master? Yifan called out to the plump cat. The cat's earlier cheer dissipated, its expression somber as it slumped down, tears streaming down its face. The master has perished. She exhausted her cultivation and lifespan while protecting you. Yifan sighed, dismissing the notion. What a fuss! She was so powerful. It's merely a matter of reincarnation and rebuilding, not true death. You know nothing. She has been unraveling heavenly mysteries for you, concealing your traces in this world, and has undergone countless reincarnations. Where then is the next life? Yifan was left bewildered by the cat's reproach. Standing in silence, however, a sharp voice pierced the void. Yifan, you are quite difficult to locate. Chapter 67. Everything is a dream. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, yet the atmosphere in the valley was chillingly cold. Yifan and Wang Yin gazed at Su Ning, who hovered in the air, radiating murderous intent. Master Ancestor, what brings you here? Have you two been concealing something from me? Su Ning countered. Wang Yin clutched Yifan's sleeve tightly, too intimidated to look up, for Su Ning's authority was unquestioned within the sect. Yifan scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. What else could it be? The rice is cooked. Ugh, you scoundrel. Shameless, Master Ancestor, let me inform you. This fellow has drugged the master. Yes, it must be true. Damn it, I should have consumed that. The flames of rage ignited in Yifan's eyes. Su Ning merely furrowed her brow, observing the duo, and sighed. The evil clan has emerged, and our sect suffers grave losses. Let us set aside your matters for now and return to the sect with me. What? The evil clan has emerged? Both were filled with terror. I can no longer attain divinity in this life. My foundation is shattered. You two are the hope for the Tianfu sect's future, so come with me. With that, Su Ning tore through the void, beckoning them to enter. Just as they prepared to step forward, they were halted by the cat. That woman is no longer of the human race. She is likely a remnant of the evil clan that escaped from the beast ancestor mountain long ago. You must not be deceived. Her aura is laden with the essence of humanity, and it is highly probable that those who have perished were slain by her. Miao, no, that's impossible. How could Master Ancestor harm the disciples of our sect? If you continue to spread lies, I will kill you. Wang Yin suddenly drew her sword, pressing it against the cat's throat. Yifan, do you not trust me? Su Ning narrowed her eyes, gazing at Yifan. It is not that I doubt my Master Ancestor, but rather, if this is the case, where is Xiao Linger? May I see her? Humph. Su Ning scoffed. Yifan, I am deeply disappointed in you for daring to question your elder based on the words of a mere beast. Damn it, you old witch. I am the prince of the Swallowing Sky clan. You are the beast, and your entire family are beasts. I will end you. The plump cat glared fiercely at Su Ning. Seething with rage, Wang Yin suddenly stepped forward, grasping Yifan's hand. Xiao Fan, do you truly not trust Master Ancestor? Yifan found himself at a loss for words, inexplicably harboring a sense of hostility toward Su Ning. Old witch, if you are unsatisfied, I shall gladly accompany you. Miao, it was unexpected for a senior of the sect to be so nearly humiliated by a cat. Wang Yan's eyes turned red. Her fists clenched tightly. Enough. She is a senior of the Tianfu sect. You must not be so disrespectful. Wang Yin admonished the plump cat. Yifan, trusting a cat's words and doubting me, does that mean I can assume you have been possessed by an evil spirit? Su Ning's words were sharp as daggers. Humph, Master Ancestor, what a grand accusation. I merely wish to see my sister. Why must you be so harsh? Or do you have something to hide? Yifan felt a sense of melancholy at this. Yifan, you are being unreasonable. Su Ning's eyes glinted with cold fury. The tension between them was palpable, and violence seemed imminent. Master Ancestor, with the evil clan invading and our sect suffering countless casualties. Must we truly abandon the sect? Wang Yin asked, unwilling to relent. You know that is not my intention. Yifan looked at Wang Yin sincerely. Then you ought not question Master Ancestor so. She is, after all, an elder of the sect, Yifan. If you are unwilling to return to the sect with us, then let us part ways and become strangers. Wang Yan's tone turned confrontational. Why must you force me? Yifan gazed at Wang Yin in shock, taken aback by her resolve. Stupid cat, do you truly believe you can toy with him and not fear Yifan's wrath? Fan Yu suddenly interjected. Hush, you foolish monkey, your words are excessive. You are unaware of the grudge I hold against him. It is a shadow I cannot shake. The plump cat licked its paw, burdened. Suddenly, a surge of azure light erupted from Yifan's body, manifesting a palm-sized azure coffin before everyone's eyes. Miao, the plump cat, startled, shrieked and tore through the void, fleeing without a backward glance. With a resounding crash, the space where the cat had vanished split apart, and it fell to the ground, its fate unknown. The surrounding scene shattered, and Yifan and Fenyu opened their eyes, relieved to find themselves by the heavenly pool. What just happened? Were those merely dreams? Yifan questioned, perplexed. You had a dream too? Wang Yin turned to Yifan. Yes, though I wonder if we were in the same dream. Why? Yifan whispered. They exchanged knowing smiles and, in unison, declared, Sue's Island. Ha ha ha, how many people appeared in your dream? Wang Yin inquired, curious. Point one was Sue's Island, and the other was the plump cat. Nothing more. Why? Yifan chose to conceal Su Ning's appearance, uncertain of its reality, especially since Wang Yin was a registered disciple of Su Ning and her only disciple. My dream featured many individuals, all women. They all recognized you and said that we would meet again soon. Wang Yin hinted, pretending to be indifferent. Wai Yifan chuckled awkwardly, waving his hand. After all, it is merely a dream. Everything is real and unreal, so do not overthink it. You know well who I am, do you not? Oh, who are you? Wang Yin gazed at Yifan with a half-smile, sighing ahem. This topic is rather sensitive. Shall we refrain from discussing it? Yifan opted for a hasty retreat, recognizing the perilous nature of the subject. This was no trivial matter, in truth, if you were to fancy one or two more. I could accept that, but it mustn't be excessive. I fear your affections may drift away from me. Wang Yan's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears as she murmured, Damn it, this cursed guilt. Yifan, filled with compassion, embraced Wang Yin and comforted her. Fool, why are you so prone to tears? Tears are not a trifling commodity. You must not shed them frivolously henceforth. Do you understand? Wang Yin nestled quietly in Yifan's embrace. Meow. Yifan, for heaven's sake, swiftly collect that coffin. I can hardly endure any longer. A voice filled with curses approached rapidly. The two turned to see a plump cat moving gracefully through the thicket, exuding an almost ethereal lightness. Behind it, the Qing Tong coffin vanished the moment it laid eyes on Yifan, retreating into his being and resting quietly in his mind. Are you that plump cat? Wang Yin exclaimed. Bah, what kind of eyes do you have, woman? Listen well, this young master is the prince of the devouring sky underworld clan from the mythic era, Ming Kongzi. Meow. Yifan bent down, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the cat, yet unable to recall why. Hissed the plump cat exhaled at Yifan, its eyes glinting with menace. Why? Yifan inquired. Plump cat, have we met somewhere before? Meow. How dare you say we've merely met? Do you know how I arrived here before meeting the esteemed one? It was a night dark as pitch, with the moon as large as a basin. I lay atop a tree, absorbing the essence of moonlight. You shameless buffoon, drunk and brazenly urinated beneath the tree in plain view. I merely intended to frighten you, yet lost my footing and fell. You scoundrel, choked me and cursed while dragging me to the pet shop, where they neutered me. Hee hee. Meow. Yifan chuckled. You have such embarrassing tales. Wang Yin laughed heartily, her body shaking with mirth. Why? Yifan's expression darkened as he regarded the seemingly innocent plump cat. Suddenly, Wang Yin retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom, her demeanor turning grave. Why? Yifan, we must return swiftly. Something has transpired at the sect. Understood. Wang Yin had already broken through to the Saint Realm and could traverse the void over short distances, just as she tore through the fabric of space. A voice echoed behind them. Master, help me, damn it. That's the evil spirit lord, perilously close to divine level. Let's make haste. The plump cat's fur bristled in alarm, and it darted into the void passage, only to retreat moments later. Yifan was about to inquire when he sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura of slaughter emanating from the void. Little swallow, be careful. Why? Yifan swiftly pulled Wang Yin aside, shielding her behind him as his aura surged. Sword drawn and ready for confrontation. Chapter 68. The ways of humanity and the succubus. The void passage erupted with a cacophony, a thick malevolence washing over them. Foolish cat, what did you see in there? Yifan asked, puzzled. A celestial-level succubus nearly scared this cat to death. Meow. Yifan, it's been a long time. A woman emerged from the void, her entire being shimmering with purple light, her lacy gown accentuating her alluring figure, especially the overwhelming aura that made one's blood race. Master Ancestor? Yifan and Wang Yin stared incredulously at the woman who had stepped out, speaking in unison. The left guardian is still as enticing as ever. Why not join this general for a night of revelry? A coarse voice sounded from behind, belonging to a muscular man covered in dark spots, the very same heavenly lord who had pursued the plump cat earlier. What he? Your filthy mouth hasn't he changed abit? Yuning scolded with a laugh. What he eyes unabashed gaze bore into Su Ning, brimming with lewd intent. Master Ancestor, how do you know this evil creature? Wang Yin naively believed Su Ning was still the same. Fool, this is our clan's left guardian, Lu Xiang. Su Ning has been dead for millennia. Huo Ti sneered. Wang Yin opened her mouth to protest. But Yi Fan silenced her with a shake of his head, signaling her not to act rashly. You come here for me? How about letting them go? Yi Fan stated firmly yet respectfully. Humph, you little rascal. Do you think you can negotiate with me? You're merely a king level? Who do you think you are? Huo Ti looked at Yi Fan with disdain. Su Ning stepped forward, responding, that is acceptable, but you must tell me the whereabouts of that little girl. Is she in your custody? What do you mean? She disappeared without a trace after you left. I assumed you would know where to find her. Why? Yi Fan replied, perplexed. You really overestimate me, Yi Fan scoffed. Left guardian, this woman is rather pleasing to the eye. Why let her go? Why not let this general enjoy her a little? Huo Ti leered at Wang Yin, licking his crimson tongue and uttering vile words. How dare you? Have you no shame? Yi Fan's anger flared as he swiftly swung his sword towards Huo Ti. Clang. Yi Fan's spiritual sword struck Huo Ti's arm, cleaving it into 3 pieces that fell to the ground. Yet Huo Ti merely sustained a superficial wound, unperturbed. Ha ha, pretty boy, are you merely scratching my back? Huo Ti taunted, licking the blood from his arm. Plump cat, do you have confidence in getting her out? Yi Fan communicated telepathically. I can, but you must buy me some time. Otherwise, I truly have no guarantees. Meow, how long? A mere moment. Meow, what is the plan? Share it so I can enjoy some amusement. Huo Ti grinned wickedly, cracking his knuckles. Power of the divine and demon, heed my call, serve my will. Yi Fan intoned, a massive shadow of a divine demon materializing behind him, exuding an aura that rivaled that of the two. So, he possesses the bloodline of the divine demon. No wonder the clan leader can't remain idle, willing to expend 1,000,000 years of cultivation to send me out. Huo Ti gazed at Yi Fan with unbridled greed. Yi Fan's body was enveloped in a blood-red sheen, like a thin veil, yet brimming with boundless divine power. Kings shall ascend. The throne of the divine demon appears. In an instant, Yi Fan unveiled all his cards. The towering throne radiating an enchanting, mesmerizing power that even Wang Yin, who had just broken through to the Saint Realm, felt an urge to worship. Steady your heart. Do not gaze upon that throne. Wang Yin hurriedly closed her eyes and softly asked, Plump cat, can Yi Fan defeat him? How could he possibly win? You have too much faith in him. If it were just that woman, Yi Fan could manage with some cost. But that old beast is another matter entirely. He is cultivated for tens of thousands of years. He's no easy target. Meow, then I want to leave. I'll stay by his side. Even if I die, I am unafraid. Wang Yin opened her eyes, her gaze resolute as she looked at Yi Fan, declaring with unwavering conviction.